Due to nearly missing the dormitory's curfew, I clandestinely encountered flight, only to be spotted by the campus bell lurking in the shadows. The following day, a message appeared on the school's confession wall, revealing an identity. Looking for a handsome guy who flies, height 1.88 meters, wearing a black shirt. The moment I caught sight of him in flight, my heart was inexplicably pierced. A multitude of onlookers speculated whether the campus beauty had been possessed. I simply commented, "Apologies, but I already have a fiancé. Please do not disturb." During the summer vacation, I went hiking and, with a misstep, fell into the world of cultivation. After 2,000 years of arduous training, I returned to Earth at the nascent soul stage, only to find that merely a month had passed. If it weren't for my immense power capable of moving mountains and filling seas, I would have doubted the reality of it all to that moment. I picked up the backpack I had left behind years ago and hastily retrieved a phone with only one battery remaining. The screen displayed a contact. Mom. A wave of nostalgia washed over me, as the term parents had become a distant memory after 2 millennia of struggle in the cultivation realm. "Hello, Mom." I pressed the answer button. "You little rascal, are you trying to give me a heart attack? A month without answering your phone. Where on earth have you vanished to?" Hearing her voice again brought me solace. "What did you say, Xu Shuyan? Don't frighten your mother. Where are you? Are you safe?" "I'm quite safe," I chuckled. For me, Earth is akin to a beginner's village. Dismantling tanks with bare hands and shooting down planes is child's play. However, due to complications during the teleportation process, my mud pill palace sustained damage, which meant I could no longer absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For cultivation, unless we discover some miraculous remedy, Xiao Chun is about to start school. Remember to visit Qingzhou to see you. And Xiao's mom has some matters to attend to. "No more talking, Mom." Chunlun hurriedly offered a few words before hanging up the phone. A bitter smile graced my face. How could a mere infant in the realm of Yuan Ying be expected to attend university? Isn't this pure comedy? Aunt Xiao is my mother's close friend, hailing from Donyang County, who later married a wealthy merchant from Qingzhou. Upon hearing of my acceptance into Qingzhou University, Aunt Xiao generously called, inviting me to stay at her home. My mother readily agreed. And it seems there might be some subtle matchmaking for me and Aunt Xiao's daughter. At noon, I arrived at the address my mother provided, a CAF near the Qingzhou train station. 2 young ladies have been waiting for quite some time. Why haven't they arrived yet? I've finished my coffee. Shuyan, why don't you give them a call to urge them on? One cute girl clad in a kitty cat t-shirt rested her chin on the CAF table. The call went unanswered. If they don't show up in 5 minutes, I'm leaving. I truly cannot fathom, with so many people in the company, why my mother insists I come to fetch them. This very morning I was intended to go to Cat Card, but a strikingly elegant girl suddenly collapsed, with a tinge of complaint. Her cascading, softly curled champagne-colored hair fell to her waist. "Because you are the son of your mother's dear friend," the cute girl said, resting her head on her hands. Laughing as she inquired, "Are you Qiao Yi's daughter, Xu Shuyan?" A gentle male voice emerged from behind the cute girl. With a startled gasp, the cute girl leaped from her chair like a startled rabbit. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear?" "You are Ning Chen," Xu Shuyan pointed at the young man before her, whose body was marred with scratches and who bore a hiking backpack that was shedding dirt. The boy's face, once flushed with irritation, gradually turned rigid. Surely, he could not intend to dine with this rustic individual. "Hello, Ning Chen," she greeted, her smile radiant. It must have been quite a journey coming all the way from Donyang County. Jiang Tang chimed in, her demeanor equally cheerful. "Let us proceed to dine. Conversing while eating is quite delightful." That I gently rubbed my abdomen, not out of hunger, but rather due to a slight loss of spiritual energy caused by a damaged mud pill bow. Although negligible, prolonged neglect would inevitably weaken my cultivation. That it was a startling realization that a distinguished 7th-level nascent soul cultivator like myself would one day rely on mundane sustenance to maintain my powers. A hint of bitterness crept at the corners of my mouth as I followed the 2 young women out of the CAF. To my astonishment, Xiao Yi's daughter was driving a rather expensive Porsche Panamera. It was remarkable that Xu Shuyan, a first-year college student like myself, could afford such a luxury vehicle, indicating her family's substantial wealth. "Isn't this car impressive?" Xu Shuyan remarked, unlocking it with her key. She cast a sidelong glance, surprised that I, a small-town youth, did not display the expected awe. I nodded slightly. Indeed, it is quite nice, though it seems rather slow. Xu Shuyan's expression soured at my comment. Excuse me, Ning classmate, what sort of vehicle do you drive? I casually replied. I do not possess a car. I typically soar through the clouds. Occasionally, I might encounter soaring through the clouds. Jiang Tang erupted in laughter. Have you read too many cultivation novels? What a fool you are. Surely, you do not believe yourself to be amusing? Xu Shuyan rolled her eyes and remarked, if you find my car too slow, feel free to take a taxi and see who arrives first. I responded with a nonchalant expression, seemingly unfazed by her challenge. Surprised that I dared to accept, she asked, are you certain? We decided to dine at Yingtai City in the west of the city, approximately 6 or 7 kilometers away. Shall we wager? The loser treats the winner, she proposed. Go ahead and compete if you wish, I replied casually, akin to an adult's impatient tone towards a child. But just so you know, I have quite the appetite. Xu Shuyan detested my indifferent manner. Upon hearing my agreement, she beamed with delight. All right, see you at gate 1 of Yingtai City. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped off. Shuyan, are you truly leaving Ning Chen in the passenger seat like that? Jiang Tang asked, her voice laced with concern. It's her first time in Qinzhou, and she's unfamiliar with the area. Aren't you worried about Aunt Xiao finding out? What's there to fear? Xu Shuyan scoffed. She's a grown person, she won't just vanish. Though she spoke dismissively, inwardly she thought, what an idiot. Why put on such a show? Just admit defeat and get in the car. Not long after the two girls departed, I too faded into a fleeting shadow, my speed so swift that even the surveillance cameras could not capture my presence. I traversed the city with ease, relying solely on my physical prowess without the need to summon any mystical abilities. In under 2 minutes, I arrived at Yingtai City. 5 minutes later, two girls rushed towards gate 1, none other than Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang. We won, they exclaimed, exchanging triumphant high fives, blissfully unaware that I had already placed an order at a restaurant on the 5th floor. This one, and this oh Nino other dishes, just 10 of each. 10 minutes had passed once more. Damn it. Once again, I find myself waiting. Xu Shuyan stamped her petite foot in irritation. In my entire life, I have never waited so long for anyone. Jiang Tang suddenly pondered a thought. Oh dear, Shuyan, do you think she might have gotten lost? Xu Shuyan furrowed her brows. Surely not. Did I not specify Yingtai City number 1? Jiang Tang exclaimed. There's also a Yingtai City in CC. Could it be that he went there by mistake? Xu Shuyan felt faint from frustration. That fool. I shall call Ning Chen and see. Dialing the number given by her mother, she was unexpectedly connected. Ning Chen, may I inquire if you have been abducted by human traffickers? Why are you still not here? I have arrived. Arrived, my foot? I have been standing at gate number 1 for ages and have not seen you at all. Looking up, Xu Shuyan scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted a young man on the 5th floor outdoor corridor, hands pocketed, quietly observing her. Jiang Tang gasped. Shuyan, look, it's Ning Chen. When did he go up there? This guy. Xu Shuyan furiously hung up the phone and dashed to the 5th floor. Ning Chen, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say a word? You made me wait for so long. Do you know how much I detest waiting endlessly? Seeing how slow you were, I decided to come up and order myself. Just as you arrived, the dishes are being served, I remarked with a gentle smile. I ordered quite a bit. Miss Xu, you wouldn't reconsider, would you? Xu Shuyan paused slightly, then scoffed dismissively. How could you possibly be so fast? You must have cheated, Jiang Tang chimed in. Indeed, the route we chose is the most direct. You must have called the restaurant beforehand to have the dishes prepared, and while we awaited your arrival, you stealthily made your way up here, correct? Well, Ning Chen, you seem quite earnest, yet I did not anticipate such cunning from you. I shook my head in disbelief and summoned the waiter. 2 lovely ladies. The waiter began, this gentleman indeed arrived 15 minutes ago. The waiter spoke truthfully, yet Jiang Tang remained skeptical that it is impossible he was wandering near the North train station just 15 minutes ago, unless he possesses the ability to fly. The waiter felt quite awkward. Let it be, I said, conceding. If Xiao Tang is one, then so be it. It is merely a meal. Xu Shuyan was disinclined to argue, aware that I must have offered the waiter some incentive for his deception. With such intricate schemes from a young man, I had initially intended to forge a friendship, but it now appeared that even that prospect was lost. Upon entering the restaurant and reaching the private room, Xu Shuyan was utterly astonished to see a table laden with dishes, flaming steak, snowfish fin, papaya stewed with, bird's nest, and steamed E-star grouper. She even spotted a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. What is happening? Did we enter the wrong room? Jiang Tang's mouth hung agape, astonished. The waiter gestured, indicating that all this had been ordered by that gentleman. Why, dear Xu Shuyan, are you planning to take me away? What enmity do I bear towards you that you would deliberately set me up like this? I never imagined you to be this sort of person. I mentioned my hearty appetite. I replied innocently. If you are unwilling to treat me, it is no matter, I shall pay for myself. And no need for me to remind Xu Shuyan of her agreement. The girl retrieved a diamond-studded black card from her purse. Tio the waiter. Please bring the POS machine over. Hello, beautiful. The total is 5,200. I completed the card transaction seamlessly. Kindly ensure that you do not appear before me again. Thank you, Xu Shuyan, as she uttered these words. She grasped Jiang Tang and departed. A mere 5,000 is inconsequential for her, Miss Xu. The crux of the matter is that this scoundrel is deliberately seeking her out, that Xu Shuyan has always been. The center of attention wherever she goes. A goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Her family has cherished her, protecting her as if she were made of glass. Afraid she might shatter. When has she ever endured such humiliation? Why not stay and share a meal? I called out, but alas, no response came. I was left to sit down and enjoy my meal alone. The flavor was quite delightful, yet it lacked a hint of inspiration. Stale and monotonous. I vow never to encounter Xu Shuyan again. She berated me all the way. A gurgling sound erupted, stirring Tang's empty stomach. Shuyan, shall we return to eat something? At this hour, every restaurant has a line, let alone one where you cover the bill. Indeed, I paid for it. Why shouldn't I partake? Suddenly, Xu Shuyan halted and turned back, only to unexpectedly encounter a boy approaching. His eyes gleamed with surprise. Shuyan, what a coincidence. You're at the mall too. It seems we are quite fated. Chan Jihao, upon seeing this boy clad in designer attire, with bleached blonde hair, a flicker of barely discernible disdain crossed her eyes. What brings you here? Chen Jihao was her classmate from senior year, an unabashed school tyrant who relied on his family's power and influence. The schoolyard has not been devoid of bullying among classmates. Among the many admirers, he is one of them. Naturally, he has come to enjoy himself. Chen Jihao conceals the fervor in his gaze, striving to maintain a gentlemanly smile. Shuyan, have you not had lunch yet? He inquires. There happens to be a newly opened Michelin 2-star French restaurant. I've made a reservation. Would you honor me with your presence? Xiao Tang, you should join us as well. Chun Zihao's smiling gaze once again fell upon Jiang Tang, stirring a flicker of warmth within him. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tangqing, the most renowned sister duo at the prestigious school, are well known. Xu Shuyan is celebrated for her stunning beauty, having blossomed from childhood into a paragon of perfection. Jiang Tang, on the other hand, exudes a charming cuteness yet struggles with her well-endowed figure, often resorting to wearing the loosest of clothing. Chun Zihao's ultimate aspiration in life is to win over this pair of sisters. Xu Shuyan, however, perceives the subtle shift in her demeanor and pulls Jiang Tang away. But Jiang Tang devises a clever scheme. Why not let Chen Jihao join us? With his personality, he will undoubtedly clash with Ning Chen, providing us with a delightful spectacle to observe. Xu Shuyan's eyes gleam with realization. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Xiao Tang, you're truly clever. She then turns to Chen Jihao, offering him a stiff smile. Jihao, why don't I invite you to dinner? Chen Jihao momentarily believes he must be mistaken. The goddess has addressed him directly, proposing to treat him to a meal. Could this be a sign of hope? Great. Shuyan, where shall we dine? He eagerly inquires, suppressing the excitement within. Follow me, Xu Shuyan replies, flashing a charming smile before rolling her eyes. Chen Jihao dutifully followed behind, engaging in awkward small talk while discreetly silencing his phone. As a result, when a young lady he had invited emerged from the restroom, she found herself unable to locate him. Upon arriving at the restaurant where I was dining, two lovely ladies escorted Chen Jihao inside. I was indulging in my meal when Chen Jihao, about to inquire if they had perhaps entered the wrong place, was interrupted by Jiang Tang's astonished exclamation. My goodness, Ning Chen, are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Xu Shuyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed that, after only a brief absence, more than half of the 30 dishes on the table had already vanished. Had he truly consumed them all or merely discarded them? I paused my meal, addressing them. Weren't you leaving? Why have you returned? Xu Shuyan, arms crossed, replied, I paid for the meal. Is it wrong for me to come back and eat? What's it to you? Just wait a moment. At that moment, Chen Jihao, looking bewildered, pointed at me and asked, Who is this guy? Xu Shuyan responded, His name is Ning Chen. He is the son of my mother's close friend. He just arrived from Danyang to Qingzhou today, and my mom asked me to host him. As Jiang Tang had anticipated, Chen Zihao's expression darkened instantly. After all the trouble I went through to arrange a meeting with my goddess, you, a country bumpkin, show up here eating and drinking. What's that all about? Chen Jihao approached me, patting my shoulder. Have you had your fill? If so, you should leave. Shuyan and I have important matters to discuss. I was engrossed in savoring a plate of stir-fried beef kidneys when he continued. Hey, how about this? He'll give you 2,000 yuan if you go eat somewhere else. I took a sip of the lotus soup, noting that it was under-seasoned, and Chen Jihao seethed with anger that I expressed my frustration as I let out a curse. Chen Jihao forcefully knocked the half-lemon chicken from my grasp, and I retorted, I'm speaking to you. Ignoring my words seemed to incite my anger further. The performance began with Xu Yin as the center of attention, while Jiang Tang, with her whimsical smile, pulled Xu Shuyan away. It was then that Xu Shuyan noticed me rising from my seat, seizing Chen Jihao by his hair and plunging his face into a basin of crushing carp soup. This basin was quite substantial, and Chen Jihao nearly drowned within it. You wretched creature, I will end you. I muttered. Bubbles surfaced as he gasped for air, pleading, let go, help. Despite his frantic struggles, my grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly holding him beneath the broth. His voice grew weaker, and I marveled at my own strength. Jiang Tang's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Don't say another word, Xiao Tang. Quickly, save him. Xu Shuyan recognized the peril and rushed to pry me away, concerned that our meal might turn fatal. However, her slender arms were no match for my resolve. I had no intention of killing him. I merely sought to teach this spoiled brat a lesson as a seventh-tier cultivator. Despite my injuries, I should not be humiliated by a mere mortal. Remember not to disturb me while I dine, I reiterated, pushing Chen Zihao's head further into the soup before returning to my meal that I preferred not to indulge daily, but rather to consume more at once, storing it in my stomach like steam, allowing me to sustain my spiritual energy for several days. With a resounding thud, Chen Jihao sank to his knees, his mouth and one nostril overflowing with soup. Why was it only one nostril, you ask? Because the other was obstructed by a large fish. A few fish bones were painfully embedded in his face, causing Chen Jihao to cry out in agony. You wait right there, he shouted. If you dare, don't leave. Rising from the ground, his head adorned with the remnants of fish flesh, his eyes radiated resentment. It has been years since I have endured such humiliation in front of a girl, let alone before my goddess. You wretched creature, I will surely make you pay for this today. Go ahead, call for help, he said nonchalantly as he continued to relish the snail rice noodles, pouring the ingredients with indifference. You wait, Chen Jihao stormed out, slamming the door behind him. As soon as he left, Ning Chen summoned a waiter to pack the meals. By the time Chen Jihao had changed his clothes and returned with his entourage, Ning Chen and his companions had long since vanished. Where are they, Jihao? A delinquent youth, cigarette dangling from his lips, stared blankly at him, flanked by 4 or 5 lackeys. Damn it, I've been played. Chen Jihao kicked the door, shouting furiously. Ning Chen, you coward. This isn't over. I want to let you off so easily. I'll make sure you can't survive in Qizhou. However, Ning Chen hardly regarded Chen Jihao as a worthy adversary. After leaving the mall and getting into Xu Shuyan's car, they arrived at the Rose Garden in Green City, a renowned affluent district in Qingzhou. It was comfortable and serene, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Ning Chen even sensed a richer aura here compared to the bustling city. He couldn't fathom why his mother insisted on bringing him home, especially considering the volatile temperament of that man. Xu Shuyan glanced at Ning Chen through the rearview mirror. Chen Jihao had nearly drowned him in fish soup over a mere lemon chicken. It was utterly terrifying. Such a person would undoubtedly become abusive in marriage. Unfortunately, his mother had called, insisting that Ning Chen must return home. Jiang Tang seemed quite intrigued by Ning Chen. peppering him with questions along the way, most of which he answered with indifference. Before long, the car halted in front of a standalone villa. A graceful woman in her 40s had been waiting, accompanied by a sharply dressed old butler standing nearby. "Mommy," Xu Shuyan exclaimed as she hurried over, her delicate face adorned with a look of grievance. "Next time such a situation arises, please do not let me handle it. You have no idea. Ning Chen is a violent maniac." Upon hearing this, the graceful matron shook her head, responding, "What nonsense are you speaking? Little Chen is merely an honest and earnest child, full of vitality and sunshine." Xu Shuyan stamped her foot, retorting, "He is only superficially honest." At that moment, Ning Chen approached, carrying a substantial bag in his hand. "Aunt Xiao? It has been many years since we last met. You have become even more beautiful." Aunt Xiao smiled upon hearing this, remarking, "Why, little Chen, your words are so sweet." "Oh, why did you bring something? Lao Fan, come help with that." "Yes, madam." The old housekeeper stepped forward, eliciting a smile from Jiang Tang, who walked alongside Ning Chen. "Aunt Xiao, Uncle Fan, this is not a gift. It is the takeout that Ning Chen brought back from the restaurant." "What? Takeout?" Aunt Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but then her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Wonderful. It's commendable to save food. Little Chen, as you stay here, you must get along well with Xu Yan. Treat her like your own sister. But he is not good. He is a super violent maniac." Xu Shuyan's report was abruptly interrupted as she suddenly shrieked, "Mommy, what did you just say?" Chapter 4. The Black Dragon. Upon seeing the numerous large bags piled in the living room, Xu Shuyan was utterly devastated. "Mommy, you can't be serious, can you? How can I possibly sleep at night with this brute living under the same roof?" Xu Shuyan sat on the sofa in tears, her delicate porcelain-like legs incessantly striking the ground. No, I don't want this. Xiao Tang, you must persuade Mommy, otherwise both of us may be in peril." The Jiang and Su families were long-standing friends. Jiang Tang had lived with Xu Shuyan since middle school, and the two were closer than sisters. Jiang Tang spoke up, "Aunt Xiao, both Shuyan and I are girls. It seems rather inconvenient for a boy to suddenly move in, doesn't it?" Aunt Xiao smiled gently. "I trust in Xiao Chen's character." Jiang Tang responded, but at that moment, Ning Chen was gazing at the scenery in the courtyard, his eyes flitting about as if searching for something, completely indifferent to their conversation. "Hey, say something. Don't just sit there like a mute." Xu Shuyan's irritation flared at Ning Chen's apathetic demeanor. "I don't want you here. I am not Hey, I am Ning Chen," he replied, casting her a sidelong glance. "This place is quite nice. I intend to stay." Xu Shuyan, Jiang Tang, and Xiao smiled, amused by the boy's straightforward nature. "What do you think, old Fan?" she inquired of the elderly gentleman in a suit behind her. The gentleman, Fan Yi, was the butler of the Su family and also served as Su's father's bodyguard. He had been observing Ning Chen for quite some time, and after a slight nod to Aunt Xiao, he remarked, "Madam, as you mentioned, this child is indeed commendable, mature, and composed. Fan Bo, how could you also speak in favor of this violent man?" Xu Shuyan wailed into her pillow. Aunt Xiao called Ning Chen into the courtyard. "Xiao Chen, Shuyan has been spoiled by me since she was little. As her older brother, you should be a bit lenient with her," Aunt Xiao advised. "This girl is not inherently bad. You'll understand that in time." "All right," Ning Chen replied, pulling out an envelope he had just retrieved from his suitcase. It was thick with cash. Aunt Xiao, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Chen, what is this for?" Ning Chen replied earnestly, "This is the rent. I'm not sure if it's enough." "Aunt Xiao, please count it." Aunt Xiao immediately frowned. What kind of joke is this? Staying at Aunt Xiao's house and still paying? One might think that I have severed ties with your mother. Quickly take it back, or Aunt Xiao will be displeased. "Oh," Ning Chen said, returning the envelope, as it was merely a formality. "That's more like it." Aunt Xiao smiled again. "Xiao Chen, if you truly care, please look out for Shuyan more at school. You know how beautiful she is. She attracts the attention of many boys. Your mother mentioned that you spend your days climbing mountains and rock climbing. You've really built up your strength." Ning Chen was left bewildered. Was Xu Shuyan truly that beautiful? He couldn't see it. The appearance is merely slightly more appealing than that of an ordinary person, lacking any comparability to the pure and ethereal maidens or the enchanting and alluring figures of the celestial realm. As a creature who has existed for 2 millennia, his grasp of human emotions has grown rather tenuous. Yet, he faintly recalls a time in his youth when his father's business faltered, plunging their family into poverty. It was Aunt Xiao who sent them one financial aid after another, helping them navigate through their dire straits. However, the most significant aspect remains the location of this villa. which stands atop a spiritual nexus. Despite the scarce spiritual energy, this nexus should have long been depleted, yet it still harbors a few lingering threads of spiritual veins. Perhaps it is best to linger here for a while. After Aunt Qiao's departure, Ning Chen began to roam the courtyard. This standalone villa occupies a substantial area of over 400 square meters, complemented by a 500 square meter garden, its value surely exceeding 100 million. The financial prowess of the Xu family is indeed astonishing. Suddenly, a cacophony of barks erupted. Following the sound, Ning Chen beheld Xu Shuyan approaching, fiercely leading a German shepherd. This dog, missing an ear, stood tall and imposing, intimidating enough to deter the faint-hearted from coming near. Ning Chen, I care not how you have deceived my mother. But you cannot reside here. Xu Shuyan exclaimed, clad in a rabbit-themed loungewear, one hand gripping the dog leash while the other rested on her hip. Will you leave? If not, I shall unleash Black Dragon upon you. The German shepherd, aptly named Black Dragon, bared its teeth menacingly at Ning Chen. Which room do I occupy? Ning Chen retorted, sidestepping her inquiry. If no one has assigned me a room, I shall choose one for myself. Who do you think you are? Treating this place like your own home. Xu Shuyan exclaimed in frustration as she loosened the dog leash and pointed at Ning Chen. Black Dragon, chase him away. With a fierce bark, Black Dragon lunged towards Ning Chen. Shuyan. A startled cry came from the back door of the courtyard, uttered by Jiang Tang. In the next moment, Ning Chen merely glared at Black Dragon, and the dog abruptly halted, retreating in a frantic dash back to its doghouse, as if it had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. From within the doghouse, pitiful howls echoed, resembling the cries of a creature facing a spectral horror. Jiang Tang stood in stunned silence. Xu Shuyan, pointing at Ning Chen, turned pale. Ning Chen, with his hands crossed behind his head, replied nonchalantly, What about me? Xu Shuyan boldly speculated, Could it be that you've killed someone? Otherwise, how could Black Dragon be frightened away? After all, Black Dragon has trained alongside military dogs. A sunny smile played on Ning Chen's lips as he remarked, At last, some intelligence. Ah! Xu Shuyan flung the dog leash aside and screamed, retreating to the second floor. Ning Chen whistled as he returned to the living room. Ultimately, it was Jiang Tang who allocated him a room beneath the staircase on the second floor. Ning Chen did not mind and settled in without hesitation. Bored, he lay on the bed with his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. What am I to do now? He pondered. The Dantian was shattered, and both the primordial spirit and physical body had suffered severe injuries. Such wounds were exceedingly difficult to heal even in the realm of southern heaven. Fortunately, he still possessed over 8,000 years of lifespan to devise a solution. After much contemplation, he concluded that he had only two paths before him, either to seek the elixir that could mend the broken Dan Palace on Earth, or to find an opportunity to return to the southern celestial realm. As he pondered these matters, an unexpected wave of drowsiness washed over him. The injury to his primordial spirit had significantly diminished his vitality. He succumbed to slumber, awakening at 9 in the evening. The caretaker had visited. Yet Xu Shuyan deliberately refrained from calling Ning Chen to dinner and instructed the caretaker to discard the meal that had been prepared for him. She aimed to provoke the violent side of Ning Chen. She believed that if he dared to retaliate or utter a profane word, she would have sufficient grounds to expel him. Shuyan, this fellow has left, Jiang Tang remarked from the second-floor balcony, observing Ning Chen's retreating figure. Such restraint? Xu Shuyan, incensed, puffed up her cheeks like two small buns, declaring, Let us lock the door tonight, allowing him to sleep on the streets. Chapter 5. Xu Wanwan and Ning Chen stealthily made their way to the vicinity of a university town, a vibrant area bustling with numerous food streets. They chose to enter a barbecue restaurant named Li Mei. As he casually ordered a variety of dishes, he immersed himself in online novels while indulging in skewers. Boredom enveloped him, for he could not engage in cultivation. This formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage found himself momentarily adrift, having to rekindle an old passion from his high school days, reading web novels. Look at that child, the proprietress of the barbecue restaurant remarked to her daughter. He appears tall and slender, about your age, yet he can eat so much. He ordered over 600 yuan worth of food in one go. The proprietress, a woman in her 40s, was busy trimming chives while smiling at her daughter. Although she too was in her 40s, she bore no comparison to Aunt Qiao. Seeming a full 20 years younger, an undeniable testament to the power of good maintenance. Her daughter, assisting with the vegetables, was strikingly beautiful, with rosy lips and a delicate nose. Clad in an old high school uniform that added a touch of youthful innocence to her appearance. Mom, aren't you worried this might be another freeloader? The female student inquired. There are only a few such individuals each month. Most customers pay honestly, the proprietress replied with a wry smile. Only a few? We have several days where we work for nothing, Xu Wan lamented. Enough, Wan. This is beyond our control. We cannot afford to provoke those local ruffians, the proprietress sighed. Shaking her head. That is why your mother works tirelessly to support your education, hoping to provide you a chance to ascend to a higher social echelon. Away from these thugs. Understood, mother. Ning Chen listened to the conversation between the two women, his expression impassive, as he continued to read his novel. Before long, a group of individuals with hair dyed in a riot of colors entered the barbecue shop, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a cacophony of noise. Upon seeing this group, Xu Wan's expression changed, and she fearfully tugged at the boss lady's apron. Mother, they have arrived. Quickly, let us hide in the kitchen. Noticing her daughter's alarm, the boss lady hastily urged her to retreat. Boss lady, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and serve us. A ruffian, adorned with a skull bandana and oozing a menacing air, brushed past Ning Chen, forcefully kicking aside a few chairs, causing a raucous clatter within the establishment. Ning Chen frowned, opting to seal his hearing with his internal energy, returning to his engrossing read. All right, Brother Kuan. The boss lady, beaming with a smile, presented the menu. Gentlemen, please peruse and see what delights you wish to indulge in. Just like before. The ruffian, known as Brother Kuan, waved his hand dismissively, playfully slapping the boss lady on the shoulder. Sister May, you still have your charm. Why tether yourself to that spineless Su Hai Chow? You would be far better off with me, Ma Kuan. At least in this area of Shui West Street, no one dares to bully you, right, brothers? The 5 ruffians seated at the table erupted into uproarious laughter. Brother Kuan, what jest is this? I am past my prime. How could I possibly catch your eye? Wait right there. I shall promptly head to the kitchen and prepare an extra grilled fish for you esteemed gentlemen today. Madame Li Mei, with a demeanor of subservience, spoke softly. All right, go ahead. Ma Kuan waved his hand dismissively, propping his feet on the table as he engaged in raucous conversation with his companions over drinks. The subjects of their discourse were far from savory. They either gossiped about which nightclub had the most alluring women or recounted tales of skirmishes with rival gangs. Their voices loud and grating. The establishment, once bustling with patrons, saw many flee in fear. Noticing the departing customers had left without settling their bills, Xu Wan, hidden behind the cash register, could no longer contain herself. She covered her face with her uniform sleeve and dashed out. Hey? Oh my, Brother Kuan. Look at that stunning student. A young man with bleached hair exclaimed, pointing at Xu Wan as she hurried away. Ma Kuan turned his head, his eyes instantly alight with interest. Another associate remarked, I believe I've seen her before. She is Li Mei's daughter, usually attending high school in Nanjing, returning only once every few months. This woman has hidden such a captivating daughter from us and sent her to study in Nanjing, as if guarding against thieves. Just wait and see how I deal with her. With a sinister grin, Ma Kuan continued to guzzle beer while casting lecherous glances at Xu Wan's innocent figure. Finally, it seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Xu Wan, clutching several hundred-yuan bills, was on her way back when suddenly a hand snatched them away. What are you doing? That is my money. Give it back. Xu Wan cried out, her heart racing with urgency and fear as she looked at Ma Kuan. Give it back to you? How can you prove that it belongs to you? Call out to it. Let us see if it responds. Ma Kuan leered at Xu Wan. Xu Wan cast a pleading glance towards Ning Chen at the adjacent table, who was engrossed in flipping through the pages of a novel, seemingly indifferent to her plight. She bit her cherry lips tightly, glaring at Ma Kuan, exclaiming, This is my money. Ah, little sister, how adorable you are, Ma Kuan teased, extending his hand in a provocative manner. Xu Wan swatted his hand away, insisting, Return my money, or I will call the police. Oh, call the police? Here. Let me lend you a phone. Go ahead and try, Ma Kuan said casually, reaching for Ning Chen's phone. He had expected this young fellow to cower in submission. But to his surprise, Ning Chen shot him an irritated glare, questioning, What do you think you're doing? Just as Ma Kuan was about to erupt in anger, Li Mei heard the commotion and hurried outside. Upon seeing her daughter, Xu Wan, exposed to the lewd gazes of the ruffians, she rushed forward. Kuan Ge. Everything is almost ready. We can eat soon. Eat? What do you mean by eat? Ma Kuan raised his hand and struck Li Mei across the face, snarling. Let me make this clear. From now on, every shop on Shuiwei Street must pay an additional management fee of 4,000 yuan each month, as per Xiao Ji's orders. Mom, Xu Wan cried, embracing Li Mei. Ignoring the sting on her face, Li Mei trembled in fear, pleading, Kuan Ge you. You are cutting off our means of survival. For 1,000 yuan, how can I possibly pay that? Can't pay. Huh? How about this? Let your daughter recognize me as her godbrother, and you will become my godmother. I assure you, no one on this street will dare to bully you again. What do you say, Mei Jie? As Ma Kuan spoke, his gaze was fixated on Su Wanwan. Her graceful figure and innocent countenance were undeniably captivating. Kuan Gu, please spare us, I am begging you, cried Li Mei. Wanwan is merely 18 and has just been accepted into Qizhou University. Li Mei was acutely aware of Ma Kuan's intentions as she knelt in supplication. Mother, please don't kneel. Su Wanwan's face was awash with tears. Noticing this, Ning Chen maintained an impassive expression. Having lived for over 2,000 years, he had witnessed countless similar incidents in the realm of cultivation. On Earth, there were at least laws to abide by. In the cultivation world, there were none. If one desired something, they simply seized it. If one dared to intervene, they would be killed without hesitation. Village slaughter was a trivial matter, devoid of any scruples. Rescue? Sigh. Could one truly save them in such a situation? Madam, how much do I owe you? Ning Chen intended to pay and depart, eager to continue reading his novel. Young man, you. Li Mei looked at Ning Chen, bewildered. Su Wanwan also found him peculiar, yet she replied, in total, it's 530 yuan. Just as Ning Chen was about to scan the payment code, Ma Kuan swung his palm towards his face, bellowing. Who told you to scan? Just pay. In the next moment, Ning Chen seized his wrist and applied a gentle squeeze. With a sharp crack, Ma Kuan's wrist bone shattered, causing him to howl in agony and roll on the ground. The payment was processed, 530 yuan. An announcement sounded from the cash register. Su Wanwan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? This young man was simultaneously incapacitating Ma Kuan while calmly completing his payment? Payment successful. Ning Chen tucked his phone back into his pocket, preparing to head home. Kill him, wailed Ma Kuan, sprawled on the ground. His cries akin to those of a slaughtered pig. The 5 young ruffians, their faces contorted with rage, swung their fists towards Ning Chen. How bothersome. Ning Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. This strike was as quick as lightning, landing consecutively on the faces of the 5 thugs with a series of sharp sounds. Slap, 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 slap. Bloody teeth flew through the air. The 5 ruffians collapsed beside Brother Kuan, clutching their bleeding jaws, howling in agony, some even reduced to tears, their gums torn and throbbing painfully. By the time Su Wanwan and Li Mei regained their composure, Ning Chen had already departed. He longed to return home and immerse himself in a novel. Just a moment. As he reached the crossroads, Su Wanwan hurriedly chased after him, breathless. Chapter 6. An awkward misunderstanding. How could he walk so swiftly? Su Wanwan, panting heavily and drenched in perspiration, stood before Ning Chen, her hands resting on her knees. In the brief moment that had passed, he had already reached the intersection. Are you an athlete? You walk incredibly fast, she gasped. If you wish to express gratitude for what transpired earlier, it is unnecessary, Ning Chen replied candidly. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Goodbye, Ning Chen said, turning away. Once upon a time, he had been a warm-hearted youth, quick to assist those in need. However, prolonged engagement in such acts had dulled his enthusiasm. Some of those he had rescued became reliant on him, treating his assistance as a given. Upon returning to the shop, Su Wanwan discovered that Ma Kuan and his associates were all grimacing. Their faces askew as they limped onto the ambulance. Doctor, look at my mouth. Why does it keep drooping? One complained. Me too. I can't turn my neck. Another echoed. Brother Kuan, are we destined to live with these crooked mouths forever? Several lamented, bursting into tears. The emergency room doctors were witnessing such a case for the first time. 6 individuals suffered from severe misalignment of their jaws and necks, and their bones had already set in this distorted form. The only remedy would be to shatter and reshape, and all of this, of course, was the handiwork of Ning Chen. Perhaps it was a small indulgence of his penchant for retribution. It's likely that Brad is behind this. Damn it. This isn't over. Ma Kuan grumbled, his crooked mouth and squinting eyes adding to his menacing demeanor. At around 10 o'clock, Ning Chen returned leisurely to the rose garden, carrying several large bags of groceries. He fumbled with his keys, attempting to unlock the door. Was it locked? Ning Chen remained unperturbed. With a flick of his right index finger, a wisp of true energy surged into the keyhole. Shuyan, are we being a bit excessive? Jiang Tang inquired of Xu Shuyan in the living room. What is excessive? He might have committed murder. How could I possibly live under the same roof as a killer? Xu Shuyan replied, cradling a cup of milk tea while seated on the sofa. Come on. He was just joking. Jiang Tang rolled her eyes. Oh no, Xu Shuyan exclaimed, inadvertently spilling her milk tea onto her new pajamas while engrossed in a game. How frustrating. I just bought these. Xiao Tang, could you toss them in the washing machine for me? The game is about to start. Then take them off. Jiang Tang teased. Xiao Tang, you're so nice. Eager not to let her teammates down. Xu Shuyan hurriedly removed her pajamas just as Ning Chen opened the door. At that moment, when she collided with Ning Chen, her mind went blank. How could this be? The front door was clearly locked. How did he manage to enter? Don't look. Regaining her composure, Xu Shuyan instinctively wrapped her arms around herself and turned away. To make matters worse, she tossed her pajamas onto Jiang Tang's head, who playfully rushed at her, initiating a spirited scuffle filled with laughter and playful embraces. I will look. In an instant, the living room became a picturesque scene. Ahem, I saw nothing. Ning Chen lightly coughed twice before turning to enter the kitchen. The vitality of youth. Moments later, in the second-floor bedroom, Jiang Tang knelt by the bed, apologizing. Shuyan, it was not my intention. Please forgive me. By the way, the door was locked. How did he get in? Xu Shuyan buried her head beneath the covers, her fair face burning with embarrassment. The memory of the earlier scene made her wish she could disappear. He must have called a locksmith to gain entry. Xu Shuyan bit her cherry lips in humiliation, saying, Tang, I don't care. You must find a way to drive them away. Otherwise, neither of us will be safe. All right, I'll think of something, Jiang Tang replied, her mind racing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Rent. Let us charge him 10,000 for a month. He.S. just a student. Surely he has no money. Good idea, you go ask him. Xu Shuyan encouraged. But 10,000 a month is too little. Let us make it 20,000. No, 30,000. Jiang Tang could only go to redeem herself. As she descended the stairs, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, drawing her in. Wow, it smells amazing. Who was cooking? The dinner was served past 7, and she was already famished. Heavens, Ning Chen, you can make soup? Jiang Tang peeked her head around the door. Would you like to join me for some? Ning Chen had quite a fondness for Jiang Tang. Sure. In an instant, she forgot her initial purpose for going downstairs. She vowed she had never tasted such exquisite chicken soup in her life, nearly swallowing her tongue in delight. This was no ordinary chicken soup. It was a medicinal dish simmered with 17 different herbs. The chicken was utterly disappointing. If only they had crafted a broth from the exquisite snow feather chicken of the cultivation realm, it would have been a true delicacy. After savoring the soup, Jiang Tang returned to her room, her face adorned with satisfaction. Xu Shuyan stood at the doorway, hands on her hips, glaring at her with indignation. Jiang Tang, you traitor. Even until the following day, Xu Shuyan refused to acknowledge Jiang Tang. How could she, after promising to pay the rent, indulge in the broth from that violent man's pot? Such lack of resolve. Xu Shuyan pondered this while glaring at Ning Chen through the rearview mirror of the Rolls-Royce, maintaining her intense gaze for several minutes. From home all the way to the gates of Qingzhou University. It was not intentional. Ning Chen finally spoke. Silence. Do not say a word. Xu Shuyan covered her ears, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and fury. The driver was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the weight of the conversation. Rest assured. We won't be living together indefinitely, I assure you. Ning Chen had already devised a plan in his mind. That would be preferable. Xu Shuyan crossed her arms and turned away, her face tinged with anger. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a halt at the entrance of Qingzhou University, drawing the attention of the crowd, particularly when Xu Shuyan stepped out. Today, she was stunningly beautiful, her champagne-colored hair elegantly curled, her features enhanced by Korean-style makeup, complemented by a chic short skirt that guaranteed a 100% turn-back rate. Jiang Tang, with her angelic visage and devilish figure, also attracted a considerable share of glances. Meanwhile, Ning Chen casually walked along, engrossed in a novel on his phone, occasionally stifling a yawn. In the dead of night yesterday, someone stealthily descended the stairs to indulge in his chicken soup, causing him to lose precious sleep. Shortly after entering the school gates, 5 or 6 rather handsome young men approached to strike up a conversation, all of whom were, without exception, rebuffed by Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang. Hey, could you please stop following me? Xu Shuyan halted, turning to Ning Chen. Who is following you? Ning Chen replied, exasperated. This path is the shortest to the teaching building. If I don't take this route, where else would I go? Then keep your distance. You're being bothersome. Xu Shuyan haughtily turned away and briskly walked off with Jiang Tang. How ridiculous, Ning Chen muttered in disbelief. Shuyan, why do you dislike Ning Chen so much? Wasn't he intentionally trying to steal a glance at you yesterday? Jiang Tang attempted to defend Ning Chen. Unfortunately, this struck a nerve with Xu Shuyan. Oh, I refuse to listen to this. Shouting, from now on, you must never mention this again. I want to completely forget it. Xu Shuyan shook her head vigorously. Jiang Tang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, her amusement was short-lived as a young thug with bleached hair approached them, a greasy smile plastered across his face. Chapter 7. Dolly Go. Chen Jihao. Jiang Tang furrowed her brows. You again? I recall you are not from Qingda. Just because I am not from Qingda, does that mean I cannot stroll around? Chen Jihao, clad in a leather jacket, presumed himself quite dashing as he shoved his hands into his pockets. The wounds on his face, inflicted by a fish spine, had scabbed over. Yet he had not forgotten the events of that day. Xu Shuyan wished to utter not a single word to this unsightly man and tugged Jiang Tang in an effort to leave. However, every step they took was met with Chen Jihao's obstruction. Accompanying him were 3 lackeys, all of whom bore the marks of petty thuggery, reeking of smoke and alcohol. Their faces adorned with sinister grins as they scrutinized the 2 women. Chen Jihao, you may roam as you please, but why block our path? Xu Shuyan exclaimed in frustration. Speak. Where is that country bumpkin, Ning Chen? Tell me, and I shall let you pass. Chen Jihao ground his teeth, his anger palpable. I will not let that wretched scoundrel off today. Xu Shuyan hesitated, wanting to disclose that Ning Chen was not far behind them, but the words caught in her throat. Though he was indeed a rogue, he was also the son of her mother's close friend, and should anything happen to him at the hands of Chen Jihao. At that moment, Jiang Tang concocted a clever ruse, deliberately pointing behind Chen Jihao with feigned astonishment. Ah, Ning Chen? Chen Jihao, with the wit of a dullard, was easily deceived, abruptly turning to search for him. Where? Where? Jihang Ge, she is tricking you, warned one of the lackeys from behind. Quick, after her. Chen Jihao, infuriated, slapped the lackey on the back of the head before leading his companions in pursuit. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang navigated through the crowd, swiftly locating Ning Chen on a bench by the artificial lake. Ning Chen was leisurely crossing his legs, engrossed in a novel. Ning Chen, run! Jiang Tang exclaimed breathlessly as she approached. Chen Jihao has come looking for you. Chen Jihao? Who is that? Ning Chen, having suffered a significant decline in memory due to his spiritual essence being damaged, had little regard for inconsequential individuals. However, the mention of Chen Jihao triggered a recollection. He was the wealthy heir who had nearly drowned him in fish soup that day. Ning Chen, you scoundrel, prepare to be beaten. Upon spotting Ning Chen, Chen Jihao immediately rallied his 3 accomplices to charge forth. These 3 were not students, but rather delinquents from the streets, wholly dismissive of school regulations as they lunged at Ning Chen with fists raised. Be careful, Xu Shuyan cried out, envisioning the scene where Ning Chen would be overpowered and beaten by the trio. Yet, in the next instant, splash, 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 one by one, the 3 delinquents found themselves unceremoniously kicked into the school's artificial lake, emerging as drenched chickens. When one attempted to climb back out, Ning Chen delivered an additional kick. A crowd of students gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Ning Chen, I will end you. Chen Jihao, infuriated, picked up a brick and launched a sneak attack from behind. Yet, it seemed as if Ning Chen had eyes at the back of his head. He deftly evaded the strike. Splash! Chen Jihao was unable to stop himself and plunged directly into the lake, sputtering and shouting, I can't swim. Help! Help! Yet, not a soul came to his aid, except for Ning Chen. With a single hand, he lifted Chen Jihao from the water, astonishing countless onlookers. Wow, what incredible strength! The students watching were left dumbstruck. Just when everyone thought Ning Chen would rescue Chen Jihao, he swung his arm and flung him several meters away. Off you go. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were left in shock. Fortunately, 3 students proficient in swimming were present, and Chen Jihao only swallowed a considerable amount of water before being brought back to the shore. Meanwhile, Ning Chen had already departed. Xiao Tang, do you believe that this guy is definitely not an ordinary student? He must be involved in some underground activities. Xu Shuyan followed Ning Chen from a distance. I don't know, but he was incredibly cool just now. Jiang Tang crossed her arms, her face filled with admiration. Cool. He is not cool at all. Not even a bit. Xu Shuyan vehemently refused to acknowledge that this rustic fellow had any charm. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jihao expelled a significant amount of water from his stomach and struggled to dial the number of a senior from Qing University. Hello, Brother Peng. I'm here. Ning Chen escorted Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang to the art department classroom, his expression revealing his impatience. You two should keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. I am not your bodyguard. Jiang Tang offered a crooked bow, exclaiming, "All right, Brother Dolly." 3 dark lines appeared on Ning Chen's forehead as he wondered what on earth Brother Dolly meant. Jiang Tang smiled charmingly. Hee hee, you are so strong. I shall call you Brother Dolly from now on. Ning Chen was not particularly fond of this moniker. Yet he felt too apathetic to engage Jiang Tang in a debate over such trivial matters. Before departing, he reminded her, "Remember, do not cause any trouble. I detest complications the most. I shall do as I please. Why should I heed your words?" Xu Shuyan retorted, her slender arms crossed defiantly. "If it weren't for Aunt Xiao, I wouldn't bother with you at all." After Ning Chen finished speaking, he walked away. "Who asked for your concern, you jerk?" Xu Shuyan shouted at Ning Chen's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration. Did she really think the gesture was endearing? Ning Chen shook his head. He meandered his way to the medical department's classroom for registration. The unremarkable Ning Chen drew no attention whatsoever. He casually selected a seat and pulled out his phone to play. "Hey, what are you so engrossed in?" A bespectacled chubby boy from the front turned around after 10 minutes. "Reading a novel," Ning Chen replied without lifting his gaze. "What novel is more captivating than The Campus Bell?" The chubby boy inquired. "Let us get acquainted. I'm Fong Tao, but you can call me Fong Xiaoping." "Ning Chen," he responded tersely. "Have you cast your vote, Ning Chen?" Fong Xiaoping asked. "What vote?" "I have no interest." Ning Chen shook his head. "You must be interested." Fong Xiaoping's smile bore a hint of lewdness as he spoke of the campus forum and the selection of the school's beauty. "Aren't you curious to see what the school bell looks like? One of them is even in our class." He gestured forward. A pure-looking, beautiful girl was surrounded by a throng of classmates, both male and female, peppering her with questions, her cheeks flushed and slightly shy. Not interested, Ning Chen thought to himself. He found novels far more engaging. Having lived for over 2 millennia, he had certainly encountered his share of companions. Yet, no matter how beautiful a woman might be, after a while, their charm inevitably waned. "Go ahead and pretend." Fang Xiaoping scoffed at Ning Chen, then began chatting with a tall classmate named Zhang Dachuan, who appeared somewhat simple-minded and hailed from the countryside. Upon hearing about the school bell, Zhang Dachuan promptly retrieved his phone and logged onto the campus forum. "Is this the renowned Xu Shuyan? Wow, she is indeed stunning, even more so than celebrities," Zhang Dachuan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out as he gazed at her photograph. "Celebrity? She wouldn't even deign to be one," Fang Xiaoping interjected, adjusting his glasses. "Do you know the Su group? Su Jingshan is Xu Shuyan's father." Zhang Dachuan was taken aback. "Su Jingshan? The entrepreneur frequently seen on television?" "Indeed," Fang Xiaoping continued. "The Su group is valued at hundreds of billions. Xu Shuyan probably looks down on the profession of a celebrity, and besides, she is inherently more beautiful than any star. Certainly, she rivals even the celestial beings." Zhang Dachuan remarked, his gaze fixated on his phone, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. "Is Xu Shuyan truly that beautiful?" "I fail to see it," Ning Chen mused, unable to tolerate the two infatuated admirers any longer. Chapter 8. Can practicing sparring lead to obsession? Both Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan were momentarily taken aback. "Ning Chen, your pretentiousness is quite excessive. If Xu Shuyan isn't considered beautiful, then what does that make the women of the world?" Fang Xiaoping scoffed. "Indeed," Zhang Dachuan chimed in. "If her looks were to enter the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly achieve stardom in no time. I truly find her rather ordinary," Ning Chen sighed. "At most, she has a fair complexion." His 2 classmates regarded him as boastful and chose to ignore him. Ning Chen relished the tranquility, lowering his head to continue reading his novel. As more students entered the classroom, Zhang Dachuan and Fang Xiaoping grew increasingly animated in their discussion. They spoke of Jiang Tang, rumored to be Xu Shuyan's close friend, exclaiming, "Wow, an angelic face paired with a devilish figure." Then there was Su Wanwan, the impoverished campus beauty from Nanjing, who scored an impressive 718 in the science section of the college entrance examination, truly a scholar. They also mentioned senior Wen Qinglan from the Ancient Martial Arts Society, who had reportedly passed the association's examination and was a certified martial artist. Cui Lingxiu, a second-year exchange student from South Korea, was noted for her beauty as a live-streaming host. And then there was senior Chu Mo, a talented violinist, beautiful, tall, and with a lovely name, though regrettably, her surname was Xiong. After much deliberation, Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan unanimously decided to cast their votes for Xu Shuyan, as her overall attributes undoubtedly surpassed those of the other candidates for campus beauty. Before long, a group of individuals burst into the classroom, exuding an intimidating presence. At the forefront was a burly young man, his physique brimming with muscle, hands on his hips, clearly someone not to be trifled with. "It's Brother Peng," they exclaimed. Drenched from head to toe, Chen Jihao surveyed the classroom with a piercing gaze, suddenly fixing his attention on Ning Chen. It was he who had cast me into the lake. An uproar ensued within the classroom, all eyes converging upon Ning Chen. Was it truly him? A pure-hearted girl seated in the front row brightened at the revelation. Meanwhile, Ning Chen, engrossed in an enthralling passage of his novel, felt completely disrupted by this unexpected commotion. Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan regarded him with expressions of sheer terror. To them, Ning Chen appeared to be nothing more than a reclusive young man absorbed in online novels. They had never anticipated such audacity. On the very first day of orientation, to hurl someone into a lake? Is it really you, Ning Chen? I've heard tales of your outrageousness. A burly youth strode down from the podium with determined steps, planting his foot squarely upon Ning Chen's desk, producing a resounding thud that startled the new students. Zhang Dachuan, who possessed a robust physique and a strong sense of justice, boldly interjected. "What do you think you're doing, senior?" With a swift motion, the muscular youth delivered a resounding slap to him. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Zhang Dachuan staggered back, barely managing to steady himself against the desk to avoid tumbling to the ground. "I am Zhao Lipeng from the Sonda Club. Get lost." At this proclamation, several freshmen' faces paled in response. Zhao Lipeng, a core member of the Sonda Club at Qing University, was a city-level Sonda champion. What? A city champion in Sonda? This meant that Ning Chen was surely doomed. A cluster of students gathered together, anxiously casting glances at Ning Chen. "Little fatty, do you wish to try your luck as well?" After Zhao Lipeng decisively struck Zhang Dachuan, he cast a cold, disdainful glare at Fang Xiaoping, who trembled in fear. Unable to steady himself. No, senior, I. Suddenly, another resounding slap echoed through the air. Fang Xiaoping shut his eyes tightly. Yet he felt no pain on his face. An astonishing scene unfolded before them. Chen Jihao, clutching his bright red face, lay on the ground, howling. "Zhao Lipeng, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me?" A mouthful of blood spewed forth, accompanied by half a broken tooth. I don't know. It wasn't me." Zhao Lipeng stared at his right hand, retreating in shock, his expression one of disbelief. The members of the Sanzhou Club exchanged bewildered glances. Had Brother Peng's martial arts training driven him to madness, blurring the lines between friend and foe? Not you? Then who could it be? Everyone saw it was your hand that struck. Ning Chen remained seated, subtly moving his right index finger beneath the table as he spoke. "I swear it wasn't me." Zhao Lipeng roared, and in a sudden frenzy, swung his right arm, delivering a powerful backhand punch to the still-recovering Chen Jihao's face. Chen Jihao's unfortunate nose, barely stopped from bleeding, bore yet another brutal blow. With a splatter, 2 cotton balls were propelled by the torrent of blood, and Chen Jihao fell stiffly to the ground. Murmuring, "Zhao Lipeng, damn your grandpa. What on earth is happening? Can practicing Sanzhou really lead to such madness?" Zhao Lipeng, overwhelmed, struck himself several times. Slap, slap, slap. The corner of his mouth was bleeding. Ning Chen shrugged, indicating that he had no part in the recent altercation, and then helped Zhang Dachuan to his feet. Indeed, this tall individual was quite formidable. When it came to matters of conflict, he truly engaged. "Teacher, it's him. He is trying to hit someone from our class. Please, you must help." At that moment, a pure-hearted girl ushered 2 teachers into the classroom, only to find Zhao Lipeng furiously slapping himself, his face a portrait of despair and fear. The innocent girl was utterly bewildered. What was happening? The 2 teachers swiftly escorted the members of the fighting club away. "Are you all right?" The pure-hearted girl approached Ning Chen. "Is it you?" Ning Chen recognized her as the daughter of the barbecue restaurant owner from the previous night. Her name seemed to be Xu Shuyan. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she prepared to engage Ning Chen in conversation, but just then, their counselor entered. She had no choice but to return to her seat. The counselor, whose surname was Wang, offered a few words of comfort to Ning Chen before announcing the details of the military training scheduled for the following day. After the announcement, Xu Shuyan eagerly sought out Ning Chen, only to discover that he had already departed. "Excuse me, do you know where that student just went?" Xu Shuyan inquired of Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan. Fang Xiaoping, having never conversed with such a beautiful girl, blushed deeply and stammered, I don't know. He must have gone to the restroom, perhaps." Zhang Dachuan, nursing his sword jaw, silently marveled at Ning Chen's prowess. His traditional Chinese massage techniques were indeed impressive, as the pain had dissipated with just a gentle rub of the face. "All right, thank you," she replied gratefully. On Xu Shuyan's innocent visage, disappointment was evident. Ning Chen sought a secluded spot to leisurely indulge in a novel. That evening, they ventured to the culinary street outside the campus for a meal. At Li Mei's barbecue establishment, a group of intimidating ruffians was demanding the phone number of Ning Chen from the mother-daughter duo. Among these ruffians, half bore crooked mouths and squinted eyes, with the leader, Ma Kuan, sporting a pair of bulging eyes resembling those of a gamecock. The scene was undeniably comical, yet neither Li Mei nor Xu Shuyan found it amusing. That's impossible, Brother Kuan. A customer's contact information is private. I cannot disclose it, Li Mei pleaded. Please, spare us. Nonsense about privacy. That brat has done this to me. If I don't deal with him, how will I survive in this world? Ma Kuan gritted his teeth, threatening. You have two choices. Either I demolish your shop today, or you hand over that kid's phone number. Choose wisely. He is actually. Xu Shuyan wrestled internally, contemplating whether to reveal Ning Chen's identity. Suddenly, Ning Chen's voice resonated from the entrance of the shop. Are you looking for me? The ruffians turned to see Ning Chen, hands tucked into the pockets of his sportswear, dressed like a student, striding into the establishment. Brave little fellow. You dare to show up? Ma Kuan pointed at his own bulging eyes, claiming, this affliction is beyond medical remedy. Are you the one responsible? Indeed, it was I. If you have a grievance, come at me, Ning Chen openly admitted, casting a glance at them. You all might as well come together. Don't waste time. I haven't even had my meal yet. Chapter 9. I come from the pure young Wujigong, what audacity. Let us eliminate him. Ma Kuan brandished a baton, charging forward with 10 brothers in tow. Inside the restaurant, tables toppled, chairs scattered, and dishes shattered, plunging the establishment into chaos. Ning Chen, do not be reckless. Run away. Xu Shuyan, fueled by an unknown courage, shouted desperately. After all, there were 10 armed ruffians. How could one possibly contend against such odds? Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed a miracle unfold. With a single punch, Ning Chen felled one thug, the baton striking him without inflicting any pain. In the blink of an eye, all 10 ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. I am Xiao Lipping from the Sanzhou Society at Qizhou University. Do not let me see you on this street again, or I shall confront you each time we meet. With that declaration, Ning Chen delivered a kick that sent them flying out of the restaurant like refuse before casually finding a seat to order. Li Mei and Xu Shuyan stood in stunned silence. The security on Shuiwei Street was notoriously poor, and they had often witnessed brawls. Yet they had never seen anyone so formidable. One person had taken down 10 with such apparent ease. Could it be that he was indeed the martial artist spoken of online? Classmate, are you all right? It seemed you were struck by that baton just now. Xu Shuyan approached with concern. I am fine, Ning Chen replied. He certainly could have evaded the blow. But it was unnecessary. Not even a bullet could pierce through his true energy. By the way, does your family serve more than just barbecue? Ning Chen inquired once more. Xu Shuyan was somewhat at a loss for words. She couldn't help but feel that this person was utterly indifferent to the notion of fighting. Who exactly was he? Yes. Li Mei stepped forward with a smile, saying, Young man, what would you like to eat? Annie will make it for you. I want to eat dragon meat. Ning Chen blurted out. Huh. Li Mei was taken aback. I meant stir-fried beef. Ning Chen corrected himself. All right. Auntie will go prepare it right away. Li Mei turned and entered the kitchen, casting a few knowing glances at Xu Shuyan, seemingly hinting at something. The ruffians from Shuiwei Street had returned to the hospital. Yet they remained defiant. Brother Kuan, how could that Xiao Lipping be so formidable? His punches were as heavy as hammers. I reckon I won't be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Ouch. A green-haired thug lay in his hospital bed as the orthopedic doctor conducted an examination. They were all familiar faces. The doctors and nurses had become accustomed to such visits. Who would have thought that the kid was such a tough nut? Ma Kuan's face was swollen like a pig's head, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury. I suspect he must have trained at Shaolin Temple. He might have even practiced the Golden Bell Shield. Golden Bell Shield? The expressions of several thuggish subordinates changed. Did you not see how he struck him with the baton? He didn't even flinch. There's no way he's got the Golden Bell Shield or iron cloth. Ma Kuan gritted his teeth and declared, this won't do. I must call Brother Xiao. This matter cannot be left unresolved. With that, he immediately dialed his superior, Bai Xiao from Shuiwei Street. Useless. He truly is a waste. Upon hearing the intricacies of the matter, Bai Xiao erupted in a vehement tirade, exclaiming, You cannot even best a mere student. I have wasted my efforts on you all. Brother Xiao, it truly isn't our fault. Ma Kuan felt a sense of injustice. That lad has practiced the Golden Bell Shield and iron cloth shirt. When I struck him with my stick, he didn't even flinch. Where is that boy now? I shall send a Bao and a Lang to deal with him. Bai Xiao stated, his voice low and resolute. A Bao and a Lang? Ma Kuan was taken aback, stammering, Brother Xiao, is it really necessary to be so ruthless? After all, he is just a student. Enough of your nonsense. Speak. Bai Xiao's roar echoed through the line, accompanied by the pained whimper of a woman. Why yes. Ma Kuan moved the phone slightly away, realizing he was at Li Mei's barbecue restaurant, where he likely still remained. Bai Xiao abruptly ended the call. Is it truly necessary to deploy a Bao and a Lang for a mere student? They are our guild's elite enforcers. In a dimly lit hotel suite, a woman's sultry voice drifted from the bedside. What do you understand? Bai Xiao, a man in his 40s, sat on the bed with his legs apart, snorting disdainfully. Shuiwei Street is a prime target. Numerous factions in Qizhou covet it. Do you genuinely believe that boy is merely a student? Anyone who thinks so will never rise to be a leader. The woman paused, then laughed with sudden clarity. Indeed. Brother Xiao is wise. Li Mei's barbecue restaurant. Su Wanwan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, how can you eat so much? Ning Chen had just put a plate of stir-fried beef ho fun into his mouth, chewing as he replied, it's none of your concern. I'm paying for it. Su Wanwan retorted, I mean no offense, but eating like this might ruin your stomach. Ning Chen, undeterred, seized another generous handful of beef skewers. Have you heard of competitive eaters? He asked. Su Wanwan nodded. That has nothing to do with me. Ning Chen responded, leaving her exasperated. As the stack of empty plates grew taller, and after consuming dishes worth over 1,000 yuan, Ning Chen finally ceased his indulgence, realizing he might soon be regarded as a glutton. Just as he planned to scan the QR code to settle the bill, Li Mei swiftly intervened. Young man, thank you for your help these past few days. This meal is on me. No need, Ning Chen replied, fully aware of Li Mei's intentions, which were merely to seek his protection for her and her daughter. He was a man who despised complications. Had it not been for Li Mei's exceptional culinary skills, he would never have revisited this establishment. After paying, he departed, leaving the mother and daughter with a hint of disappointment on their faces. As he walked down the street, Ning Chen pondered a pressing dilemma. At the rate he was eating, the 20,000 yuan in living expenses his mother had provided would soon dwindle. Where could he possibly acquire some funds? Should he transmute stone into gold, conjuring a mountain of riches? Or perhaps forge magical artifacts for a handsome profit? Alternatively, he could seek out ailing billionaires and offer them longevity spells. Yet, all these endeavors seemed to require the consumption of spiritual energy. With a sigh, he made a sudden sharp turn, entering a dark alley. Where had everyone gone? To the left, pursue. Two men clad in black trench coats closely followed. Upon entering the alley, Ning Chen's voice resonated, looking for me? To his astonishment, he had been discovered. The two men in trench coats exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Liping, right? You managed to detect our tracking, truly a skilled practitioner. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Ning Chen stated, let us get to the point. Who sent you? Kid. That's a question we ought to pose to you. One of the men on the left pulled back his hood, revealing a face marred by scars. Any gang member present would instantly recognize him, Chen Zibao, one of the two prominent enforcers under Brother Xiao. The Four Seas Gang, the Azure Dragon Society, the Tiger Gate. Speak. Which faction do you belong to? Chen Zibao brandished a gleaming dagger from his bosom, its blade glistening ominously. Ning Chen sighed initially, then replied earnestly. I hail from the Pure Young Wujigong. Pure Young Wujigong. Are you attempting to regale me with tales from a fantasy novel? Do you believe I want to end your life right here? Chen Zibao bellowed furiously. Zibao, stop wasting breath with him. Let us take him back and give him a thorough beating to see whether his bones are tougher than our clubs. Chen Zilong, Zibao's elder brother, was equally ruthless and possessed a formidable stature. As he spoke, Chen Zilong's body leaned slightly forward, akin to an arrow poised to take flight. Whoosh! Ning Chen discerned at a glance that this man's physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary thug by a considerable margin, yet he still fell short of the basic standards for chi refinement. He retaliated with a kick aimed directly at him. Chen Zilong was taken aback by Ning Chen's astonishing speed. A single kick to his chest resulted in several bones fracturing, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Brother! Chen Zibao exclaimed in shock, charging forward with a knife. I will take your life. Ning Chen stood his ground, effortlessly snatching the dagger and crushing it into a lump of iron dust right before Chen Zibao's eyes. You. Chen Zibao had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle and was rendered speechless. You are even inferior to your brother, Ning Chen remarked coldly, curling his right index finger. A translucent strand of true energy emanated from his fingertip, connecting to the fallen Chen Zilong. What? What is happening? Chen Zilong, moving stiffly, struggled to rise from the ground, only to discover that his body was no longer under his control. Brother? What is wrong with you? Zibao, get away. I can't control myself. What the hell is going on? Chen Zilong, like a marionette, threw a punch that sent Chen Zibao reeling with a bloody nose. The two brothers became entangled in a fierce brawl, each inflicting bruises upon the other, culminating in a concussion. Ning Chen turned and exited the alley. Casually dialing Yu Yaoling, hello? I need to report a fight. It's getting quite violent. It's terrifying. Chapter 10, The Bodyguard of the Campus Belle? As I strolled back to the Rose Garden, I was taken aback to find Xu Shuyan's father had arrived. Xu Jingshan, a prominent entrepreneur from Qingzhou. Xu Shuyan was reclining on the sofa, playfully twisting her snowy shoulders and calling out daddy in an endearing, childlike manner. However, upon seeing my return, she immediately adopted a frosty demeanor, elevating her fair, exquisite legs and restoring her aloof posture. Are you Ning Chen? Xu Jingshan inquired as he approached from the living room, his eagle-like gaze appraising me. The butler, Fanny, closely trailed behind him. Hello, Uncle Xu, I greeted politely. I've heard about today's events, Xiaochen. Thank you for stepping in for Shuyan, Xu Jingshan said with a warm smile. Your mother and Shuyan's mother are good friends, and naturally, I hope you and Shuyan can become good friends as well. Daddy, I have no intention of being friends with him. Before I could respond, Xu Shuyan's sultry voice interrupted. I don't want that either, I concurred. You, Xu Shuyan, infuriated, hurled a cushion my way. Who do you think you are? There are countless people who would want to be friends with me. Rest assured, we will part ways in no more than 3 months, I said, tilting my head to evade her throw. What parting? It feels like we're in a romantic relationship, Xu Shuyan exclaimed, shaking her tiny fists in frustration. All right, Xu Jingshan said with a wry smile, beckoning me to the courtyard. As I stepped from the light into the shadows, the man's expression gradually turned cold. Ning Chen noticed this and inquired, Uncle Xu, please speak plainly if there is something on your mind. Very well, Xu Jingshan replied, adopting a serious demeanor. Ning Chen, to be frank, I initially disapproved of your moving in. Xu Yan is the cherished jewel of the Xu family, and cohabiting with a spirited young man such as yourself would certainly stir quite a commotion in Qingzhou. Thus, my first piece of advice is that you must not disclose your presence here. Why not simply ask me to leave? Ning Chen questioned. There are 2 reasons. Xu Jingshan explained. First, my family is quite fond of you and even wishes to see a union between you and Xu Yan, though that is undoubtedly a fanciful notion. You need not entertain such thoughts. He spoke with resolute finality. Secondly, Xu Yan mentioned that you possess considerable strength. Have you trained in martial arts? Indeed, I have. Ning Chen nodded. Old Fan is also trained in Li style Baji. Would you dare to exchange a few moves with him? Xu Jingshan asked. That is a question you ought to pose to him, Ning Chen replied. Haha. Xu Jingshan and Fan exchanged amused glances, both chuckling at the young man's audacity. A lad of your age certainly possesses a bold spirit, Fan remarked with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. Have you ever heard of internal energy? Internal energy? I'm afraid I have not. Ning Chen shook his head. To have never heard of internal energy suggests you are merely an ordinary martial arts enthusiast. Fanny thought to himself, then swiftly extended his left hand, fingers slightly curled, and made a sudden grasping motion. Crack. In the courtyard, a ginkgo tree bore 5 distinct imprints, each half an inch deep. Should such a force descend upon a person, it could spell either death or severe injury. This, indeed, is the manifestation of internal energy. Only those who have immersed themselves in martial arts for decades can cultivate such a prowess. Those who attain this level are referred to as martial generals, capable of charging into battle and facing 100 foes single-handedly in ancient times. As Fanny spoke, he withdrew his hand behind him, contemplating how this young man named Ning must be utterly terrified. Isn't this merely internal strength? Ning Chen remarked dismissively. However, he suddenly found himself captivated by the notion of contemporary ancient martial arts and consequently inquired, Master Fan, may I ask what realms exist beyond internal energy? Observing that Ning Chen was not rendered speechless by fear, Fan discreetly nodded in approval. Your composure is commendable. He then continued, Young man, do not aim too high. Martial generals are a rarity, akin to being the top scholar in martial arts of ancient times. To cultivate internal energy like mine, one must first develop external energy, which requires a solid foundation and a decade of relentless effort. Such an old man speaks endlessly, Ning Chen mused. Old Fan, what is your assessment? Xu Jingshan inquired in a hushed tone. Chairman, he can serve as Mrs. Bodyguard. Dealing with ordinary ruffians poses no challenge for him, Fanny summarized. Xu Jingshan nodded thoughtfully. I have a task for you. Protect Shuyan at school, just as you did today. Are you capable of fulfilling this? He addressed Ning Chen. Is this the second reason for my presence here? Ning Chen found the situation rather amusing. Entrusting a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage to safeguard a female student is indeed a brilliant and creative notion. This arrangement would spare me from quarrels with my spouse, while also allowing you to remain here, truly a win-win situation. Xu Jingshan calculated his intentions meticulously. In addition, I shall offer you a salary of 10,000 yuan. For a young man of your age must surely be in need of financial support. However, I am merely an ordinary student. Uncle Su, perhaps you should seek someone more qualified. With those words, Ning Chen took his leave. To think of protecting Xu Shuyan? Merely residing with her would suffocate him. This young man truly overestimates his own significance. Xu Jingshan's facial muscles twitched slightly. Fanny shook his head in disappointment. The Su Group stands among the top 10 enterprises in Qingzhou, and the Su family is renowned as a prestigious lineage in Jiangnan. To let such a remarkable opportunity to transcend social classes slip away is a lamentable misfortune for this youth. How could my two capable subordinates end up in such a state? Zhao Lipeng, regardless of your background, I, Bai Xiao, vow to see your demise. At the first affiliated hospital of Qing University, Bai Xiao gazed at the unconscious Chen Zilong and Chen Zibao, who lay in their hospital beds, receiving oxygen. His expression darkened ominously. The two brothers had lost consciousness, and it was uncertain when they would awaken. Brother Xiao, we have confirmed that Zhao Liping is indeed a core member of the Sans Ho Club at Qizhou University. His parents are ordinary folk without any significant background. Save for an uncle who works as a director of education. A woman with wine-red hair approached him. Her name is Wang Yinhua, the mistress and secretary of Bai Xiao, a strikingly alluring woman. Individuals like Bai Xiao, who have emerged from a tumultuous background, often establish businesses to cleanse their reputations as entrepreneurs, yet at their core, they remain ruffians, with protection money constituting the bulk of their income. How can a university student trained in Sanda possess such prowess? Bai Xiao gritted his teeth and declared, Enough. Yinhua, rally the troops. If one is insufficient, then summon 10. If 10 fall short, then bring forth 20. If 20 fail, then gather 50. And if 50 do not suffice, then 100. I refuse to believe that this Zhao brat is invincible. If I do not eliminate him, I, Bai Xiao, shall no longer be able to navigate the Western District. Wang Yinhua furrowed her brow, seemingly disapproving of this resolution, yet she acquiesced with a nod. All right, Brother Xiao. I will call now and ensure the brothers are prepared. We must ensure his demise. It was the first day of the new semester. Xu Shuyan rose early, deliberately making loud noises as she descended the stairs, hoping to rouse Ning Chen from his slumber. To her surprise, he was not in his room, having already taken a stroll. Upon arriving at school, Xu Shuyan instructed Ning Chen to alight from the vehicle at the school gate, while she and Jiang Tang proceeded to the underground parking lot, much to Ning Chen's delight. The first week of school commenced with an assembly for the new students, followed by the military training phase. Ning Chen had countless strategies to evade military training, yet he deemed it unnecessary. Time is up. 20-minute break. Following the youthful instructor's command, the 50 students of Class 2, Clinical, promptly sat upon the ground, wiping their brows with their sleeves. Standing in military posture is utterly exhausting. Indeed, I feel as though my legs are about to give way. Remaining utterly still is truly uncomfortable. We still have to endure for 7 more days, sob sob. A chorus of complaints ensued. The young instructor, observing this, shook his head and remarked, You university students today are far too accustomed to comfort. You cannot even endure standing for 40 minutes. It is quite pathetic. Faced with such disdain, several boys in the class appeared visibly defiant. Instructor, one cannot generalize. A young man with short hair raised his hand and stood up. For me, standing in military posture is trivial. I work out daily and play basketball. My physical fitness should be on par with yours. The young instructor chuckled. Is that so? What is your name? The short-haired youth held his head high. Li Xianming. How bold he is to speak so to the instructor. Many girls in the class cast astonished glances at Li Xianming. Ning Chen also watched with interest. Shall we have a competition? The young instructor felt it necessary to teach this group of university students a lesson. Very well, what shall we compete in? Li Xianming was invigorated by the challenge. If he were to defeat the instructor, he would surely bask in glory. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be too shameful. Let us compete in push-ups. The young instructor suggested casually. No problem. Li Xianming pounded his solid chest with confidence. The two quickly prepared, hands on the ground, standing side by side. The rules of the contest were simple. Whoever could no longer endure would lose. Nearby, students gathered with great enthusiasm to witness a competition between their peers and an instructor. At the onset, Li Xianming managed to keep pace with the instructor, his movements relatively precise. However, after 80 repetitions, his form began to falter. By the time he reached 100, he was drenched in sweat, and at 120, his entire body trembled. Goodness, this instructor is truly formidable. Li Xianming glanced up and nearly succumbed to shock. The young instructor was performing one-arm push-ups. Stunned, he immediately stood and inquired, "Instructor, why did you stop?" The young instructor also rose, a smile illuminating his face, albeit slightly flushed. "Buddy, you were utterly outmatched. You were doing two-arm push-ups while I was doing one arm," a nearby male student pointed out. "Oh my." Li Xianming's cheeks flushed as he finally grasped the disparity between an ordinary fitness enthusiast and a soldier. How naive of a mere university student to challenge us. The instructors from the nearby class exchanged knowing glances, struggling to contain their amusement. Upon returning to his squad, the young instructor posed another question. "Is there anyone else who feels unconvinced? Feel free to step forward and give it a try." Silence enveloped the classroom. With Li Xianming's defeat, who would dare overestimate their abilities? The young instructor added, "If you manage to defeat me, your military training could be waived." "Oh." Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. "If that's the case, I find myself intrigued. De Chun, you're quite robust. Why not step out and give it a go?" Fang Xiaoping stood beside, urging Zhang Dachuan. Zhang Dachuan shook his head, stating, "I can manage a maximum of 70 push-ups in one breath, and only 20 with one arm. The instructor could easily overpower me in an instant. Those who serve as instructors possess remarkable physical prowess. We cannot compare," Fang Xiaoping remarked with a sigh. "All right. Continue with the training," the young instructor commanded, but suddenly a student raised his hand. Instructor, I would like to give it a try." It was Ning Chen. He felt a tad bored with the military training and sought a change of pace. Swish. All 50 students in the class turned to him in astonishment. "You?" Li Xianming wore an amused expression. To him, Ning Chen appeared frail and devoid of muscle, even inferior to himself. How could he dare to challenge the instructor? After all, he was the same individual who had provoked Zhao Lipreng from the sparring club. It was rumored that he had the audacity to confront a senior student. Wow, he challenged a senior? How bold? Whispers circulated amongst the class. No one knew much about Ning Chen, but one could surmise that challenging the instructor must indicate some level of capability. "You wish to challenge me?" The young instructor scrutinized Ning Chen with skepticism. "Are you certain?" "Instructor, does what you just said hold true?" Ning Chen inquired, confirming, "If I defeat you, I won't have to attend military training." "Absolutely, it holds true. But first, you must win against me," the young instructor replied confidently. "Very well," Ning Chen said, feeling reassured. After stepping out, he began to compete with the instructor, both engaging in a series of push-ups, one after another. "He can defeat the instructor. I will live stream my enjoyment of Oreos," Li Xianming remarked to his dormitory mates. "Wan, do you think Ning Chen can win?" A bespectacled, round-faced girl inquired curiously of Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan nodded slightly. "I believe he can." "Wanwan, you might be overestimating him." A girl with a high ponytail and an attractive demeanor scoffed. "He is merely a college student. There is no way he can outdo the instructor, who practices this daily." "Indeed, each has their own expertise. Do not challenge someone else's livelihood with your hobbies," added another girl with a pockmarked face. Despite her dorm mate's doubts about Ning Chen's chances of victory, Su Wanwan held onto a glimmer of hope. She had witnessed Ning Chen effortlessly overpower Ma Kuan and his gang, as if it were child's play. Even seasoned soldiers might struggle to achieve such nonchalance. Soon, as the number of push-ups surpassed 50, the youthful instructor commenced his exhibition, transitioning from 2 arms to 1. "Kid, you're still a bit green if you're challenging me on this. I am the record holder for push-ups in our battalion," the young instructor thought with a sneer. Then, he noticed Ning Chen switching to one-arm push-ups, retracting his 5 fingers one by one until only his pinky remained on the ground, executing the movements with remarkable speed. How is this possible? The young instructor was left utterly stunned. In Class 2 of Clinical Studies, a series of piercing screams erupted, particularly from the girls who had previously deemed him defeated. Good heavens, did I just witness that correctly? Is this truly the legendary one-finger push-up? And with the little finger? No less. How astonishingly fierce. Not only Class 2, but even nearby classes rushed over to gawk in disbelief. Many instructors were left agape at this extraordinary scene. What on earth is happening here? Li Xianming, who prided himself on being the strongest in terms of physical fitness in the class, felt his face flush crimson, as if he had just endured a series of stinging blows. There are fitness gurus on Douyin performing various flamboyant push-ups, including one-finger variants, though typically with the index finger. Yet, Ning Chen astonished everyone by executing dozens with his little finger, leaving this crowd of mere mortals utterly dumbfounded. Were it not for the fear of frightening them, he could just as easily perform one-finger push-ups or even armless push-ups. Who exactly are you? As Ning Chen rose, the young instructor gazed at him in sheer astonishment, as though beholding a creature of myth. At a loss for a suitable reply, Ning Chen borrowed Li Xuanming's words, stating, "I work out every day, play basketball, and my physical fitness has gradually reached this level." The young instructor turned to cast a glance at Li Xianming. Is this brat intentionally trying to humiliate me? Li Xianming gritted his teeth in frustration, especially upon noticing the adoring gaze of Su Wanwan, the belle of the medical department, directed at Ning Chen. Who would have thought Ning Chen could be this formidable? No wonder he dares to confront the senior. Fang Xiaopeng and Zhang Dachuan exchanged astonished glances. Instructor, if there are no further issues, I shall take my leave, Ning Chen stated as he rose from the ground and began to walk away. Wait, the young instructor hurried after him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he explained that he was merely joking and that Ning Chen could not truly be exempt from military training. Ning Chen immediately felt displeased. What do you mean? If it weren't for the wager set by the other party, I wouldn't have bothered to make a scene. Ultimately, the matter escalated to the chief instructor. Considering the reputation at stake, the chief instructor surprisingly granted Ning Chen a special exemption from military training. This young man is quite remarkable. He showed no signs of fear in my presence. After Ning Chen left, satisfied, the chief instructor, in his 40s, gazed at his retreating figure and murmured, "Chief instructor, isn't this decision rather questionable? I worry that other students may have thoughts about it." The young instructor replied with a troubled expression. Any objections? What objections? I stand firm. I declare that anyone who can perform 10 one-finger push-ups shall be exempt from military training. Indeed. After strolling outside for a while and changing his clothes, Ning Chen finally visited the school supermarket to buy a box of ice cream, savoring it as he walked. Isn't that Xu Shuyan and Jiangtang? Passing by the basketball court, he spotted two acquaintances and chose a shaded spot to sit down. This is indeed the training site for the first class of the performing arts major. There are certainly many beauties here. However, he was not specifically there to admire the beauty. He merely sought a place to sit and finish his ice cream. Curiously, one would assume that Su Jingshan could have easily utilized his connections, sparing Xu Shuyan from enduring such torment under the scorching sun. Was it a deliberate attempt to toughen her up? Ning Chen, while savoring his ice cream, pulled out his phone to play. "Shuyan, look over there. Isn't that brotherly? Why isn't he undergoing military training?" Before long, Jiang Tang spotted Ning Chen. Xu Shuyan followed the sound and noticed a boy nearby, seated under the shade, indulging in an ice cream. Indeed, it was that violent, psychotic individual. Damn it, here she was, suffering under the blazing sun, while this scoundrel was enjoying his ice cream. Was he intentionally seeking revenge on her, this rascal? As the day swiftly drew to a close, Ning Chen unknowingly drifted into slumber beneath the tree. Clad in casual attire, the instructors mistook him for a sophomore and paid him no mind. Brother Ping. That kid Ning Chen seems suspicious. Next time, let us gather more people and teach him a proper lesson. Lu D's voice echoed. Last time, it was my training that went awry. If I cross paths with him again, I will surely beat him to a pulp. This was Zhao Liping's voice. The two walked past Ning Chen, oblivious to his presence. Along the way, they picked up several friends, along with two newly acquainted beautiful female classmates. And the group was preparing to revel at a bar. However, just after exiting the school gates and having walked merely 2 blocks, a large group of armed thugs surged from an alley, surrounding them. What on earth is happening, Brother Peng? Lu Di trembled with fear, hastily retreating behind Zhao Lip. Zhao Liping, equally terrified, swallowed several times before uttering, "Stay calm. Stay calm. Gang conflicts are quite commonplace. This has nothing to do with us. We simply need to act as if we have seen nothing and slip away quietly. Let us move quickly." With that, Zhao Liping led his companions, crouching low, toward the alley's exit under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The eyes of 40 or 50 ruffians followed their every movement. The alley was eerily silent. Pingu, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Lu Di quavered. Why do I feel like they are all watching us? You're talking nonsense. Zhao Liping retorted, but just as he did, a yellow-haired thug clad in a floral shirt, wielding a machete, approached and delivered a swift kick to his face. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground. So, you're the infamous Zhao Liping? I've heard tales of your prowess. How you took down our gang's leopard and wolf brothers. Quite impressive. The yellow-haired thug sneered, pointing his knife at him. And no, big brother, you've mistaken me. I am not the person you seek. Zhao Liping protested, clutching his bloodied nose and shaking his head vigorously. Two of his subordinates rushed forward to rummage through his pockets, retrieving his identification. The yellow-haired thug inspected it, then snapped it in half with a crack and flung it back at Zhao's face. Brothers, this is indeed Zhao Liping. Finish him off. Chaos erupted as 56 ruffians surged forward, overwhelming Tyson and Nagano, let alone Zhao Liping. Accompanied by Lu Di and his band of rascally friends, Zhao Liping was thoroughly beaten. Ha ha ha. The renowned Zhao Liping of the Qing University Sanda Club is not so formidable after all. Brothers, let us go? The yellow-haired thug chuckled as he led his group away, leaving behind a battered Zhao Liping, his face resembling that of a pig, with multiple fractures throughout his body and several blows to his buttocks and thighs. Xiao Go, it's done. The yellow-haired thug, wielding a knife, called by Xiao, proclaiming triumphantly, that brat Zhao Liping is incapacitated. He'll be confined to bed for at least 6 months. Is that for real? In a certain entertainment venue. Bai Xiao rose in surprise. Yang Kai, are you not deceiving me? How could there be any deception? The yellow-haired thug named Yang Kai replied with a sneer. I've even crumpled his ID, if you don't believe me. I can return right now and snap a few more photos of him for you. Ha ha ha, splendid. Bai Xiao laughed heartily, exclaiming, Yang Kai, I never realized your prowess before. Who would have thought you possessed such skill? Come over to Mingzuan immediately. I shall publicly reward you. Thank you, Xiao Gu, thank you. Yang Kai rejoiced immensely. Is Zhao Liping resolved so easily? After hanging up, Wang Yinhua inquired doubtfully. Xiao Gu, could it be that Yang Kai made a mistake? Rest assured, it's no mistake. We've verified the ID. Bai Xiao, embracing her while smoking, replied with a cold smile. After all, there were 40 to 50 individuals, all armed. Even if the legendary Huang Feihong or Yip Man were present, they would still endure several heavy blows, let alone just him alone. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yinhua nodded slightly. Ning Chen, Ning Chen. In a daze, Ning Chen heard someone calling his name and felt a gentle shake. The voice was familiar. It was Su Wanwan. Had I truly fallen asleep so easily? As Ning Chen gradually awakened, he rubbed his eyes, reflecting that his spiritual injuries were quite severe, causing him to feel perpetually drowsy. If this had occurred in the southern realm, without any protective formations, sleeping outdoors would likely have cost him his life. Ning Chen, how did you end up sleeping here? A delicate face, akin to a water lily, filled with concern, came into view. Su Wanwan's graceful figure stood beneath the setting sun, breathtakingly beautiful. It's nothing, I accidentally dozed off, Ning Chen replied, waving his hand. He stretched his body and said, let us head to your home for a meal. I'm famished. Absolutely. Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled with joy, crescent-shaped smiles gracing her face as she followed Ning Chen out of the campus. Just then, the Rolls-Royce from the Su family emerged from the gates. Jiang Tang, spotting Ning Chen, was taken aback and nudged Xu Shuyan. Shuyan, look, it's De Li Gu. And he asked with a stunning girl. Could it be that De Li Gu has already started dating on his first day of school? Xu Shuyan instinctively glanced over and noticed Ning Chen engaging in cheerful conversation with an innocent and lovely girl. TCH. Xu Shuyan felt an inexplicable annoyance and remarked, Tang, can you refrain from being so surprised whenever you see this guy? He asked, not some significant figure. Is it really necessary to react this way? Oh, all right. Jiang Tang pouted her little tongue. Outside the bustling food street, Su Wanwan was engaged in conversation with Ning Chen when suddenly, the sound of her motherly Mei's cries and the mocking laughter of a group of thugs pierced through the air. Mom. Su Wanwan hurriedly pushed through the crowd and rushed inside. Was it those ruffians again? Ning Chen's expression darkened. Inside Li Mei's barbecue shop, the thugs, led by Ma Kuan, had wreaked havoc, leaving the establishment in ruins. The shopkeeper, Li Mei, sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, utterly powerless. You old hag, let me tell you, that Zhao Liping has already been dealt with by our brother Xiao, and he will never come to your aid again. If you can't scrape together the 4,000 yuan management fee next month, we'll make you pay dearly. With that, they turned to leave. Ma Kuan, with his beady eyes, was flanked by his gang, all sporting crooked smiles and misaligned gazes. The onlookers outside were filled with a mix of fear and curiosity, pondering the unusual appearance of these thugs. "Mom, are you all right?" Xu Shuyan cried as she rushed in, her anger boiling over as she lunged at Ma Kuan, striking him repeatedly. "You villain! Go to hell! You little brat, seeking death!" Ma Kuan raised his hand to strike Xu Shuyan but halted in his tracks upon seeing Ning Chen enter, recoiling in fear. You? I wonder why you lot never learn," Ning Chen remarked, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he strolled in. "Kuan Gu, what's going on? Isn't this kid supposed to be in the hospital after being beaten by Kaigo?" One of the thugs inquired. "You ask me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask?" Ma Kuan replied, his face paling as he grinned awkwardly. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Ning Chen, so he could only nod servilely and force a smile, exclaiming, "Hey, brother Ping. It's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." Ning Chen, however, responded with a swift kick that sent Ma Kuan crashing through the front door and into the kitchen, the sound of the impact echoing ominously, leaving the latter motionless. The onlookers, as well as the local ruffians, stood in stunned silence. A single kick propelling someone several meters. Was this a reincarnation of the legendary Huang Feihong, the elusive leg of Foshan? Unbeknownst to them, Ning Chen had already exerted considerable restraint in his strength. Otherwise, a kick from a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could obliterate not just a single person, but an entire street. It was evident that Ning Chen intended to resolve matters decisively today. He cast a glance at the thugs who had already knelt on the ground and spoke with an air of indifference. Half an hour later, at the Ming Diamond Club, the largest nightclub in the West District, Ning Chen entered with a bloodied and battered Ma Kuan in tow. As for the remaining thugs, Ning Chen had ordered each of them to compose a 30,000-word self-critique, mandating that there be no spelling errors. Failure to complete it would result in dire consequences. For these ruffians, many of whom had yet to graduate from middle school, it was nothing short of a psychological torment. "Now I, Yang Kai, shall dedicate a song to my esteemed leader, Brother Xiao." In a lavish private room, Yang Kai held the microphone and belted out a tune. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door to the room was kicked open. Bai Xiao, Yang Kai, Wang Yinhua, and others stared in disbelief at the figures of Ma Kuan and Ning Chen standing in the doorway. "Which one is Brother Xiao?" Ning Chen cast Ma Kuan aside and surveyed the entire scene with a penetrating gaze. "Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai proclaimed, slapping his chest and shouting into the microphone. "Are you Brother Xiao? Very well." Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Ning Chen swiftly appeared before Yang Kai, delivering a flurry of slaps to his face. Each strike resonated like the crack of firecrackers. Ning Chen's speed was astonishing. By the time the real Brother Xiao and Wang Yinhua realized what was happening, Yang Kai had already been reduced to a pitiful state, blood gushing from his nose. His front teeth gone. "Get rid of him. Attack!" Bai Xiao roared, as over a dozen thugs in the private room, accompanied by another group rushing in from outside, lunged at Ning Chen all at once. Within less than a minute, the room was filled to capacity with bodies. The coffee table lay shattered, glass shards scattered across the floor. The gang members were either nursing broken limbs or had collapsed. The scene unfolding was both horrifying and tragic. Who are you really?" Bai Xiao slumped on the sofa, staring at Ning Chen in disbelief. "Weren't you searching for me?" Ning Chen had already discerned that this man was the genuine Brother Xiao. "You were Zhao Liping." Bai Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "No, that is not your name. Yang Kai was deceived by you. Who are you truly? At least you possess some wit." With that, Ning Chen vanished, only to reappear beside Bai Xiao. The dim lighting of the private room rendered his figure almost ghostly, barely discernible to the naked eye. Such swiftness! Cowering in the corner, Wang Yinhua's pupils dilated in terror. Bai Xiao was equally paralyzed with fear, letting out a frightened cry as he attempted to flee, only to be firmly restrained by Ning Chen's grip. "Who am I? A lowly thug like you is unworthy of knowing," Ning Chen threatened. "All you need to understand is that I frequently dine at Li Mei's barbecue restaurant. If you dare to send any more ruffians to disrupt my meals, I shall shatter your skull. Do you hear me? Speak. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?" Frustrated by his sluggish response, Ning Chen delivered 3 resounding slaps across his face, causing blood to gush from his nose as he collapsed onto the sofa, wailing in agony. I hear you, Bai Xiao cried out, sounding like a slaughtered pig, nodding incessantly. "I've been a bit short on cash lately." "Bring me another 200,000, Ning Chen growled, gripping his collar menacingly. Chapter 14. Nipping Love in the Bud. Hurry. Yinhua, transfer it to him. Bai Xiao recognized the formidable nature of the individual before him and chose to comply for the time being, believing that a wise man does not court immediate peril. B brother, what is your bank card number? I will transfer it to you right now. Wang Yinhua trembled as she rose from her corner, fumbling for her phone. Am I foolish? Cash. Ning Chen shot her a glance. A bank transfer would leave evidence, enabling Bai Xiao to accuse him of fraud. He had no desire to invite trouble, and employing spells to erase memory would deplete his spiritual energy. Before long, a few henchmen returned with 200,000 in cash, which Ning Chen pocketed and prepared to leave. Remember, touching Li Mei's barbecue restaurant is tantamount to crushing my livelihood. Be wary, or I shall shatter your skull. He issued a final warning before taking his leave. Bai Xiao, however, clearly dismissed the threat. If every utterance of "be cautious, or I shall kill you" signified an intention to commit murder, then he would have long since waded through a sea of corpses and mountains of bones. Ning Chen. That little brat. No one has ever dared to rob me. He bellowed in fury within the private room. Yet Wang Yinhua cautiously interjected, Xiao Ge. It seems this Ning Chen is a martial artist. We cannot provoke him. With a swift motion, Bai Xiao struck Wang Yinhua across the face, causing her to stagger perilously close to the ground. What is there that we cannot provoke? Is it just that I've practiced martial arts? If I had been training my Bai's iron sand palm since childhood, I could have knocked out 3 pounds of his excrement. Bai Xiaoyang exclaimed, raising his hand in fury. Settling back onto the sofa, he appeared to concoct a plan, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. If we cannot confront him openly, we can resort to more covert methods. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of malice glinted in Wang Yinhua's eyes as she lay on the ground. Upon returning to Li Mei's barbecue shop, a group of ruffians had already tidied the place up. Ning Chen took out a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan and handed it to Li Mei. Xiao Chen, what is the meaning of this? Li Mei hesitated, her eyes widening at the sight of such a thick stack of cash. Where did you acquire so much money? I just had a discussion with Brother Xiao, and he agreed to compensate you. He also promised not to collect protection fees from you in the future, Ning Chen fabricated. Really? Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled with hope. This, Li Mei expressed her doubts. Just accept it and use it to renovate the shop, Ning Chen insisted, thrusting the money into her hands. Rubbing his stomach, he added, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes. I'll prepare something for you right away. Just wait here, Li Mei replied, turning towards the kitchen while wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Ning Chen let out a soft sigh internally and chose a spot to sit down. Su Wanwan sat across from him, her expressive, watery eyes glistening with concern. Ning Chen, will Brother Xiao and his gang really stop harassing my mother and me in the future? One would hope so, Ning Chen replied, unable to offer a guarantee. How did you manage it? Su Wanwan curiously inquired. You wouldn't possibly defeat them all, would you? Not at all. There are dozens of them, Ning Chen casually replied. I simply persuade them with virtue and reason. Wow, Ning Chen, you are truly impressive. Not only can you fight, but you also possess eloquence. Su Wanwan gazed at him with admiration, her hands propping up her chin, her cheeks flushed. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. As long as you don't bother me, that's enough, Ning Chen retorted abruptly, leaving Su Wanwan momentarily speechless. She felt a surge of grievance and confusion. After all, at school, she was constantly approached by boys seeking her WeChat. Yet here, she faced such disdain from Ning Chen. He had no intention of apologizing for his earlier remark. As a being who had existed for over 2,000 years, he discerned a hint of affection in Su Wanwan's eyes. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before she fell for him. Such emotions, however, were the greatest hindrance on the path of cultivation. It would be wise to sever the budding romance at the earliest opportunity. As the semester commenced, the schedule for Class 2 of clinical medicine was intensely packed. Nevertheless, Ning Chen did not attend a single lecture. He either slept at his desk or read novels. His classmates shook their heads upon seeing him. Studying medicine was vastly different from other disciplines. One could not afford to be lax. The coursework was even more demanding than that of the senior year of high school. And someone like Ning Chen, who neither attended classes nor engaged in studying, was essentially wasting his potential. Ning Chen, aren't you afraid of failing all your exams at the end of the term? Fang Xiaoping asked as he noticed Ning Chen tucking his phone into his pocket and preparing to head to the cafeteria after a physiology class. The pursuit of a medical career is undeniably arduous. With 10 subjects looming for final examinations, I find myself filled with regret. Zhang Dachuan, burdened by a stack of books, wore an expression of dismay. Isn't studying medicine merely a matter of rote memorization? A last-minute cramming session should suffice. Ning Chen, however, seemed unfazed, casually exiting the classroom. Li Xianming gazed at him, smirking. With a dozen books, let us see how you manage to cram for finals. Prepare to flunk, foolish boy. Ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom the extraordinary memory of an immortal cultivator. These students remain oblivious to the fact that Ning Chen is, in truth, a peerless healer. Dismissive of Western medicine, which boasts a mere 2 centuries of history. The Southern Celestial Realm, in contrast, possesses a medical tradition spanning hundreds of thousands of years. During lunchtime at the cafeteria, while standing in line, Ning Chen suddenly sensed a fierce gaze directed at him from behind. Turning around, he was met by Xu Shuyan. Ning Chen, you scoundrel. Xu Shuyan's anger flared upon seeing him. Throughout the 7 days of military training, this fellow had lounged under the shade of a tree on the basketball court, indulging in ice cream and playing on his phone, undoubtedly to tease her. Hey, brother Dolly. Jiang Tang, standing behind Xu Shuyan, greeted him cheerfully. Instantly, numerous pairs of male eyes turned in astonishment towards Ning Chen. He nodded in acknowledgement to Jiang Tang. Just then, a series of excited shrieks erupted from the crowd in the cafeteria line. Following the sound, Ning Chen spotted a tall, handsome young man, clutching a basketball, making his way through the queue. It was indeed Xing Shufei, a junior, and he appeared as striking as the legends had described. Xing Shufei was once a member of the school athletics team, and later he trained at the provincial level, rumored to come from a wealthy family. This sunny and handsome young man has truly captured my heart. Look, he is approaching Su Xiaohua. The girls in front of Ning Chen chattered incessantly. There stood the boy named Xing Shufei, flanked by several friends, directly positioning himself behind Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang. Junior, you must be Xu Shuyan, right? You are quite famous. With encouragement from his friends, Xing Shufei greeted Xu Shuyan with a smile. As the daughter of the Xu group, Xu Shuyan held herself in high regard and had little interest in Xing Shufei. Her preference leaned towards mature and composed men. However, upon noticing Ning Chen's gaze, a clever idea struck her. She bestowed Xing Shufei with a radiant smile. Senior, I am Xu Shuyan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Junior, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Xu Shuyan was undeniably stunning. Her delicate features, flawless complexion, long and slender legs, coupled with the air of affluence that her upbringing had afforded her, left even the self-proclaimed veteran of romantic pursuits, Xing Shufei, momentarily taken aback. How could I possibly let a senior bear the expense? Xu Shuyan replied with a charming smile. It's really no trouble at all. Xing Shufei scratched his head, feeling somewhat flustered. Observing the lively exchange between the two, Jiang Tang found it puzzling. Wasn't Xu Yin fond of domineering CEOs and powerful figures? Why was she so warmly engaging with an athlete? Could it be she was trying to provoke Dali? Jiang Tang noticed that Xu Shuyan occasionally cast sidelong glances at Ning Chen, and in that instant, she comprehended everything, a secret smile blossoming on her lips. Xu Yin truly embodies a delightful naivety. Chapter 15. You say you won't fight, so you won't? Xu Shuyan assumed that Ning Chen would feel jealous upon seeing her converse with another boy. However, after finishing his meal, Ning Chen simply walked away, not casting a glance in her direction, which only served to infuriate her further. Humph, Ning Chen, I refuse to believe that you are completely indifferent to me. Unless you are a eunuch. Go on, keep pretending. Xu Shuyan gazed at Ning Chen's retreating figure, convinced that he was indeed envious, albeit unable to express it. Junior, what would you like to eat? Allow me to assist you, Xiang Shufei said with a cheerful smile. Xu Shuyan felt a wave of disgust wash over her, her demeanor instantly shifting to a more aloof stance. No, thank you, senior. I can manage on my own. During the meal, Ning Chen noticed Xu Shuyan glancing at him from 3 tables away. He sent her a WeChat message inquiring, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Upon receiving this message, Xu Shuyan's fair face flushed crimson. How did he know? Who's staring at you? Narcissist. After sending this message, Xu Shuyan felt a surge of anger. How could there be such an insufferable person in the world? Oh my, Shuyan, are you chatting with the Li Gu? Jiang Tang exclaimed excitedly as she approached. Let me see what you're discussing. Nothing much. Xu Shuyan replied curtly, promptly blocking Ning Chen. She anticipated that he would display a look of irritation or disappointment. Yet he appeared oblivious, quietly continuing his meal. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the cafeteria. A burly young man with a buzz cut was gripping the collar of a bespectacled boy, standing not far from Xu Shuyan. Quickly find Ning Chen. I have matters to discuss with him. The imposing youth threatened. Why yes, brother Jinfu. The bespectacled boy stammered, visibly terrified. Damn it, I step out for just a few days. And such a big incident occurs in the society. The burly youth placed his hands on his hips, flanked by a group of fierce-looking companions. Were they here to cause trouble for Ning Chen? Xu Shuyan felt a jolt of alarm. Initially, she had anticipated a spectacle, but upon witnessing the menacing demeanor of this group, she realized the situation was serious. After retracting Ning Chen from the blacklist, she hurriedly sent a message. Hey, have you gotten involved with someone you shouldn't have? They're here to cause you trouble. You should leave through the back door. Just as the message was dispatched, the bespectacled boy from clinical class 2 suddenly spotted Ning Chen. Brother Jinfu, he is Ning Chen. I see, the burly youth replied, leading his entourage directly towards Ning Chen. Students along the way quickly parted, none daring to confront them. It's Jiang Jinfu, the president of the Sanda Society. What does he want? Some second and third-year students recognized the imposing figure, knowing he had brought home numerous city-level championship trophies for the school. You must be Ning Chen? Come with me, I have questions for you. Jiang Jinfu approached and slammed his palm down in front of Ning Chen, causing the soup in the stainless steel bowl to splatter. Ning Chen despised being disturbed during his meals. However, he refrained from erupting in anger, instead lifting his gaze and stating, if there is something to discuss, do so here. Very well, Jiang Jinfu declared straightforwardly. My brother Zhao Liping was recently beaten into the hospital by a group of people, suffering over 20 fractures and receiving dozens of stitches. Do you know who was responsible? How could I possibly know? Ning Chen replied, puzzled. Speak again. This time, Jiang Jinfu abruptly overturned his meal tray. I have already had someone investigate. You, young man, have provoked some ruffians from outside the school, deliberately implicating Liping's name. Was it you who did this? He was the one who caused me trouble first, Ning Chen retorted. So, you are admitting it? Jiang Jinfu scoffed, crossing his arms. Well, what do you intend to do? Ning Chen replied, his expression unperturbed. The surroundings fell silent, with hundreds of students exchanging glances in astonishment. What a cunning fellow, exclaimed Xing Shufei from the athletics team, his expression peculiar. He actually dared to do such a thing. He is in deep trouble. Brother Jingfu is someone even I wouldn't dare provoke. Several other members of the athletics team nodded in agreement. Within the vast student body of Qingda University, aside from senior brother Duan and senior sister Wen from the Ancient Martial Arts Society, there was no one Jiang Jingfu would not fear, and his sense of justice attracted many followers. Xuan, what should we do? Jiang Tang anxiously looked at Xu Shuyan. This is outrageous. I am truly astonished. Xu Shuyan, equally troubled, quickly pulled out her phone. I know a few teachers. Let me contact them and see what can be done. On the other side, Jiang Jinfeng initially intended to confront Ning Chen directly, intending to give him a sound thrashing in front of the gathered crowd to avenge Zhao Liping. However, he was persuaded by one of his subordinates. Brother Jinfeng, there are too many cameras here. We must not act impulsively, the young man advised. How about we take him to our territory and teach him a lesson there? Suggested another subordinate. That sounds reasonable. Jiang Jinfeng temporarily suppressed his fury, leaning on the table with his hands and glaring menacingly at Ning Chen. Are you brave enough to accompany us to the Sanda Society's activity room? We have some matters to discuss. Lead the way, Ning Chen replied. Rising to his feet, Jiang Jinfeng and his group of Sanda Society members were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a candid response from the newcomer. All right. I suppose you are a man of your word. Jiang Jinfeng scoffed. In front of so many witnesses, it was indeed inappropriate for him to resort to violence. After all, this was a school governed by rules and regulations. Yet, once they reached their own territory, he could do as he pleased. Before long, Jiang Jinfeng and his companions escorted Ning Chen to the Student Activity Center at Qingda. The Sanda Society was a large organization, possessing a spacious dedicated activity room, comparable in size to a standard basketball court. Step inside, Junior, a member of the Sanda Society said with a grin, watching Ning Chen intently. Ning Chen strode in boldly, only to hear the sound of the door locking behind him. I swear I'll make you pay, exclaimed the member who had spoken earlier. Delivering a swift kick towards Ning Chen's backside, his intentions now laid bare. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen swiftly seized his ankle, and before he could react, wielded him like a club. With a series of resounding thuds, 6 members of the sparring club, including Jiang Jinfu, were sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. How audacious! Let us all attack at once. Jiang Jinfu bellowed, scrambling to his feet, and launched a powerful kick. Ning Chen, however, exhibited no flamboyant maneuvers. He disregarded the kick entirely and raised his fist to deliver a barrage of strikes. Within moments, Jiang Jinfu found himself unable to defend. his forearm swollen and his face marred with bruises. The other sparring members fell with a single blow, some suffering fractures, others succumbing to severe internal bleeding, kneeling and retching violently. No more. I can't take it. Jiang Jinfu cried out in agony, convinced his forearm was surely broken. You claim to stop, yet you do not? Ning Chen responded with a resounding slap, leaving him disoriented. Weren't you quite boastful just a moment ago in the cafeteria? With another kick, he sent Jiang Jinfu sprawling, crashing through the already locked activity room door, shattering the lock. Jiang Jinfu tumbled into the corridor, his vision blurred and breath hindered by pain. Chapter 16. Master Duan Shuelu. Brother Duan, your remarkable achievement of securing a top 3 finish in the provincial competition should undoubtedly guarantee your admission to the Longhu Martial Arts Academy. Congratulations. The Longhu Martial Arts Academy is one of the 4 premier martial arts institutions in the country, and the opportunity to further one's studies at Longhu Mountain is something every martial artist dreams of. I envy you greatly, brother. When you achieve success in the future, do not forget about us, your junior brothers and sisters. In the Student Activity Center, on the second-floor corridor, a group of individuals surrounded a young man like stars orbiting the moon, showering him with flattery. The young man, in his early 20s, stood tall and robust, with a broad visage, clad in a white training uniform. His piercing tiger-like eyes shone with a cold light. In response to the sycophantic praise from the crowd, he merely nodded politely, seemingly unaffected by their compliments. I must return to the martial arts hall to practice. Qinglan, you stay here. The rest of you may leave. Brother Duan gazed at a young girl with a ponytail, whose beauty was striking and ethereal, also adorned in a white training uniform. The ancient martial arts society at Qingzhou University boasted a pair of luminaries, Duan Shuelu and Wen Qinglan. They were both students of the same cohort, united by their passion for ancient martial arts. Possessing exceptional talent, they became certified martial artists before turning 25, having passed the rigorous assessments of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. This time, they represented Qingzhou University at the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Competition, achieving commendable results of 3rd and 4th place, respectively. The Longhu Martial Arts Academy, the largest and finest in the nation, only admits those who secure a top 3 finish at the provincial level, which meant when Qinglan missed her opportunity. Consequently, her spirits had been low throughout their return to campus. Just as the brothers were preparing to depart, a loud bang echoed through the corridor. The door to the Sonda Society activity room was abruptly flung open, the lock flying off. Jiang Jinfu tumbled out, his face contorted in agony, hunched over like a shrimp with his features twisted into a grimace. What on earth was happening? How had Jiang Jinfu of the Sonda Society ended up in such a state? The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society frowned in concern, some rushing forward to assist him. Then they all beheld Ning Chen leisurely stepping out of the activity room, colliding directly with them. Oh. Ning Chen cast a glance at the group of students, ultimately fixing his gaze on Duan Shuelu. He felt rather surprised, for this young man in white possessed a physical prowess that had evidently reached the first layer of body refinement. In the realm of cultivation, the first layer of body refinement is considered the most rudimentary level, not quite qualifying one as a cultivator. However, on Earth, it signifies a formidable individual capable of taking on 10 opponents. The 10 here refers not to the elderly, women, or children, but to 10 robust adult men. Though Earth's spiritual energy is sparse, it is not uncommon for individuals to emerge at the body refinement stage. Thus, after a brief assessment, Ning Chen prepared to depart. Halt! Shouted a shorter male student, noticing Jiang Jinfu's severe injuries. Which school are you from? Do you have the audacity to challenge Qingda? I am from Qingda, Ning Chen replied. You are from Qingda? The shorter student was taken aback, then retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I am from the Ancient Martial Arts Society of Qingda, and I have never heard of you. Could you please clean up your language? Ning Chen spoke with evident displeasure. I am a freshman from the clinical class 2. My name is Ning Chen. What? Everyone was taken aback, including Duan Shuelu and Wen Qinglan, who exchanged a glance. A medical student had managed to bring the president of the Sonda Club to such a state? Jiang Jinfu was a champion of several municipal martial arts competitions. Oh. Senior brother, you have returned. At that moment, a member of the Sonda Club limped out of the activity room, lamenting, Senior brother, you cannot ignore this matter. What on earth happened? Duan Shuelu's brow furrowed deeply. After hearing the member recount the events, he understood the situation. Although he was not part of the Sonda Club, all martial arts-related clubs at Qing University, such as the Sonda Club, Judo Club, Boxing Club, and combat club were led by the Ancient Martial Arts Society. He was also widely recognized as the senior brother by all students in the school. How could he turn a blind eye to such an incident? Soon, the members of the Sanda Club were assisted to the infirmary. Duan Shui Lu approached Ning Chen, regarding him with a look of admiration. You possess impressive skills. Where did you learn such martial arts? I taught myself, Ning Chen replied, slightly impatient. Taught yourself? Which institution did you attend? Duan Shui Lu inquired, puzzled. Was it Qingzhou Jiaodong University or Binhai Jiaodong University? Are you a transfer student? What? My grandfather taught me. Ning Chen retorted nonsensically. Duan Shui Lu. When Qing Lan. Hee, Junior, you truly have a sense of humor, she remarked. The river of time flows dry with a laugh, and without further ado, the topic is broached. Join the Ancient Martial Arts Society. In Huagua, where martial prowess is esteemed, warriors are the rarest of talents in contemporary society. A promising candidate such as yourself. Farewell. Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. You. When Qing Lan, incensed, hurriedly stepped forward to block Ning Chen's path. What are you doing, new student? Our Ancient Martial Arts Society at Qing University is not open to just anyone. Do you have any idea how high the average salary of a warrior is? You could toil your entire life as a doctor and still earn less in a month than what a warrior does. Ning Chen rolled his eyes. He was merely looking to pass his days at university. He had no desire to become either a doctor or a warrior. Sorry, I'm simply not interested. Excuse me. He reached out and pushed Wen Qinglan aside, intending to leave with an air of nonchalance when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind assaulted him from behind. The senior brother had made his move. The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society watched with exhilaration. Wen Qinglan, alarmed, attempted to intercept Duan Shui Lu. But the latter had already reached the first stage of body refinement, moving with astonishing speed. With a swift sidestep, Ning Chen easily evaded Duan Shui Lu's kick. Then irritably exclaimed, What are you doing? Seeking death? Impressive reflexes, Duan Shui Lu remarked with a smile of admiration, oblivious to the fact that such an expression only provoked Ning Chen further. I am quite fast. Among my peers, few can evade my attacks. Move another finger, and I shall send you to the infirmary as well. Do you believe me? Ning Chen threatened, pointing at him. Ha! What an audacious young man. Having practiced a modicum of martial arts, he now regards even the senior disciple with disdain. Are the new students today so arrogant? The members of the traditional martial arts society erupted into laughter. Wen Qinglan gazed at Ning Chen with evident disdain. Although this freshman possessed commendable skills, his emotional intelligence was alarmingly low and his arrogance was palpable. Ning Chen, Jr., Duan Shui Lu chuckled. Unable to contain himself, you single-handedly took down the Sanda Society. Yet as the senior disciple of the Qing University Martial Arts Society, I cannot simply allow you to leave unchallenged. What do you propose? Ning Chen asked straightforwardly. Let us have a match, Duan Shui Lu replied with a smile. Believing it was time for this young man to comprehend the disparity between martial arts enthusiasts and certified practitioners. Very well, Ning Chen promptly raised his fist. No. Not here. It is far too crowded. Let us proceed to the martial arts hall, where there is ample space to maneuver, Duan Shui Lu suggested. Observing Ning Chen's rather unrefined stance with a hint of condescension, suspecting that this young man was self-taught. Why must it be so complicated to engage in a fight? Ning Chen expressed his displeasure, but nonetheless followed Duan Shui Lu and the others to the martial arts hall located on the 5th floor. Chapter 17 Such dazzling moves. I would have thought you were at the Golden Course stage. The martial arts hall is spacious, divided into 2 levels, complete with spectator seating. As Ning Chen followed Duan Shui into the hall, numerous individuals were engaged in training. Wooden dummies, plum blossom poles, sandbags, various martial arts equipment was available, and there was even a weapon rack, though the blades were all dulled and merely for decoration. Senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. Have you returned from the competition? We all heard the news. Congratulations on your direct admission to the Longhu Martial Arts Academy. Everyone approached to extend their greetings. Ning Chen, with a stoic expression, directly addressed Duan Shui. Hey, are you still going to fight? Who is this person? Several members of the Ancient Martial Arts Society looked at the bewildered newcomer in confusion. Of course I will fight, Duan Shui scoffed, amused at how eagerly this lad seemed to seek a beating. Upon hearing that Duan Shui was to spar with a freshman, the group of ancient martial arts members erupted in astonishment within the hall. Is he really going to fight the senior brother? What a joke. A girl laughed derisively. With that physique, a single strike from the black tiger prowling hard will send him sprawling, several boys chimed in. Do not underestimate him. This lad is not to be trifled with. When Xinglan remarked quietly, observing Ning Chen and Duan Shui as they mounted the stage. He single-handedly dismantled the Sanda society. He is indeed a practitioner. Is he really that formidable? The expressions of some girls shifted as they gazed at Ning Chen. The Sanda society is a bunch of useless fools. Sanda is nothing compared to our ancient martial arts. The boys retorted defiantly. Observe how the senior disciple reprimands him. I wager he won't even withstand a single move from the senior. At this moment, in the second-floor audience of the martial arts hall, an elderly man sat with the staff, quietly surveying the arena below. This lad from the Duan family truly seems to regress with each practice. How dare he compete with a newcomer, risking the esteemed reputation of their Duan family's Bajuanjin? The old man shook his head. The Duan family is a prominent lineage in Qingzhou, traditionally practicing Bajuanjin, which originated in the Northern Song dynasty and boasts a history of over 8 centuries. Representing a rare form of physical cultivation in contemporary times. Many years ago, the patriarch of the Duan family devoted over 60 years to rigorous training, neglecting all else, and was on the verge of breaking through to the legendary master level, yet ultimately succumbed to old age. Contemplating these matters, the competition below commenced. Duan Shui Lu, unwilling to intimidate Ning Chen, insisted on allowing him 3 moves. You may strike first. Otherwise, if you lose later, I suspect you shall be quite dissatisfied. In truth, Ning Chen was disinclined to act. Haraha. Below, members of the ancient martial arts society erupted into hearty laughter. I haven't encountered such an arrogant individual in years. Duan Shui Lu snorted coldly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Very well, fists and feet are blind. Be wary. With that, he exerted force through his back, and a crackling sound erupted from his joints, reminiscent of popping beans. Merely from the sound, one could discern the terrifying power concealed within his physique. The rooster fluffed its feathers, and the bones resonated in unison. When Xinglan remarked, it appears the senior brother is angered. This lad is in for a challenging ordeal. Challenging the senior brother, isn't that akin to courting death? The other brothers scoffed. At that moment, Duan Shui Lu's gaze hardened, becoming fierce and powerful. He bent his knees, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, akin to a leopard pouncing upon Ning Chen. To an ordinary person, such speed would be unfathomable. Yet, to Ning Chen, Duan Shui Lu appeared as sluggish as a snail. With all his posturing and bravado, I thought you were at the golden core stage, Ning Chen quipped, swinging his fist with nonchalance. Against someone at the first level of body refinement, he couldn't be bothered to employ any martial arts. Bang! His fist landed squarely on Duan Shui Lu's face, sending him flying. Blood gushed from his nose, painting the air crimson. Not only was Wen Qinglan taken aback, but even the elderly man with the staff in the audience sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. After a brief flight through the air, Duan Shui Lu crashed out of the ring, landing heavily on the ground. He clutched his nose and mouth, howling in agony as blood pooled around him. Everyone was rendered speechless. The renowned senior brother of the ancient martial arts society, Duan Shui Lu, celebrated as the mightiest man of Qizhou University, fell by a single punch? Disheartening. Ning Chen, feeling disinterested, descended from the platform and strode directly toward the entrance of the martial arts hall. Stop! Wen Qinglan called out in a panic. What? Do you wish to exchange a few moves with me? Ning Chen glanced at her. Who exactly are you? Wen Qinglan stared at him in disbelief. Are you truly a new student at our school? In the second clinical class, if you don't believe it, feel free to verify. Ning Chen waved his hand in annoyance. In the very moment he turned, a sudden gust of wind surged towards him. It was Duan Shui Lu. Unable to accept his defeat in front of the public, he launched another attack on Ning Chen. Are you addicted to ambushes? Ning Chen, irritated, turned around, seized Duan Shui Lu's foot as it came toward him, and twisted it in the opposite direction. A loud crack echoed through the martial arts hall, followed by Duan Shui Lu's piercing scream. Ah, my foot. Your foot is broken, Ning Chen stated coldly. Senior brother. A group of members from the ancient martial arts society rushed over, their faces filled with terror as they looked at Duan Shui Lu. In agony, Duan Shui Lu bent down, cradling his foot, and shouted hoarsely, Call an ambulance. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call an ambulance. My foot cannot be broken. Ning, just you wait. This isn't over. You're dead meat. Ah. The crowd hastily dialed for emergency assistance. Well then, with this incident, I suppose no one at Qing University will dare to provoke me again. Ning Chen mused silently, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he exited the martial arts hall. Just as he was about to enter the student activity center, a senior named Wen Qinglan called out to him. Wait a moment. What now? Ning Chen turned around impatiently, only to notice that this time, an elderly gentleman in a suit accompanied Wen Qinglan. The old man, likely in his 70s, leaned on a rosewood cane, his silver hair framing a kindly face, as he regarded Ning Chen with a complex expression. Good day, esteemed principal. Greetings, esteemed principal. A few students passed by, and Ning Chen, upon hearing their remarks, cast a bemused glance at Wen Qinglan. How quickly you resort to reporting, quite impressive. Just as Wen Qinglan was about to offer an explanation, the elder with the staff chuckled and said, I did not expect that among the new students of Qizhou University, there lies a master of external strength. May I inquire about your origins? I am but an ordinary student, Ning Chen replied. An ordinary student who can defeat Xiao Duan with a single move? The elder furrowed his brow and continued. Are you aware that Xiao Duan recently secured third place in the youth division of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Competition? The school has already decided to recommend him to the Longhu Martial Arts Academy. I know nothing of the martial arts competition or the Longhu Academy. I only know that he is quite lacking, Ning Chen stated candidly. Wen Qinglan, hearing Ning Chen's disparagement of her senior, felt a surge of anger and almost retorted. Yet, recalling how her senior had been defeated in one blow, unable even to mount a surprise attack, she fell silent. Who exactly is this Ning Chen? Young friend, let us discuss this in my office, the elder with the staff said, his expression turning grave. You have just broken Xiao Duan's foot. This matter is far more serious than you might imagine. Without my intervention, your path in martial arts could very well be irrevocably severed. Ultimately, you young ones must learn to temper your strength. Chapter 18. The Duan family guest. Ironfoot 7 with nothing better to do. Ning Chen decided to accompany the old principal. He was curious to learn about the remarkable background of Duan Shui Lu. As they conversed along the way, he discovered that the old principal's name was Wen Yu, who was also the grandfather of Wen Qinglan and the former principal of Qingzhou University, holding significant prestige within the institution. Upon arriving at the office, Wen Yu instructed Wen Qinglan to prepare a cup of tea for Ning Chen and began to engage him in conversation. Young friend Ning, such remarkable skills as yours could not have been cultivated without the guidance of a master. Might I inquire who your esteemed teacher is? Wen Yu asked with a smile. You wouldn't recognize him, Ning Chen replied, a flicker of distant memories surfacing in his eyes. His master. Such boldness. Wen Qinglan, who had just finished brewing the tea, interjected with displeasure. My grandfather is a permanent council member of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. There is not a master of the transformation realm in all of Qingzhou, or even the Jiangnan region, who does not know him. Wen Yu smiled silently, clearly aware that her assertion held truth. He had knowledge of the masters of the transformation realm and inner strength practitioners in Jiangnan, both those registered and those in seclusion. My master is known by the Taoist title Yao Guang, Ning Chen stated. Yao Guang, a woman? Wen Qinglan was taken aback. Taoist title, you say? A practitioner of Taoism? Wen Yu furrowed his brow. Taoists differ from martial artists. The former focus on the cultivation of the soul and mastery of Taoist arts, while the latter hone their bodies and martial prowess, representing two distinct paths to power. Yet, as he mentally surveyed the list of formidable figures from the south, Wen Yu did not recognize any female Taoist by the name of Yao Guang. Indeed, he was unaware. Yao Guang, the esteemed elder of the pure Yang Wuji Palace in the southern celestial realm, was once a remarkable practitioner at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. 15 centuries ago, due to an unforeseen incident, Ning Chen became her disciple, despite being the least gifted among her students. Through relentless effort, he gradually emerged as the most exceptional disciple of the pure Yang Wuji Palace, mastering Yao Guang's profound teachings. However, tragedy struck when Yao Guang's attempt to transcend to the divine transformation stage failed, resulting in her soul's disintegration, leading to the palace's loss of a venerable elder and leaving Ning Chen bereft of his mentor. In the days that followed, Ning Chen often reminisced about that fateful day by the lake, filled with regret for not intervening, pondering that perhaps she would not have departed from him had he acted. My master is a recluse, so it is understandable that you may not have heard of her. Ning Chen emerged from his reverie. Indeed, when you nodded. But let us return to the matter at hand. I have just examined Xiao Duan's injuries. His right foot is severely wounded. and it will take at least half a year for him to recover. Xiao Duan is at the prime age for martial arts. The Duan family will certainly not let this go lightly. The Duan family? Are they formidable? Ning Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Are you not from Qingzhou? Wen Qinglan furrowed her brow. Indeed, but my parents are ordinary folk, Ning Chen replied. No wonder. Wen Qinglan crossed her arms. The Duan family is a prominent clan in Qingzhou. Their power is comparable to our Wen family, and they harbor numerous martial artists. You are in serious trouble. The only solution to this predicament is to swiftly seek out a powerful ally. Ning Chen suppressed a smile and remarked, Who do you intend to rely on? The Wen family? Upon seeing his expression, Wen Qinglan's anger flared up. Do you think our Wen family is eager to take you in? The Duan family has a strong rapport with the Ancient Martial Arts Association. We have no desire to invite trouble. You are merely a novice with external strength. What is there to boast about? When you interjected, all right, Qinglan. Only then did Wen Qinglan cease her tirade, sitting on the sofa and glaring at Ning Chen. He quietly sipped his tea, uninterested in arguing with a young girl. When you continued, young friend, achieving external strength at such a tender age, you are eligible to register for the assessment at the Longhu Martial Arts Academy. If you pass, I can speak on your behalf, and with a humble apology. Perhaps the Duan family will let you off the hook. Ning Chen shook his head. No thanks, it seems too troublesome. When Qinglan could no longer contain herself. Hey, grandfather is trying to save your life, and this is your attitude? Ning Chen set down his teacup and rose leisurely. Thank you, old one, for your kind intentions, but I must decline. When you was at a loss, young friend. The Duan family has taken in many wandering martial artists from society, some of whom have committed serious crimes. Before he could finish, a rapid knocking echoed through the room. Wen Qinglan and Wen Yu exchanged glances and rose to answer the door. Principal, it's bad. Someone from the Duan family is here. An anxious teacher wearing glasses stood at the entrance, drenched in sweat, pointing at Ning Chen. They are here for this young man, and the security can't hold them back. Is it so soon? Wen Qinglan was taken aback. There are still some matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Ning Chen stated as he exited the office. Hold on, young friend. Wen Yu attempted to call out to Ning Chen, but the latter disregarded him and departed without a glance. Wen Yu stomped his feet in frustration and hurried after him. Grandfather, why should we concern ourselves with someone who is so ungrateful? Wen Qinglan fumed. She had never encountered such a brazen individual. In the corridor, Ning Chen was soon confronted by a robust man. The man appeared to be in his 40s. With bronze-hued skin and a sturdy physique, particularly notable were his feet, clad in cloth shoes, steady and powerful. Behind him lay several security personnel, all clutching their stomachs in agony, unable to rise. Excuse me, do you know someone named Ning Chen? The man inquired as he approached. I am he. What do you want? Ning Chen replied calmly. So, it is you who has harmed my young master? The man paused, squinting his eyes. If your young master's surname is Duan, then indeed, I am responsible, Ning Chen affirmed with a nod. Quite the honest lad you are. The man remarked with a cold smile. Just then, Wen Qinglan emerged from the office and nearly fainted upon hearing this exchange. Is this fellow lacking in sense? Tai Jiaoqi. When you approached Ning Chen, his tone laden with gravity. Do you dare to cause a ruckus in Qingdao's territory? Are you not afraid that the Martial Arts Association will apprehend you again? Old Master One, it has been a while. I hope you are well. The man, known as Tai Jiaoqi, responded with a grin spreading across his face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ning Chen perceived a hint of subtle mockery within that smile. Old Master One, this matter does not concern you. I am here by the command of the family head to escort this young man back, spoke Tai Jiaoqi. In Qingzhou University, it indeed pertains to me. When you declared, striking the ground with his cane. Old one, this truly does not involve you. It would be best for you to refrain from meddling, Ning Chen interjected abruptly, dismantling his stance. When Qinglan was nearly rendered speechless with indignation. When you, too, was at a loss for words. Did this young man possess any sense? Tai Jiaoqi hailed from Guangdong. Although not regarded as a formidable master within the martial arts realm, he had nonetheless practiced for several decades and was in the prime of his life. What experience could Ning Chen, so young, possibly have amassed from encounters with martial artists? At that moment, Tai Jiaoqi erupted into a fit of laughter. Old one, did you hear? This young man is utterly ungrateful for your kindness. Alas, the youth of today. Enough with your prattle, Ning Chen interrupted him. His expression one of palpable impatience. If you intend to fight, then do so swiftly. Are you going to prattle on endlessly? When Qinglan was utterly speechless. She had encountered arrogance before, but nothing quite like this. Tai Jiaoqi had roamed the martial world for over 20 years, inflicting injuries upon others and having been apprehended by the Martial Arts Association. Could he truly be a match for her? Were the youth of today so recklessly fearless? As a senior, it seemed necessary to impart a lesson to them. Tai Jiaoqi let out a cold laugh, lifting his right leg high, his foot arched. Fingers curled inward, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The lower body was remarkably steady, clearly indicating a master of leg training. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past. Ironfoot 7's kick shot forth like a bullet, aimed directly at Ning Chen's chest. Aware that his young master had already mastered the basics of external strength with the 8-section brocade, he recognized that this individual, despite his youth, might have achieved a high level of external power. Thus, he unleashed a fierce attack, intending to subdue his opponent in a single move. If that kick connected, it would surely incapacitate an ordinary person. However, half a second later, he found himself kicking at nothing but air, for Ning Chen had vanished into thin air. Before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through his supporting left foot. The corridor echoed with Ironfoot 7's agonizing screams. This martial artist from Guangdong, who had honed his footwork for decades, lay on the ground, clutching his mangled left foot and wailing in despair. A piercing scream escaped when Qinglan's lips in shock. Even Wen Yu and the male instructor gasped in disbelief. Ironfoot 7's left foot had been reduced to a pulpy mass, his shoe soaked in blood. A truly gruesome sight. Such pitiful skills, merely a display of incompetence. Ning Chen remarked coldly. Seemingly disturbed by Ironfoot 7's cries, he delivered another kick, rendering him unconscious. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the Wen family duo, he strode away with purpose. How could this be, grandfather? When Qinglan gasped in disbelief. What astonishing speed! Wen Yu's gaze was filled with astonishment, and he let out a long breath. At such a tender age, he had managed to defeat, no, to incapacitate Ironfoot 7. This was indeed extraordinary. It was hard to fathom who could have trained such a formidable disciple. In truth, beyond Ning Chen's prowess, Wen Yu was even more astounded by his composure. To incapacitate a martial artist of considerable strength with such ease, akin to crushing an insignificant insect, without a hint of embarrassment, was a rare quality. How had he cultivated such a mindset? When Qinglan found it utterly bewildering. In this age of advanced networking, the news of Ironfoot 7 being vanquished by a university student swiftly spread throughout the martial circles of Jiangnan, becoming a topic of much discussion. In a private estate in Qizhou, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle was perusing news on his mobile device, his expression gradually turning grave. He was Duan Rong, the head of the Duan family and the father of Duan Shuilu. Before long, a steward entered the room. Master, Ironfoot 7 is injured even more severely than the young master. The tendons and bones in his left foot have been completely shattered, and his nerves are dead. He will need a cane to walk for the rest of his life, the steward reported. What a ruthless young man. Duan Rong's brow furrowed deeply. Have you investigated thoroughly? Who exactly is this Ning Chen? The steward responded. He hails from Danyang County and studies clinical medicine at Qingzhou University. My subordinates have also discovered that he resides with the daughter of the Xu family, Xu Jingshan. The Xu family? Duan Rong was taken aback by this revelation. He is associated with the Xu family? The Xu family is undoubtedly one of the prominent families in Qingzhou, particularly the Xu group, led by Xu Jingshan, which ranks among the top 10 in the region, wielding influence comparable to that of the Duan family. If Ning Chen truly belongs to the Xu family, it could pose significant complications. The butler responded, it remains unclear. Continue the investigation. Duan Rong commanded coldly. I want to know from whom he learned his martial arts and what his connection to the Xu family is. Additionally, locate Tu Tao for me. Upon hearing the name Tu Tao, the butler visibly hesitated. He is the most formidable character among the retainers nurtured by the Duan family. Master, should we not entrust this matter to the Martial Arts Association? The butler suggested. Deliberate injury can result in a prison sentence of 3 years to 10 years. By that time, this young man will be nearly incapacitated. We could first break his legs and then hand him over to the Martial Arts Association. Duan Rong spoke with a fierce demeanor, his eyes glinting ominously. To assault my son in such a manner cannot simply be resolved by a brief imprisonment. Had this been in the old society, he would have already met a gruesome end in the streets. Meanwhile, Ning Chen paid little heed to the affairs of the Duan family. A minor local aristocracy, they likely do not even possess a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. After departing from the Student Activity Center, he decided to skip the afternoon classes and leisurely exited the campus. Near the Rose Garden, There exists a farmer's market where Ning Chen purchased some beef and free-range chicken, intending to have Li Mei prepare them at the shop. While taking out his phone to make the payment, he noticed that Xu Shuyan had called him several times. Hello? Is there something you need? Ning Chen returned the call. At last, you answered the phone. From the other end came Xu Shuyan's anxious voice. Where are you right now? Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Ning Chen replied, somewhat perplexed by her sudden concern. Weren't you taken away by the members of the Sanho Society? Xu Shuyan pressed for details. Oh, that? I later encountered the principal, and they released me. Ning Chen fabricated casually. Do you need anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I'm out grocery shopping. Hang up if you want. Who cares about calling you? Xu Shuyan retorted angrily, ending the call. She thought to herself, there are countless boys who would love to receive a call from me, yet this guy responds with such impatience. It's infuriating. Shuyan, how's Dolly? He won't end up in the hospital, will he? Jiang Tang inquired as she walked beside her, showing concern. He's lucky. He ran into the principal. Xu Shuyan replied. Phew. That's good to hear. Jiang Tang sighed in relief before recalling something. By the way, Shuyan, didn't Aunt Xiao ask you to inform Dolly about dinner at the Intercontinental Hotel tonight? Oh right, how could I have forgotten that? Xu Shuyan paused briefly. But remembering the impatience in his tone, she felt reluctant to pull out her phone. Ultimately, it was Jiang Tang who called Ning Chen on Shui Street. At the top floor of the Mingzhu Club, Bai Xiao glared at a bag of mushrooms sitting on the bar and smacked Yang Kai across the face. Slap. I asked you to find poison, and you bring me this? Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Yang Kai, with a flushed face and a sense of grievance, said, Xiao Gu, you have wronged me. Do not underestimate these mushrooms. They are called ghost hand green, originating from the Lingyan region, and are highly toxic. Not even a student, but a bull could be brought down by them. Bai Xiao's eyes brightened with intrigue. Really? Yang Kai nodded incessantly. Indeed, indeed. These mushrooms have caused numerous fatalities and have long been banned from sale. However, a recent batch has been smuggled into Jiangnan, and I managed to acquire a small amount. Since Ning Chen often dines at that barbecue restaurant, we should serve him some. Soon after, several lackeys brought in a stray dog. Yang Kai donned gloves, crushed the ghost hand green mushrooms, and mixed them into the dog food, feeding it to the stray. Before long, the dog began to froth at the mouth and collapsed lifelessly, its body exhibiting a horrifying dark green hue, with blood oozing from its orifices. A truly tragic sight. Hiss. So toxic? Ma Kuan, standing to the side, changed color slightly. Bai Xiao laughed heartily, instructing Yang Kai to carry out this task discreetly, ensuring that it would go unnoticed, ideally framing it on Li Mei. Ning Chen, oh Ning Chen, in your next life, open your eyes wider. Not everyone is worth provoking. Chapter 20. Poison in the soup at 7 o'clock in the evening. Ning Chen took a taxi to the Intercontinental Hotel, where a server guided him to a luxurious private room on the 6th floor. Su Jingshan, Aunt Xiao, Xu Shuyan, and Jiang Tang were already present, along with the butler. Fanny. Hello, Brother Dolly. Jiang Tang waved excitedly. Little Tang, Ning Chen responded with a smile. However, upon seeing Su Jingshan and his daughter Xu Shuyan, the smile on his face noticeably faded, and he merely greeted Su Jingshan politely. Xiaochen, please take a seat. Aunt Xiao had intentionally reserved a place for Ning Chen next to Xu Shuyan. She then chided her daughter. Why didn't you bring Xiaochen along? You made him take a taxi. Why should I bring him with me? Xu Shuyan retorted, her pride evident. You child, you have no sense of courtesy whatsoever. Aunt Xiao shot her a disapproving glance before turning to Ning Chen with a smile. Xiao Chen, please don't mind her. This child has been spoiled by us. Mommy. Xu Shuyan stomped her foot in frustration. She even suspected that Ning Chen might be her mother's illegitimate child, given the special treatment he received. All right, let's serve the dishes, Su Jingshan declared. The butler, Fan, exchanged glances with a server, who promptly contacted the kitchen to bring out the food. Xiaochen, I heard about what you did at school today, Su Jingshan said, smiling as he looked at Ning Chen. Ah, Ning Chen furrowed his brow, wondering how Su Jingshan had found out. Honey, what happened? Aunt Xiao asked curiously. On the very first day of school, this young man managed to beat up several seniors, and it is said that among them were members of the martial arts club, with quite a few ending up in the hospital. Su Jingshan chuckled. What? Xiao Jing exclaimed in surprise. Ning Chen felt he had been overly concerned. The matter involving Duan Shuilu and Tai Jiaoqi had already been suppressed by the old man one. Should such an incident leak out, it would tarnish the school's reputation. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang exchanged shocked glances. Didn't you say you encountered the principal, and they let you go? Xu Shuyan inquired of Ning Chen. Clearly, I deceived you, Ning Chen replied. You. Xu Shuyan fumed. Jiang Tang, however, found Ning Chen's attitude amusing. Xiao Chen, how could you engage in a fight at school? Xiao Jing scolded, her expression stern. You've worked so hard to gain admission to Qingzhou University. How heartbroken your mother would be if you were expelled. And Xiao, they provoked me first, Ning Chen said with a wry smile. That still doesn't justify fighting. Xiao Jing insisted. Ning Chen refrained from arguing further. Ha ha ha, it's all right. In our country, martial arts are highly esteemed. And it's quite normal for young people to engage in a bit of brawling. Su Jingshan waved his hand dismissively. My dear, I was thinking. With Xiao Chun's remarkable skills, wouldn't it be wonderful if he served as a bodyguard for Shuyan? Ning Chen inwardly shook his head, realizing he was still clinging to hope. That might not be appropriate, Xiao Jing frowned. As university students, our primary focus should be on our studies. Quiet down. You must consider our daughter as well. Shuyan is exceptionally beautiful, and she has had her fair share of male attention throughout her life. Su Jingshan asserted with gravity. This is my perspective. Xiao Chen's family is not financially well off, and now that he has matured, he needs to understand the importance of earning his own living to alleviate his family's burdens. I can offer him a salary of 20,000 a month, a figure that surpasses the earnings of 90% of white-collar workers in Qingzhou. After graduation, he could directly join the Su group. Moreover, Xiao Chun is someone we know well, which brings a sense of security. What do you think, my dear? Xiao Jing listened and found some merit in Su Jingshan's reasoning. Given Xu Yan's striking beauty and penchant for fashion and fun, she had undoubtedly attracted her share of unwanted attention over the years. Yet, she was concerned about potentially bruising Ning Chen's pride, so she tentatively inquired, Xiao Chen, what are your thoughts on this? Oh, mommy, daddy, I absolutely do not need a bodyguard. Xu Shuyan pouted, clearly displeased. Silence. You have no say here. Su Jingshan shot her a stern glance. Ning Chen feigned deep contemplation before ultimately shaking his head. I apologize, Uncle Su, but I am not interested in the position of bodyguard for your daughter. Xiao Chen, could you explain why? If it's a matter of salary, we can certainly negotiate. Su Jingshan pressed on, unwilling to concede. It's not about the money. It's primarily that Xu Yan and I do not get along. Ning Chen replied candidly. Jiang Tang found herself somewhat speechless. Was Dilly so refreshingly honest? Let me clarify. It's actually that I do not get along with you. Xu Shuyan exclaimed indignantly. But if it's someone like Xiao Dang with such a personality, I would willingly serve as her bodyguard without any salary. Ning Chen added with a playful tone. Brother Dolly, why are you suddenly flirting with her? How bothersome. Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed a charming shade of red. Ning Chen was, of course, jesting. Even if the Earth's leader arrived, he would not have the privilege of being her bodyguard. You dare to sow discord among us best friends? How shameless. Su Shuyan scolded Ning Chen, nearly brought to tears by her fury. Shuyan, how can you speak like that? Xiao Jing reprimanded her. Ah, never mind. Su Jingshan waved his hand, choosing to let the matter pass, though he inwardly felt that Ning Chen was ungrateful. Soon, the kitchen began serving the dishes. 10 exquisite dishes and a soup, each a feast for the senses. Xu Shuyan was so enraged that she could not bring herself to eat a single bite, whereas Ning Chen relished the meal with great enthusiasm. At that moment, a waitress wheeled in another dish. We didn't order this, Steward Fan remarked, glancing at the enticing mushroom soup. Sir, this is a complimentary dish from our hotel, provided your consumption reaches a certain standard, the waitress said with a smile. Very well. Please serve it. Steward Fan nodded in agreement. The waitress complied, and since the soup was near Ning Chen, he immediately poured himself a bowl. As Ning Chen took a sip, he sensed something amiss. The delightful aroma of the soup was laced with a potent toxin. Wait. Seeing Su Shuyan also pouring herself a bowl, he swiftly snatched it away, his expression grave. What are you doing? Su Shuyan stared at Ning Chen in confusion. Why are you taking my soup? There's plenty left. Can't you serve yourself? The soup is poisoned, Ning Chen said with utmost seriousness. Uft. Jiang Tang laughed so hard she almost choked. Are you out of your mind? Su Shuyan had tolerated Ning Chen for quite some time. She immediately retorted. I think you're the one who's poisoned. Hand it over. Ning Chen turned and poured the soup out. You. Su Shuyan nearly fainted from anger. Chapter 21. The facade is finally shed. Xiao Chen. What on earth is going on? Xiao Jing inquired, her gaze filled with confusion. Aunt Xiao, Uncle Su. This bowl of soup is truly toxic. Please trust me, Ning Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. Xiao Jing, and Xu Jingshan exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Rest assured, sir, a female server interjected, approaching with a soothing demeanor. The primary ingredient in this mushroom soup is the giant shaoqing, sourced from Lingnan. While it does possess a certain level of toxicity, our head chef has expertly neutralized the poison, so you may indulge without concern. Xiaochun, did you hear that? It's perfectly safe, Xiao Jing reassured with a smile. Such unsophisticated country folk. Even fugu is poisonous, yet people still consume it. Xu Shuyan muttered irritably, ladling another bowl for herself. However, to her surprise, Ning Chen swiftly snatched the bowl away. You, return that to me. Xu Shuyan exclaimed in exasperation. Ignoring her entirely, Ning Chen directly handed the soup to the female server. You claim it is harmless? Then I challenge you to drink this bowl. The server's expression shifted to one of discomfort. I'm sorry, sir, but our establishment has regulations. It seems the issue is not regulations, but rather your lack of courage, Ning Chen retorted, his gaze fixed intently on the server. Earlier, when Xu Shuyan had served herself, a flicker of something unusual had distinctly flashed in the woman's eyes. Enough, Xiaochun. Xu Jingshan appeared somewhat displeased and remarked, the Intercontinental is a 5-star hotel. The head chef would not commit such a fundamental error. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal without causing any unnecessary disturbances. Brother Dolly, didn't you just consume a bowl? I saw no adverse effects. Jiang Tang inquired curiously. Ning Chen found himself at a loss for words. Prior to entering the Pure Yang Wujigong, he had studied medicine for 4 centuries and was certain that the poison in that bowl of soup could easily slay an elephant. His survival was attributed to 2 factors. First, the robust physique of a Yuanying stage cultivator, and second, he had once ingested the essence of a Mo Lin snake emperor, thus gaining immunity to all toxins. Yet, if he were to voice this, he would surely be deemed insane. I believe he is merely a fool sent by a monkey. Xu Shuyan scoffed upon seeing Ning Chen rendered speechless. At that moment, Ning Chen turned his gaze towards Xu Jingshan, surveying him briefly before stating, Uncle Xu, you must have had a nosebleed in the past 3 days, correct? How do you know that? Xu Jingshan was taken aback, feeling incredulous. Indeed, he had experienced a nosebleed while washing up 2 mornings ago, yet it was a trivial matter he had not mentioned to anyone, not even to his closest companion. How could Ning Chen possibly know? Could he have some mystical ability? Because, Uncle Xu, you are somewhat weak. Ning Chen's words struck like a bolt of lightning. Both Xu Jingshan and Xiao Jing's expressions shifted, their gazes becoming increasingly uneasy. What nonsense! You are the one who is weak. Xu Shuyan retorted in anger. If my guess is correct, you have recently been consuming a tonic, and a rather precious one at that. Ning Chen completely disregarded Xu Shuyan and spoke to himself. However, you have overcompensated, resulting in an excess of internal heat. Aside from experiencing nosebleeds, you also suffer from swollen gums, insomnia filled with dreams, a bitter mouth, and a dry tongue. Am I correct? Xu Jingshan and Xiao Jing displayed expressions of astonishment. Every symptom Ning Chen mentioned was accurate. Little Chen, how do you know all of this? Aunt Xiao inquired incredulously. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine, Ning Chen replied, his gaze returning to the mushroom soup. Thus I can assert with absolute certainty that this soup is toxic. Moreover, it is lethally poisonous. The couple was somewhat bewildered. The waitress's eyes flickered momentarily. Daddy, Mommy. Could what he said actually be true? Xu Shuyan gasped. The symptoms were indeed accurate. Xiao Jing still found it hard to believe that a mere college freshman could possess such profound medical knowledge. Old Fan, Xu Jingshan, seeing Ning Chen's unwavering confidence, decided to send Fan Yi to thoroughly investigate and obtain a laboratory to analyze the contents of the soup. Yes, Chairman, Fan Yi promptly took the soup away. I still don't believe it. Xu Shuyan crossed her arms, leaning against the back of her chair, and addressed Ning Chen. Since you claim the soup is poisonous, why are you unharmed? You just drank 3 large sips. Unbeknownst to her, Miss Xu was so concerned about me that she noticed how much I drank, Ning Chen teased. Who is concerned about you? Don't get ahead of yourself. Xu Shuyan's cheeks flushed as she turned away in a huff. Well, to get straight to the point, the reason I am not susceptible to poison is because... Ning Chen was contemplating what excuse to concoct. Suddenly, the voice of the waitress pierced through the air, no longer the meek demeanor she had previously exhibited, but rather laced with a chilling tone. Young man, your medical skills are quite impressive. You managed to neutralize the toxin of the ghost hand green. Oh, so you have finally dropped the FAAD. Ning Chen turned his gaze towards her. With everyone else gone, There was no need to maintain the pretense. The waitress declared, extending her hand to reveal a silenced pistol, which she retrieved from beneath the serving cart, promptly disengaging the safety and aiming it at Xu Shuyan. Ah! Xu Shuyan shrieked in terror upon seeing the gun. Silence! If you scream, I will shoot him, the waitress threatened. All right, I want to scream. Just don't shoot. Please don't shoot my father, Xu Shuyan cried, tears streaming down her face. Nearby, Jiang Tang and Xiao Jing were equally pale with fear. Xu Shuyan, maintaining a semblance of composure, leaned on the table, his face darkening as he remarked, a classic tactic to lure the tiger from its den. Precisely. The waitress pressed the cold muzzle of the gun against the back of Xu Shuyan's head. Fist of iron, Fan Yi, a master of inner strength, would pay a heavy price for a direct confrontation. Thus, we must resort to some cunning schemes. Don't move. The waitress, also a formidable opponent, kept her eyes vigilantly scanning the movements of others while addressing Xu Shuyan with malice. Take out your phone. Xu Shuyan had no choice but to comply. And you all as well. A solitary figure, Ning Chen, remained motionless as several mobile phones were tossed onto the table. 1, 2, 3, 4. Little ghost. Did you not hear my command? Produce the phones. The female attendant brandished a gun, aiming it menacingly at Ning Chen. Shuyan, run quickly. Xu Jingshan suddenly surged forward with fervor. However, lacking martial prowess, he was swiftly propelled 4 to 5 meters away by the female attendant, a practitioner of external martial arts. Daddy, husband, Xu Shuyan and Xiao Jing cried out in distress. Unfortunately, the luxurious private room was soundproofed so effectively that even gunfire within went unheard by those outside. Foolish creature, the female attendant scoffed coldly, advancing towards Ning Chen with her weapon drawn. Phone. Hand it over. Such a lackluster assassin you are, Ning Chen remarked abruptly. What did you say? The female attendant replied, taken aback. Facing death, this fool spouts nonsense, she thought. You indulge in excessive chatter. You surely cannot be a professional assassin. Ning Chen continued, his tone devoid of emotion. Mind your own business. The female attendant retorted with a sneer, believing that as long as she could fulfill her mission. A bit of amusement was inconsequential. Then I regret to inform you that you will not succeed in this task, Ning Chen declared, extending his hand directly towards her firearm. Chapter 22. The resurgence of the ghostly hand. You seek your own demise. Upon witnessing Ning Chen's audacity to seize the firearm, a glimmer of cold fury ignited in the assassin's eyes as she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire reverberated through the private room. Unlike the cinematic portrayals, even with the silencer, the report of the pistol remained notably loud. Ah! Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang let out terrified shrieks. Yet, contrary to their expectations of a gruesome spectacle, the scene unfolded differently. Ning Chen enveloped the gun's muzzle with his palm, emerging unscathed, while wisps of smoke escaped through his fingers. How is this possible? The assassin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Xu Jingshan was equally perplexed. How could a mere hand possibly obstruct a bullet? Curse it! The assassin, refusing to relent, pulled the trigger once more. Bang! 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 With certainty. She believed the bullets had been discharged, yet for reasons unknown, Ning Chen remained entirely unharmed, his expression devoid of emotion. In her attempt to withdraw the weapon, she found herself powerless against Ning Chen's formidable strength. I refused to believe this. The assassin was determined to pull the trigger again, but suddenly, the handgun emitted a resounding explosion, shattering her hand into a bloody mess, causing her to collapse to the ground in agony. Ah! My hand! My hand! Clutching her blood-soaked right hand, the assassin writhed on the floor in torment. The Xu family and Jiang Tang stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Do not look, Ning Chen approached, gently covering Jiang Tang's eyes. Her delicate form trembled slightly, warmth blossoming within her heart. Xiao Chen, are you all right? At that moment, Xiao Jing finally reacted and hurried over to check Ning Chen's injuries. However, on Ning Chen's fair hand, there was no blood, nor even a scratch. Once the crisis had passed, Xu Jingshan promptly lifted a chair and knocked the female assassin unconscious before coming to assess Ning Chen's condition. Xu Shuyan, meanwhile, took out her phone to contact Fanny. Xiao Chun, your hand. Xu Jingshan turned Ning Chen's hand over repeatedly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Uncle Xu. Aunt Xiao, fortunately, this guy's gun jammed, so I'm fine, Ning Chen proactively explained, a look of relief on his face. You foolish child. If anything happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother? Xiao Jing wept, embracing Ning Chen in terror. At that moment, it was urgent, and I couldn't think too much. Ning Chen replied with a wry smile. After a while, Fanny rushed over, breathless and apologetic. I am truly sorry. Chairman, this is my negligence. Xu Shuyan, seated in his chair, waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault. I fell for their diversionary tactic. By the way, Lao Fan, about that mushroom soup. It was indeed highly toxic. Fanny glanced at Ning Chen beside him. According to the laboratory staff, the mushrooms in the soup were the ghost hand green from Lingan, the most poisonous variety. A few years back, it was banned from sale in the area, and even the locals dared not touch it. The entire family gazed at Ning Chen in shock, especially Xu Shuyan, who recalled those earlier words, her face flushed and burning red. Xiaochun, it appears that what you spoke of was indeed true. I apologize, Uncle Su misjudged you. Xu Jingshan wore an expression of regret, now convinced of Ning Chen's remarkable abilities. Heavens, Brother Dolly, you are truly extraordinary. Jiang Tang's admiration for Ning Chen deepened. It was merely a coincidence, Ning Chen replied with a serene smile. No. With such a toxic mushroom. Xiaochun, I must take you to the hospital for an examination. Xiao Jing strode over, determined to escort Ning Chen away. Ning Chen felt a sense of impending trouble. Reluctantly, as Xiao Jing was insistent, even Xu Jingshan insisted he should undergo a checkup. So he had no choice but to comply. The female assassin was taken away by the police who arrived shortly thereafter. The hotel was thrown into chaos, with the manager being held accountable overnight, resulting in the loss of his job. In the Rose Garden Villa, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang had ascended to their rooms early. The events of the evening had genuinely frightened them. Xu Jingshan and Fanny sat together, engaged in a discussion about Ning Chen. Impossible, Fanny asserted decisively, shaking his head when the topic of Ning Chen blocking a gun's muzzle with his hand arose. At such a close range, to stop a bullet with flesh and remain unscathed is beyond the reach of even a master of the transformation realm. Unless he is the legendary martial arts sage capable of refining true energy to protect himself. Xu Jingshan suddenly understood. So, could it be the gun's fault then? Fanny fell silent. He was aware that this explanation was rather far-fetched. How could a killer's firearm jam so easily, let alone explode? Yet, it was even more implausible for someone as young as Ning Chen to be a martial arts sage. Lao Fan, please contact the authorities first thing tomorrow morning. I must swiftly ascertain who seeks to take my life. Xu Jingshan's expression was somber. Yes, Chairman. Having returned from the hospital, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Xiaochun, I am profoundly grateful for your intervention this evening. You saved our entire family. On the roadside, in an Audi A8, Xiao Jing handed a bank card to Ning Chen, somewhat bashfully stating, do not think ill of Aunt Xiao for being materialistic. Truly, I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. This card contains 300,000, and the password is your birth date. Use it to purchase something you desire. Should you ever find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to reach out to Aunt Xiao. Without a word, Ning Chen accepted the card and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. Xiao Jing smiled gently, appreciating the child's unpretentious sincerity. Subsequently, she drove away. However, Ning Chen did not return directly to the Rose Garden Villa, but instead visited Li Mei's barbecue restaurant. The evening's commotion had left him famished. Upon his arrival, Li Mei retrieved the beef and free-range chicken she had sent him earlier that afternoon and began preparing a late-night snack. This barbecue establishment had effectively transformed into a cozy eatery in honor of Ning Chen's patronage. And Li Mei's culinary skills were one of the primary reasons for his frequent visits. Yet, amidst the spread of delectable dishes, Ning Chen's gaze fell upon a rather familiar ingredient, the ghost hand green, a highly toxic mushroom from Lingan. Is something amiss, Xiaochun? Do these dishes not please your palate? Li Mei, clad in an apron, stood nearby, her eyes clear and devoid of any malice. This dish is unfamiliar to me. Aunt Mei. Ning Chen picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of the poisonous greens into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. My goodness, the greens are still not fully cooked. Their toxicity even more pronounced. Upon hearing Ning Chen refer to her as Aunt Mei, Li Mei's face broke into a radiant smile as she replied. I acquired these fresh mushrooms from a familiar vendor, sourced from Lingan, costing over 100 yuan per pound, quite expensive. Is that so? Aunt Mei, you have spent quite a bit. Ning Chen continued to savor the mushroom stir-fry. To be honest, although these poisonous greens are toxic, they are remarkably delicious. Ordinary individuals would never have the chance to relish such a flavor. One bite could lead to their demise. Spent? This is all your money, Li Mei chuckled innocently, referring to the 100,000 Ning Chen had given her days prior. These mushrooms are exquisite. Aunt Mei, where did you buy them? Please take me along tomorrow. I wish to bring some for my friends as well, Ning Chen remarked while eating. It's south the same place where you bought groceries this morning, the Guyan agricultural market. Li Mei informed him. Very well. Ning Chen nodded, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 23. Once bitten. Twice shy this young man has been consuming for quite some time. Why has nothing happened? Could there be some unforeseen complication? In Li Mei's barbecue restaurant, a handful of patrons occupied the space. Among them were two of Bai Zhao's underlings, tasked with surveilling Ning Chen. Upon witnessing Ning Chen consume the ghost hand green, they were filled with elation. However, after a prolonged wait, Ning Chen exhibited no adverse effects, his complexion remaining vibrant. After a while, Ning Chen learned from Li Mei that several large pieces of ghost hand green remained in the kitchen. He expressed a desire to take a look and thus vacated his seat, making his way into the kitchen. The two ruffians approached to investigate the situation. Could it be that Li Mei, that wretched woman, overcooked the mushrooms? One ruffian picked up a pair of chopsticks, idly stirring the remaining half-plate of stir-fried mushrooms and pork. I've heard that if those poisonous mushrooms are thoroughly cooked, their toxicity dissipates. Perhaps. The other, who had yet to dine, seized a slice of mushroom with his chopsticks and declared, "Let me taste. Delicious, so fresh. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? You dare to eat that? What is there to fear? That fellow over there has been fine after eating for so long." Suddenly, the ruffian who had been raving about the flavor of the ghost hand green felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In a daze, he perceived many tiny figures grasping his hands and dancing around him, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. In the kitchen, Ning Chen discovered the fresh ghost hand green and was unexpectedly delighted to find a trace of spiritual energy within. Although the concentration was woefully thin, it was sufficient to bring him a sense of joy. He had just packed 3 ghostly hands into a plastic bag when he heard a commotion outside. Running out with Li Mei, they discovered a buzzcut thug lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, his skin tinged with a bluish hue. Nearby, a small thug with earrings crouched anxiously beside him. Ning Chen immediately recognized them as the 2 individuals who had been furtively glancing at him during their meal. What on earth happened? Li Mei was horrified and rushed over. Someone had already called an ambulance, stating, "This young man seems to have eaten 2 pieces of mushrooms. And now he's like this. Boss lady, your mushrooms aren't poisonous, are they?" "Impossible." Li Mei pointed at Ning Chen and asserted, he ate half a plate without any issues. "How could they be poisonous?" "You're talking nonsense." The earring-wearing thug sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Mei. "You poisoned him. The mushrooms in that pork dish aren't ordinary. They are toxic mushrooms from the Ling'an region." A wave of astonished gasps filled the restaurant as numerous pairs of eyes turned fearfully toward Li Mei. "Nonsense." Ning Chen scoffed. "If they were poisonous, would I still be standing here and speaking?" With that, he grabbed the plate and shoved the remaining mushroom and meat slices into his mouth, chewing heartily. After a brief moment, when he exhibited no signs of distress, Li Mei finally felt reassured. The earring-wearing thug was rendered speechless, his face flushed crimson. "Returning to the matter at hand, I would like to inquire of both of you. Having scrutinized me since I first entered the establishment, and even going so far as to approach and consume my food, what exactly is your intention?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly demanded, "Have you been sent by Bai Xiao?" No. It isn't Brother Xiao." "I have no idea who you are referring to." The young thug with ear studs quivered in fear and hastily retreated. "Indeed, it seems Bai Xiao is involved. What an audacious fool." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. Initially, he had planned to visit the market at dawn to investigate the vendors, but it now appeared unnecessary. "Lazy, my brother, you have met a tragic fate." At that moment, the young thug with ear studs collapsed to his knees, weeping loudly as he leaned over his poisoned companion. "Get away, he is not dead yet." Ning Chen kicked him aside, then pressed his hand against the chest of the poisoned thug, channeling his vital energy. Before long, the afflicted individual began to vomit and suffer from diarrhea, expelling the toxic mushroom slices he had ingested, and his symptoms noticeably alleviated. "You are fine after consuming it, yet he suffers from vomiting, diarrhea, and delirium. This must be an allergic reaction," the emergency physician concluded upon arrival. Only then did Li Mei breathe a sigh of relief. If news of food poisoning spread from her establishment, she would no longer be able to operate. By the time she regained her composure, Ning Chen had already departed, wandering into a narrow alley of the Shueyue food street. The young thug adorned with earrings, battered and bruised, knelt before Ning Chen, pleading for mercy. "Please, don't hit me anymore, big brother. I will tell you everything." It was Xiaogu who sent me. It was also he who arranged for the ghostly Han Qing to be sold to Li Mei. Spare me, please. Ning Chen's eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent. His principle was clear. There would be no second chances. Bai Xiao would pay for his actions. In the early hours, around 1 o'clock, at the Ming Diamond Club, Bai Xiao and his comrades were reveling in a private room. Xiaogu, laughed the bleached-haired thug Yang Kai. Lazy said he saw Ning Chen swallow the ghostly Han Qing. By now, he is probably facing the king of hell. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiao lounged on the sofa with an air of dominance, smoke curling from his lips. His mistress, Wang Yinhua, nestled in his embrace, smiled seductively. Xiaogu, Li Mei is in trouble. What do you plan to do about that barbecue shop? Let us just recruit another vendor. With such heavy foot traffic on Shui West Street, we needn't worry about customers, Bai Xiao replied, casually flicking ash onto Wang Yinhua's voluptuous thigh. By the way, I heard Li Mei has a daughter named Su Wanwan. I've seen her photo. She is quite lovely. Who among you will bring her to me? Xiaogu, I'll go. I'm the best at this sort of thing. Yang Kai hastily set down his half-finished wine glass, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, Li Mei's husband is Su Haichao, who owes our company several $100,000. That incorrigible gambler wouldn't hesitate to sell his daughter, or even his own mother, without batting an eye. Laughter erupted in the private room. All right, Yang Kai. Instruct him to send his daughter over immediately. I shall forego the interest on that debt. A mischievous grin spread across Bai Xiao's face. Understood, Brother Xiao. Yang Kai promptly directed one of his subordinates to call Su Haichao. Initially, the man on the other end was reluctant. But after Yang Kai seized the phone and issued a few threats, the man had no choice but to comply. Before long, a middle-aged man, rather portly and with pronounced bags under his eyes, arrived at the Ming Diamond Club, accompanied by a college student whose innocent beauty was striking. Su Wanwan stood at a height of 1.68 meters, her delicate, fair oval face radiating a captivating allure. Her skin was as pristine as snow, and her naturally rosy lips appeared irresistibly luscious without the application of lipstick. Coupled with her elegantly slender legs, she attracted numerous ardent gazes in the lobby of the club. Dad, perhaps you should seek assistance from someone else, Su Wanwan sensed a hint of danger. Had it not been for her father's sudden phone call, claiming that a friend was intoxicated and needed help, she would have never found herself in such a place as the Ming Diamond Club. Chapter 24. Ning Chen's girlfriend? Wanwan. Let me speak candidly with you. This friend of mine can lead us to great wealth. Su Haichao, suppressing his inner unease, attempted to persuade his daughter, saying, if we treat him well, our family will never want for money again. Your mother won't have to toil from dawn till dusk for her meager business, which hardly brings in anything. Upon hearing her father's tone, which seemed to belittle her mother's modest income, Su Wanwan retorted with displeasure, from childhood to now. My tuition and living expenses have all been covered by my mother. Have you ever contributed a single penny to our household? Perhaps you should settle your own debts before discussing my mother. With that, Su Wanwan turned to leave, but Su Haichao quickly blocked her path, pleading, please, Wanwan. My dear daughter, just help your father this once. I promise you, once we start making money, I will buy you anything you desire. Unable to resist her biological father's insistence, Su Wanwan reluctantly followed him upstairs to a lavish private room. Upon entering, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. The individuals within were either sporting flamboyant hair colors or exhaling clouds of smoke, while others were embracing women clad in revealing attire. As she stepped further inside, she was nearly suffocated by the heavy stench of smoke. Oh, Brother Chao has arrived, Yang Kai exclaimed upon spotting him, promptly making his way over. You are too kind. Brother Kai, Su Haichao replied, his face adorned with a broad smile as he intended to exchange a few pleasantries with Yang Kai, eager to showcase himself before his daughter. However, to his surprise, Yang Kai bypassed him entirely and approached Su Wanwan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Is this your daughter? He inquired. How stunningly beautiful you are. Su Haichao, surely your wife has tea-strayed, considering your appearance? How could such a lovely daughter emerge from you? Laughter erupted around them. Haha, Kai. You are truly a master of jest. Su Haichao could merely chuckle along, then resolved to divert everyone's attention with his daughter. He bent down and said to Su Wanwan, Wanwan, this is Brother Kai, greet him. With her eyes already glistening with tears, her tiny fists clenched tightly. She glared at Su Haichao. Didn't you say your friend was drunk and needed my help? Which of them is intoxicated? Taken aback, Su Haichao's expression froze. Meanwhile, Yang Kai feigned drunkenness, swaying as he ambled. Oh dear sister, your father speaks the truth. I am indeed inebriated. Laughter erupted again. The onlookers, a group of ruffians including Bai Xiao, watched the amusing spectacle with great interest. I'm leaving. You stay here, Xu Wanwan declared, tossing a remark over her shoulder as she attempted to escape. However, the opportunity was too enticing for Yang Kai to let slip away. Where do you think you're going, little sister? He exclaimed, playfully pulling her back. Now that you're here, why not share a drink with your brothers? I don't drink. Let me go? Xu Wanwan struggled desperately, casting a pleading glance at Su Haichao for assistance. Yet, he implored, Wanwan, just have a couple of drinks with them. Once it's over, Daddy will take you home. Su Haichao, how could you let your daughter serve drinks? Have you lost her humanity? Xu Wanwan erupted in tears, her sorrow resembling that of a weeping willow. Oh dear sister, why are you crying? Do not fret. I shall avenge you. Yang Kai, with a heart full of concern, gently wiped away Xu Wanwan's tears before turning and delivering a kick that sent Su Haichao sprawling 4 to 5 meters away, overturning the coffee table in the process. The private room erupted in cheers and whistles. Su Haichao lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, unable to rise. Dad, Xu Wanwan cried out in desperation. Ahem, sister, let me tell you the truth. Your father owes us 400,000, which totals 650,000 with interest. He has already sold you to us. Yang Kai laughed heartily, his gaze roving over Xu Wanwan, yet he dared not lay a hand on her. For she was the one that Bai Xiao had specifically requested, and he could only indulge in a visual feast. No, I refuse to believe it. Xu Wanwan wept inconsolably. Su Haichao knelt in agony, unable to utter a single word. Yang Kai seized Xu Wanwan by her hair, dragging her before Bai Xiao. Sister, you are now of age. It is time to alleviate the burden on your family. Bai Gu has stated that as long as you accompany him, your worthless father's interest of 250,000 will be forgiven. In other words, by simply keeping Bai Gu company, you could earn 250,000. How does that sound? A lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? Yang Kai coaxed persuasively. If you dare lay a finger on me, my boyfriend will not spare you. Xu Wanwan attempted to muster a fierce expression. However, the ferocity of a female university student is inherently limited. This group of ruffians was not intimidated. Rather, they erupted into hearty laughter. Bai Xiao, unfazed, puffed on his cigar and inquired, Little sister, is your boyfriend named Ning Chen? Yes, my boyfriend is indeed Ning Chen. He has martial arts training and is quite formidable. Xu Wanwan attempted to assert herself with a threat. To her surprise, Bai Xiao laughed uproariously as if he had heard the most amusing joke. What are you laughing at? Xu Wanwan asked, bewildered. She was aware that Bai Xiao's men had suffered several defeats at Ning Chen's hands. Sister, your little boyfriend is indeed quite capable. We have experienced that firsthand, Yang Kai interjected. But no matter how skilled he is merely a student. We possess countless ways to eliminate him, whether by gun, by car, or through poison. To be perfectly honest, Ning Chen is currently in the hospital fighting for his life, but the chances of him pulling through are slim. Ha 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 ha. Xu Wanwan's charming eyes widened in shock. What? Hospital? Fighting for his life? What? What have you done to him? Enough. Be quiet. Bai Xiao, noticing Yang Kai's escalating enthusiasm, waved his hand to interrupt him. He scanned the surroundings and commanded, You all get out. All right, Brother Xiao, cheer up. Yang Kai responded with a wave, grinning as he led his companions away. Su Haichao was also dragged off, continuously apologizing to Xu Wanwan along the way. Seeing this, Wang Yinhua could only sigh in resignation and promptly exited the establishment, stepping outside to smoke. As she was lost in thought, a familiar face approached her. She was momentarily taken aback, pointing at Ning Chen and stammering, You're still alive. Oh, it seems you had a hand in the poisoning as well. Ning Chen stood before the heavily made-up woman with a smile. He had come to settle accounts with Bai Xiao. However, he was unaware that at that very moment, Bai Xiao was in a private room tormenting Xu Wanwan. No. I only knew about it. I did not participate. Wang Yinhua, well aware of Ning Chen's terrifying nature, quickly discarded her cigarette and shook her head vigorously. Upon witnessing Ning Chen's relaxed demeanor, she suddenly felt that this college student was far from the simpleton that Bai Xiao and his associates had imagined. By the way, your girlfriend is upstairs. Bai Xiao is about to make a move on her. Wang Yinhua suddenly recalled something crucial. My girlfriend? Ning Chen was puzzled, wondering when he had acquired a girlfriend. Xu Wanwan, isn't she your girlfriend? Wang Yinhua exclaimed in a state of urgency. Wanwan? Ning Chen's expression darkened as he hurried into the Ming Diamond Club. Wang Yinhua promptly followed suit. Chapter 25. Foolish Mortals. Within the opulent private room, Bai Xiao savored a glass of fine liquor, casting a glance laden with amusement towards Xu Wanwan. Help me. Xu Wanwan huddled in the corner, resembling a helpless kitten, her cries piercing the air. Tears cascaded down her delicate visage like a string of pearls set loose. Shout all you wish. No one will come to your aid. This is my domain, Bai Xiao declared with brazen arrogance. He reached out with an insidious grip, but the girl, quick-witted and agile, evaded his grasp and sprinted desperately towards the door of the room. Alas, her long hair became ensnared, and he yanked her back with force. A resounding slap echoed as it connected with Xu Wanwan's face, sending her sprawling onto the sofa, her head spinning in disorientation. What is this? A game of hide and seek? Bai Xiao spat contemptuously at the ground, his intentions shifting to violence. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the room, accompanied by shouts and the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Yet, silence fell abruptly after a mere second. Yang Kai, what in the world are you up to? Bai Xiao barked as he flung open the door, only for his expression to freeze in astonishment. The corridor lay strewn with his subordinates, their groans creating a dissonant symphony. A youthful yet familiar face turned towards him. You, what are you doing here? Bai Xiao stared in disbelief at Ning Chen, as if he had encountered a specter. I distinctly recall warning you just days ago not to touch Li Mei's barbecue shop, lest I shatter your skull. It appears my words fell on deaf ears. Ning Chen, exuding an overwhelming aura, forcefully kicked Yang Kai aside and advanced towards him. This is impossible. You clearly have consumed. Bai Xiao's words trailed off as Ning Chen appeared before him, seemingly teleporting, and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The liver, the most delicate of the internal organs, ruptured upon impact, causing a torrent of blood to surge from Bai Xiao's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Rendered speechless by the agony, Ning Chen, Xu Wanwan, groggy and disoriented, sat up, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Ning Chen. It's all right, just sleep for a while, he reassured her, approaching and pressing his right hand against the nape of her neck, causing her to lose consciousness. Don't move. Suddenly, Yang Kai burst into the private room, flanked by two lackeys. This scoundrel had somehow procured a handgun, with the weapon in hand. Yang Kai felt emboldened, glaring at Ning Chen with an air of arrogance. He firmly believed that no matter how formidable one's martial skills, a single bullet could extinguish life. Oh no, how could I forget that Bai Xiao possesses a handgun? Wang Yinhua thought, sensing the impending danger. A Chong. Take Brother Sha to the hospital, Yang Kai commanded. Yes, Brother Kai. The two lackeys were about to move when Ning Chen's furious shout rang out. No one leaves today. Damn it, you little brat. Do you think I'm wielding a toy gun? Yang Kai retorted, disengaging the safety and stepping forward. Kneel. Who are you commanding to kneel? In a flash, Ning Chen vanished and reappeared behind Yang Kai like a specter. What the hell? Yang Kai was startled and quickly turned around. But Ning Chen had vanished once more. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings in a frenzy, yet he could not locate Ning Chen anywhere. Do you believe that wielding a gun renders you invincible? Foolish mortal, you have no idea how insignificant and feeble you truly are. In my eyes, you are no different from a mere bug clinging to a tree, easily snuffed out at any moment. Ning Chen's calm voice echoed within the private room. You little brat, I will kill you. Yang Kai shouted, brandishing his gun and firing wildly. Bang, bang, bang. After only a few shots, the sound abruptly ceased, followed by a sharp crack of a bone. Yang Kai fell to the ground with a howl, his pistol clattering away. Ning Chen casually picked it up and struck him with it, then aimed it at Bai Xiao and fired again. Bang, bang. Wang Yinhua and his two lackeys screamed in terror, scrambling to escape. Ning Chen extended his fingers, and with a swift motion, an invisible force yanked the three back, sending them crashing to the floor. Spare us, spare us. Big brother, we have done nothing. The two lackeys scrambled to their feet, bowing incessantly. Zhengge. I was also forced into this by that scoundrel Bai Xiao. I am a victim too. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Yinhua joined in their pleas for mercy. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. I have no interest in you, Ning Chen replied, not even glancing at them. Meanwhile, they thought to themselves, what the hell? Is he really just an ordinary student? When he gets ruthless, he is even more formidable than we are. Bai Xiao, having navigated the complexities of life for several decades, would never dare to act in such a manner. The young man's gaze was remarkably indifferent, akin to crushing two insects by the roadside. What transpired here tonight? If anyone were to inquire, you all know what to say. At this moment, Ning Chen had already lifted Xu Wanwan from the sofa. The two young subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yinhua declared. Bai Xiao and Yang Kai had a dispute, in a fit of rage. Yang Kai ascended to retrieve a firearm and fatally shot Bai Xiao before taking his own life out of guilt. Yes, yes. The two subordinates quickly echoed in agreement. Ning Chen nodded, satisfied, as he carried Xu Shuyan away. In truth, if someone were to investigate, it would pose little concern to him, at worst. He would expend a modicum of spiritual energy to cast a couple of memory-erasing spells. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of Yang Kai and Bai Xiao, Wang Yinhua suddenly recalled Ning Chen's earlier admonition. Remember, meddling with Li Mei's barbecue shop is akin to shattering my livelihood. Be cautious, or I shall obliterate you. He swallowed hard, a sense of dread enveloping him. Ning Chen returned to the barbecue shop, entrusted Xu Shuyan to Li Mei, and departed. Though he was not a bloodthirsty individual, his 2 millennia of experience in the small southern celestial realm had resulted in the deaths of no fewer than 80,000 individuals. The demise of these 2 petty thugs was inconsequential to him. By the time he returned to the Rose Garden Villa, it was already 2:30. After a refreshing shower, he retreated to his chamber to sleep. Perhaps it was the previous night's exertion of spiritual consciousness, which had exacerbated the wounds to his primordial spirit, that caused him to slumber until 10 o'clock the following morning. Brother Dolly, are you awake? Today is the weekend, and Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang are both staying at home. The 2 sisters, clad in comfortable shorts, reveal their slender and graceful legs as they lounge in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Upon noticing his awakening, Jiang Tang hurriedly approached him. Brother Dolly, why did you wake up so late today? Don't you usually rise by 5 or 6 o'clock? It's the weekend, so I indulged in a bit of slumber, he replied. Ning Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Tang's hair before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. This sudden display of intimacy left Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed and warm. The typically whimsical girl found herself momentarily flustered. Chapter 26, Jiang Tang's mediation for reasons unbeknownst to her. Xu Shuyan felt an inexplicable discomfort upon witnessing Ning Chen's affectionate demeanor towards Jiang Tang. Am I truly such a nuisance? She pondered silently. In truth, Ning Chen's actions were merely habitual, instinctively performed. He had a junior sister in the southern celestial realm who, like him, possessed only modest talent but was diligently striving for improvement. This junior sister, of a stature akin to Jiang Tang's, was equally whimsical each time they met. He would affectionately ruffle her hair as a gesture of camaraderie, and over time, it became second nature. Although Earth was undeniably safe, he found himself reminiscing about the southern celestial realm, where he had spent over 2 millennia, filled with cherished friends and memories. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Tang bounded into the kitchen like a little rabbit, eager to pull him along. A sumptuous breakfast awaited on the table. Brother Dolly, look. This is what Xu Yin had the aunt prepare for you first thing in the morning: crab meat soup dumplings, rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, and tofu pudding. I wasn't sure if you preferred the savory or sweet tofu pudding, so I had the aunt prepare both. Jiang Tang was orchestrating a connection between Ning Chen and Xu Shuyan. Xu Shuyan maintained her usual lofty demeanor, stubbornly refusing to utter any soft words. She lifted her exquisitely delicate swan-like neck and said softly, Ning Chen, thank you for rescuing us yesterday. You may stay here from now on, for as long as you wish. I never said I intended to stay, Ning Chen replied nonchalantly, popping a shrimp dumpling into his mouth. What do you mean by that? Do you expect me to beg you? Xu Shuyan never anticipated that Ning Chen would be so ungrateful, after all. She had made her feelings clear, yet he refused to comply. What a fool. Every time he descended the stairs, he would stomp his feet, and by nightfall, he would lock the doors, even going so far as to secretly discard the ingredients I had stored in the refrigerator. If it weren't for certain peculiar circumstances. Do you think I would willingly reside here? Ning Chen shot her an exasperated glance. Upon hearing Ning Chen enumerate his shortcomings, Xu Shuyan was infuriated. If you wish to stay, by all means, I would be delighted if you moved out tonight. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed upstairs. Shuyan, Brother Dolly. Sigh. Jiang Tang had initially hoped that this confrontation would mend their relationship, but she never expected Ning Chen to be so brutally candid. Brother Dolly, do you and Shuyan have some cosmic clash? Why do you argue the moment you meet? Jiang Tang couldn't help but smile wryly. There is indeed a possibility of that, Ning Chen replied with mock seriousness. After finishing breakfast, he took the dog for a walk. The dog, of course, was the Black Dragon, a German shepherd missing an ear, which Xu Shuyan had raised. Originally, a nanny was supposed to take the dog out. But ever since Ning Chen moved in, that responsibility had fallen to him. As time passed, the Black Dragon and Ning Chen grew quite familiar, wagging its tail eagerly upon seeing him. Brother Dolly, in truth, Xu Yan has a kind heart. She is simply spoiled and exhibits a bit of a temper typical of a young lady. Today, Jiang Tang accompanied Ning Chen on a leisurely stroll through the picturesque rose garden community. She gazed at the black dragon and said, "We found it by the roadside during our winter break in the first year of high school. Its previous owner was a pervert who cruelly severed its ears with scissors. Seeing its pitiable state, Xu Shuyan took it home to care for it." Ning Chen nodded absently. That evening, Jiang Tang, noticing Xu Shuyan's melancholy, suggested, "Shuyan, why not personally cook a bowl of noodles for Brother Dolly tomorrow morning? Why should I make him anything?" Xu Shuyan retorted, still brooding over the events of the morning. "After all, Brother Dolly saved our lives, as well as Uncle Su's and Aunt Xiao's. This is a life-saving grace," Jiang Tang urged. "He merely stumbled into the situation by chance." Xu Shuyan mumbled, "Shuyan, I believe the reason Brother Dolly remains indifferent is due to your lack of sincerity in repaying his kindness. How much does a simple breakfast cost? Especially one that was bought by Annie?" Jiang Tang pointed out. "How else am I supposed to show my gratitude? Am I to offer myself in return? Absolutely not." Deep down, Xu Shuyan held a slight disdain for this young man from the small town. "Where did your thoughts wander off to? What I meant was for you to personally prepare breakfast. That would surely touch Brother Dolly." Jiang Tang confidently patted her chest. "Very well. I shall give it a try tomorrow morning." Xu Shuyan reluctantly agreed. After all, this young lady had never cooked for anyone in her life. The next morning, she scoured tutorials and sought advice from Annie, finally managing to prepare a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. However, she soon discovered that Ning Chen had already left, nearly driving her to exasperation. Ning Chen had enjoyed breakfast at the food street before taking a leisurely stroll around the Ming Diamond Club. Due to a homicide, the club was indeed sealed off, with a notice affixed to the entrance declaring a temporary cessation of operations. However, he could hear a cacophony of arguments emanating from within. "Bai Xiao is dead. Wang Yinhua, do you truly believe a mere woman can safeguard the diamond? Today, you shall sign, whether you wish to or not." A menacing voice echoed in the lobby. A group of thugs stood behind a man in a suit, most adorned with tattoos, their demeanor suggesting a life steeped in the underworld. "Zhang Yang, your 4C's gang has overstepped its bounds. The diamond is now under my name, and I will never sell it, even if it costs me my life." Wang Yinhua glared at the suited man from the reception desk, issuing a silent challenge. "Do you think I lack the courage?" The man named Zhang Yang approached, seizing Wang Yinhua by the throat, gesturing towards a contract placed on the desk. "Sign it, or I will station men here 24 hours a day, ensuring you spend the rest of your life in this very spot, eating, drinking, and, well, you get the idea." "Fine, if you dare to linger here day in and day out," Wang Yinhua retorted defiantly. With a resounding slap, Zhang Yang struck her, sending her sprawling. "You dare to defy me? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the 4C's gang." What do you intend to do?" Wang Yinhua curled back, her mouth split open, blood seeping from the wound. "What do you think we are doing?" Zhang Yang mused, stroking his chin as he chuckled softly. "Wang Yinhua, I've heard you were once coerced by Bai Xiao. He hasn't changed his accomplice in all these years. You must have fared quite well. Haven't you?" Wang Yinhua gnashed her teeth and glared at Zhang Yang, her entire body trembling with rage. At that moment, the front door of the Ming Diamond Club slowly swung open. What was happening here? A curious head peeked in and inquired to no one in particular. It was Ning Chen. "It's him." Wang Yinhua's pupils constricted as if she had found a savior. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Ah Chen, hurry. Go call the police. They want to kill me." The few ruffians from the Sihai gang guarding the entrance were about to shoo Ning Chen away. However, upon hearing Wang Yinhua's desperate cry, they immediately changed their minds. "This kid is with the Bai gang. Bring him in," Zheng Yang said in a low voice. Chapter 27. My sole desire is to study diligently. Ning Chen, surrounded by 4 ruffians from the 4C's gang, stepped into the main hall. Wang Yinhua found it difficult to meet his gaze, for her earlier plea for help had, in truth, been a manipulation of Ning Chen. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, could hardly fathom that the youthful college student before him, with a hint of naivety still lingering on his face, was the ruthless individual responsible for eliminating the leader of the Bai gang. "Little brat, are you here to see Wang Yinhua? What is your relationship with her?" Zhang Yang inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. "And her? What relationship could we possibly have?" "None at all," Ning Chen replied candidly. Zhang Yang appeared displeased with this response. "No relationship? I see you are merely her kept boy at the university," he exclaimed audibly, then directed his attention to Wang Yinhua. "You wretched woman. Using a man's money to indulge in youthful pleasures at school, truly, you have no shame. Bai Xiao must be utterly humiliated, ha ha ha." "No, that is not true. Please, stop the nonsense." Wang Yinhua fervently shook her head, then rushed over to cling to Zheng Yang's leg. "Zhenggu, I beg you, let him go. He has nothing to do with this. He is still just a college student." Ning Chen mused silently. This woman is quite the actress. The more she protested, the less likely Zheng Yang was to relent, leaving Ning Chen with no choice but to intervene. It was a blatant display of coercion. "Get lost." Zheng Yang kicked Wang Yinhua aside and prepared to teach Ning Chen a lesson, intending to use it as leverage to force Wang Yinhua into signing a contract. Before he could swing his fist, Ning Chen swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap. The crack echoed like a firecracker, sending Zheng Yang sprawling far away, colliding against the wall, rendered immobile by pain. What the hell? The ruffians of the 4C's gang were taken aback, stunned into silence. How is this kid so formidable? Is he Superman? Witnessing this, Wang Yinhua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ning Chen advanced forward, his gaze icy as he glared at the flamboyant woman. "How dare you exploit me?" "Brother Chen, I did not." Wang Yinhua feigned innocence, her expression a mask of bewilderment. "Finish him off." Zheng Yang's roar echoed through the air. A dozen or so thugs from the 4C's gang surged forward, some brandishing chairs, others coming in barehanded. "Get lost." Ning Chen turned, his voice booming with authority. This command, imbued with a hint of true energy, manifested as a visible shockwave that repelled the gangsters. 15 or 16 men fell to the ground, blood oozing from their ears, howling in agony, some even fainting on the spot. Yet, Ning Chen remained composed, standing resolutely. Wang Yinhua, clutching her ears, exhibited an expression of extreme distress. Fortunately, Ning Chen's back was turned to her, otherwise, she might have succumbed to the force. You. Zhang Yang, the furthest away, pointed at Ning Chen in terror. "Did you not hear me? Get lost." Ning Chen shot him a sidelong glance. Go, hurry." Zhang Yang hurriedly retreated with his minions, even dragging away those who had lost consciousness. "Thank you, Zhenggu. Thank you for saving me." Wang Yinhua knelt before Ning Chen, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. "From now on, I shall be yours. Get lost, you wish." Ning Chen retorted angrily, then surveyed his surroundings. "What is the situation here? Where are Bai Zhao's lackeys?" "They're all in the hospital," Wang Yinhua replied weakly. "Oh, then I shall take my leave." Ning Chen turned to depart. "Wait, Zhenggu." Wang Yinhua suddenly had an idea, rushing to catch up. "Zhenggu, how about you take over the Bai gang? In our world, it is only natural that the strongest assumes leadership. Since you have, since Bai Zhao has passed away, you would naturally become the head of the Bai gang. I would gladly offer you my shares in the Mingzhuan Club. What do you think?" "Not interested," Ning Chen replied indifferently as he strolled through the food street. Wang Yinhua was taken aback. The Mingzhuan Club is one of the largest nightclubs in the West District, raking in hundreds of thousands in revenue each night. Coupled with the nearby food streets in the university town, it has attracted the envy of countless gangs across Qizhou. The Sihai gang had come today with intentions to seize the Mingzhuan Club. Yet, Ning Chen remained disinterested. Wang Yinhua assumed Ning Chen simply did not understand. So she elaborated on the benefits of becoming the leader of a gang. "Zhenggu, as long as you ascend to the position of the Bai gang's leader, no one will dare to touch Li Mei's barbecue restaurant again," she concluded. "Too troublesome," Ning Chen shook his head. "I only wish to focus on my studies." Wang Yinhua found herself at a loss for words. Reading books, can one really earn 1 million within a month after studying? "Perhaps you should take the lead," Ning Chen suggested. "What? Me, the leader?" Wang Yinhua was taken aback. As a mere woman, what qualifications did she possess to become the leader of the White Gang? How could her subordinates ever respect her? "This establishment is under your name, isn't it? Taking on the role of a leader wouldn't be too much to ask," Ning Chen remarked. Wang Yinhua hesitated slightly. She had altered Bai Zhao's will, which allowed her to acquire the Mingzhu Club. But she had never contemplated the idea of becoming a leader. An idea sparked in her mind. "Zhenggu, why not let me manage the Mingzhu Club? I shall share half the profits with you. However, if situations like today arise, I will need your assistance, as I am but a lone girl without support." Wang Yinhua said, her voice laced with vulnerability. "At your age, still calling yourself a girl." Ning Chen found it amusing but replied, "It's up to you. But do not bother me with trivial matters. I am rather occupied." "Really, Zhenggu?" "Thank you, Zhenggu." Wang Yinhua bowed repeatedly, feeling that associating with someone as extraordinary as Ning Chen would surely lead to a prosperous future. Soon after, she obtained Ning Chen's contact information and transferred a sum of 3 million to him. This was merely half of the cash available on the books of the Mingzhu Club, hinting at the vast amounts of ill-gotten gains Bai Zhao had amassed over the years, exploiting merchants around the vicinity of Xiqing University town. In addition to this, Ning Chen assigned Wang Yinhua a peculiar task to procure fresh ghostly green fingers from Ling An. He had a craving. Moreover, it is a daily indulgence. Shortly after the military training, Qizhou University held its annual sports meet. The clinical class too became particularly lively. Ning Chen, as usual, spent his days either dozing at his desk or engrossed in novels. When approached by teachers who expressed concern that such behavior might jeopardize his graduation, he offered only perfunctory responses, never taking their words to heart. Ning Chen, which event do you intend to register for? A striking girl in a crisp white shirt, her hair fashioned into a bun, approached him with a registration form. Ning Chen looked up. This girl was Zhang Xinran, the class monitor of Clinical Class 2. According to Fang Xiaobang and Zhang Dachuan, she was a local of Qingzhou with a well-to-do background. Register? I had no intention of signing up, Ning Chen replied. Utterly disinterested in the sports meet. That is not acceptable, Zhang Xinran asserted firmly. The counselor has mandated that every male student in the class must register for at least one event. Even Fang Tao has signed up for high jump. You cannot be the exception. Fang Tao, known as Fang Xiaopeng, was a brave soul attempting high jump despite his modest height of 1.65 meters. But I really have no interest. A hint of bitterness crept across Ning Chen's lips. For an advanced practitioner in the nascent soul stage to participate in a sports meet, what if he inadvertently broke a world record? That would be quite troublesome. Unrelenting, Zhang Xinran persisted. You performed exceptionally well during military training, even defeating the instructor. Why is it so difficult for you to join a sports meet? There's no push-up event in the sports meet. If there were, I would gladly participate, Ning Chen retorted. Zhang Xinran gritted her teeth in frustration. Never mind, Xinran thought. Such individuals are quintessentially devoid of a sense of collective honor, mere self-serving egotists. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm resonated, belonging to the vice-class leader, Li Xianying. He was tall, fair-skinned, and possessed a sunny disposition, making him quite popular among the girls in the class. His presence was hardly consequential. Li Xianying approached with a few male classmates, grinning as he said, "Rest assured, Xinran, I have already coordinated with my dorm mates and some friends from the neighboring dorm. We shall uphold the honor of Clinical Class 2 in the upcoming sports meet." Such a show-off, muttered Fang Xiaopeng to Zhang Dachuan in a low voice. Zhang Dachuan, however, was curious. Ning Chen performed push-ups with remarkable skill, indicating excellent physical fitness. Why was he reluctant to participate in the sports meet? It was a splendid opportunity to shine. Thank you for supporting my endeavors, Xianying, Zhang Xinran said, casting a grateful glance at Li Xianying before turning her gaze toward Ning Chen, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. This is the instructor's directive. Everyone must register. If you choose not to, I will inform the instructor. Why are you so bothersome? Ning Chen replied, his head throbbing with annoyance. Fine, just sign me up for any event. All right, but you better not vanish when the time comes, Zhang Xinran retorted before walking away. Upon returning to her seat, she hesitated over which strength-based event to register Ning Chen for. Li Xianying then approached, seized a pen, and directly inscribed Ning Chen's name in the 100-meter sprint category. Xianming, what is this? Zhang Xinran expressed her astonishment at Li Xuanming's decision to register Ning Chen for the 100-meter sprint. Ning Chen, with his remarkable prowess in push-ups, clearly embodied the qualities of a strength and endurance athlete. Did he not assert that any event would suffice? Li Xianming shrugged nonchalantly. Zhang Xinran, reluctant to offend him, contemplated briefly before inscribing Ning Chen's name in the shot put section as well. Ning Chen, however, remained indifferent to these matters. His thoughts were solely occupied with the unfolding narrative of the novel he was engrossed in. Just then, a graceful figure approached, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Ning Chen lifted his gaze to find Su Wanwan, who appeared haggard, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having endured a sleepless night. Ning Chen, last night, she began. Nothing happened last night, Ning Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. I don't believe it. Su Wanwan seated herself beside Ning Chen, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, exuding a sense of grievance that was profoundly heart-wrenching. Oh my goodness! Fang Xiaopeng, having overheard, experienced an explosion of imagination, conjuring various unspeakable scenarios in his mind. Filled with envy and resentment towards Ning Chen, word will spread that Ning Chen spent the night with Su Wanwan. He turned to Zhang Dachuan and exclaimed, What? Zhang Dachuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Ning Chen, you heartless scoundrel. Upon hearing this news from his roommate, Li Xianming was infuriated, tearing his textbook in rage. Su Wanwan was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in the medical department, and he had recently been contemplating how to pursue her, only to discover that Ning Chen had preempted him. That beast. Fortunately, Xu Wanwan remained oblivious to the news of Bai Zhao's demise. Otherwise, Ning Chen would have found himself in a rather awkward position. She had come to express her gratitude and, in passing, shared some details about her family. Although Ning Chen feigned interest, he was rather indifferent to her tale. Recently, the student union had initiated a program to support entrepreneurial endeavors among university students, and she aspired to establish a milk tea stall. As the class was nearing its end, Xu Wanwan suddenly remarked, "My mother works so hard. I wish to earn my tuition for next year." Quite commendable, Ning Chen thought, nonchalantly flipping a page of his novel. "Then I shall bring you milk tea every day." Xu Wanwan lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "I don't particularly enjoy the overly sweet varieties," he replied, turning another page. "It can be mildly sweet," she suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. Ning Chen, unable to withstand her persistence, closed his phone and prepared to deliver a stern admonition to Xu Wanwan, reminding her not to harbor any unrealistic expectations, for a relationship between them was implausible. However, upon witnessing the glimmer of earnest hope in her eyes, he found himself softened and relented, saying, "If you wish to bring it, then do so." Xu Wanwan's face lit up with joy, her radiant eyes curving like crescent moons. After a long day of classes, the students were abuzz with discussions about the upcoming sports meet. Ning Chen, hands tucked into his pockets, exited the campus and headed to Xu Wanwan's home for dinner. By the way, Li Mei's barbecue shop had now transformed into Li Mei's restaurant. Ever since Bai Zhao's passing, no one had come to stir trouble there. However, during dinner, Su Haichao paid a visit to Li Mei, demanding money, which led to a heated argument between the two in the kitchen. Xu Wanwan bowed her head, softly weeping. Ning Chen let out a gentle sigh, choosing not to meddle in her family affairs, offering only a few casual words of consolation. Upon returning to the Rose Garden Villa, he found the house shrouded in darkness, with Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang absent. Ning Chen flicked on the lights, only to discover a scarred stranger seated on the sofa, observing him with a bemused expression. "Care for some tea?" Ning Chen inquired calmly. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback. What was with this kid? Normally, one would be startled to find a stranger suddenly in their home. Impressive composure, he thought, narrowing his eyes. "You'd best return from whence you came. Don't seek trouble." Ning Chen proceeded to the kitchen to brew himself a cup of tea. I, Tu Tao, have roamed the rivers and lakes for over a decade. I am not easily frightened," the scarred man declared, introducing himself. Ning Chen regarded him with indifference. "You haven't heard of me?" the scarred man asked, curiosity piqued. "Are you particularly renowned?" Ning Chen leaned against the table, sipping his tea nonchalantly. "I am the foremost among the 10 heroes, the notorious Tu Tao of Jiangbei," the scarred man boasted. "Oh," Ning Chen replied blankly, "you're quite advanced in age, yet still claim to be the foremost among the 10 heroes. Quite impressive. Seeking death." A glint of cold fury flashed in Tu Tao's eyes as he launched a punch toward Ning Chen. The blow whistled through the air, swift as lightning. In an instant, he closed the 10-meter distance from the living room to the kitchen doorway. Tu Tao possessed peak external strength, significantly surpassing that of Ironfoot 7. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ning Chen suddenly vanished into thin air. Tu Tao's punch met only emptiness, leaving him greatly astonished as he swiftly turned around. Ning Chen sat casually on the sofa, gently blowing the steam rising from his teacup. "Regardless of whether you are called Tu Tao, or if your grandmother has named you so, be gone at once, or I shall take your life," he stated with a calm yet menacing threat. Chapter 29. The sports meet at an alarming speed. Tu Tao evidently dismissed the threat, instead astonished by Ning Chen's remarkable agility at such a tender age, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. However, failure to accomplish the task would leave him unable to provide an explanation to the family head. At that moment, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang strolled in, arm in arm, returning from their outing. Through the expansive glass windows of the living room, Tu Tao caught sight of them and grinned widely. "They must be your girlfriends, right? Young man, you are indeed fortunate, but if you do not accompany me tonight, I shall eliminate them all. You possess martial skills, but they do not, and it is impossible for you to protect them around the clock, haha." Ning Chen held his teacup, letting out a silent sigh. He despised being threatened more than anything. Half a minute later, "Big brother Dolly, why are you home so early today?" Jiang Tang exclaimed as she opened the door, slipped into her slippers, and found Ning Chen not in the living room, but in the yard, wielding a shovel to turn the soil. "What are you burying?" Jiang Tang queried with curiosity as she approached. "Nothing much, Just planting some vegetables, Ning Chen replied, covering the soil meticulously and stamping it down with his feet. Who allowed you to plant vegetables? Xu Shuyan's voice chimed in. She was exquisitely dressed today, sporting a chic short skirt paired with an off-the-shoulder top that accentuated her alluring collarbone, adorned with a pair of ginkgo leaf earrings that added a touch of elegance. Her denim shorts drew the attention of countless men along the way. What are you staring at? Xu Shuyan noticed Ning Chen gazing at her, prompting her to lift her chin in pride. Originally, this fellow had a penchant for admiring legs. Well, that makes things simpler. You look particularly beautiful today, Ning Chen remarked earnestly. Humph, who asked for your opinion? Xu Shuyan retorted, tossing her hair as she returned to the living room. As she departed, she slightly elevated her toes, aiming to accentuate the length of her already impressive legs, despite her height of 1.70 meters. Brother Dolly, Shuyan bought a plethora of fruits. Let's enjoy them together, Jiang Tang exclaimed with delight. All right, you two go ahead, Ning Chen beckoned. Hurry up. After Jiang Tang dashed away, Ning Chen finally exhaled in relief. If Xu Shuyan were to discover that he had buried someone in the yard, she would likely suffer a heart attack on the spot. The only witness to the entire affair was the silent black dragon, nestled in its doghouse. Shu. Ning Chen signaled for silence toward it, then returned the shovel to the storage room before joining the two women to indulge in fruits and watch television. Xu Shuyan found it rather puzzling that he was so unusually compliant today. Later into the night, Ning Chen initially intended to relocate the individual, but reconsidered. Having buried him over 10 meters deep, it seemed unlikely that he would be discovered. Consequently, he visited the farmer's market the following day to purchase some vegetable seeds, sowing them in the corner of the yard. As long as he remained silent, neither Xu Shuyan nor Jiang Tang would ever uncover this secret. On the day of the sports meet, the sun shone brightly over the Qingda Sports Stadium, teeming with crowds. Su Wanwan indeed brought Ning Chen homemade milk tea. Although the packaging was rather unremarkable, the flavor was delightful, nearly indistinguishable from that purchased in a store. Ning Chen, how does it taste? In the clinical Class 2 seating arrangement, Su Wanwan sat beside Ning Chen, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. It's mediocre, not particularly enjoyable, Ning Chen remarked, draining his cup in one go before setting it aside. Su Wanwan beamed a radiant and sweet smile, exclaiming, "Your lung capacity is quite impressive." At that moment, the audience erupted into a commotion for reasons unknown, drowning out the words lung capacity. To ensure Ning Chen could hear her clearly, Su Wanwan emphasized those three words. Coincidentally, Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan, who were passing by, were left in a state of astonishment. Wow, Ning Chen and Su Shihua. You two are rather bold, discussing such topics in broad daylight. Fang Xiaoping swallowed hard. Huh? Su Wanwan was utterly oblivious to their insinuations. Get lost. Ning Chen glared at the two of them. As they settled down, Fang Xiaoping gazed at Ning Chen with envy and said, Ning Chen, I just glanced at our class's competition roster. Why are you participating in 2 events? 2 events? Ning Chen furrowed his brows, seemingly indifferent. Noticing Su Wanwan sitting obediently beside him, he casually inquired, Wanwan, have you signed up? No, Su Wanwan shook her head. I have poor physical fitness from childhood. Then could you fetch me a power bank? My phone's running low, Ning Chen interrupted her. Sure. Su Wanwan immediately stood up. The others in the class witnessed this exchange and felt a surge of indignation. Ning Chen, astonishingly, treats the belle of the medical department as a mere maid, calling her hither and thither. Such audacity is truly excessive. Su Wanwan, do not go. A young man, unable to tolerate the scene, rose in indignation, his eyes filled with compassion. Does he lack legs? Cannot he fetch things for himself? Ning Chen didn't even need to glance to know it was the class vice captain, Li Xianming. Ever since the military training when he overshadowed him, Li had been discontent. It's all right. I'll make a quick trip to the dormitory. Su Wanwan smiled shyly and bypassed Li Xianming, hastily departing from the seating area of the sports field. Damn, Li Xianming clenched his fists tightly. Watching Su Wanwan's charming and slightly hurried silhouette, a wave of jealousy ignited within him. Ning Chen, did you perhaps save the life of the belle from the Su department? Fang Xiaoping spoke earnestly. Otherwise, how could she bring you milk tea and run errands for you? How do you know? Ning Chen shot a surprised glance at Fang Xiaoping. Indeed, I did save her life. A chorus of scornful murmurs arose from the surrounding students, none believing him. Only Fang Xiaoping secretly made an inappropriate gesture and raised an eyebrow at Ning Chen, implying that their relationship had progressed. Just as Ning Chen was about to clarify, Li Xianming suddenly interjected sarcastically, Alas, the belle from the Su department is as naive as a blank slate. Some people must have relentlessly pursued her to win her over, truly despicable and shameless. Ning Chen mimicked his tone, sighing, alas, some individuals, no matter how tenaciously they pursue, can never attain the affection of their ideal goddess. Truly pitiable. Ah, Ning Chen, you scoundrel, whom are you calling pitiable? Li Xianming retorted, his anger flaring as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. Whoever fits the description, that is who I'm referring to, Ning Chen replied nonchalantly, not even glancing back. Huh. Fang Xiaobang and Zhang Dachuan erupted in laughter, recognizing that Li Xianming was indeed flustered in his current state. Damn it. Li Xuanming's face turned a shade of green. He hastily clarified, Su Wanwan is not my goddess. My goddess is Xu Shuyan from the Fine Arts Department. Oh, Xu Shuyan. Ning Chen's expression brightened with realization, pondering whether Li Xianming would be enraged to the point of spitting blood if he knew that he was residing with Xu Shuyan. After Li Xianming mentioned Xu Shuyan, most of the boys in the class nodded in agreement, acknowledging her beauty. Xu Shuyan was indeed stunning. Within just a week of enrollment, she had been crowned the campus belle of Qing University, outpacing the second-place contender by over 10,000 votes. Although Su Wanwan was pure and charming, her looks paled in comparison to Xu Shuyan's. However, Ning Chen understood that Su Wanwan's lack of adornment stemmed from her impoverished background. If she were to don different attire, style her hair, and apply a touch of makeup, she would not fall short of Xu Shuyan's allure. Shortly thereafter, Su Wanwan emerged from the dormitory carrying a power bank. Beads of sweat glistened on her delicate forehead, and she breathed heavily. A few strands of her glossy black hair dampened, clearly indicating she had sprinted under the scorching sun. Thank you, she said, catching her breath. Ning Chen casually took the phone and began charging it, without inquiring if Su Wanwan felt hot or tired. What a scoundrel. The boys silently condemned him. However, Su Wanwan seemed utterly unperturbed, continuing to sit beside Ning Chen, occasionally engaging him in conversation. Yet, for the most part, she simply gazed at him quietly, as if that was sufficient. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the sports meet officially commenced. Ning Chen's shot put competition was scheduled for 10:30 in the morning. Over 40 participants were competing in the shot put event, predominantly robust students, with several towering above 1.90 m, their large frames exuding an intimidating presence. Ning Chen, on the other hand, belonged to the type that appeared lean when dressed. And among the muscular contenders, he seemed somewhat slender in comparison. Old Zhang, look at that girl. ISNT she Su Wanwan, ranked 6th among the campus beauties. Su Wanwan, the impoverished campus beauty? Soon, attention was drawn to Su Wanwan. Despite her modest high school uniform and long hair, her presence was unmistakable. Zhang Yun, without hesitation, strode over. Hello, Junior. I'm Zhang Yun, the president of the Shot Put Club. Su Wanwan was chatting with her two roommates when the imposing figure approached, causing her to feel somewhat flustered. You. Hello, Junior. I find you quite beautiful. May I have your WeChat? Zhang Yun endeavored to maintain his composure. Oh, well? Su Wanwan instinctively glanced toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen appeared utterly indifferent. I'm sorry, senior, Su Wanwan gently declined. She had anticipated that Zhang Yun would retreat, just like the other suitors. Give me a chance, Junior, Zhang Yun declared, hands on his hips, showcasing his well-defined muscles. To be frank, Junior, with your delicate disposition, you ought to find a formidable boyfriend to protect you. Otherwise, you may attract unwanted attention from ruffians. Aren't you just a ruffian yourself? Fang Xiaobang murmured from the side. Careful not to speak too loudly. Senior, Wanwan already has a boyfriend. At that moment, Su Wanwan's roommate, Su Rongli, could no longer contain herself and pointed directly at Ning Chen, exclaiming, It's him. His name is Ning Chen. Junior, is he your boyfriend? Zhang Yun asked, astonished as he gestured towards the slender Ning Chen. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of disappointment at Ning Chen's indifference. Ning Chen, are you even a man? Another female classmate, Jiang Ying, glared at him, saying, Wanwan has been harassed. Why do you show no response? Why should I respond? Ning Chen replied, perplexed. Because Wanwan is your girlfriend. Jiang Ying retorted sharply. If you can't even protect your own girlfriend, what kind of man are you? Ying, please stop. He actually isnt Su Wanwan's voice was barely audible, almost lost in the commotion. Ning Chen remained speechless. Why did everyone assume that Su Wanwan was his girlfriend? Is it not possible for men and women to share a platonic friendship? This world has become ill. Zhang Yun is an experienced player in the realm of romance. Upon witnessing this scene, he immediately comprehended the situation. It was evident that the two were likely in the early stages of a relationship, not yet made public. Ning Chen, with your slender physique, How dare you participate in the shot put competition? You are quite audacious. Zhang Yun mocked as he reached out to shove Ning Chen, intending to send him sprawling and humiliate him. However, Ning Chen stood his ground like a rooted old tree, remaining steadfast despite Zhang Yun's rough hand applying pressure on his shoulder. You, how is this possible? Zhang Yun's face flushed red as he realized he could not budge Ning Chen. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Yun, a seasoned shot putter, possessed strength several times that of his peers. How could he possibly fail to push around a mere freshman? He crouched down, exerting force, his palm pressed against Ning Chen's chest. Yet, Ning Chen suddenly sidestepped. Zhang Yun, propelled forward by inertia, stumbled ahead several steps. He would not have fallen were it not for Ning Chen's mischievous trick, who flicked his fingers, causing an invisible, colorless force to trip Zhang Yun. Ouch! Zhang Yun crashed to the ground face first, landing unceremoniously. Look, isn't that Zhang Yun from the shot put club? What is he doing? Many turned to watch, including several physical education teachers. Ning Chen pointed, and with a rip, Zhang Yun's pants burst open, revealing a pair of Sailor Moon-themed shorts. The onlookers erupted in laughter, their mirth echoing around the vicinity, particularly from Fang Xiaopeng and Zhang Dachuan, who laughed the loudest. Damn! Zhang Yun hastily rose to his feet, borrowing a coat to tie around his waist, gritting his teeth as he glared at Ning Chen. That scoundrel, daring to ensnare me. Senior, it's only September. Why are you extending New Year greetings to everyone? Ning Chen replied with a faint smile. Moreover, Senior, your style is quite unique. I never expected a towering figure of nearly 2 meters to have an affinity for feminine things. How intriguing. Infuriating. Zhang Yun instinctively covered his backside, his face flushing a deep shade of purple. In front of a crowd, his peculiarities had been exposed, and he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Especially upon noticing Su Wanwan's peculiar gaze directed at him, he felt even more desperate. You scoundrel, just wait. Zhang Yun seethed, wishing nothing more than to tear Ning Chen apart. Su Wanwan's two close friends, Su Rongli and Jiang Ying, were doubled over with laughter. Meanwhile, she regarded Ning Chen with a skeptical expression. Before long, the shot put competition commenced, and Zhang Yun's confidence surged. Let me tell you, in this university, no one can throw the shot put better than me, he boasted, thumping his chest. The record at Qing University has been held by me for 3 years, and no one has managed to break it. He deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring that Su Wanwan could hear him. However, she seemed rather indifferent. As few people were genuinely fond of shot put, in terms of spectator appeal, it paled in comparison to sprinting or basketball. Only I can surpass my own record. Zhang Yun had just shouted this declaration. Ning Chen positioned himself steadily and casually hurled the shot put into the air. The onlooking teachers and students witnessed a shadow swiftly pass before their eyes, and with a resounding thud, the shot put landed 20 meters away. Oh no! Ning Chen inwardly lamented, realizing he had miscalculated the force. Chapter 31. Unintentionally breaking the national record. Oh my! Did I just witness that? Such an astonishing distance. Just moments ago, I thought he couldn't even perform a backward slide. This must be over 10 meters. No, it must be 20 meters. Impossible. Surely. I am dreaming. The world record is only a little over 20 meters. The crowd erupted in shock. Even the judges were rendered speechless, their mouths agape as they gazed at Ning Chen. Zhang Yun, upon seeing the landing point of the shot put, gasped in disbelief. Oh my goodness. Soon, the results were announced, 21 meters and 41 centimeters. A new national record. The world record stands at 23 meters and 12 centimeters. The arena fell into a profound silence. A freshman had shattered the national shot put record, leaving everyone with an uncanny sense of unreality. Alas, what a predicament. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. Not far behind him, Su Wanwan took the lead in applauding, exclaiming, Wow, that's incredible. Su Rongli and Jiang Ying were left dumbfounded, while Fang Xiaopeng and Zhang Dachuan stared at Ning Chen as though he were a phenomenon. I refuse to believe it. This is impossible. The ball must be faulty. Zhang Yun shouted in a frenzy, rushing towards the shot put that Ning Chen had thrown. Yet, no matter how meticulously he examined it, the ball remained a standard 7.26 kilograms. At that moment, he collapsed onto the ground, his faith shattered. Ning Chen felt no inclination to further diminish his spirit. He simply turned and returned to the classroom. He had contemplated using magic to erase the memories of the onlookers, but that would mean squandering his spiritual energy. Perhaps it was best to let it be. The news of the shot put competition spread rapidly. The vast majority of people found it hard to believe that a freshman could break the national record. It seemed absurd. If it were the national football team, anything could happen, but this was shot put. If the national team could not surpass a mere university student, it would be better to disband. Li Xianming expressed his derision towards Ning Chen without reservation. If this kid can break the national record, I will eat all the excrement from every toilet in the school. There was no recording of the competition, and Ning Chen thought he could brush the matter aside. However, a group of teachers soon approached with an intimidating air, including the department head Lu Wei and the counselor Wang Chuan. Which one is Ning Chen? The bald department head inquired. Reporting to Director Lu, it's him. He is Ning Chen. Li Xianming, thinking they had come to trouble Ning Chen, immediately pointed at him, almost as if he had been electrified. The bald director was astonished. This kid broke the national record by a whole meter? Ning Chen, the counselor, and the department head are here. Xu Shuyan and Fang Xiaoping quickly alerted him. Reluctantly, Ning Chen stood up. Counselor Wang, Director Lu, did you just throw 41 meters? A serious-looking middle-aged man approached, arms crossed, scrutinizing Ning Chen with skepticism. Yes. Ning Chen understood that with so many eyes upon him, he could not hide the truth. Can you tell me how you accomplished this? The middle-aged man inquired. I'm not entirely sure, Ning Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders. Ning Chen, adjust your attitude. Counselor Wang Chuan admonished, his face flushed with urgency. This is Deputy Director Ma from the Municipal Sports Bureau, here to provide guidance. Speak the truth promptly. I don't know. This is the truth, Ning Chen blinked innocently. Deputy Ma, somewhat speechless, suggested that Ning Chen try again. However, Ning Chen, disinterested in the task, outright refused. Ning Chen, what on earth is wrong with you? Just do as you're told without all this nonsense. Wang Chuan snapped, clearly displeased. Then you can do it. I'm too lazy, Ning Chen retorted, nonchalantly returning to his seat. Wang Chuan was nearly beside himself with frustration. This young man had the audacity to disregard his authority in front of so many people. Deputy Ma furrowed his brow, having never encountered such an audacious student before. The classroom erupted in astonishment, even drawing attention from the adjacent class. Li Xianming promptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Chen. Ning Chen, how dare you speak to Counselor Wang like that? How I speak to Counselor Wang is none of your business, Ning Chen replied, not bothering to glance in his direction, inciting further ire. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, the appearance of an elderly figure accompanied by a younger one captured the audience's attention. Ah, Deputy Ma, it's good to see you, came a familiar voice. Ning Chen turned to see the old principal, Wen Yu, along with his granddaughter, Wen Qinglan, at his side. Is that the stunning senior, Wen Qinglan from the 4th year? The first-year students were instantly captivated by her beauty. Wen Qinglan donned a form-fitting athletic ensemble today, unabashedly showcasing her alluring figure, complemented by a fair and strikingly beautiful visage that rendered onlookers unable to avert their gaze. Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan appeared utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The esteemed Principal Wan, along with Department Head Lu Wei, Counselor Wang Chuan, and Deputy Director Ma Hong from the Sports Bureau, hurriedly approached Wen Yu, their expressions replete with deference. Particularly, Ma Hong displayed an attitude of utmost respect. Working within the Municipal Sports Bureau, he had access to numerous social resources and recognized that the title of University President was merely one of many inconspicuous titles held by Wen Yu. Before Ma Hong could utter a word, Wen Yu smiled and said, Deputy Director Ma, may I have a moment of your time? Ma Hong dared not refuse, stepping aside. Old Principal, what instructions do you have? He inquired. Ning Chen is no ordinary university student. He is a martial artist, Wen Yu stated directly. A martial artist? Ma Hong's pupils constricted in surprise. He quickly grasped the implication. Principal Wen, I recall that the Ancient Martial Arts Association has explicit regulations prohibiting martial artists from participating in secular sporting events. How is it that? Ma Hong pressed on. Ning Chen is a rather exceptional case. I will explain further later, Wen Yu replied, somewhat evasively. Very well, Principal Wen, I understand. Ma Hong exhaled in relief. The notion of a martial artist made sense now. The martial artist community is formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as a cadre of superhumans, with even Olympic champions considered to be at the lower echelon within their ranks. Wang Chuan and Lu Wei continued to criticize Ning Chen, mentioning that the old principal had arrived and insisted that he must cooperate and do whatever he was told. Ning Chen merely scratched his ear, seemingly ignoring them entirely. Ning Chen, it would be wise to cooperate a little, otherwise. I fear the counselor and department head may make things difficult for you, Xu Shuyan urged softly, her voice tinged with urgency. She had heard numerous accounts of students facing unwarranted difficulties at various schools. Disobedience could jeopardize a graduation certificate, potentially hindering one's future for a lifetime. It's nothing. Ning Chen replied nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting he was merely passing the time. Ning Chen, stand up quickly. Lu Wei, the department head, reprimanded softly. The old principal and vice director Ma are here. Oh, Ning Chen acknowledged verbally, yet his body remained unmoved. Are you paralyzed or something? Wang Chuan, the counselor, felt an overwhelming urge to slap Ning Chen. If students were unmanageable, the department would undoubtedly question his competence, which could directly affect his career prospects. Contemplating this, Wang Chuan lowered his voice and asked, Ning Chen, do you still wish to graduate? Chapter 32. The Ancient Martial Arts Association. Ning Chen remained nonchalant, displaying an air of indifference. Wang Chuan, encountering such a rebellious freshman for the first time, felt his face flush with anger. Just then, Wen Yu and Ma Hong returned. Wang Chuan and Lu Wei were in a state of panic, wishing they could each seize Ning Chen and forcibly remove him from his seat. How dare this young man oppose the counselor and the head of the department? He seemed to be courting trouble. Li Xianming found the situation utterly amusing. Did he truly not care about graduating? Zhang Xinran furrowed her brows in concern. Ning Chen. At that moment, Wen Yu's authoritative voice resonated, causing everyone to tense up. It's nearly noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal, Wen Yu said, his tone laced with a touch of warmth. A collective question mark appeared above the heads of the onlookers. Had they truly heard correctly? The old principal inviting a freshman to dine? Hey, your grandfather is calling you. When Qinglan approached Ning Chen with a frown, though her gaze swiftly assessed Su Wanwan. Such a beautiful girl. Could she be this fellow's girlfriend? She mused inwardly. Su Wanwan promptly nudged Ning Chen's arm. Only then did he lazily respond. What are we eating, old man Wen? Lu Wei and Wang Chuan nearly stumbled in disbelief. The students gaped, convinced they must have misheard. Did Ning Chen just refer to the principal as old man? Had he lost his mind? As when Qinlan prepared to erupt in anger, Wen Yu waved his hand dismissively. The steamed perch at the third cafeteria is quite good. Let us have that. All right. Ning Chen acquiesced. Ning Chen finally rose, following Master Wen and his daughter as they departed. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hong remarked, Director Liu, there are still matters to attend to in the bureau, so I shall not linger. Lu Wei and Wang Chuan promptly went to see them off, leaving behind a group of stupefied students. They were bewildered by Ning Chen's apparent disregard for the old principal, who had nonetheless invited him to lunch. The principal was surprisingly affable. Li Xianming felt a stir of astonishment within. He immediately recalled a troubling matter that he could indeed seek the principal's assistance with. In the third cafeteria, Wen Yu and Ning Chen settled down, while Wen Qinglan took charge of fetching their meals. The fresh base looked delectable. As Ning Chen savored his meal, he couldn't help but reminisce about the even more exquisite spiritual carp from the little southern celestial realm. At present, aside from eating, there was little that could pique his interest. Wen Yu chuckled lightly, not in a hurry to pick up his chopsticks. My young friend, with your formidable outer strength and physical prowess that would make even Olympic champions envious, what compels you to participate in the school sports meet? He inquired. Well, what other reason could there be but to show off? When Qinglan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ning Chen ignored her, responding, I do not wish to participate either. However, our class monitor and counselor are quite bothersome. I see, When you replied with a wry smile. This afternoon, I shall have a word with your department head. Your situation is rather unique. Really? Then I thank you, Master One. Ning Chen replied with a smile, then gestured towards the base on Wen Yu's plate. Are you going to eat that? When you paused momentarily before sliding the plate towards Ning Chen. Please, eat. I am not hungry. My primary intention today is to engage in a discussion with you. Splendid. Ning Chen accepted the food without hesitation, relishing it voraciously. The two sizable fillets of perch, accompanied by an assortment of vegetables and rice, vanished into his mouth as swiftly as a tempest. Hey, are you a starving ghost reincarnated? What will you leave for me to eat? When Qinglan exclaimed, exasperated, as she smacked the table. Not to worry, not to worry. It is a blessing for the youth to have a hearty appetite. When you chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He then inquired, young friend, have you noticed anyone following you lately? Are you referring to the Duan family? Ning Chen replied between bites. Have they come seeking you? Wen Yu's brow furrowed in concern. No. Ning Chen shook his head, concealing the matter regarding the notorious Tu Tao. That is unexpected. When Yu mused, his expression troubled. The Duan family is known for their ruthless actions. They are not one to let grievances linger for long. In any case, young friend, you must remain vigilant. The Duan family will not let you off easily. Understood, understood, Ning Chen responded somewhat dismissively. There is one more matter. When you resumed, his demeanor turning serious. Are you aware of the Ancient Martial Arts Association? Not at all, Ning Chen replied honestly, shaking his head. Both members of the Wen family were taken aback. You do not even know of the Martial Association? When Qinglan questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Why would I need to know? Ning Chen replied, puzzled. When Qinglan fell silent, rendered speechless. To be a martial artist without knowledge of the Martial Arts Association is as absurd as an ordinary person being ignorant of the police department. Soon, she succinctly introduced Ning Chen to this most powerful organization within the martial arts realm. In essence, martial artists are prohibited from participating in any secular competitions. This is a regulation established by the Martial Arts Association, which can be understood as the law of the martial arts world. In conclusion, when Qinglan earnestly cautioned him, I'm merely attending a school sports meeting. What does that have to do with them? Ning Chen scoffed disdainfully. They will apprehend you and confine you in a prison specifically designed for martial artists, when Qinglan coldly stated. Ning Chen chuckled. Do you really think I'm joking? When Qinglan's delicate face turned serious as she replied, in order to prevent martial artists from disrupting the lives of ordinary people. The laws of the Martial Arts Association are far more stringent than those of the general populace. It would be wise for you to comply. Otherwise, if you end up inside, do not claim that I did not forewarn you. Qinglan, it's not that serious, when you waved his hand dismissively. The school sports meeting is hardly akin to the Olympics. At most, it would warrant a warning. Grandfather, Qingdao falls under your jurisdiction. If this young man were to cause any trouble, the responsibility would ultimately rest on you. When Qinglan replied with discontent, she felt that her grandfather was being overly lenient with Ning Chen. If it were her, she would send Ning Chen to a martial arts correction facility to instill some discipline in him. I'm done eating, Ning Chen declared, rising with his tray. Wait a moment. When you called out to him, smiling as he retrieved a business card he had long prepared from his jacket pocket. Young friend, my number is on this card. Should you encounter any troublesome matters, do not hesitate to contact me. Ning Chen cast a glance at the card. Goodness. This old gentleman holds quite an array of titles. Honorary President of Qingzhou University, Vice Chairman of Wenhua Pharmaceutical S Board, and a permanent director of the Ancient Martial Arts Association's Qingzhou branch. There were also various other organizational affiliations, researchers, and honorary consultants listed, leaving Ning Chen's eyes somewhat dazed. Very well then. Reluctantly, he accepted one US business card, then picked up his tray and headed towards the area designated for disposing of leftover food. Grandfather, why are you giving this insufferable brat so much face? Just seeing him irritates me. What else with the arrogance? When Qinglan expressed her displeasure at Ning Chen's demeanor. At 19, having mastered external energy, ISNT, he qualified to be a bit prideful. When you sighed, you have only just begun to grasp external energy. It will take at least 5 or 6 more years of diligent practice before you can reach his level. Grandfather, why are you siding with him? When Qinglan pouted, breaking her usual aloofness. I will work hard. I will surely surpass him. That will be quite a challenge. Wenwei gazed at Ning Chen's retreating figure. This young man seems unfazed by the potential retribution from the Duan family and shows little regard for the Martial Arts Association. Is he simply naive? Or does he possess some hidden confidence? Old man Wenwei. At that moment, a young man approached the dining table, grinning as he looked at Wenwei. Wenwei was momentarily taken aback, while when Qinglan's lovely face turned cold as she inquired, Who are you? Greetings, Senior One. My name is Li Xianming, and I serve as the Vice Monitor of Class 2 in Clinical Medicine. Today, I sought out Senior One to report a matter of some concern. The boys remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation, their faces adorned with bright smiles. When you possess quite the audacity. When Qinglan, incensed, slammed her hand upon the table. A resounding crash echoed as 2 plates were sent flying, the long table trembling perilously. The commotion drew the attention of hundreds of students in the dining hall. 1. Senior One, I merely wish to offer a suggestion to the old principal. The air conditioning in the school dormitories has deteriorated significantly and should be replaced. Li Xianming, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed onto the ground. His complexion paling. Even the aura of a martial artist at the threshold of external strength is not something an ordinary person can withstand. And how dare you refer to him as Old Man One? Is your life so tedious that you would address him in such a manner? When Qinglan admonished fiercely, had it not been within the confines of the school dining hall, she would have ensured this lad learned a harsh lesson. I heard our classmate Ning Chen refer to him this way. I thought the old principal preferred it. Li Xianming stammered, swiftly rising to his feet. Bowing deeply in apology. I am truly sorry, old principal. My sincerest apologies, senior one. Enough. Fetch your class advisor immediately. When you too was not devoid of temper. A few hours later, the school broadcast announced disciplinary actions for the violation. The vice class leader of the clinical class 2, Li Xianming, displayed a lack of respect towards the former principal. In an effort to uphold school discipline, the administration has decided, after careful consideration, to issue a warning to Li Xianming. Ning Chen was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the announcement. He had not anticipated such behavior from Li Xianming, who appeared quite formidable. The most anticipated event of the afternoon was undoubtedly the men's 100-meter sprint. The final round of the semifinals commenced, and Ning Chen was assigned to the fourth lane, running at a steady pace, ultimately securing second place and advancing safely to the finals. At that moment, two beautiful girls passed by the rubber track, one tall and one short. The shorter girl, Jiang Tang, excitedly pointed at Ning Chen and exclaimed, "Shuyan, look, isn't that Deligo?" The taller girl, of course, was Xu Shuyan. She cast a surprised glance at Ning Chen, taken aback that he had made it to the finals. Who would have thought that Deligo possessed not only great strength, but also remarkable speed? Jiang Tang mischievously nudged her best friend with her shoulder, grinning, "Shuyan, you would be fortunate to marry Deligo in the future. What nonsense are you spouting?" Xu Shuyan shot her a glare, clearly annoyed by Jiang Tang's words. Suddenly, a tall and handsome boy dashed over from the competition area, his expression brightening as he spotted Xu Shuyan, even with her sun hat and sunglasses. Xu Shuyan's stunning legs had drawn the attention of countless students as she walked. Xing Shufei recognized the owner of those exquisite legs at a glance. "Who are you?" Xu Shuyan partially removed her sunglasses and cast a glance at the young man, instantly recognizing him as yet another bothersome admirer. The young man appeared momentarily taken aback. "Xu schoolmate, I am Xing Shufei from the track and field team. We were chatting in the cafeteria a few days ago." "Oh, it's you," Xu Shuyan replied, her expression remaining rather indifferent. Her memory was not so poor, she simply had no desire to engage. However, unbeknownst to him, Xing Shufei, oblivious to her disinterest, continued to approach with a smile. "Xu schoolmate, the finals are about to begin. Will you stay to watch me compete?" "No, I have other matters to attend to," Xu Shuyan replied coolly. "The competition is starting soon," Xing Shufei insisted, trying to persuade her to stay. On the track, he was at his most captivating. He was determined to ensure Xu Shuyan witnessed his graceful stride. At that moment, several passing students recognized him. "He is Xing Shufei from the track team, indeed quite handsome. I heard that he has been practicing sprints since childhood, and now he is a member of the provincial team. There's a chance he could advance to the national team. Perhaps one day we might see him at the Olympics." Xing schoolmate's family owns a company. They are incredibly wealthy. Many first-year female students, upon catching a glimpse of Xing Shufei's striking profile, felt their cheeks flush with a hint of infatuation. Some even contemplated approaching him for his contact information, but upon seeing the beauty of Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, they retreated in defeat. Xu Shuyan did not need to show her face. The mere sight of her exceptionally radiant legs was enough to overshadow them. "You're quite famous, aren't you?" Xu Shuyan remarked, glancing at Xing Shufei. Xing Shufei smiled lightly. After all, he was merely the school heartthrob. It was best not to dwell on it. Xu Shui, however, chose to remain and witness my triumph as the competition was about to commence. Xu Shuyan scoffed. "How can you be so certain of your victory when the race hasn't even started?" Xing Shufei chuckled again, his face radiating confidence. "In this institution, no one had managed to surpass me in sprinting. I am the undisputed champion. Have you heard of dimensionality reduction in competitive terms? I am a member of the provincial team, and competing in the school games constitutes a significant advantage." Xu Shuyan, with her delicate arms crossed, expressed her skepticism. "Is that really true? You're quite formidable. Dear sister, I shall be on my way now. Soon, you will witness what true dimensionality reduction entails." Xing Shufei raised an eyebrow at Xu Shuyan, his teasing gaze almost repulsing her. "What a show-off." Xu Shuyan shook her head, utterly disdainful of such pretentiousness. "Xiao Tang, we should be off." Xiao Tang. Jiang Tang had vanished. She hurriedly dashed across the rubber track, appearing behind Ning Chen. "Big brotherly." Jiang Tang playfully tapped Ning Chen on the shoulder, her charming smile illuminating her face. "Hey, Xiao Tang, what brings you here?" Ning Chen turned in surprise, instinctively ruffling her hair, a smile gracing his features. "Look, isn't that Jiang Tang, ranked 5th in the school beauty list?" She has been affectionately patted on the head by a boy. Could he be Jiang Tang's boyfriend? Numerous astonished gazes were cast their way. Fang Xiaobang and Zhang Dachuan nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. Dolly, let me tell you. Jiang Tang stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words into Ning Chen's ear. Ning Chen's eyes instantly brightened. Really? Jiang Tang nodded earnestly. Absolutely true. All right, no problem. Ning Chen patted his chest. Isn't it just the championship? I could win it with my eyes closed. Is that so, Dolly? Are you really that formidable? Jiang Tang's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, just let him boast. Chapter 34. The youth's affection for pretentiousness. The voices of two sophomore boys drifted over, engaged in their pre-competition warm-up. In the 100-meter sprint, the champion would undoubtedly be the senior Xing Shufei. This was a foregone conclusion. As long as you didn't finish last, it would be remarkable enough to even contemplate victory. Such a notion was merely a flight of fancy. The two boys wore expressions of disdain, almost as if they were flaunting their prowess in front of Jiang Tang. Ning Chen chose to ignore them. Xiaodang, what brings you here? Xu Shuyan inquired, catching up with a displeased expression. Just then, the competition commenced, and 10 contestants made their way towards the track. The stadium erupted with a cacophony akin to a tidal wave. Shuyan, I just told Dolly something, Jiang Tang said with a playful grin. What did you say? Xu Shuyan asked, curiosity piqued. You must promise not to hit me after hearing this, Jiang Tang replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. Why would I hit you? Xu Shuyan responded, perplexed. I told Dolly that if he wins, you would let him steal a kiss. Before Jiang Tang could finish, Xu Shuyan raised her hand in mock indignation, feigning a slap, shouting, You've gone too far. Whoa, Shuyan, you promised not to hit me. I never promised. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, the 10 competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Shufei's start was promising. He was steady. In another section of the stands, several boys from the school's track team chatted as they watched the race unfold. Is there any doubt? Old Xing will definitely take first place. Among the 10 finalists, 8 are from our school's track and field team, but what of the remaining 2? They are merely placeholders, lacking any significant background. These athletes harbor no doubts regarding Xing Shufei's impending victory. The participation of provincial team members in the school sports meet is nothing short of a disproportionate advantage. Is Xu Shuyan watching me? Xing Shufei himself is not entirely focused on the competition. As he passes the spot where he recently encountered Xu Shuyan, he turns to glance back at the moon, only to catch sight of Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang. At that moment, the two girls are filled with profound astonishment. Surely, they are marveling at my speed. Xing Shufei chuckles inwardly. Indeed, it is only on the track that he feels most formidable. He envisions that once he crosses the finish line first, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang will approach him, flushed with excitement, inquiring about his contact information. No, Xu Shuyan is the school beauty. She would not be so unreserved. Perhaps I should take the initiative. Xing Shufei is lost in this delightful reverie when suddenly, a shadow darts past him, stirring up a gust of wind that touzles his hair. What? Xing Shufei's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees the figure that has surged ahead of him. No, it cannot be. How could anyone surpass me? Accelerate. I must accelerate. Xing Shufei channels every ounce of strength, unleashing the fastest speed he has ever attained, desperately trying to catch up to that shadow, even shouting at the top of his lungs. Yet, the outcome is disheartening. He finds himself falling further behind that elusive figure. The two sophomore boys who had mocked Ning Chen before the race now stared in disbelief, one of them tripping and falling due to his astonishment. Brotherly is incredible. Shuyan, did you see that? Brotherly took first place. On the sidelines, Jiang Tang leaped and danced, cheering enthusiastically for Ning Chen. Xu Shuyan, equally astonished, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. How could this person run so swiftly? Has he trained specifically for this? Look, who is that? He's even faster than the athletes, exclaimed someone. Wow, he's leaving Xing Shufei behind by several meters. Impressive. Xing Shufei was a member of the provincial team. The audience erupted with excitement. The gazes of thousands of students and faculty swiftly followed Ning Chen as he surged ahead, crossing the finish line and sealing his victory. 16 seconds. The teacher responsible for recording the times gasped, then covered his head with his hands in shock. This is on par with national team standards. Who is he? Who exactly is he? The fervor surrounding the 100-meter sprint far surpassed that of the shot put, with nearly everyone present captivated by the event. The students from clinical class 2, upon witnessing Ning Chen cross the finish line first, erupted into screams, some left in a state of disbelief. Champion! Brother Chen is the champion. Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan embraced in excitement. Did he really win? Su Wanwan covered her face with her hands, unable to believe that her earlier fantasy had come true. This was impossible. Li Xiaming gritted his teeth, consumed by jealousy. He never imagined Ning Chen could be so formidable. Class leader Zhang Xinran also stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Soon, Su Wanwan, accompanied by several roommates, ran down from the stands with a bottle of water in hand, eager to find Ning Chen. However, as she drew closer, she gradually slowed her pace. She caught sight of two exceptionally beautiful girls surrounding Ning Chen. One was tall with porcelain-like skin, radiating an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Wanwan, who are they? Her roommate Jiang Ying inquired. I don't know, Su Wanwan replied, shaking her head. How shameless of you, Ning Chen. Even with Wanwan, you still flirt with other girls. Another roommate, Su Rongli, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Rongli, it's fine. We're not actually a couple, Su Wanwan interjected, grasping Su Rongli's arm and shaking her head. What? Her roommates exclaimed in astonishment. Holding the bottle of water, Su Wanwan quietly observed Ning Chen chatting with Jiang Tang and Xu Shuyan. A profound sense of discomfort swelling within her. The two girls by his side were, indeed, breathtakingly beautiful. Were they his friends? It was no wonder he showed no interest in her. Unable to resist, Su Wanwan found herself comparing herself to Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, leading her to feelings of inadequacy. This sense of inferiority stemmed largely from her background. The combined cost of Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang's outfits likely exceeded 1,000 yuan. In reality, it was several tens of thousands, while she donned items from street vendors. Jiang Tang's sunny and adorable personality, coupled with Xu Shuyan's near-perfect features and figure, deepened her feelings of self-doubt. Meanwhile, not far away, another campus beauty was also eyeing Ning Chen. Yet, it was accompanied by a profound fury. This fellow. Does he consider the words of my grandfather and me mere whispers in the wind? Participating in the shot put competition was one thing, but to dare compete in the 100-meter dash before such a multitude, and to achieve results rivaling those of the national team. Does he truly fear inciting an investigation from the Martial Arts Association? When Qinglan stamped her foot, resolved to confront Ning Chen later. However, upon noticing the two stunningly beautiful girls standing beside him, she let out a cold snort, realizing his intentions were merely to flirt. The most unfortunate of all was Xing Shufei. He had confidently believed that as a member of the provincial team, returning to university competitions would guarantee him the championship, and by a significant margin. Yet, the outcome was starkly different. Defeated, he sat on the ground, gazing at the spotlighted Ning Chen, his face a canvas of existential doubt. A freshman, achieving results that rivaled those of the national team. This news swiftly spread across the Qingda campus. Forums, bulletin boards, social media, everywhere it flooded the screens. Even the university authorities were stirred into action. However, after several phone calls from Wenyu, the tempest gradually subsided. The venerable principal sat in his office, letting out a deep sigh. These youngsters truly relish putting on airs. Following the 100-meter dash, Ning Chen had no further competitions. Under the watchful eyes of over 50 classmates from clinical class 2, he departed from the sports field, without even a moment for class monitor Zhang Xinran to exchange a word. Xu Shuyan, it is time you honored your promise. Chapter 35. The Peach Blossom Source Hotel on a certain tree-lined path on campus. Ning Chen gazed earnestly at Xu Shuyan. What promise are you referring to? Xu Shuyan feigned ignorance, her delicate face blushing like a blooming flower. Don't pretend, Xiaodong has already told me. Ning Chen shook his head. To be honest, I have endured this for quite some time. Endured for quite some time? A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Xu Shuyan's beautiful eyes as she quickly averted her gaze, resolutely shaking her head. Xiaodong was just joking. How could you take it seriously? I certainly do take it seriously, Ning Chen asserted with conviction. The breakfast you've prepared these past few days, are they even edible? Too salty to bear, too bland to swallow. Regardless, once I secure the championship, you shall never prepare breakfast for me again. This is what you promised. You cannot go back on your word. Xu Shuyan was momentarily taken aback. What are you saying? Nearby, Jiang Tang could not contain her laughter and quietly stepped back a few paces. Xu Shuyan noticed her friend's peculiar behavior, and a mix of embarrassment and indignation quickly colored her cheeks. Jiang, shouting, I will have my vengeance. Someone's being attacked. Brother Dolly, save me. Ning Chen had been enduring great suffering these past few days, as Xu Shuyan, whether out of gratitude or the desire to hone her culinary skills, insisted on making him breakfast every day. If the dishes had been palatable, he would have gladly indulged. But this girl, having lived a life of luxury for 18 years, had never lifted a finger to do any work. What she produced was hardly fit for consumption. Even a dog would turn its nose up at such fare. Ning Chen, you have gone too far. After Xu Shuyan understood the sequence of events, she pointed her jade finger at Ning Chen. Her voice tinged with a hint of weeping. Do you have any idea that even my father has never tasted the breakfast I prepared? If it weren't for the sake of gratitude, I would never have made it for you. Ning Chen, devoid of any sympathy, nodded and replied, fortunately, you didn't prepare it for Uncle Su. Otherwise, he would have surely lost at least 10 years of his life. Xu Shuyan nearly fainted from anger. Ning Chen solemnly stated, your debt of gratitude has been repaid. Please refrain from entering the kitchen in the future. It is truly inedible. Ning Chen, you scoundrel. I utterly detest you. After cursing him, Xu Shuyan ran away in tears. Brother Dolly, your words are indeed excessive. Jiang Tang hesitated, contemplating whether to chase after her. Wasn't it your antics that caused this uproar? Ning Chen shot her a sidelong glance. Alas, you two are truly incompatible. Jiang Tang shook her head helplessly and went after Xu Shuyan. Ning Chen relished the solitude and leisurely strolled towards the library. The two-day sports meeting concluded swiftly. The name Ning Chen soon resonated both within and beyond the campus. Many students speculated whether he was a retired national-level athlete. Strangely, the school had not troubled him. This sensational news remained confined to student circles. At long last, the weekend arrived. Ning Chen was preparing to remain indoors, indulging in leisure. Unexpectedly, a knock echoed at the door, and Xiao Jing's voice came through. Xiao Chen, are you inside? Aunt Xiao, what brings you here? Hurry and tidy up. Aunt Xiao is taking you out for dinner today. Ning Chen was rather reluctant to go out. But upon hearing that they would be dining at the most renowned restaurant in Qishou, he immediately sprang into action. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang had already dressed up and were seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. Upon seeing him emerge, Xu Shuyan turned her exquisite, snow-white face away, seemingly still upset. Little Chen, you have been in Qingzhou for half a month, and Aunt Xiao has been so busy with work that she hasn't had the chance to treat you to a proper meal. Xiao Jing sighed wryly. Who could have anticipated that incident at the Intercontinental Hotel? Ah, what has done is done. As Ning Chen dressed, he chuckled. By the way, Aunt Xiao, what is the latest on that matter? I haven't managed to pry any information out yet. The professional assassin has a tight-lipped demeanor, Xiao Jing replied, shaking her head. The weather is lovely today, let us not dwell on that. Hurry up and get ready, we're off to dinner. All right, Taohua Yuan Hotel. The most illustrious establishment in Qingzhou is perpetually bustling, with every table occupied each night. Even the hall seats often require a month of advance reservation. Su Jingshan had to leverage the Su family's connections to secure a private room. However, he had a meeting scheduled for midday, and thus could not join them. The Audi A8 traveled northward, and half an hour later, it arrived at the Baosher Mountain Scenic Area in Qingzhou. The Taohua Yuan Hotel is nestled at the foot of Baosher Mountain, where vast orchards of peach trees bloom vibrantly, their blossoms painting the landscape in shades of red, attracting throngs of delighted visitors. As the vehicle entered the restaurant, Ning Chen suddenly sensed something. His gaze, which had been fixated on the phone screen, shifted towards the peach blossom grove outside. Xiao Tang, I don't know why, but every time I come to the Peach Blossom Source Hotel, I feel the air here is so refreshing, and my mood improves accordingly. From the back seat, Xu Shuyan's voice chimed in. Really, Shuyan? Do you feel the same way? Jiang Tang exclaimed in surprise. I do too. Every time I visit Peach Blossom Source, the air feels incredibly fresh. If it weren't so far from school, I would want to live here. Xiao Jing, overhearing the conversation between the two women, smiled faintly. The Peach Blossom Source Group had only been established for 5 years, yet its customer return rate had consistently reached new heights, primarily due to the hotel's environment. Everyone who had visited felt as though they had stepped into a paradise, far removed from the bustling city. A professional team had once assessed the air quality of the Peach Blossom Source Hotel, concluding that it surpassed even that of a 5A rated scenic area. No one knew how the Peach Blossom Source Group achieved this, which was also the reason for the continuous rise of its stock. However, Ning Chen, upon entering, discerned the underlying secret, a gathering spirit array. The foundation of this hotel was, in fact, a large-scale gathering spirit array. Ning Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. Though it was the most rudimentary gathering spirit array, it indeed served to accumulate spiritual energy. No wonder this hotel was so popular. Where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges is often a site of great feng shui. The air is fresh, merely a fundamental phenomenon. As the concentration of spiritual energy increases, one's physical form can undergo a transformation, resulting in robust health, keen senses, nimble intellect, and even an extended lifespan. Unfortunately, the foundational spirit gathering array employed by this hotel falls significantly short of achieving such longevity. At best, it can enhance the health of guests who reside here long-term. The enigmatic proprietor of the Peach Blossom Source Group must surely be a practitioner of cultivation, Ning Chen mused. After disembarking from the vehicle, he followed Aunt Chow up to the 6th floor. The interior decor of the hotel leaned towards a pastoral style, evoking a sense of returning to nature. Xu Shuyan? As the group strolled and conversed, an unexpected voice of delight rang out. Xu Shuyan turned to see none other than Chen Jihao. Ning Chen recognized him as the first wealthy heir he had encountered during his visit to Qizhou. Shuyan, what a coincidence. You're here at the Peach Blossom Source for a meal too? Haha, Qingzhou is quite vast, yet our paths cross. Chen Jihao joyfully abandoned a few friends and strode over. Upon noticing Aunt Xiao's presence, he quickly greeted her. Aunt Xiao, it's you. Realizing Ning Chen was also present, Chen Jihao nearly charged forward with a clenched fist. This scoundrel, even in a different guise, he would recognize. Xiao Chen, do you know Jihao? Aunt Xiao inquired, her brows furrowing slightly. Chen Jihao was Xu Yan's high school classmate, a frivolous and unlearned dandy. She did not wish for Ning Chen to associate with such a person. Just a few encounters, I wouldn't call it knowing, Ning Chen replied candidly. Oh. Xiao Jing finally felt relieved. Aunt Xiao, I have reserved a private room here and invited a few friends. Would you care to join us for a meal? Chen Jihao suppressed the anger in his eyes and donned a smiling facade. No, thank you. We have already booked a room. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jing declined outright and left with Ning Chen and the others. The Chen family, much like the Su family, was engaged in the real estate business, and their relationship could only be described as lukewarm. She had heard from Su Jingshan that Chen Yozu and his son Chen Jihao were not of the finest character and were deeply entwined with unscrupulous factions. After being rebuffed, Chen Jihao felt a mix of embarrassment and disappointment. He had been eager to showcase his family's wealth to impress Xu Shuyan's mother and simultaneously undermine this so-called Ning Chen. Just as he thought the day had slipped away from him, a twist of fate occurred. I apologize, General Manager Qiao. Xiaolu is new here and has been rather careless in his duties. On behalf of the hotel, I extend my sincerest apologies. A middle-aged man in a suit stood outside a private room on the 6th floor, repeatedly offering his apologies to Xiao Jing. Accompanying him was a front desk attendant, her expression even more distressed, as she had confused the reservations for the peony room, resulting in both Xiao Jing and another guest arriving simultaneously, with only one room available. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Jing exclaimed angrily, reprimanding them. In such a large hotel, how can you make such a basic error? We are truly sorry. General Manager Qiao, this is entirely our fault. The middle-aged manager and the receptionist bent at a 90-degree angle, their faces etched with apologies. The manager attempted to salvage the situation, saying, Mr. Qiao, if you could spare a moment, as a gesture of goodwill, I could offer you a 50% discount on your meal. Who cares about your discounts? Xu Shuyan retorted, visibly displeased. Does our Su family lack such trifles? Who do you think you're looking down upon? Yes, of course. The manager nodded deferentially. Jiang Tang let out a soft sigh, turning to glance at Ning Chen, who was gazing out at the corridor, lost in contemplation. At that moment, for affluent second-generation heirs, adorned in designer brands, approached with laughter and chatter. Among them was Chen Jihao. Upon noticing the scene in front of the private room, he paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. This receptionist has truly done me a great service. I must tip her generously after our meal, haha. While Chen Jihao felt a surge of joy within, he maintained a casual facade, suggesting, and Xiao, why don't we share a table? After all, there are only 4 of us. We won't fill the space. Xiao Jing assessed Chen Jihao and his 3 affluent companions, hesitating before glancing at Xu Shuyan. Isn't she the belle of the city's number 1 high school? Xu Shuyan? What number 1 high school? She is now the campus beauty of Qingda. Your information is lacking, old Yang. No wonder Jihao frequently mentions her. She is indeed stunning, a true goddess. The 3 affluent heirs, 1 male and 2 females, remained captivated by Xu Shuyan's presence. Especially that girl, who spent 3 hours on her makeup this morning. Xu Shuyan could outshine her effortlessly with her natural beauty. Xu Shuyan was indeed hesitant. She certainly did not wish to share a table with Qin Jihao. Yet, she had long been craving the Westlake vinegar fish and Longjing shrimp from Teo Weiyuan. At that moment, she glanced at Ning Chen, pondering that since he harbored a grudge against Qin Jihao, why not seize this opportunity to let him embarrass himself and mock her culinary skills? Resolute in her decision, Xu Shuyan lifted her chin and smiled at Xiao Jing, saying, "Mommy, it's almost noon. Let us dine here. I'm yearning for their vinegar fish. What do you think?" Xiao Tang. Jiang Tang immediately replied, "I wish to have the oil-braised spring bamboo shoots." "All right then." Xiao Jing nodded and proceeded into the private room. She refrained from expressing any inconvenience, considering that she had spent a considerable sum to book this room. Who knows how long the wait would be for the next time. Phew. The middle-aged manager breathed a sigh of relief. It was settled. Qin Jihao clenched his fist behind them, secretly whispering to his three companions, Yuna, Xiaoxing, Liang Ping. "Did you see that guy trailing behind Xu Shuyan?" The three rich heirs nodded in acknowledgement. "I have a grudge against that fellow. When we enter, listen to my commands and make sure to trample him. I intend to humiliate him thoroughly today," Qin Jihao declared fiercely. The three wealthy heirs expressed no objections. For them, trampling and undermining others were merely part of their routine. Upon entering the private room adorned with peonies, one is greeted by a grand table capable of accommodating 20 guests, flanked by a sofa, a tea table, a smoking area, and 2 restrooms. "Waitstaff, please bring the menu," Qin Jihao exclaimed as soon as he settled in. 2 elegantly proportioned female servers promptly approached. Qin Jihao received the exquisitely crafted menu, akin to a tome, and with a smile, handed it to Aunt Xiao. "Aunt Xiao, as the elder, please make your selection first." "Jihao, you are too courteous," Aunt Xiao chuckled, thinking that this young man from the Qin family possessed quite the politeness. "Please, order whatever you like. Today's meal is on me," Qin Jihao declared, patting his chest. "No, I couldn't possibly." Aunt Xiao attempted to decline. "From now on, we are all family. You are like a mother to me, so there is no need for hesitation," Qin Jihao thought to himself while chuckling inwardly. Yet he assured her, "It's perfectly fine. Aunt Xiao, please feel free to choose." No sooner had he spoken than Ning Chen's voice interjected, "Waitstaff, please bring one of everything from the menu." Uffed. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, who were rinsing their mouths, nearly choked on their laughter. "Are you out of your mind?" Qin Jihao glared at Ning Chen, incredulous at the sheer volume of dishes ordered. "Do you think you can eat all that?" "Rest assured, I can manage." Ning Chen replied with a sidelong glance. "You can consume over 100 dishes listed on the menu? Are you a pig?" A few of the affluent young women present cast disdainful glances at Ning Chen. Among them was Lin Yuna, whose looks barely registered 5 out of 10, even with makeup. She barely reached a 6, dressed head to toe in Gucci, her bag a limited edition Hermes. "Are you country bumpkins, never having dined before? Have you even spoken to Mr. Chiao, who has graciously opened up to you? How amusing." The other 2, young heirs named Yang Xiaoxing and Yi Liangping, also began to mock Ning Chen. Yet, Ning Chen remained composed, merely observing the 4 of them quietly. If he were to be easily provoked by a few spoiled brats, then his 2 millennia of cultivation would have been for naught. "Little Chen is my godson." At that moment, Xiao Jing suddenly interjected, her gaze icy. "You all should watch your words." Chapter 37, The Flying Mitai of 1982. Upon hearing these words, Qin Jihao and his companion swiftly lapsed into silence, exchanging glances. Xiao Jing, the wife of Su Jingshan, has established her own career in Qizhou, flourishing in recent years with Su Jingshan's support. Ordinary individuals would not dare to provoke her. This brat has indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck to have Xiao Jing as his godmother. A twinge of jealousy flickered within Qin Jihao. Thus, it appears that Ning Chen and Xu Shuyan have become siblings devoid of any blood relation. This is rather precarious. Could it be that Xiao Jing harbors intentions of uniting Ning Chen and Xu Shuyan? At that moment, Xiao Jing addressed Ning Chen, saying, "Xiao Chen, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order. This meal is on Aunt Xiao." As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled the hair at the back of Ning Chen's head. "Aunt Xiao, you needn't say that. We had agreed that I would treat." Qin Jihao began to rise. However, Ning Chen interjected unexpectedly, as previously stated, "I want to try everything on the menu." "You." Qin Jihao was about to protest, glaring at Ning Chen, but Xiao Jing shot him a look of admonition. He was left with no choice but to muster a smile, advising Ning Chen, "Brother, it's not that I'm stingy. You won't be able to finish all these dishes, and it would be wasteful, wouldn't it? With the current promotion of the Clean Plate Initiative, we should practice thrift and frugality." "Thrift and frugality? Are you jesting?" The outfit you're wearing must cost at least 10 to 18,000. A hint of amusement crossed Ning Chen's face. If you can't afford a treat, then don't. I can't afford it? Chen Zhihao pointed to himself. And in a moment of audacity, he retrieved his wallet from his pocket, producing a black card and slamming it onto the table. It was the Zhongshan black card, with a limit of 5 million. Do you see this? He exclaimed. Ning Chen nodded, acknowledging the sight. When will the dishes be served? Chen Zhihao glared at him. His teeth clenched. Fine, since you wish to indulge, I shall treat you today, considering Aunt Xiao and Xu Yan's presence. But do not regret it. Waiter, bring every item from the menu. The waiter, bewildered, inquired, does that include drinks as well? Of course it does. Ning Chen replied cheerfully. What is the most expensive wine you have here? The waiter responded, the 1982 Feitian Matai. With a grand gesture, Ning Chen commanded, serve it. Chen Zhihao erupted in anger. Cursing under his breath, Ning Chen, feigning innocence, asked, what's wrong, young Master Chen? Can't you afford it? This time, Chen Zhihao refrained from acting impulsively. The 1982 Matai was a prized possession of the Teo Weiyuan Hotel, costing no less than 50 to 60,000 per bottle. Brother Zhihao, are you unable to purchase this bottle of wine? Just as he wavered, Jiang Tang suddenly interjected, casting a doubtful glance at Chen Zhihao. But I just heard Xu Yin say she wanted to taste the 1982 Matai. Xiao Tang, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever? Xu Shuyan quietly chided her friend. Xu Yin is interested? Chen Zhihao's eyes brightened, and he immediately instructed the waiter, have your manager bring out that bottle of 1982 Matai. I shall take it. Very well, sir. The waiter nodded repeatedly before turning to leave. What a fool. Jiang Tang chuckled inwardly. Xu Shuyan felt somewhat speechless, wondering if this person might be a simpleton. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping exchanged glances, all agreeing that Chen Zhihao was indeed splurging on this meal. With over 100 dishes and a bottle of the 1982 Feitian Maotai, the total would surely exceed several 100,000. Chen Zhihao's father had advised him that pursuing a girl like Xu Shuyan would require a willingness to spend lavishly. The Xu family was a prominent clan in Qishou, and Xu Shuyan had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her family was not lacking in wealth. To court such a super-rich beauty, one had to be prepared to invest significantly. Aunt Xiao, Shuyan, I shall take a look at the dishes. Please excuse me, Chen Zhihao said, and shortly after ordering, he mysteriously excused himself. Ning Chen detected a hint of urgency in his demeanor and suspected that the young man might be up to something. He then stood and said, Aunt Xiao, I need to take care of something as well. With that, he made his way to the restroom, locked the door, and promptly leapt out of the window. Utilizing his inner energy, he stood firmly against the wall as if walking on solid ground. Had anyone witnessed the spectacle, they would undoubtedly gasp and exclaim, Spider-Man. After taking a few steps, Ning Chen soon heard Chen Zhihao's voice. Young Master Chen, it's time for our old actor to make an appearance, haha. Manager Wang. Is the packaging all set? Rest assured, practice makes perfect. The packaging will reveal no flaws. I hired a specialized craftsman for this. What about the wine? Not being a professional sommelier, one cannot discern the subtleties of the wine. That's just splendid. In an office, Chen Zhihao was laughing heartily. On the table before him lay a bottle of Feitian Matai, wrapped in tattered cotton paper. Historical records indicate that after the establishment of the state-owned Matai distillery, cotton paper was employed for packaging to prevent the bottles from wear. It wasn't until the late 1960s that Matai began using more exquisite packaging for export, aiming for a more aesthetically pleasing presentation. The authentic 1982 Feitian Matai, priced over 50,000 per bottle, is rare and sought after, with collectors reluctant to uncork it for mere consumption. After all, the average person wouldn't be able to discern its quality. Ha ha ha. Chen Zhihao held a counterfeit bottle of wine, a broad smile adorning his face. Those in the private room believed him to be a fool, yet he was quite cunning. As he returned to the room, Ning Chen happened to emerge from the restroom, nonchalantly taking his seat. Soon, a variety of cold dishes were served: crystal duck tongues, scallions with ear slices, abalone and black bean sauce, and drunken shrimp, a feast for the eyes and palate. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang eagerly indulged, praising the delectable offerings. In stark contrast, Ning Chen's manner of eating was rather unrefined. He picked up the plate and devoured the food without a hint of decorum, leaving Xiao Jing feeling slightly embarrassed. Was he perhaps a starving ghost reincarnated? Had he never eaten before? Eating so ravenously, did he not fear choking? Dining with such a person was indeed quite mortifying. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, three scions of affluent families, regarded Ning Chen with palpable disdain. Unperturbed, Ning Chen continued to enjoy his meal, indifferent to their glances, as he bore no financial obligation. "Be careful, Brother Dolly, don't choke," Jiang Tang said with genuine concern, offering him a glass of water. "Thank you, I won't choke," Ning Chen replied, taking a sip before turning to Chen Zhihao. "Chen Xiao, where is your bottle of 82 Matai? Why is it still not here? I'm parched. It's not meant for you, so why the hurry?" Chen Zhihao shot him a glance, gesturing towards a bottle of white liquor on the table. "Here, drink this for now." Without hesitation, Ning Chen seized the bottle, uncapped it, and tilted it back, drinking straight from it. What the hell? The onlookers were taken aback. This was a 53-degree guojiao, not beer. Had this fellow lost his senses? Chapter 38. Is the Peach Blossom Source Hotel selling fake liquor? Wow, Brother Dolly is impressive. Jiang Tang clapped enthusiastically. Xiao Jing quickly reached out to snatch the bottle, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, are you out of your mind? Put it down." Yet, before long, a bottle of guojiao was completely emptied. Chen Zhihao and Lin Yuna, the four affluent heirs, stared in astonishment as Ning Chen finished an entire bottle of liquor. That was a full kilogram. Did he truly drink it all in one go? "Can we move on to Matai now?" "I'm still not quenched," Ning Chen remarked, wiping his mouth with a grin as he looked at Chen Zhihao. "Ah, the alcohol on Earth is truly lackluster. It goes down like water," he mused internally. Chen Zhihao incredulously took the bottle, shaking it vigorously only to discover it was indeed empty. Is this lad's throat and stomach made of iron? A question popped into his mind. However, he quickly rebuffed the thought. No, I, the distinguished heir of the Chen family, cannot be outdone by a country bumpkin. "Brother, your drinking capacity is remarkable." Chen Zhihao feigned praise, giving a thumbs up, before adding with a chuckle, "But that is not how one drinks. A bottle of guijiu costs over 1,000 yuan. You're being terribly wasteful." Chen Xiao is hesitating to serve Matai. Could it be that he has something to hide? Ning Chen suddenly grinned. Chen Zhihao's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained a facade of calmness as he replied, "All right, since Brother Ning wishes to drink, waiter, please bring out the liquor." "Understood, Chen Xiao." The waiter promptly exited. Before long, the middle-aged manager entered the private room, cradling a bottle of vintage Mauta wrapped in tissue paper. "Chen Xiao, General Chiao, I have come to serve you the wine," he announced, placing the bottle on the table and casually tearing away the wrapping to reveal the exquisite bottle within. Xiao Jing, accustomed to social gatherings, discerned at a glance that this bottle was indeed genuine. The 1982 Mautai, valued at approximately 50 to 60,000, was a lavish expenditure by Zhihao. 50 or 60,000 was merely a trifle. Zhihao's weekly allowance exceeded that amount. His affection for Miss Su was profoundly evident. "If I were a girl, I would undoubtedly be moved to tears." Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping acted as supportive allies, subtly hinting at Chen Zhihao's generous gestures. However, Xu Shuyan crossed her arms and scoffed. A mere 50 or 60,000 would not sway her heart, if she held no interest. Not even the wealthiest individual in the world would capture her gaze. Meanwhile, the manager began pouring the wine, starting with Xiao Jing, then Xu Shuyan, followed by Chen Zhihao, and finally pouring a scant amount for Ning Chen. "Aunt Xiao, in the future, our Chen family's business will rely on your and General Su's guidance," Chen Zhihao remarked with a smile, rising to offer a toast to Xiao Jing. "You are too courteous," Xiao Jing replied, feeling a bit shy as she lifted her glass and took a small sip. "Aunt Xiao, how do you find this wine?" Chen Zhihao inquired cheerfully as he settled back into his seat. "Indeed, it is a fine wine, quite rich," Xiao Jing casually remarked. Though she often indulges in alcohol, she has rarely tasted the exquisite 1982 Feitian Matai, rendering her incapable of discerning its true essence. Safety is assured. Inwardly, Chen Zhihao chuckled softly. Even someone like Xiao Jing, who frequently engages in social gatherings, could not distinguish between authenticity and forgery. Indeed, Manager Wang is a master of deception. While contemplating this, he laughed heartily. Of course, a wine priced over 50,000 must be aromatic. Matai only becomes more fragrant with age. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ning Chen, who had already downed 3 glasses, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Such a fine wine, wasted on him. Lin Yuna scoffed. Chen Zhihao continued to jest. "Brother Ning, you've likely never tasted such exquisite wine in your life, haha." "This wine isn't that impressive," Ning Chen retorted, setting down his glass with a look of disdain. "If it's not good, why did you gulp down 2 liang in one go?" Yang Xiaoxing mocked. "A bumpkin remains a bumpkin, stubborn to the end." Yu Liangping chimed in, laughing. "Big brotherly. Jiang Tang felt a twinge of discomfort as Ning Chen became the target of ridicule from several wealthy heirs. This fellow is so dull-witted. He can't even muster a proper retort, Xu Shuyan mused. Just as Qiao Jing was about to intervene, Ning Chen suddenly made a startling declaration, Chen Xiao. The more I drink this wine, the more it feels off. Could it be counterfeit? Chen Jihao's chopsticks trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. What did you say? Ning, are you out of your mind? Lin Yuna exclaimed, her expression one of displeasure. If you can't appreciate it, then just admit it. Claiming it's fake? Are you joking? The Teo Weiyuan Hotel is undoubtedly the most luxurious establishment in Qizhou. How could it possibly sell counterfeit liquor? Yang Xiaoxing chuckled, clearly mocking the provincial simplicity of the man. Yi Liangping joined in the derision, adding to the scorn. Chen Jihao's expression darkened. He contemplated how this rustic fellow managed to discern the fake alcohol, a feat even Xiao Jing could not achieve. He exchanged a knowing glance with Manager Wang, who stepped forward with a smile, saying, Sir, you jest most amusingly. Our beverages come with a guarantee of authenticity. Any counterfeit would incur a tenfold penalty, ensuring no issues whatsoever. Is that so? Ning Chen replied coldly, casting a discerning glance at the middle-aged manager. But this bottle of Mount I hardly resembles one aged for 40 years. Rather, it appears to be freshly bottled. Manager Wang's demeanor faltered for a moment, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. Sir, perhaps you have indulged a bit too much, he chuckled nervously. Do I appear to be intoxicated? Ning Chen's tone remained level, his complexion devoid of any flush. Xiao Chun, please refrain from making baseless accusations, Xiao Jing interjected, gesturing discreetly to Ning Chen. The Teo Weiyuan Hotel has just been awarded a 5-star rating. There is no way they would sell counterfeit liquor. Insanity. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping all cast disdainful glances at Ning Chen. Xu Shuyan also felt a twinge of embarrassment and urged, Enough. Ning Chen, please take your seat. How could the Teo Weiyuan Hotel possibly sell counterfeit liquor? It's simply absurd. Only Jiang Tang gazed at Ning Chen with her enchanting eyes, intrigued by the unfolding drama. She recalled the previous week at the Intercontinental Hotel, when Ning Chen had similarly defied the majority, obstinately declaring that the mushroom soup was poisonous. A claim later substantiated by chemical analysis. Just then, Chen Jihao slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Ning Chen and shouted, Ning, I invited you to dinner out of goodwill, setting aside past grievances, and not only do you fail to appreciate it, but you also accuse me of selling counterfeit liquor. I tell you, if you do not wish to partake, you may leave at once. His furious voice echoed within the private room. However, Ning Chen merely chuckled, reaching for the bottle of Mao Tai. Upon witnessing this, Manager Wang exclaimed in alarm and hurried to intervene. The bottle was within his grasp, and he seized it swiftly, saying, Since this gentleman believes there is an issue with the liquor, it is our duty as a hotel to conduct an inspection. With that, he attempted to depart. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen pressed down on his shoulder, forcibly retrieving the bottle from his embrace. What are you doing? Give it back to me. Manager Wang, taken aback by Ning Chen's strength, realized the gravity of the situation and desperately reached for the bottle. Ning, what madness is this? Release Manager Wang at once. Chen Jihao, sensing the escalating tension, quickly moved his chair aside to assist. Mummy, please persuade him. I am utterly exasperated. Xu Shuyan felt that Ning Chen was embarrassing himself, and she resolved never to dine with him again. Just then, Ning Chen kicked Manager Wang aside, grasped the bottle with his left hand, and gently peeled off the label with his right. The sight left Manager Wang and Chen Jihao as pale as if they had just received devastating news. And Xiao, please take another look. Ning Chen casually tossed the wine bottle towards Xiao Jing, with a heart full of confusion. Xiao Jing caught it and glanced at the area where the label had been obscured. She was immediately taken aback. What is this? Mummy, what's wrong? Aunt Xiao, what is that? Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, who were unfamiliar with wine, curiously gathered around. Along with them were Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yi Liangping, 3 affluent heirs. Beneath the label, there was unmistakably a pinhole. Pinhole wine? Xiao Jing suddenly comprehended. The term pinhole wine refers to the practice of removing the label from a genuine wine bottle, using specialized equipment to drill a pinhole in the bottle, extracting the authentic wine inside, replacing it with a cheaper alternative, sealing the pinhole, and then reattaching the label to masquerade it as genuine Mao Tai for sale. Some unscrupulous restaurants exploit authentic wine bottles to repeatedly sell counterfeit products, and the majority of patrons remain oblivious. Even if they detect a hint of something amiss, they often remain silent. Manager Wang never anticipated that he would fall victim to the schemes of a mere youth. How could this be? This bottle is actually pinhole wine. Lin Yuna, Yang Xiaoxing, and Yu Liangping were equally in the dark. They had just been praising the wine for its exquisite taste, only to feel as if they had been slapped in the face. Is it truly counterfeit wine? Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were struck with disbelief, gazing at Ning Chen in astonishment. Brother Dali, how did you discern this? You are remarkable. Jiang Tang held an even greater admiration for Ning Chen. You don't possess the gift of clairvoyance, do you? Ning Chen chuckled and shook his head. I merely detected an anomaly in the taste of the wine and decided to investigate. To my surprise, there truly was a pinhole. Manager Wang, did you not just assert that your Teo Weiyuan hotel would never sell counterfeit liquor? Pray, elucidate the existence of this pinhole. Ning Chen gestured towards the wine bottle. Surely it could not have been punctured by the Maotai distillery during production, could it? I am at a loss as to how this could have happened. Manager Wang exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Chen Jihao's expression darkened considerably. Playing the fool, are we? No matter. I shall contact the authorities immediately and have them investigate. I am confident that a scrutiny of your social network will swiftly reveal the truth and restore your reputation. Ning Chen grinned as he retrieved his phone. No, please. Manager Wang rushed forward, gripping Ning Chen's hand with desperation. Sir, I confess, it was my doing. I implore you, do not alert the police. I beg you, for I shall certainly lose my job. With that, he fell to his knees, tears brimming in his eyes. Is this an admission? Ning Chen found the scene rather dull. However, it was evident that the manager had lost his wits. The truth had already surfaced. And with so many witnesses present, concealment was utterly futile. Indeed, it is counterfeit liquor. Xu Shuyan was left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at Ning Chen in disbelief. The wealthy heirs were rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that this rustic individual could discern the counterfeit wine that eluded their senses? It was utterly absurd. Soon, Manager Wang confessed to the crimes before everyone present. This is outrageous. Xiao Jing immediately decided to call the police. Xiao, please don't. Manager Wang quickly knelt down. He was desperate to retain his job with a monthly salary of 50,000. If he were to be dismissed by Teo Weiyuan Hotel due to such a scandal, it would spell his utter ruin. Do you think you can pretend nothing has happened after committing such an act? Xiao Jing scoffed. Amid the chaos in the private room, Ning Chen raised his hand to stop Xiao Jing. Aunt Xiao, wait a moment. I have one more question to ask him, Ning Chen said with a serious expression. He was aware that this hole-punched wine was deliberately purchased by Chen Jihao, aiming to impress while spinning the least. Chen Jihao, sensing the tension, promptly took out his phone to report the incident. Aunt Xiao, brother Ning, why is this scoundrel still here? He should be sent to prison. Chen Jihao, you coward. You are equally implicated in this matter, so don't think you can wash your hands of it. Seeing the ruthlessness of his opponents, Manager Wang abandoned all restraint and revealed the truth. What? The entire room fell into shock. Even Lin Yuna and the other wealthy heirs looked incredulously at Chen Jihao. A cornered dog will bite back, resorting to wild accusations? There was no way Chen Jihao would admit to it. You forced my hand, Chen Jihao. Manager Wang seemed to realize his impending doom and sought to drag someone down with him. He retrieved his mobile phone and played a recording of a conversation. Hello. Manager Wang, do you still have any stocks of Matai at your hotel? This was the voice of Chen Jihao. Of course we have Matai. No. Not the real Matai, the counterfeit. You know what I mean, heh? You rascal. Are you planning to swindle again? Come now. How can you call it a swindle? I'm merely putting on a show. They won't get hurt regardless. Enough with the nonsense. Do you have it, or not? Yes, I just received a batch of Matai bottles, including some from 82. From 82? What is the price? The genuine one is 56,000, and the fake. Haha. A mere 1,000 will suffice. 1,000 for a fake? Manager Wang, that's rather unscrupulous of you. Chen Xiao, I have to bear the risk, you know. The recordings continued to play from the phone. Chen Jihao was so enraged he nearly ground his teeth. Wang Hao, you scoundrel, recording this. He lunged to snatch the phone, but was pushed aside by Ning Chen. Who would have thought, Chen Xiao, that you were so frugal and even aware of such money-saving tricks? Ning Chen chuckled. Disgusting. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang looked on with disdain. Even Lin Yuna and Yang Xiaoxing were victims, as Chen Jihao had originally intended to treat them to dinner. And the Qiao family happened to intrude, uninvited. Chen Jihao, I never expected you to be this kind of person. If you're short on cash, then don't host. Why pretend to be a big shot? Xiaoxing, Liangping, let us leave. Such a person deceives even their friends. Henceforth, we shall no longer associate with him. Lin Yuna turned and exited the private room. The two young men also regarded such behavior with disdain, finding it utterly repugnant, and promptly departed. Yuna, Xiaoxing you. Chen Jihao's face reddened with fury as he glared at Ning Chen, grinding his teeth in anger. Ning Chen, I will not let this go. Just you wait. With that, he stormed out, slamming the door of the private room with a resounding bang that reverberated throughout the entire floor. Chapter 40. I don't care. I'm serious. Hey, Kun. I need your assistance with something at the Peach Blossom Source Hotel. Just wait for me at the entrance. After exiting the private room, Chen Jihao made a call to a friend, his gaze filled with malice. Ning Chen, you country bumpkin, today I will settle the score with you. Just wait. At that moment, Ning Chen was still indulging in a sumptuous feast within the private room. Unfortunately, Chen Jihao had left without settling the bill, leaving the expense to be covered by Xiao Jing. However, shortly thereafter, a vice president of the Peach Blossom Source Hotel arrived in a hurry upon hearing of the situation, stating that the hotel would cover the meal and requesting that Xiao Jing and her companions refrain from making a scene after their departure. Xiao Jing, noticing the vice president's sincere attitude, agreed to the request. As for Manager Wang, he had already been handed over to the public security authorities for further action. Xiao Chen, after consuming so much, are you really all right? Descending from the 6th floor, Xiao Jing was quite concerned about Ning Chen's well-being, especially since he had devoured nearly enough food for 7 or 8 people. Could his stomach handle it? Don't worry, and Xiao. I am a big eater and often eat like this. It's nothing to me, Ning Chen replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. If not for the fear of alarming Aunt Xiao and Xiao Tang, he could have cleared the entire table of dishes. No wonder Brother Li is so strong. He can eat an incredible amount. Jiang Tang chuckled. 1 meal for me is equivalent to half a month for him, Xu Shuyan remarked with a smirk. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of a glutton. Just as they stepped out of the hotel entrance, Ning Chen suddenly sensed a few venomous glares emanating from the peach grove by the roadside. He cast a fleeting glance and immediately recognized the face of Chen Jihao. Sigh. Ning Chen suddenly feigned a stomachache, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Oh no, Aunt Xiao. It seems I've overeaten and now my stomach is upset. I told you not to eat so much. Hurry, go quickly, we will wait for you, Xiao Jing urged promptly. Xu Shuyan instinctively turned her back, fearing the repercussions of Ning Chen's impending flatulence. What is that kid doing running to the hotel? Seems he's really in distress, murmured a few of Chen Jihao's acquaintances from the underworld. He hastily turned to a crooked-necked, cross-eyed thug and said, What a perfect opportunity, Brother Kun. Let's head to the restroom and catch him. Why does that silhouette seem somewhat familiar? The cross-eyed thug pondered, furrowing his brow. Without dwelling too much on it, he led a few underlings to follow Chen Jihao into the Peach Blossom Source Hotel. They trailed Ning Chen until they arrived at an outdoor restroom. Finding the area deserted, Chen Jihao forcefully kicked open the restroom door with a resounding bang. There stood Ning Chen, washing his hands, as Chen Jihao brandished a baton threateningly. Ning, damn it. Today I will end you. As he spoke, 5 or 6 thugs filed in, encircling Ning Chen. Among them, the leading cross-eyed thug casually held a cigarette, exuding an air of arrogance. However, to Chen Jihao's astonishment, Ning Chen showed no fear. He merely pulled out a few sheets of toilet paper, wiped his hands, and glanced at them through the mirror. So it's you, bullying my brother Ma Kun. Oh, damn. The cross-eyed thug sauntered in with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Before he could utter a single word, he caught sight of Ning Chen's face, and his countenance drained of color in an instant. Ah, a familiar face. Ning Chen gazed at Ma Kun, a warm smile blossoming on his lips. This cross-eyed ruffian was none other than Ma Kun, a subordinate under Bai Xiao. Those crossed eyes were a gift from Ning Chen himself. Do you know Brother Kun? Chen Jihao was momentarily taken aback, but in the next moment, a more bewildering scene unfolded before him. Ma Kun and his 5 lackeys, trembling in fear, began to retreat in trepidation. Chen, Brother Chen, Ma Kun exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. It's all a misunderstanding. I just came to use the restroom. Ning Chen chuckled softly. Why are you shivering if you merely intend to relieve yourself? Just as Ma Kun was about to respond, Chen Jihao interjected, visibly displeased. Brother Kun, you accepted my 50,000 and promised to deal with this brat. What are you doing now? Here to deal with me? Ma Kun, you certainly have some audacity, Ning Chen retorted with a chilling smile. Bai Xiao and Yang Kai were dead. Although the low-ranking subordinates of the Bai gang were unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding their demise, the newly appointed female leader, Wang Yinhua, had revealed that there was one person in the West District whom one must never provoke. That person was Ning Chen. This implied that the death of Brother Xiao was inexorably linked to the individual before them, even if Ma Kun were granted tenfold courage. He would not dare to challenge Ning Chen. Damn you. I won't let you spout nonsense any longer. Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Kuan leapt forward and delivered a punch to Qin Jihao's nape, sending him staggering several steps before he collapsed into the urinal. Before he could struggle to his feet, Ma Kuan barked at his lackeys, beat him. A flurry of blows ensued as 5 ruffians descended upon Qin, pummeling him from the urinal to the squat toilet, and then from the squat toilet to beneath the wash basin. Stop, please stop. Whoa. Qin Jihao was reduced to tears, his face marred with bruises, struggling to articulate his words. Only then did Ma Kuan produce a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Ning Chen. Brother Chen, today is truly a misunderstanding. Here. Have a smoke. Thanks, but I'm still a student, Ning Chen replied, waving his hand. Ma Kuan chuckled with a hint of disappointment, retracting his offer, pondering to himself that this young man must possess considerable connections, otherwise how could he have dealt with Xiaogu so decisively? At that moment, Ning Chen approached Qin Jihao with a smile and remarked, Young Master Chen, have you forgotten something? Young Master Ning, I acknowledge my mistake. Please spare me, Qin Jihao pleaded, kneeling on the ground, clutching his swollen cheek. Not that, Ning Chen shook his head. Think again. I don't know, Qin Jihao exclaimed, his expression one of pure bewilderment. Damn it. Ma Kuan intervened, delivering a swift kick that sent Chen sprawling on his back. Think fast. Ning Chen, still smiling, interjected. Young Master Chen, earlier in the private room, you mentioned treating us, yet after your failed attempt to show off, you fled, leaving me to cover the entire bill. Do you grasp my meaning? In fact, the hotel graciously waived the bill for the meal, but Ning Chen's remark was merely an attempt to extort some money. Qin Jihao, discerning the underlying implication in Ning Chen's words, wore an expression tinged with discomfort. He had scarcely touched his chopsticks during the meal. And yet, he was expected to pay. Ma Kuan delivered another kick, leaving a shoe print on Qin Jihao's face, compelling him to hastily retrieve his phone and, with a sense of humiliation, utter, Ning, how much do I owe you? I will transfer it. Ning Chen smiled benignly and replied, not much. Just 150,000. Qin Jihao was rendered speechless. What? 150,000? How could it possibly be that much? Ning Chen elucidated. The cost of the dishes alone was nearly 90,000, not to mention your bottle of 1982 Mao Tai. Qin Jihao felt on the verge of tears. But that bottle was counterfeit. It was fake. Ning Chen's demeanor turned frosty. I don't care. I take you at your word. Don't waste my time. If Chen Gu demands payment, you will pay, or I swear I will end you. Ma Kuan lifted his foot again as if to kick. Left with no choice, Qin Jihao resignedly transferred the 150,000 for the meal to Ning Chen. After receiving the money, Ning Chen curiously reached out and touched Qin Jihao's face before turning to leave. However, Qin Jihao wore a malevolent expression and quickly dialed the police, exclaiming, Hello, officer. I've been robbed and assaulted. Please hurry. Soon after, several officers arrived, breathless. Upon seeing Qin Jihao standing there unscathed, the lead officer inquired in astonishment, Are you Qin Jihao? Qin Jihao nodded. Yes, that's me. The police officer was perplexed. Did you not claim that you were assaulted? Qin Jihao pointed to his face, exclaiming, Indeed. Can't you see? My face is swollen to this extent. It hurts terribly. The officers exchanged glances, and one whispered, Old Zhang. I think this fellow might be a bit off. Should we contact the 7th Hospital? Qingzhou's 7th People's Hospital, renowned for treating mental disorders. What in the world? How could this happen? At that moment, Qin Jihao pulled out his phone and snapped a photo, only to discover that his bruised face and dark circles had vanished entirely. Thud. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly bewildered. In a certain location in the city center stood an imposing edifice, flanked by a massive stone inscribed with the character for martial arts. This was the headquarters of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. At the top of the headquarters, in an office, Vice President Liang Yongji was meeting with the head of the Duan family, Duan Rong. Vice President Liang, this brat is still a student. In public, he twisted my son's foot and incapacitated a member of the Duan family. If he graduates and steps into society, what chaos might ensue? Duan Rong spoke of Ning Chen, his face ablaze with fury, as if he could commit murder without hesitation. Yang Yongji sat in his chair sipping tea, his focus diverging from Duan Rong's. A 19-year-old with immense external strength, and he even incapacitated Iron Foot Chi? Who on earth could cultivate such an exceptional disciple? Liang Yongji pondered, weighing the decision of whether to authorize the arrest of Ning Chen. Should one inadvertently provoke a formidable figure, even the official cap may prove inadequate for protection. Lao Liang, when do you intend to apprehend this individual? Duan Rong expressed his urgency, leaning on the table. As far as I am aware. This person not only resorts to violence in public spaces with alarming ferocity, but has also brazenly participated in the school sports event, shattering national records and stirring public discourse. This is a blatant transgression of the Martial Arts Association's regulations. Liang Yongji furrowed his brow, questioning the validity of such incidents. Duan Rong replied with a cold snort. This individual has evidently received guidance yet remains unmonitored. We must impose discipline on him for the sake of his parents and mentor, lest he become a source of calamity in due time. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. Let us convene later to deliberate on this matter, Liang Yongji stated. Observing the situation, Duan Rong refrained from further comments, recognizing that the Duan family had yet to attain the stature to command the Martial Arts Association. In recent days, he had been unable to reach Tu Tao. Thus, he reluctantly escalated the issue to the association. By the way, Lao Liang, I have heard that senior members of the Jinghua Samurai Society have stepped onto our soil? Duan Rong inquired suddenly before his departure. Oh, Lao Duan, your sources are quite astute, Liang Yongji remarked, his brow furrowing even deeper. Might I inquire as to their identities? What brings them to our land? Duan Rong pressed further. The Jinghua Samurai Society is a formidable organization from the land of cherry blossoms, reputed to encompass the strongest warriors from across the nation, nurturing over 100 internal energy practitioners. The number of transformation masters is not insignificant, and even legendary martial arts grandmasters are rumored to be included. Let us put it this way. If a mere minion from the Yasukuni Samurai Society were to come, the Duan family would be no more. This is something you need not concern yourself with. You may return now. Yang Yongji, clearly unable to disclose confidential matters to the outsider Duan Rong, spoke with a grave demeanor, stating, I shall send a few supervisors to look into Ning Chen's situation tomorrow. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, old Liang, Duan Rong replied, not lingering any longer and swiftly taking his leave. Sigh, what has been happening lately? One issue follows another in quick succession. Liang Yongji rubbed his temples in frustration. The elder of the Yasukuni Samurai Society, revered as the pillar of strength, the sword saint Tokugawa Ichiro, has actually come to Huaguo in person. What could his intentions be? I hope he does not venture into Qingzhou. In the afternoon, Xiao Jing took Ning Chen, Xu Shuyan, and Jiang Tang for a stroll in the city center, where they indulged in shopping and even caught a film. By the time they returned home, dusk had settled in. Aunt Xiao lay resting on the sofa. Xu Shuyan was taking a bath, and Jiang Tang was in the yard playing with the black dragon. Laughter mingled with the sounds of barking dogs echoing around them. Ning Chen observed this scene and suddenly felt that life at this moment was quite delightful. Although there were warriors on earth, they paled in comparison to the dangers of the southern heavenly realm. Just as he was contemplating the joys of life, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Ah, Ning, my young friend, came the voice of Wen Yu. Old Wen, what brings you to seek me? Ning Chen inquired. Nothing of great importance. Merely an invitation for lunch tomorrow noon. I wonder if you would grace me with your presence? Wen Yu asked with a smile. Will there be delicious food? There is nothing appetizing. I am too lazy to run, Ning Chen remarked. Oh, what would the young friend like to eat? I shall have the steward prepare it. Wen Yu replied with a wry smile. You may arrange it as you see fit. I am open to all delicacies, Ning Chen stated. Very well, then. Tomorrow at 9 Creek Manor, at 11 in the morning. I shall await your arrival. When you concluded before ending the call, Jiang Tang, having finished amusing the black dragon, rushed in, drenched in sweat. Brother Dolly, who were you on the phone with? Ning Chen tucked his phone into his pocket and replied, Oh, just an old man who wishes to invite me for a meal. Jiang Tang, puzzled, inquired an old man. Inviting you to dinner? Ning Chen casually remarked. I am a divine physician, after all. He seeks my medical expertise. Jiang Tang nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The following day, shortly after 9, Ning Chen first checked the location of 9 Creek Manor on his phone and discovered it was quite distant, prompting him to take a taxi. He had grown increasingly lethargic. However, as he departed, a white vehicle entered the rose garden. Captain Hua, that's him, that's Ning Chen, exclaimed a young man in a black and yellow uniform, pointing at Ning Chen, who was getting into the taxi. His companion in the passenger seat, also clad in a similar uniform, produced a photograph for comparison. Captain Hua, it is indeed him. Let us follow. In the back seat sat a robust man, arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed. An hour later, the taxi wound its way around the picturesque West Lake, eventually halting before a private estate at the foot of Yuhuang Mountain. Chapter 42, Martial Arts Association. Well, this is the Jiyoshi Manor, one of the top 10 luxurious residences in Qizhou, rumored to be worth several hundred million. The taxi driver revealed a face full of envy. However, Ning Chen remained unfazed as he leisurely approached the entrance. It is merely a modest secular estate, lacking any comparability to the grand gate of their Puryang Wujigong. A middle-aged female steward had been waiting outside. Upon learning that Ning Chen was the guest invited by the master today, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Jiushi Manor spans an extensive area, and as they traversed the long central avenue, they entered a 6-story grand residence, its decor a splendid fusion of Eastern and Western styles, brimming with creativity. Clearly crafted by a renowned designer. You have arrived. When Xinglan emerged from the living room, scrutinizing Ning Chen from head to toe, pondering why he had come empty-handed. Could he not have brought something as a gesture of courtesy? Ning Chen glanced at his senior, merely nodding in acknowledgement without paying her much heed. Where's old one? When Xinglan suppressed her displeasure and turned to ascend the staircase, huffing, "Follow me." Ning Chen complied, leaving the bewildered steward and several servants behind. Did I hear correctly? That young man just referred to the master as old one. At that moment, a security guard rushed in. Steward's son. Another group has arrived. It's the supervisory team from the Martial Arts Association. What? The stewardess named Sun was taken aback. The master invited the supervisory team from the Martial Arts Association today? Why was I not informed? The security guard remarked, No, steward's son. The supervisor named Hua is here to find someone called Ning Chen. Steward's son's expression shifted in surprise. Ning Chen, on the second floor, in a Chinese restaurant. When you invited Ning Chen to take a seat, gesturing toward the lavish spread of delicacies before them. My young friend, I am uncertain of your culinary preferences, so I have prepared a selection from the 8 major cuisines. What do you think? Quite acceptable, Ning Chen replied candidly as he seated himself comfortably. He picked up a piece of abalone from the Buddha jumps over the wall dish and savored it with gusto. When you was taken aback by Ning Chen's ease, offering an awkward smile. Meanwhile, when Xinglan expressed her discontent, muttering, he truly doesn't regard himself as an outsider. Indeed, the flavors are commendable, Ning Chen said, as he seized a duck leg from the 8 treasure duck and began to feast upon it. With a smile, when you settled down. Content as long as it pleased his young guest. Humph, my grandfather went to great lengths last night, enlisting numerous chefs from various prestigious hotels in Qingzhou, spending hundreds of thousands to prepare this feast. How could it possibly be anything less than exquisite? When Xinglan scoffed, her manner of eating was far more graceful than Ning Chen's, as she delicately picked at a bowl of emerald green peas, savoring each bite. Yet, Ning Chen appeared indifferent to Wen Yu's efforts, engrossed solely in his meal, which incited her frustration. When you engaged Ning Chen in conversation, attempting to unearth details about his background. In truth, this dinner was merely a means to foster camaraderie, when you believed that Ning Chen was a promising prospect. However, shortly thereafter, the heavy doors of the restaurant swung open, and several security personnel were powerless to stop the intruders. Xiao Zhou, what is happening? When you rose with displeasure, only to find 3 individuals clad in Martial Arts Association uniforms, causing his brows to furrow immediately. Master, they are here to find. The female housekeeper stepped forward, casting a glance at Ning Chen. When you seemed to grasp the situation, abandoning the still indulging Ning Chen, and approached. Are you? Well, Master Wen, it is a pleasure to meet you. The robust man named Hua O clasped his fists together, exuding a formidable presence that startled Wen Xinglan. Peak of external strength? Master Wen frowned. The Martial Arts Association had indeed made remarkable progress in recent years. Even a mere captain of the supervisory team possessed such formidable cultivation. Master Wen, he is Ning Chen, correct? After paying his respects, Huo pointed at the still feasting Ning Chen. I have been ordered to take him back for an investigation. Absolutely not. When you resolutely shook his head. Ning Chen is my guest and my student. I cannot allow you to take him away so casually. Master, are you intending to defy President Liang's decision? Do not forget. You are a permanent council member of our branch. Huo remarked with a smile, casually producing a paper arrest warrant emblazoned with a vivid red seal of the Martial Arts Association. Upon seeing the warrant, Wen Xinglan immediately sensed that the situation was dire. This fellow, always stirring up trouble outside, refuses to heed my words. It appears he has indeed attracted the ire of the Martial Arts Association. He deserves it. Wen Xinglan cast a fierce glare at Ning Chen, who continued to eat unabated. She felt a pang of sorrow and shook her head. Director Hua hasn't had his meal yet. Why not stay for a simple dinner? At that moment, when you attempted to divert the conversation. No need. I must swiftly take this rascal back, Huo replied, holding the arrest warrant with an air of indifference. The association has been quite busy lately. With that, he and his men strode purposefully towards Ning Chen. When you exchanged a glance with Wen Qinglan, the latter could discern the urgency in her grandfather's eyes. However, with the arrest warrant issued, what could they possibly do? To obstruct the Martial Arts Association from apprehending someone? What a farce that would be. Are you done eating? Huo stood beside Ning Chen, not in a hurry to take action. Ning Chen glanced at him dismissively. The young supervisor, witnessing Ning Chen's arrogance, was ready to take matters into his own hands. Huo restrained him, revealing the arrest warrant and stating, Ning Chen, born in 2003, originally from Dong'an County. 19 years old, currently a freshman in the clinical medicine department at Qingzhou University. After reciting Ning Chen's basic information, Huo extended the arrest warrant further, proclaiming, I am Huo, the captain of the supervisory team, second group of the Qingzhou branch of the Martial Arts Association. I am hereby authorized to arrest you for questioning. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen finally paused his eating, straightened up, and took the arrest warrant, wiping his mouth clean. You? Huo's eyes widened in disbelief. The two martial arts supervisors behind him, along with the one family duo, were equally astonished. The sound of tearing echoed through the air as Ning Chen casually wiped his mouth and then ripped apart the arrest warrant, brandishing it contemptuously before Huo, declaring it mere scrap paper to him. When Qinglan gaped, utterly aghast. Had this person lost his senses? Daring to shred even a martial arts association arrest warrant. Such audacity. Fury surged within Huo, and he slammed his palm onto the dining table. A resounding crack reverberated as the entire redwood table shattered in two. The dishes scattered chaotically, food and broth splattering everywhere, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Ning Chen's expression darkened immediately. In my 5 years with the supervisory team, I have never encountered a martial artist so brazen. Huo, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, bellowed, Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, apprehend him. Chapter 43. A brutal beating. Two supervisors approached Ning Chen from either side. One of them wore a cautious and grave expression, fully aware that Ning Chen possessed formidable external strength, far surpassing their own. In a genuine confrontation, they would undoubtedly be no match for him. The other, however, exhibited boldness, placing his hand directly on Ning Chen's shoulder in a seizing gesture, declaring, Hey, come with us. He believed that no martial artist would dare to lay a hand on a member of the ancient Martial Arts Association's supervisory team, as such an act would be deemed highly disrespectful and punishable by even greater consequences. Yet, Ning Chen merely shrugged his shoulder. An intangible force emanated from him, causing the supervisor to suddenly scream in agony, as if countless steel needles had pierced his palm. He raised his hand abruptly, revealing a bloodied palm. You? The supervisor's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to injure me? Do you even comprehend the implications of this offense? How bothersome. If you persist, I shall be compelled to take action. Upon hearing this, Huo was incensed and reached out to seize Ning Chen. You've lost your mind, truly lost your mind. When Qinglan was horrified, she never anticipated that Ning Chen would not only tear up the Martial Arts Association's arrest warrant, but also dare to strike a supervisory officer. His life was practically ruined. Crash. At that moment, a shadow was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. Daring to violently resist arrest, you are courting death. Huo was utterly enraged. Understanding that this young man possessed the strength of a master, he could not afford to be careless and immediately unleashed his signature skills. With a swift move of the 8 Extremes fist, a powerful elbow strike landed squarely on Ning Chen's chest. A dull thud echoed through the air. The cautious supervisor immediately displayed a gleam of delight on his face. After practicing 8 Extremes fist for over 30 years, team leader Huo was as fierce as a tiger. A blow of such magnitude would severely injure not only a man, but even a beast. Witnessing this, when you felt a tightening in his chest, as if he could empathize with the excruciating pain surging through Ning Chen's body. Yet, the reality was far from their expectations. Ning Chen regarded Huo with an almost bewildered expression, as if questioning, What are you doing? Huo's eyes widened in disbelief. You aren't scathed? You. How vexing it is to be disturbed during my meal. With that, Ning Chen promptly delivered a kick and glanced at the exquisite delicacies strewn across the ground, letting out a wistful sigh. At that moment, when you finally grasped the situation, staring at Ning Chen in shock, Young friend, you are not not a master of external strength, are you? You are at the pinnacle of external prowess, perhaps even a master of internal strength. When Qinglan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her hand instinctively covering her cherry-red lips, her mind reeling with disbelief. Could a 19-year-old truly possess internal strength? Get out of my way. Ning Chen suddenly bellowed at the young, dazed supervisor standing frozen in place. Do you wish to go to the hospital? The young supervisor swallowed hard, refraining from issuing any threats, and hurriedly retreated with his companion in a flustered escape. Young friend, you are far too impulsive. When you approached him, concern etched on his face. He first waved his hand to instruct the servants to clean up the mess, then, with a solemn expression, he said to Ning Chen, initially, the Martial Arts Association merely intended to investigate you, but now that you have resorted to violence, the situation has entirely changed. The next time they come, it will not be the supervisory team, but rather the riot police. You must prepare yourself. The members of the riot police are all formidable characters, and their leader will undoubtedly be a master of internal energy. Ning Chen, seemingly oblivious, turned to the female housekeeper and inquired, I am still hungry. Could you prepare something else for me? The housekeeper was taken aback and glanced at Wenyu. Upon receiving a nod from him, she promptly made her way to the kitchen to prepare food. Was he not afraid at all? Could it be that he was also a master of internal energy, or perhaps had a master of internal energy as his backing? Wenyu had just been testing Ning Chen with his words, and seeing him treated as mere background noise, he couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that his master, the illustrious Yao Guang, was perhaps a master of transformation or even a grandmaster? A shudder ran through him at the thought. If that were the case, then Ning Chen truly had no reason to fear. His willingness to strike against the supervisory team suddenly made sense. What a terrifying existence a martial arts grandmaster was. In a city of 3 to 5 million people, there might only be one. And the ancient Martial Arts Association would do all it could to recruit such a talent. Before long, the housekeeper returned to inform Wenyu that there were not enough ingredients in the kitchen. Who could have anticipated that such an incident would occur during a dinner gathering? Without delectable food, Ning Chen felt little inclination to linger. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Wenyu, he took his leave. The incident involving Ning Chen's assault on the Martial Arts Association's supervisory team quickly spread throughout the community, igniting a considerable uproar. Upon hearing this news, Liang Yongji was filled with rage and immediately summoned his secretary. Xiaohu, notify the personnel to apprehend this student at once. How dare he resist arrest with force? I care not who stands behind him. He shall face the consequences. Otherwise, what becomes of the Martial Arts Association's authority? As soon as he finished speaking, a phone call came through to his office. Liang Yongji, infuriated, answered it, uttering a few words before his expression suddenly turned ashen, causing him to collapse into his chair. Still clutching the receiver. Chairman Liang, what is the matter? His secretary rushed over. He has come to Qizhou. He has come to Qizhou. He has come to Qizhou. Yang Yongji repeated this phrase, his visage darkening with dread. Damn it, how could that individual possibly come to Qizhou? What does he intend to do? Chairman Liang, who are you speaking of? The secretary inquired, puzzled. The vice president of the Qizhou Martial Arts Association, a personage of considerable stature, was inexplicably terrified. The sword saint of Sakura country, Tokugawa Aikir. Yang Yongji spat through clenched teeth. After departing from Jiyoshi Villa, Ning Chen meandered his way home, passing by the vegetable market. He casually purchased several pounds of spare ribs and stopped by a nearby herbal medicine shop to gather some ingredients for a medicinal dish he planned to prepare that evening. Throughout his 2 millennia of existence in the southern celestial realm, alongside mastering the arts of Tao, martial skills, formations, and medicine, he had also honed culinary skills. However, he was often too indolent to cook for himself. Upon returning home, as he stewed the ribs, he began to read a novel, suddenly recalling a pressing question. I forgot to purchase scallions. Alas, ever since my spirit was damaged, my memory has been deteriorating. Ning Chen rubbed his temples. Xiao Tang, please keep an eye on the fire. I shall step out to buy a couple of scallions. Before leaving, he addressed Jiang Tang, who was lounging on the sofa, engaged in a duo match of Honor of Kings with Xu Shuyan. All right, Deligu. At the agricultural market, Ning Chen meandered to a vegetable stall. Excuse me, how much for the scallions? 6 yuan per pound, replied the jovial, portly proprietor. I'll take 2, Ning Chen said, picking one up for inspection. Perfect. The owner casually selected 2 and was about to bag them. Oh, wait. I've changed my mind. Ning Chen glanced over to another stall and noticed the Shandong scallions, over a meter long and appearing robust. Hey, young man. You can't just decide against it like that, protested the stout vendor, returning the scallions to their place. Chapter 44. Tokugawa Ichiro and Yigulyo Ning Chen arrived at a stall selling Shandong scallions, intending to inquire about the price per pound. Suddenly, the vendor behind the stall rolled his eyes and collapsed. A question mark appeared above Ning Chen's head. Shortly thereafter, nearby stall owners and customers alike fell to the ground, fainting en masse, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously. If it were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly be terrified. However, who was Ning Chen? He immediately discerned the culprit. A large hole had been torn in the ceiling of the market. Standing atop the supporting steel beam below were two figures. One was an elderly man, slender in build, clad in a kimono, wielding a katana. An invisible, colorless sword intent emanated from him, spreading like a tide. Anyone who came into contact with this sword intent would instantly faint, except for Ning Chen and a young man standing before him. The young man was covered in numerous sword wounds, each superficial yet bleeding profusely, staining him almost entirely in crimson. He knelt on the steel beam, gasping for breath, blood continuously oozing from his wounds and dripping down. Do you feel it? Yigulyo. The elderly man raised his long sword, his voice tinged with a hint of hatred as he spoke in indifferent Japanese. The pain endured by Shou Nan in his lifetime, I shall have you repay 100-fold. Humph, the esteemed sword saint of Sakura country, traveling across the ocean to hunt down a junior like me. Tokugawa Ichiro, are you not afraid that word will spread and become a laughingstock? The young man retorted coldly. Is this your dying wish? Tokugawa Ichiro remained unfazed. Damn it. This old fool has chased me from the coast to Qingzhou without striking a fatal blow. Is he toying with me? The young man grit his teeth, his eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Am I, Yigulyo, destined to perish in such a place? Wait, what is that? How can there still be someone conscious? In this life and death moment, Yigulyo's gaze wandered and landed upon Ning Chen, who was lost in thought at a stall. He was momentarily stunned. Tokugawa Ichiro had clearly unleashed his sword intent. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, nothing should possess the clarity of consciousness. Should I pay for the goods in this situation? Or perhaps I could discreetly take a couple and leave. After all, scallions are not particularly valuable, Ning Chen pondered quietly. Above him, Tokugawa Ichiro also took notice, his expression laced with confusion. How could this be? Where did this lad spring from? Fall. He concentrated his gaze and shot Ning Chen a fierce glare. An invisible, colorless mental shockwave surged forth. Even someone as skilled as Yigulyo, a master of inner strength, would succumb to the overwhelming presence of the sword saint Tokugawa Ichiro, fainting instantly. Yet, the reality was starkly different from his expectations. Ning Chen felt nothing at all. He even reached out to grab a couple of scallions, clearly intent on purchasing vegetables. What? Tokugawa Ichiro's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this young man from Huagua. Yigulyo, too, was left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? How could an ordinary person withstand the terrifying gaze of Tokugawa Ichiro? It is essential to recognize that this swordsman, revered in the land of cherry blossoms, is the founder of the esteemed Yasukuni Samurai Association, a formidable force in the contemporary world. Even masters would find themselves at the mercy of his blade. Such resilience of spirit. Yet, Tokugawa Ichiro did not hasten to eliminate Yigulyo. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Ning Chen. With a flourish of his katana, a stream of white sword energy descended. A sharp sound echoed as the vegetable stall was cleaved apart, vegetables scattering like confetti, and even reinforced concrete was severed. The two freshly selected Shandong scallions in Ning Chen's grasp were bisected. Are you insane? Ning Chen shouted at Tokugawa Ichiro, indignantly questioning why he would destroy his vegetables while engaged in their conflict. Meanwhile, Yigulyo was engulfed in confusion and silence. Shouldn't a normal person be paralyzed with fear in such a situation? This was indeed fascinating. A smile curled upon Tokugawa Ichiro's lips, and his interest in Ning Chen intensified. Friend, flee now? At that moment, Yigulyo shouted a warning, urging him to seek refuge with the Yi family by the coast, requesting his father to avenge him. Ning Chen, however, paid little mind to the two, discarding the ruined scallion and picking up another intact one. With a swift crack, the white sword energy struck again, shattering the fresh scallion into pieces. A vein throbbed prominently on Ning Chen's forehead as he slowly raised his gaze. Old man, are you tired of living? He seethed. Who exactly are you? Ichiro Tokugawa let out a cold laugh, fixating his gaze on Ning Chen, and spoke in broken Chinese. Is the Ancient Martial Arts Association sending a mere child like you to meet his demise? I am merely here to buy vegetables and have no interest in your affairs. Ning Chen replied, taking a deep breath. If you dare to chop my scallions again, I shall retaliate. I speak with intent. With that, he bent down once more to retrieve the last intact scallion. Swish! A white blade of energy surged forth again. How could a prestigious sword saint, a being above mere masters, be intimidated by a mere child? If you expect me not to strike, how could I possibly maintain my dignity? Not only will I slice the scallions, but I shall also sever you. With this mindset, Ichiro Tokugawa had no intention of lingering with a mere pawn like Ning Chen. This strike aimed to obliterate both him and the scallion, delivering a severe blow to the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Yet, in the next moment, Ning Chen inexplicably vanished. The formidable strike of the sword saint had, astonishingly, cleaved nothing but air. Nanny! Ichiro Tokugawa exclaimed in shock, quickly focusing his senses to scour the surroundings for Ning Chen's whereabouts. Behind him, he spun around abruptly and, indeed, spotted Ning Chen. This youthful Chinese man, still bearing traces of innocence upon his visage, wielded the scallion as a sword, his expression chillingly frosty. This is bad. Ichiro Tokugawa's heart raced uncontrollably. A master. He had misjudged. This youth was a formidable opponent, a master above the ordinary. The sinister Ancient Martial Arts Association. Ichiro Tokugawa let out a furious roar as he raised his katana, but before he could react, a daikon struck his neck with astonishing speed. What followed was a horrendous spectacle. Ichiro Tokugawa's head was severed and soared into the air with a resounding thud, while the daikon swept through, creating a fountain of blood. The sword saint of Sakura country was decapitated. Yugulyo stared at the shocking scene, his mind blank. Meanwhile, Ning Chen had already landed. Looking disdainfully at the falling corpse of Ichiro Tokugawa, muttering, "What a foolish display." Discarding the murderous daikon, he proceeded to another stall to procure another, casually picking up a few winter bamboo shoots before leisurely making his way out of the market. Only then did Yugulyo regain his senses. He clutched his head with both hands, tugging at his hair in despair. He was dead. The sword saint Ichiro Tokugawa was dead? Beheaded by a mere daikon. Wait. Yugulyo hastily leapt down from above, landing beside Ning Chen, his eyes filled with a complex mix of shock and awe. Senior, do you need anything? Ning Chen glanced at him. Thud. Yugulyo dropped to his knees, clasping his fists together, and implored, "Please, Senior, take me as your disciple." Chapter 45. The Turmoil in the Ancient Martial World. I do not accept disciples. Ning Chen turned and walked away. Please, Senior, you must accept me. Yugulyo earnestly interjected, positioning himself before Ning Chen once more. Stand aside. Ning Chen's face betrayed his impatience as he remarked, if you were a girl, I might consider it. But as a male, it is out of the question. Senior. Yugulyo gritted his teeth. I can dress as a woman. Ning Chen. Yugulyo clenched his teeth again, and if all else failed, His incomplete thought was abruptly halted as he felt a pressure on the back of his neck, and he succumbed to darkness. Just before losing consciousness, he glimpsed an individual striding out of the market, clutching a plastic bag. To his astonishment, he realized there were foundation-stage cultivators on Earth, which was quite unexpected. On his way home, Ning Chen deliberately steered clear of surveillance. Indeed, that old man from Sakura country who wielded the sword was a foundation-stage cultivator. Although his strength had some embellishment, he was undeniably a practitioner of that level, far exceeding ordinary cultivators. However, standing before someone of Ning Chen's nascent soul stage, he was still utterly inadequate, not even warranting the use of spiritual energy. Mere true energy would be sufficient to obliterate him. Ning Chen silently prayed that he would not be entangled in this matter. He merely wished to live his days in tranquility. Upon returning home, he chopped green onions into segments and tossed them into the pot, patiently waiting for the ribs to simmer. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Teng were in the living room engrossed in playing Honor of Kings. It seemed they were particularly captivated by the game lately. Meanwhile, a monumental upheaval was unfolding in the ancient martial world. The venerable figure of the Yasukuni Samurai Society, the sword saint Tokugawa Aikir, has met his demise. Within the southern realms of Huagua, he was beheaded by a single sword strike. Upon hearing this news, many initially dismissed it as falsehood. Tokugawa Aikir possessed mastery that transcended the realm of grandmasters, his swordsmanship reaching a level of divine artistry. He had once slain a frenzied giant whale in the sea, earning him the esteemed title of sword saint among the populace. It was due to his presence that the Yasukuni Samurai Society ascended to the ranks of the world's foremost powers. Even in the land of Huagua, a place teeming with formidable warriors, Tokugawa Aikir could sweep aside countless challengers. However, when a gruesome photograph revealing his severed head and body surfaced on the traditional martial arts forum, shock rippled through the community. Could it truly be Tokugawa Aikir? The sword saint of Sakura country has perished? Surely, this image must be doctored. Yet it is no fabrication. The headquarters of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association has just convened an emergency press conference confirming the tragic news of Tokugawa Aikir's fall. Rumor has it he met his end in a market in Chizhou. His cherished disciple, slain by the young master of the Yi family, had he not come seeking vengeance? Who could have vanquished him? It must have been the hand of the association's president. The president? No wonder. The Traditional Martial Arts Forum, a specialized platform for martial artists, has never witnessed such fervor since its inception. The demise of Tokugawa Aikir has drawn forth many lurking participants, eagerly engaging in discussions regarding the truth behind the death of this illustrious sword saint of Sakura country. As a result of Ning Chen personally preparing the meal, the housekeeper did not come to cook that evening. It smells exquisite. It is utterly delightful. Ginger Sugar savored the steaming ribs in her bowl, nearly biting her tongue in delight. Brother Dolly, how did you prepare these ribs? They appear rather light, yet they are so incredibly flavorful. Feel free to indulge. There is plenty more in the pot, Ning Chen replied with a smile, a hint of affectionate indulgence in his eyes. This dish is concocted from a blend of 32 medicinal herbs. How could it possibly taste anything less than exquisite? If only he weren't so lazy, he could easily attain the status of a culinary deity in Huagua. Dear Sugar, do exercise some restraint. You're making it seem as if you've never had ribs before. In stark contrast to Ginger Sugar's voracious appetite, Xu Shuyan exhibited commendable decorum. Savoring her food with deliberate slowness, she too found the ribs to be exceptionally delicious. The meat was tender and infused with a subtle herbal aroma, particularly the broth, which was rich and fragrant, yet she chose to remain silent. By the way, Brother Dolly, do you play Honor of Kings? Ginger Sugar inquired after finishing a generous bowl and heading back to the kitchen for another. Not particularly. Why do you ask? Ning Chen responded casually. He had been engrossed in Dota during middle school and League of Legends in high school, but had never truly engaged with Honor of Kings, though it had certainly gained immense popularity in recent years. Download it and join us. Both Xu Shuyan and I are in the Star Glory rank, and we can guide you, Ginger Sugar said with a playful grin. Xu Shuyan furrowed her brow, initially intending to point out that Ning Chen was not adept at gaming and questioning the wisdom of dragging him into their endeavors. However, she thought better of it, recalling the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds. With nothing much to occupy his time, Ning Chen decided to download a game called Honor of Kings on his phone, subsequently teaming up with Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang for a delightful afternoon of trio matches. Initially, Ning Chen struggled, inadvertently hindering his companions in several rounds. However, the astuteness of a cultivator in the Yuaning stage proved advantageous. After a few games, he deftly acclimated to the mechanics of the game. By evening, his rank had ascended from bronze to diamond, and he was now leading his companions to victory. Brother Dolly, you deceived me, Jiang Tang exclaimed in frustration, tossing her phone aside after he achieved a pinnacle. You're clearly exceptional. Why did you claim to have never played before? I truly haven't, Ning Chen replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. But this game is quite simple. Keep telling yourself that, Xu Shuyan retorted, unwilling to believe his claims. While it is true that the game is not particularly difficult to master, it was hard to fathom how one could become so proficient in a mere afternoon, especially to the extent of achieving a pinnacle. After all, she had played over 2,000 matches without ever securing one herself. Believe what you will, Ning Chen shrugged, and then inquired, shall we continue? He suddenly found the prospect of indulging in games occasionally quite appealing, as reading novels could become monotonous. Absolutely, Xu Shuyan affirmed. Though Ning Chen's antics had irked her, the promise of climbing ranks was more than enough to overlook it. 3 days later, at White Cloud Mountain, in the Yi family of Binhai. The Yi family was the most powerful clan in Binhai, unrivaled in influence, and recognized as a premier martial arts family across the entirety of Huagua. Today, a group clad in martial arts association uniforms traversed the Baiyun Mountain Villa with an imposing presence, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an ancient and elegant pavilion. Master of the house, we are unable to stop them, several guardians of the Yi family said, their heads bowed in shame. The head of the Yi family stood with his hands clasped behind him, his brow furrowed in concern. The leader among the martial arts personnel, a robust man in his 50s, stood over 6 feet tall, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. We hail from the highest headquarters, under the mandate of the Elder Council, to investigate the cause of Ichiro Tokugawa's demise. It is said that your son, Iguyuo, may possess some information. We request an audience with him. A graceful and gentle woman emerged from the pavilion and addressed the head of the Yi family. Young master has just awakened and requires rest. Kindly allow this group to return tomorrow. Madam, this matter is of great significance. Please permit us to meet with young Master Yi. The leader insisted, urgency evident in his tone. Chapter 46. Yi Guyuo's desire for a mentor very well. The head of the Yi family pondered for a moment and then instructed, follow me. Thank you for your understanding. A group of elite martial artists filed in, swiftly ascending to the third floor. Yi Guyuo lay on the bed, his body swathed in bandages, his complexion pale as death. Faced with the inquiries of the assembly, he could only laboriously utter two words, Xiaokue. Xiaokue has appeared in the world? The leader of the martial artists, his pupils contracting in surprise, stepped forward with excitement and inquired, young Master Yi, please share more. Where is Xiaokue now? I don't know. Yi Guyuo shook his head. Articulating each word with difficulty, he killed Tokugawa Ichiro, and then he left, without speaking, to me. The leader of the martial artists, visibly disappointed, pressed him with a few more questions before taking his leave. No sooner had he departed than Yi Guyuo propped himself up on the bed. It turned out that his injuries were not as grievous as the internet had suggested. Upon seeing his father enter, he asked, Dad, have they gone? Yes. The head of the Yi family nodded, then sat on the bed with a complex expression. Xiaolu, what you just said is quite bizarre. Could it be that you were merely experiencing a nightmare? Absolutely not. Yi Guyuo shook his head vehemently. The one who killed the sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro is not the founding figure of the martial society, Xiaokue, but rather someone even younger than I am. Brother, you must be mistaken. A remarkably beautiful young woman, her features exquisite, interjected with concern, someone younger than you would barely be in their 20s. Tokugawa Ichiro is a formidable warrior of the martial king realm. In the entirety of Huagua, there are scarcely a few martial kings. Such a terrifying presence could hardly be vanquished by a mere 20-year-old. Father, perhaps we should invite a few more doctors to our home to examine my brother's mind. The head of the Yi family nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a thorough examination was indeed necessary. It was no dream. That was an indisputable truth. Yi Guyuo held this conviction firmly. After his father and sister departed, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number belonging to a dubious acquaintance. Hello, young Master Yi. What brings you to call me today? This is quite a rarity, came the voice from the other end, amidst the cacophony of what seemed to be a bar. Qin Fun, I need you to investigate someone for me. If you succeed, I will owe you a significant favor. Who is it? A man or a woman? What could possibly excite the esteemed young Master Yi so? The young man named Qin Fun inquired, astonished. Enough with the small talk. I will send you the information I have at once. You must act immediately. Of course, young Master Yi, whatever you say. After hanging up, Yi Guyuo found his emotions tumultuous. He yearned to meet that exceptionally young, yet immensely powerful individual without delay. He was determined to seek him out and request to become his disciple. Days passed in this manner. Ning Chen attended classes during the day and in the evenings. He returned to the villa to play video games with Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang, leading a rather leisurely life. To his surprise, after he had dealt with Huio, the Ancient Martial Arts Association had not sought him out for retribution. Well, this is quite pleasant, he mused. On Friday night, Wang Yinhua suddenly sent him a message, stating that she had ventured to Ling and specifically to procure a substantial quantity of ghostly hand qing on his behalf. This highly toxic mushroom is regarded with trepidation by the locals of Ling'an, as its venom is exceedingly difficult to eradicate, even when thoroughly cooked. There remains a risk of adverse effects, which explains its modest price. Most of the expenditure is attributed to transportation. Brother Chun, I have established a collaboration with a logistics company in Ling'an. If you require, I can arrange for them to deliver some each month. What do you think? In a certain office within the Ming Diamond Club, Wang Yinhua cheerfully served a cup of tea to Ning Chen. Thank you for your efforts, Ning Chen remarked casually, before bending down to open the mouth of a snakeskin bag, directly retrieving a pallid ghost hand mushroom. Brother Chen, be careful. Wang Yinhua, unaware of Ning Chen's immunity to toxins, hastily intervened. The two young men by the door watched with widened eyes. To their astonishment, Ning Chen brought the toxic mushroom to his lips, taking a hearty bite of its cap, savoring it with delight. What are you waiting for? Quickly call an ambulance. Wang Yinhua shouted to the two young men. Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm fine. Brother Chun, are you truly unscathed? Wang Yinhua questioned, struggling to believe it. The Lingnan proprietor responsible for procuring the ghost hand mushroom had repeatedly cautioned that even when cooked, it should never be consumed directly, let alone eaten raw. Yet Ning Chen maintained his usual composure. After savoring it thoughtfully for a moment, he opened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, it possesses a certain vitality." "What?" Wang Yinhua was perplexed. "Please help me bring a card over every month," Ning Chen said, picking up the snakeskin bag and departing without another word. Wang Yinhua was left in a state of confusion. She could not fathom why Ning Chen remained unscathed after consuming the poisonous mushrooms, especially when locals from Ling'an regarded them with dread. The toxic mushrooms from Ling'an surprisingly contained a trace of spiritual energy. It seemed that a journey to Ling'an was warranted. After leaving the Mingzhuan Club, Ning Chen contemplated silently. Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the ghost hand green was still woefully low, it was certainly better than having none at all. Perhaps in this auspicious land of Lingnan, he might discover medicinal materials that could aid in his recovery. On his way home, Ning Chen gathered some herbs, effortlessly neutralizing the toxicity of the ghost hand green. When combined with the broth of an old hen, the resulting soup was so delectable that Jiang Tang and Xu Shuyan nearly swallowed their tongues in delight, fearing that the two women might indulge without restraint. He specifically cautioned them about the toxicity of the ghost hand green stored in the kitchen storage room, warning them against consuming it recklessly, as he would take no responsibility if they were poisoned. Unbeknownst to him, Xu Shuyan gradually came to accept Ning Chen's presence. From her initial disdain, locking the door every night and discarding the ingredients he brought home, to calmly enjoying the meals he prepared and spending evenings playing games together. This shift in her mindset was astonishing even to Xu Shuyan herself. Days passed in this manner. The ancient martial arts association had yet to trouble Ning Chen, as they had recently become embroiled in a significant matter. All personnel from the Qingzhou branch had been dispatched to investigate the death of Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro, leaving them utterly preoccupied and unable to attend to him. Wen Yu, however, remained uneasy, regardless of whether Ning Chen had a master backing him. Antagonizing the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association was inherently unwise. At this juncture, as a permanent council member, he felt compelled to mediate. One day, while Ning Chen was dining with Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan in the cafeteria, a delicate figure, exuding a subtle fragrance, suddenly appeared beside him. "Ning Chen, come with me. My grandfather wishes to see you." It was Wen Qinglan. For reasons unknown, despite being significantly outmatched in strength by Ning Chen, she stubbornly refused to acknowledge him. Her tone decidedly curt. "Hey, Ning Chen, Wen's senior sister is calling you." Fang Xiaoping nudged Ning Chen with his elbow, offering a quiet reminder. "Oh," Ning Chen replied dismissively, raising his gaze to Wen Qinglan. "I'm almost done with my meal. Please fetch me some more." Wen Qinglan clenched her delicate fists, wishing she could seize a stainless steel plate and bring it down upon Ning Chen's head. Yet, such fantasies remained just that, mere thoughts. Ning Chen was a genius at the pinnacle of external strength, having even defeated the supervisor of the Martial Arts Association, with ease. He could crush her with a mere finger. Fine, just wait. As the surrounding students speculated whether the temperamental Wen Qinglan would slap Ning Chen, she unexpectedly turned and headed towards the cafeteria's serving area. Chapter 47. The Hero? I have only heard of the courtesan after lunch. Ning Chen followed Wen Qinglan to the principal's office in the administrative building. When he was seated inside, brewing tea, upon seeing Ning Chen's arrival, he quickly rose and greeted him with a hearty smile. "Young friend, please take a seat." "Old man Wen, if you have something to say, just say it directly." "I've been rather occupied lately," Ning Chen replied as he settled onto the sofa. "Oh, what could be keeping you busy, young friend?" When you inquired with curiosity, he assumed Ning Chen was engrossed in cultivating some extraordinary martial arts, only to be taken aback when the latter pulled out his phone and began playing a game. The crisp sounds of Timmy emanated from the device. Wen Qinglan cast a glance and scoffed. "So you're merely preoccupied with playing Honor of Kings? What is wrong with that?" Ning Chen did not look up, his thumbs deftly dancing across the screen. When you sighed with a bitter smile, young friend, could you perhaps set the game aside for a moment? I called you here to discuss an important matter. Ning Chen, still engrossed in the game, replied. This is important to me too. You can go ahead and speak. When you, shaking his head in resignation, continued. It's about the incident with the Martial Arts Association's supervisory team. They certainly won't let this matter rest easily. Do you have time this afternoon? I can take you to the headquarters of the Qizhou Martial Arts Association, where you can personally apologize to President Liang. I'll speak a few good words on your behalf. He shouldn't make it too difficult for a student like you. Ning Chen shook his head dismissively, uninterested in the proposal. If the Martial Arts Association comes looking for me, they can do so. I'm not afraid, if it comes to it. I'll just take down that riot squad as well. Wen Qinglan's lips twitched slightly. Had he lost his mind, intending to confront the riot police? Young man, heed my advice. As a youth, it is wise to temper your brilliance and learn restraint. When you earnestly advised, consider this. The Martial Arts Association is a vast organization, constantly sending individuals to seek you out. The incessant annoyance could drive anyone mad. Moreover, you must have parents to think of. He had a point. Ning Chen pondered, if I apologize, will they let me off the hook? Indeed, when you assured him repeatedly. He keenly observed that this young man, fearless in all respects, was solely averse to trouble. Then I shall apologize, Ning Chen declared nonchalantly, clutching his phone. But first, I must finish this match. I cannot let my teammates down. When he was left speechless. Just moments ago, he had spoken of confronting the riot police, yet now he was ready to apologize? Did this lad possess even a shred of the spirit befitting a martial artist? 10 minutes later, as Ning Chen beheld the grand victory displayed on his screen, a knowing smile spread across his face, and he finally exited alongside the Wen family duo. At the headquarters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, situated in the city center, Vice President Liang Yongji presided over a meeting. Upon learning that when you had brought Ning Chen, he was momentarily taken aback. Have them wait in the reception room? Liang Yongji decided to keep the young man in suspense for a while, testing his temperament. Yes, President Liang, the secretary promptly complied and withdrew. Thus, they waited for 3 hours. Bored, Ning Chen took out his phone and began playing a game. Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan could only wait in vain. Grandfather, they must be doing this on purpose. Wen Qinglan quickly grew impatient and remarked to Wen Yu, we've been sitting here for so long, and aside from refilling tea, not a single high-ranking official has made an appearance. You, grandfather, are a permanent council member of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association. How could they be so disrespectful? Recently, there had been a significant event within the association, and President Liang and his colleagues had been preoccupied with meetings. When you sought to calm his restless granddaughter, a significant event? When Qinglan inquired with curiosity, her eyes widening. Could it be the widely circulated rumor in the ancient martial arts forum about the death of the sword saint Tokugawa Ichiro from Sakura country, right here in Qingzhou? Indeed, when you affirmed with a nod, this matter has already spread within the domestic martial arts community. It is no longer a secret. He cast a glance at Ning Chen, who was engrossed in a game, and disclosed, Tokugawa Ichiro was a legendary figure in the Yasukuni Samurai Association, holding an unparalleled status in Sakura country. Both nations are eager to investigate the circumstances of his demise. According to intelligence, the one responsible for Tokugawa Ichiro's death is likely our ancient martial arts association's founder, the legendary hero Chen. Upon hearing the name Chen, Wen Qinglan gasped in shock. What? The legendary hero Chen? Oh my goodness. Grandfather. Hasn't he been missing for over a decade? How could he suddenly reappear? Is he currently in Qizhou? He is the idol of all martial artists in our country. I would love to meet him. Wen Qinglan tugged at Wen Yu's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Who is the legendary hero? How could mere mortals like us ever hope to meet him? Wen Yu chuckled softly, casting a glance at Ning Chen, who was deeply engrossed in his game. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, young friend, are you familiar with the term Xiakue? Xiakue? I'm afraid I don't know that, but I am aware of Hua Kue. Ning Chen replied casually. Bah. When Qinglan shot him a glare, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you just about Xiakue? Very well, I confess my ignorance. Ning Chen maintained his focus, not lifting his gaze. To have never even heard of Xiakue, how utterly uninformed. When Qinglan remarked, her lips curling in disdain. Despite Ning Chen possessing peak external strength, his knowledge of the ancient martial world was lamentably lacking, akin to someone emerging from the depths of a mountain. After a brief interval, a robust middle-aged man clad in traditional Chinese attire entered the reception room. Old one, my apologies for keeping you waiting, he said. Identifying himself as Liang Yongji, the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Association. President Liang, there is no need for formality, Old one replied, gesturing dismissively. He then turned towards Liang Yongji, introducing, this is Ning Chen, who has come here today specifically to apologize. Oh? Yang Yongji, taken by surprise, regarded Ning Chen, who was still absorbed in his game on the sofa. Young friend, when you promptly nudged Ning Chen. Reluctantly, Ning Chen tucked his phone away, sizing up Liang Yongji with a slight furrow in his brow. First level of body refinement. He had assumed that the vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Association would possess at least a cultivation level of qi refining, yet he was met with such disappointment. Although he harbored a myriad of disdain in his heart, he still took the initiative to greet, "Hello, President Liang," with a sigh of relief when you exhaled. "Ning Chen. Is it? You are the one who injured Huo?" Liang Yongji seated himself on the sofa, lifting his teacup to take a sip. "Who is your master? Do you understand the gravity of the crime for attacking the supervisory team? Ah, you possess quite the audacity." He suddenly slammed the teacup onto the coffee table, producing a resounding crash. This action startled both his personal secretary and Wen Qinglan. Yet, Ning Chen could hardly contain his amusement. How amusing it was to see a mere ant, barely at the qi refinement stage, attempting to assert dominance before him, a seasoned being in the nascent soul stage. Chapter 48. You are nothing in my eyes. President Liang, please remain calm. Please remain calm. When you hurriedly stepped forward to placate him, discreetly slipping a bank card into Liang Yongji's pocket. President Liang, Ning Chen's master, is a reclusive sage who has just emerged from a small town. He is unfamiliar with the customs of our martial arts association. I hope you can show him some understanding. This blatant act of bribery did not escape the notice of those present. When Qinglan's expression soured, she thought to herself, why should the Wen family bear the cost for this boy's mistakes? Her grandfather was truly something. Cough, cough. Liang Yongji accepted the card with a composed demeanor, his expression softening somewhat. Old one, please have a seat. There's no need to stand. Ning Chen, witnessing this scene, began to comprehend the extent of corruption within the ancient martial arts association. Meanwhile, when you had already briefed Liang Yongji on Ning Chen's general background, it was no surprise that a child raised by a hidden master would achieve such remarkable prowess at a young age. Our Jiangnan region had not seen such talent in many years. Liang Yongji nodded. With the money accepted, his demeanor had noticeably softened, and there was even a hint of a smile in his gaze directed at Ning Chen. However, as the saying goes, one must pay the price for their transgressions. Liang Yongji's expression turned serious once more. Very well, Ning Chen, have your parents come by tomorrow to apologize to Captain Hua and cover some medical expenses. For the sake of old man one, I shall not leave a record of this incident. However, I sincerely hope there will not be a next time. Ning Chen listened intently, smiling inwardly. It was not for the sake of old man one, but rather for the allure of money. Rest assured, President Liang, Ning Chen has fully acknowledged his errors and will certainly not repeat them, guaranteed Wen Yu with a smile. Beside him, Wen Qinglan let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the door to the reception room was thrust open, and a distressed face barged in. President Liang, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. This rascal violently resisted arrest and openly assaulted the supervisory team. He must be imprisoned. Let him rot in jail. The intruder was none other than the captain of the supervisory team, Huo. His body was wrapped in bandages, with a plaster cast adorning his arm, his complexion pale. Wen Yu's expression darkened instantly. Wasn't Huo in the hospital? How could he be here? Soon, he noticed a familiar figure behind Huo, who was smirking at him, and Ning Chen. It was Duan Rong, the head of the Duan family. Wen Yu's brow furrowed. Well, when did you get discharged? Why didn't you inform me? Liang Yongji's expression also soured as he approached. Upon seeing Duan Rong, he understood the situation and shot him a resentful glare. Haha. President Liang, the nature of this incident is exceedingly severe. We cannot allow it to be swept under the rug. Duan Rong stepped forward and discreetly handed Liang Yongji a card, smiling as he remarked, when the esteemed Xia Kuei established the Martial Arts Association, it was with the intention of promoting martial discipline. After all, without rules, there can be no order, and without order, the flourishing ancient martial world we see today would not exist, would it not? Liang Yongji's expression was one of difficulty, yet he silently accepted the card. President Liang, I believe we ought to grant the youth an opportunity. Who among us has not erred in their youth? Wen Yu approached with a grave tone, stating, Duan Rong, your family harbors numerous guests who have often strayed from the path. According to martial law, should you not also face a few years of confinement? Old Wen, while our families share a close bond, I can still accuse you of slander, Duan Rong replied with a cheerful demeanor. Enough of this bickering. The matter concerning Dechuan Ichiro has already consumed several days of my meetings, and I am quite overwhelmed, Liang Yongji interjected. Here is the plan, Ning Chen. You must apologize to Captain Hua and compensate him with 3 million for medical expenses, along with a written guarantee. Captain Hua abruptly interrupted, gritting his teeth. President Liang, I, Huo, am not lacking in funds. According to the rules, he must be detained for 3 months. Ning Chen's expression darkened with each passing moment. When Qinglan, sensing the tension, nudged Ning Chen with her elbow and whispered, "Hey, you should say something. Don't just stand there like a fool." Ning Chen remained silent, quietly observing the swarm of ants before him. "Captain Hua, the youth can be impulsive. In truth, Ning Chen has felt remorse since that day," he finally spoke. "When you hastily attempted to placate the situation, asserting that the young one was still just a child. If he were to have a criminal record, how could he possibly navigate our circles in the future?" "Humph, a criminal record can be avoided," Huo suddenly sneered, declaring that he should pay 10 million and then kneel down to offer a kowtow in apology. "What?" Upon hearing these words, the individuals in the reception room were taken aback. Kneeling and bowing? For a martial artist, this would be an affront akin to death. When Qinglan was infuriated, this Huo was exceedingly malicious, attempting to strike at Ning Chen's martial spirit. However, it could also be said that Ning Chen was reaping what he had sown for ignoring the wisdom of the elders. So, what will it be? Choose between a criminal record and kneeling in apology. Huo sneered, fixing a disdainful gaze on Ning Chen, thinking, "You little brat. Weren't you rather arrogant at Jiushi Manor? Let's see if you can maintain that bravado now." "Young man, think carefully," Duan Rong advised Ning Chen, stating that being detained by the Martial Arts Association was a grave matter, one that would tarnish your reputation. "I suggest you concede today, or your future. What the hell is wrong with you lot?" Ning Chen could no longer contain his frustration, his face betraying his impatience. "Do you really think you hold such importance? You?" Duan Rong was momentarily taken aback. This lad dared to be so audacious at the Martial Arts Association headquarters? "Very well." Huo's expression darkened. "You little brat. I offered you a chance, but alas, you failed to seize it. President Liang, have you heard? This arrogant brat must be dealt with. If he is allowed to roam free, he will surely cause immense trouble in society." Liang Yongji was equally displeased with Ning Chen's audacious demeanor and was about to speak when Ning Chen suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Huo's chest. Bang! Huo was sent flying, spewing blood midair. When Qinglan were left bewildered, Duan Rong was equally taken aback. No one anticipated that Ning Chen would dare to strike in the headquarters, right in front of Vice President Liang Yongji. "My goodness!" When Qinglan gasped, her delicate hand covering her mouth in shock as she gazed at Ning Chen. "It's over." When feeling a sense of despair, closed his eyes, realizing that all their efforts today were in vain. Huo crashed through the reception room's door, sliding down the cold corridor for over 20 meters, attracting a multitude of astonished glances. "Ning Chen, you have some audacity." Inside the reception room, Liang Yongji was fuming. "Do you even comprehend where you are? Do you have any idea what consequences await you for being reckless at the Qizhou Martial Arts Association? Huh? To me, you are nothing but insignificant." Ning Chen scoffed, then shifted his gaze to Duan Rong. What do you intend to do?" Duan Rong swallowed nervously and took a few steps back. Two retainers from the Duan family stepped forward, attempting to block Ning Chen, but upon meeting his fierce glare, they felt their legs weaken and, in trepidation, instinctively parted ways. "I am uncertain if I have wronged you in any way, but if you choose to provoke me today, then I shall retaliate." In the midst of conversation, Ning Chen's figure vanished from sight. Suddenly, Duan Rong felt a force gripping the back of his collar, and he was uncontrollably hurled into the air, crashing down onto the floor with a resounding thud. Moreover, he landed face first. With a resounding bang, the esteemed head of the Duan family, a prominent figure in Qizhou City, had his nasal bone shattered on the spot. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from his face. "Ah, ah," roar. Duan Rong's pitiful screams echoed throughout the reception room. As a practitioner of external martial arts, he was not easily rendered unconscious. At that moment, he clutched his face, rolling on the ground in agony and wailing incessantly. Everyone stood in stunned silence, especially Liang Yongji's personal secretary, who had always perceived Ning Chen as nothing more than a gaming-obsessed youth, was taken aback by his sudden display of brutality. "Quickly summon the riot squad. Bring them here at once." Liang Yongji shouted into the receiver of the desk phone. "This is bad." When Yu's expression darkened, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had grossly underestimated Ning Chen's audacity. When Qinglan's beautiful eyes widened as if she were meeting Ning Chen for the very first time. "If you dare to trouble me again, I shall end you." Ning Chen squatted beside the disheveled Duan Rong and uttered these words coolly. "Old one, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." He offered a nod to Wen Yu and turned to depart. However, a squad of armed guards rushed in from the corridor. "President, are you unharmed?" The captain of the guard approached Liang Yongji, clarifying that they were not the riot police. As the latter were on a mission, they were merely the security personnel of the Martial Arts Association. Though ordinary individuals, their possession of firearms rendered them as formidable as the riot police. "Seize him," Yang Yongji bellowed, pointing at Ning Chen. "Any resistance will result in immediate execution. Advance." The leader of the guards, a robust man in his 40s, signaled, and a dozen armed guards encircled Ning Chen. "Young friend, do not resist." When you shouted urgently, "Behave yourself," one guard stepped forward, placing a hand on Ning Chen's shoulder. With a slight shrug, Ning Chen sent the guard flying with an invisible force. "Open fire," the guard captain commanded without hesitation. When Qinglan, terrified, quickly pulled Wenyu back. The reception room erupted with the sound of gunfire. 12 assault rifles unleashed a torrent of bullets. Just as everyone believed Ning Chen was about to be riddled with bullets, an astonishing event unfolded. Ning Chen transformed into a shadow, weaving through the hail of gunfire. By the time the guards finished a magazine, one by one, they were sent hurtling out of the building, crashing through windows and plummeting from the third floor. The assault rifles were twisted into useless shapes, discarded carelessly on the ground. My heavens, what is happening? The guard captain stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dodging bullets, internal strength. You are a practitioner of internal martial arts. Liang Yongji stared at Ning Chen, as if he had seen a ghost. President Liang, quickly leave. The captain of the security team raised his assault rifle and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the weapon vanished from his hands, and with a resounding thud, a shadow struck him, rendering him unconscious. Ning Chen, shaking the assault rifle in his hands as if it were a mere stick, approached Liang Yongji. What do you intend to do? I am the vice president of the Qizhou Martial Arts Association. You cannot harm me. Yang Yongji's legs weakened, his words tumbling out in disarray. He could scarcely believe that a mere boy of 18 or 19 possessed inner strength. There were hardly any inner strength practitioners within their own Qizhou Martial Arts Association. Young friend, please don't. When you rushed over, pleading, if you harm President Liang, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire ancient martial arts association, leading to endless troubles. When Qinglan chimed in, yes, what grandfather says is true. Ning Chen, you must not act impulsively. The Ancient Martial Arts Association. Ning Chen effortlessly subdued a group of people, his heart unperturbed. Do you truly believe I hold this foolish organization in any regard? To be honest, I chose to come here to avoid trouble. Yet I never expected them to be so ungrateful. Yang Yongji's mouth twitched in disbelief. What on earth is this kid's background? At such a young age, he has cultivated inner strength and still looks down on the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Could he possibly hail from one of the 5 prominent families? At that moment, Ning Chen gently fanned Liang Yongji's face with his hand and declared, remember this, I am not afraid of you at all. If you dare to bother me again, I shall annihilate all of you. Do you understand? Yes, understood, Liang Yongji replied, unable to defy him. Though he held the position of vice president, he possessed only external strength. A mere finger from an internal martial artist could easily crush him. Excellent. With a decisive slap to Liang Yongji's face, Ning Chen turned away, satisfied, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Particularly, when Qinglan stared blankly at Ning Chen's retreating figure, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Shortly after his departure, a contingent rushed back. Upon witnessing the chaos in the reception room, the riot squad leader, Wang Qi, was nearly driven to madness. Who is this mad dog that dares to wreak havoc at the Qingzhou Martial Association headquarters? He fumed. President, just give me the word, and I will bring him to you right away. Wang Qi growled. The prestigious headquarters of the Martial Association had been vandalized in such a manner. How could they maintain their standing among the various branches in Jiang and if this news spread? No. Yang Yongji, shaken, held a cup of hot tea, his expression grave. That young man's strength might surpass yours. You may not be his match. What? Wang Qi gasped in astonishment, quickly taking a seat on the sofa. President, you're not joking. Are you? A university student truly possesses internal strength? He questioned the sanity of his president, wondering if his head had been damaged in the fray. I just had someone investigate. Liang Yongji articulated with precision. That fellow, after causing a ruckus at the Martial Arts Association, did not flee in fear of retribution. Instead, he returned to school. This indicates that he harbors no fear of the association, suggesting the backing of formidable forces, which emboldens his reckless behavior. Wang Qi furrowed his brow, pondering, what shall we do? Will this matter simply be dismissed? Certainly not. Yang Yongji shook his head, yet we must not act impulsively. This individual possesses a fiery temperament. Should we provoke him, he might unleash a violent rampage, and we would face dire consequences. Wang Qi fell into silence. Having served as the captain of the riot police for 7 years and apprehended hundreds of ruthless criminals, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent, one that even the Martial Arts Association approached with caution. Yang Yongji continued, "Let us await the return of the president from the coastal meeting. I am equally eager to discern the influential figures supporting this young man." President. Upon hearing these words, Wang Qi's spirit was instantly invigorated. The ancient Martial Arts Association has a stipulation that the president of the City's association must possess the cultivation of a Grandmaster. Only a Grandmaster can oversee a city and maintain public order. Our President Zheng of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association is a bona fide Grandmaster, entirely distinct from someone like Liang Yongji, who has ascended through connections. Chapter 50. The Ancient Strengthening Technique. After departing from the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, Ning Chen made his way directly back to school. To the average martial artist, the Ancient Martial Arts Association looms as a colossal entity, a sovereign that dictates the laws of martial practice, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Yet, in Ning Chen's eyes, should this absurd association be eradicated? As he sat in class, he pondered this question. After considerable deliberation, he shook his head. The association appeared to be quite formidable, with branches in every city. Should he choose to annihilate it, it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of his spiritual energy and effort. Never mind, for now, he would spare their lives. Little did the millions of martial artists in Huagua know, the most powerful force in the cultivation realm was nearly brought to ruin by a mere whim of a student. The class was on anatomy, and while most students listened attentively, Ning Chen found himself lost in thought, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. After class, his friends Fang Xiaobang and Zhang Dachuan invited him to play basketball, but he politely declined. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, found little allure in a game of basketball. How could Director Lee do this? The Entrepreneurship Fund Department clearly agreed to allocate resources to you, yet at the last moment, they changed their minds and gave it to Guan Xiaoman. It infuriates me. Several female classmates gathered around the department's belle, Su Wanwan, with Guan Xiaoman's wealthy family. Her venture is merely a pastime. Director Lee must be blind. Su wrongly lamented on behalf of her close friend. Su Wanwan shook her head with a smile, saying, wrongly. Ying, let it be. The department has its own considerations for not allocating funds to me. What considerations? Jiang Ying scoffed. Jiang Xiaoman is local to Qizhou. Her father is a businessman and her mother has a strong background. She secured this fund through connections. Just yesterday, she was flaunting it in the group chat. What can be done? Su Wanwan sighed softly. It seemed her entrepreneurial plan for the milk tea stall was doomed to fail. Ning Chen passed by her with a stoic expression. Su Wanwan glanced at him but refrained from saying anything further. She understood that Ning Chen preferred not to be burdened by her. Ning Chen did not linger either. After exiting the school gate, he made his way to the Mingzhuan Club. Wang Yinhua had called earlier, stating she had good news to share, and urged him to come over. It was evening. The sun hung low in the sky as the lights began to twinkle, and the various shops along Shuiwei Food Street were bustling with activity. Discontent with the cafeteria meals, groups of university students ventured out in search of food. At the office on the 5th floor of Mingzhuan Club, Wang Yinhua smiled as she handed a package bag to Ning Chen. Brother Chen, give this a try. What is this? Ghost hand green. Ning Chen took the bag and discovered it contained an assortment of greenish chips that, at first glance, resembled cucumber-flavored Pepsi chips. Indeed, Wang Yinhua smiled. Brother Chen, didn't you say you liked ghost hand green? I had someone help you turn it into chips. What do you think? Crisp, crisp, crisp. Ning Chen held the bag of potato chips and began to indulge in them on the spot. He nodded with approval. Not bad, Wang Yinhua. You have done splendidly in this matter. I shall remember it. Thank you, Chen Ge, it is my duty. Wang Yinhua quickly bowed her head, then adopted a hesitant demeanor. Chen Ge, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Then do not speak of it, Ning Chen replied while munching. Wang Yinhua was taken aback. This strikingly beautiful woman bit her lip and steeled herself. Chen Ge, you are aware of the Four Seas gang, right? The individual named Zhang Yang who caused trouble at the club last time is affiliated with them. Recently, the Four Seas gang has returned to our territory to stir up chaos. Several shops and bars have been vandalized, and a few of our brothers have been hospitalized. Ning Chen's expression remained impassive. Are you suggesting that I take action against the Four Seas gang? Wang Yinhua nodded yes. Ning Chen shook his head. A mere underground gang. What merit do they possess to warrant the intervention of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage? That would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. I have no time for such frivolities. Wang Yinhua's expression momentarily froze. She was aware that Ning Chen was studying at Qizhou University. How could he have no time? It was more likely that he simply did not wish to intervene. Very well. Chen Ge, I shall contemplate other solutions. She dared not press Ning Chen further. However, Ning Chen shifted the conversation, continuing to crunch on the potato chips. In light of these toxic mushroom chips, I can offer you something in return. What is it? Wang Yinhua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A set of cultivation techniques, Ning Chen replied. Reclining in his chair while indulging in a meal. Cultivation techniques? Wang Yinhua paused, momentarily bewildered. You mean martial arts manual? That's close enough, Ning Chen responded. However, there is a significant distinction between cultivation techniques and martial arts, as one pertains to the realm of immortality while the other involves the practice of combat. They cannot be compared. Brother Chun. Wang Yinhua displayed an expression of concern rather than excitement. I have heard that practicing martial arts is exceedingly arduous. One must endure the harsh winters and scorching summers, and it must begin from a young age. Is that truly feasible? Fear not. Ning Chen offered a reassuring smile. This set of techniques has been refined by me, allowing even the most mediocre individuals to practice. In merely 10 to 15 days, their physical capabilities can be enhanced tenfold. What? Wang Yinhua was taken aback. In half a month, a tenfold increase in physical abilities? Are you jesting? Is this akin to the super soldier serum? Here is what we shall do. Summon Chen Zibao and Chen Zilong. I will first impart the incantation of the ancient strengthening technique to them, Ning Chen proposed. Very well. Brother Chun. Wang Yinhua, harboring skepticism, made a call to bring in the two individuals, Chen Zibao and Chen Zilong, two elite enforcers under Bai Shao. Now aligned with Wang Yinhua, entered the room. Sister Yinhua, Brother Chun. The two brothers bowed in unison. They had heard of Ning Chen's formidable prowess from Wang Yinhua and dared not breathe a word, recalling their previous encounters with him. Yet, Ning Chen had long since forgotten that incident. Subsequently, he imparted the foundational teachings of the ancient strength cultivation technique to the Chen brothers. This system of body tempering, acquired through his exploration of an ancient secret realm, allows one to complete the triple refinement of the body in the shortest time possible, thus advancing to the Qi refinement stage. During his discussions with the Chen brothers, he also gleaned insights into the hierarchical divisions within the realm of ancient martial arts, external force, internal force, transformation, master, and grandmaster realm. According to their descriptions, external force, internal force, and transformation correspond to the three levels of body refinement, while the grandmaster realm signifies the Qi refinement stage. The cultivation culture on Earth is indeed woefully antiquated. In the Shaon and Tian realm, the Qi refinement stage is considered the most basic level of cultivator, yet on Earth, it is revered as the esteemed grandmaster. Ruling over several cities, Ning Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. The Chun brothers displayed a lack of comprehension, and despite Ning Chen's teachings throughout the night, they only managed to remember a mere tenth of the content. I apologize, Brother Chen, we are truly too slow-witted, the Chen brothers said, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. You may pass this technique on to others, with diligent study and practice. Breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, well, achieving the Grandmaster realm within 10 years should pose no challenge. What? The Chen brothers nearly widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 51, The Dark Web, Blood Blade Tavern Master. Chen Ge, you must be jesting, right? Even Wang Yinhua was taken aback. What jest could there be? Ning Chen cast a disdainful glance at them. Ah, and this. He approached the desk, seized a piece of paper and a pen, and inscribed a prescription. This is the body refinement powder. When you practice, supplementing with this medicine will yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Wang Yinhua swallowed hard, extending his hand to accept it. All right, Chen Ge. The Chen brothers were still somewhat bewildered. A master, that legendary realm, could they truly attain it? Stop dreaming. Chen Zibao shook his head. Chen Ge is merely spinning us a tale. Did I actually believe it? After imparting further training precautions, Ning Chen set off. He also left the address of the Rose Garden Villa for Wang Yinhua to send a few boxes of toxic mushroom chips so he could take some along when heading out for class. Around 10 o'clock, Ning Chen descended in the elevator to the lobby, intending to indulge in a late-night meal at Li Mei's restaurant. At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a suit, donned with glasses, and appearing rather refined, staggered out of a private room, drunkenly making his way to the restroom. Get out of the way. Are you blind? The suited man, upon encountering Ning Chen's obstruction, waved his hand in reprimand. How could Ning Chen tolerate such insolence? He advanced and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The man landed squarely on his backside, tasting the floor as the alcohol faded from his senses. You dare kick me? The man in the suit, rubbing his backside, rose with a look of terror directed at Ning Chen. At first glance, this young man resembled a mere student. The nearest university to Shui West Street was Qingzhou University. Are you from Qingdao? The suited man asked menacingly. What business is it of yours? Ning Chen retorted dismissively. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you strike me? I will ensure you cannot leave this establishment. The man bellowed. Suddenly, Ning Chen turned and delivered another resounding slap, leaving the man dazed, clinging to the wall, unable to discern north from south. Ning Chen could easily tell that this man was utterly drained, having been depleted by indulgence in liquor and vice. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the club's security personnel. Who was fighting here? A group of burly men in security uniforms approached, wielding batons. Upon spotting Ning Chen, they collectively shuddered. Brother Chen. The four security guards bowed in unison. The man in the suit realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to escape, only to be blocked by two imposing figures, Chen Zilong and Chen Zibao, who had descended from the 5th floor. After Ning Chen recounted the events, Chen Zibao delivered a hefty slap to the man's face. Do you know who Brother Chen is? If you value your life, you better apologize. Chen Zibao clearly recognized the man in the suit and exchanged several knowing glances with him. The man, comprehending the implications, turned around, disregarding his swollen visage, and repeatedly bowed to Ning Chen, saying, Brother Chen, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your stature. Chen Gu. He is a director at Qingdao named Li Jiyan, who often comes here to drink. Today, he got quite drunk and offended you, which is truly unacceptable. Chen Zibao approached, bowing and scraping. Ning Chen paid little heed to such trivial matters. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, Are you familiar with Xu Wanwan? Xu Wanwan. Li Jiyan paused for a moment. Are you referring to the student from the 2nd clinical class of the medical department? Recently, Li Jiyan had been overseeing a project that supports university students in their entrepreneurial endeavors. And Xu Wanwan aspired to open a milk tea stand on campus to alleviate her family's financial burdens. Consequently, he was quite familiar with her name. Forgive my audacity in asking, but you are from Qingdao? Li Jiyan queried, his face swollen. I am indeed from the 2nd clinical class, Ning Chen replied. Li Jiyan nearly choked on his food. Is this not akin to a flood washing over the Dragon King Temple, where one family does not recognize another? However, a mere student exhibiting such arrogance in a prestigious establishment like the Mingzhuan Club must possess considerable backing. Perhaps he is the son of some influential figure, Li Jiyan mused. At that moment, Ning Chen spoke again. I heard that the entrepreneurial fund originally intended for Xu Wanwan was intercepted by another female student. How do you know that? Li Jiyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized his question was redundant. Xu Wanwan, being the belle of the medical department, was likely already captured by Ning Chen. Has the entrepreneurial fund been disbursed yet? Ning Chen inquired further. Not yet, Li Jiyan stammered. Li Jiyan responded. Let's do this. Return the entrepreneurial fund to Xu Wanwan, and I will let you off the hook tonight. How does that sound? Ning Chen reiterated. He deliberately emphasized the word return, clearly aware that the girl named Guan Xiaoman had acquired the fund through dubious means. Brother Chen, Li Jiyan's expression faltered. Guan Xiaoman's family has significant connections. She has already spoken to Dean Kai. As a mere director. Li Jiyan, don't push your luck. Chen Zilong's countenance darkened. Do you know how Brother Xiao stepped down? The methods of Brother Chen are beyond your imagination. Brother Xiao? Li Jiyan was momentarily taken aback. Bai Xiao was one of the underground overlords in the western district of Qingzhou. Recent rumors suggested that he had abdicated in favor of a woman and had vanished without a trace. Whispers hinted that he had offended someone he shouldn't have and dared not return to Qingzhou. Could it be that this untouchable person was? Li Jiyan cast a glance at Ning Chen, swallowed hard, and said, All right, Brother Chen, no problem. Having received the answer he sought, Ning Chen turned to leave. In the realm of cultivators, everything is dictated by fate. What an intimidating aura. Li Jiyan then realized that his shirt was drenched in sweat. Was he truly a student? In the dead of night, at the Duan family residence, Duan Rong sat on the sofa, his face bandaged, gritting his teeth. Internal energy. This Ning Chen is actually a practitioner of internal energy. How is this possible? How can there be such a young practitioner of internal energy in the world? His fists clenched with a creaking sound, and the wound on his nose tore open with a menacing expression, saturating the thick bandage with crimson, causing him to gasp in pain. No wonder he could not reach Tu Tao. He likely met with a tragic fate. Master, the bounty has been claimed. Suddenly, the butler entered, carrying a laptop. Who is it? Duan Rong's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of cruelty. Upon returning from the headquarters of the Municipal Martial Arts Association, he had instructed the butler to post a bounty of $4 million on the dark web for Ning Chen's head. To his astonishment, someone had already accepted the contract. It's a B-class assassin from the Blood Blade Tavern. The butler reported with excitement. A B-class assassin is akin to an internal energy practitioner in the ancient martial arts realm. He pondered whether this would be successful. It matters not. The dark web operates on complete anonymity. Even if the assassin fails, Ning Chen will not trace it back to us, the butler assured. Let us hope so. Duan Rong replied, fixating on Ning Chen's photograph, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had a foreboding sense that if the student were not eliminated, he would become the greatest obstacle to the rise of the Duan family in Qingzhou. Chapter 52. Guan Xiaoman at the same time. Far away in the land of cherry blossoms, atop a mountain adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, dozens of formidable individuals convened. The demise of Mr. Tokugawa is a grievous blow to us, the Yasukuni Samurai Association. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, we must uncover him and unleash the most terrifying vengeance. A woman clad in a kimono, exuding an aura of dread, knelt on the ground, her expression solemn. Miss Xuehui, is this course of action lacking in prudence? An elderly blind man inquired, his brow furrowed. To my knowledge, the one who slayed Mr. Tokugawa is none other than the legendary protector of Huagua, the founder of the ancient martial arts association, Chen Shan. The blind elder sat cross-legged, a long katana resting upon his lap. With the passing of Mr. Tokugawa, our Yasukuni Samurai Association has already descended into mediocrity. Chen Shan could annihilate us single-handedly. Upon hearing this, many high-ranking members of the Yasukuni Samurai Association nodded in agreement. Unease and trepidation etched upon their faces. However, the woman known as Xuehui scoffed. What a bunch of cowardly creatures you are. Is it so easy for you to be frightened by a mere hero? No matter how formidable he may be, he would not dare tread upon the soil of our land of cherry blossoms. Otherwise, Izanaji, the Source Palace, the Amino clan, and the experts from the inner court would not remain idle. Even the hero, when besieged by a multitude of superlative warriors, would meet a dismal fate. Her tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. She stated unequivocally, the death of Mr. Tokugawa has sent shockwaves through the shadowy realm. If we do not seek retribution, how will the world perceive our Yasukuni Samurai Society? A timid and inept force shall have no future. The room fell into silence. After a few moments, a slender woman with violet hair and eyes inquired, in that case, Miss Xuehui, how do you intend to exact revenge? I have already dispatched 2 individuals to Qizhou for investigation. I believe we will soon have results, Miss Xuehui replied, her lips curling into an enchanting smile. Su Wanwan had initially thought her entrepreneurial plans were dashed. However, the very next morning, upon arriving at the classroom, she received a call from the school's director, Li Jiyan. Hello, Su Wanwan. I sincerely apologize. The department has decided to allocate the 50,000 yuan entrepreneurial fund to you after all. I hope you can utilize this money to create value without hindering your studies, setting a good example for our Qing University students. Li Jiyan spoke in bureaucratic language, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. Thank you, Director Li, Su Wanwan replied, somewhat bewildered. Just as Li Jiyan was about to hang up, she hurriedly asked, Director Li, may I inquire why? Li Jiyan hesitated for a moment, then smiled. You might want to ask your boyfriend about it. I've got to go now. Goodbye. Beep. 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 As the busy signal echoed in her ear, Su Wanwan was left in a state of confusion. Boyfriend? When did she acquire a boyfriend? At this moment, Ning Chen entered the classroom, a packet of potato chips in hand, savoring its contents. Su Wanwan, seated in the front row, met his gaze. Ning Chen. She couldn't help but call out to him, approaching with a question. Did you assist with the department's 50,000 yuan entrepreneurship fund? Not at all, Ning Chen replied curtly, bypassing her to take his seat at the back of the classroom. Although he feigned ignorance, Su Wanwan was acutely aware that this matter was likely tethered to him. Otherwise, why would Director Li's demeanor towards her have shifted so drastically overnight? Previously, inquiries made in his office were met with harsh reprimands. What kind of chips are you eating? I've never seen them before, Fang Xiaopeng interjected, leaning in with a grin, reaching for the bag. Smack. Ning Chen swatted his hand away. Have you lost your mind? Don't be so stingy. Just give me a bit. I haven't had breakfast, Fang Xiaoping protested, extending his hand once more. These chips are toxic. You can't eat them. Ning Chen warned him candidly. Pfft, miser. If you want to share, just say so. No need to claim they're poisonous. What a stretch. Fang Xiaoping scoffed, turning his attention to snatch a rice ball from Zhang Dachuan instead. Little did he realize he had narrowly escaped danger. Although the ghostly hand blue had been processed into chips, its potency remained undiminished. A single piece could be lethal to an adult male. The lesson was pharmacology. As usual, Ning Chen paid no attention, instead resting his head on the desk, engrossed in playing Honor of Kings, a game to which he had recently become quite addicted. University professors typically do not have a habit of extending classes. Once the bell rings, they promptly gather their books and leave. Students also disperse in small clusters, making their way outside. Wan, you must be incredibly fortunate. Wasn't it decided that the department would allocate that 50,000 to Guan Shaman's class next door? How did it suddenly come to you? Jianging exclaimed, gripping Su Wanwan's hand with excitement. We will all come to help when the time comes. And you must treat us to lunch, Wanwan. From now on, we can't just call you Wanwan. You shall be addressed as Boss Su. Su Rongley and several of her dormitory friends chimed in, their laughter brimming with joy. Su Wanwan, too, felt elated, casting a discreet glance at Ning Chen. Just then, Ning Chen stood up and, along with Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan, walked towards the classroom door. Fang Xiaoping attempted to snatch his chips, but his arms were too short to reach them. At that moment, a girl adorned in luxury brands and exuding a fashionable aura rushed from a nearby seat and forcefully shoved Su Wanwan from behind. Su Wanwan, caught off guard, suddenly lost her balance and fell. Ning Chen happened to pass by and instinctively reached out to steady her. Thank you. Su Wanwan, still in shock, gazed up at him as he held her in his arms. The remaining students in the classroom cast astonished looks in their direction. Guan Xiaoyan, are you out of your mind? Su Rongli and Jiang Ying, Su Wanwan's close friends, stood protectively on either side of her, angrily rebuking the affluent girl who had pushed her. Guan Xiaoman, hailing from a wealthy family and known for her ostentation and beauty, had become somewhat of a celebrity within the medical department. However, many girls find her intolerable. It's none of your business, just leave, Guan Xiaoman exclaimed in exasperation, casting an angry glare at the meddlesome Ning Chen. She then pointed at Su Wanwan and shouted, Su Wanwan, you shameless creature. To seduce Director Li for a mere 50,000 yuan in startup funds. You are truly revolting. Her shocking words stirred a commotion in the classroom. This pharmacology lecture was a large class, attended by 4 different sections. Although some students had left, over 100 remained, gazing in astonishment at Su Wanwan. You were spouting nonsense. Su Wanwan retorted, nearly brought to tears, desperately defending herself. You are the one who has seduced Director Li, not me. Vixen. Don't try to deny it. Guan Xiaoman raised her hand, advancing to slap Su Wanwan, but was intercepted by Ning Chen, who seized her wrist and forcefully pushed her away. What do you think you're doing? Ning Chen glared at the girl with disdain. Su Wanwan instinctively sheltered behind him, her face flushing crimson, heart racing like a startled deer. If only he were truly my boyfriend. Su Wanwan pondered to herself. Chapter 53, Slander in Broad Daylight. You cunning vixen, how many people have you seduced? Guan Xiaoman stumbled and nearly fell, her anger boiling over as she erupted in a tirade. Although her family was affluent, 50,000 yuan was no trivial sum. It could purchase a mid-range luxury handbag or afford her a lavish night at a bar. To have it snatched away by a wild girl infuriated her to the point of near explosion upon receiving a call from Li Jiyan. Li Jiyan, since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of justice. Guan Xiaoman resolved to cast a shadow upon Su Wanwan. At that moment, several male and female students approached Guan Xiaoman, pointing at Su Wanwan and exclaiming, Yes, that's her. I recognize her. She was the one who lingered in the office last night, insisting on dining with Director Li, dressed provocatively last night, and now feigning innocence. This little girl exhibits 2 faces. How disgusting. A group of students who had accepted Guan Xiaoman's favors began to accuse Su Wanwan. I didn't tea. Su Wanwan was bewildered by the unfounded slander, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. Oh, is she crying already? A vixen indeed. She truly knows how to act. They say, to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. These individuals were relentless in their pursuit of Su Wanwan, intensifying their accusations with fabricated details. The scrutiny from onlookers grew increasingly hostile, and no defense from Su Rongli and Jiang Ying seemed to hold any weight. Even Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan regarded Su Wanwan with altered expressions. How utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, Ning Chen spoke up, his resonant voice silencing the entire lecture hall. Due to his remarkable achievements at the sports meet, many recognized this usually reticent boy, whose physical prowess was almost extraordinary. You come here to slander others without a shred of evidence. I could just as easily claim to have lived for 2,000 years. Would anyone believe that? The crowd fell silent. Su Wanwan gazed at Ning Chen with admiration, unconsciously clutching his sleeve and leaning closer to him, a comforting sense of security enveloping her heart. Ning Chen, how many times have you slept with her to defend her so fervently? Guan Xiaoman scoffed. If you let me sleep with you once, I might consider helping you deal with her. Ning Chen replied with a smile. You, what a rogue. Guan Xiaoman glared at him, incensed. You scoundrel. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed. The implication of his words made it sound as though she had indeed been with Ning Chen. Ning Chen fixed his gaze on Guan Xiaoman, retorting. The true scoundrel here is you, making baseless accusations without evidence. Be careful, or she might sue you for defamation. Are you blind? They are all witnesses. Guan Xiaoman pointed at the couples who had spoken moments ago. Yes, indeed. We all saw it. Several students from Class 1 of Clinical Medicine nodded in agreement. They had accepted Guan Xiaoman's favors and were certainly inclined to assist her in targeting Su Wanwan. Is that so? Ning Chen retrieved his phone, a cold smile gracing his lips. Then why don't we call the police and let them handle this matter? I wonder, once the investigation is complete, whether you would prefer a public reprimand or a warning. A warning reprimand swiftly intimidated several rumor-mongers. Who are you trying to scare? If you dare, call the police. After Guan Xiaoman finished speaking, there came 3 sharp beeps. Ning Chen had indeed pressed 110 to report the incident. He then turned to Su Wanwan, saying, Wanwan, I will accompany you to the rooftop. Guan Xiaoman has slandered you, and you should threaten to jump off. There is no need to actually leap, just make a scene. And the police and school authorities will surely advocate for you. Let us go. With that, he took Su Wanwan's hand and strode towards the classroom door. What the heck? Is he serious? The students who had followed Guan Xiaoman and spreading rumors were utterly bewildered. They were merely joking. How could this person take it so seriously? At that moment, Li Jian, having caught wind of the situation, hurriedly made his way from his office and unexpectedly encountered Ning Chen and Su Wanwan on their way to the rooftop. After grasping the full extent of the matter, Li Jian was infuriated. Guan Xiaoman, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologized to Su Wanwan immediately. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Guan Xiaoman several times. I refuse. Guan Xiaoman crossed her arms, scoffing. Directorly, if it weren't for Su Wanwan seducing you, how would you have allocated my entrepreneurial fund to her? Also, directorly, what happened to your face? Numerous curious glances fell upon Li Jian's bruised visage. He cradled his face in his hands and instinctively shot a glance at Ning Chen. I fell last night after drinking. That is not the main issue. Was Xiaoman. The 50,000 yuan entrepreneurial fund was originally intended for Su Wanwan by the department. It was your mother who forcibly seized it through connections. Must I state it so bluntly for your satisfaction? Li Jian revealed the truth with an unrelenting candor. With a sharp whistle, Ning Chen drew attention, and instantly, numerous astonished and furious gazes converged upon Guo Xiaoman's heavily made-up visage. Particularly, those students who had unjustly accused Su Wanwan looked as though they wished to tear Guo Xiaoman apart with their stares. How could one bully such a kind-hearted girl like Wanwan? Are you even human? Guo Xiaoman, your family is so affluent. Why must you covet this 50,000 yuan? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Ying and Su wrongly berated her in exasperation. Li Jian, you speak nonsense. My mother did not. Guo Xiaoman's face flushed with indignation. She had not anticipated the situation spiraling so far out of control. Meanwhile, Ning Chen contemplated adding fuel to the fire. He pointed at several slanderers beside Guo Xiaoman and addressed Li Jian. Directorly, these individuals are accomplices. They should not be overlooked. If possible, a warning penalty should be arranged, or at the very least, a school-wide reprimand would suffice. Understood. Chen. Ahem. Li Jian nearly called him Brother Chen. Such penalties wield significant deterrent power over students. Directorly, we were merely joking with Su Wanwan. Yes, just a joke. Don't take it seriously. We'll admit our mistake and apologize to Su Wanwan. One tea that suffice? The 4 students hurriedly explained. A joke? Ning Chen glared at the 4 students with a fierce gaze, suggesting, shall I deliver a couple of slaps to you, followed by an apology? The students, intimidated by his ferocious demeanor, dared not retort. Ning Chen then regained his composure and addressed directly, "Proceed as necessary." Li Jiyan nodded, affirming, "This matter is of a serious nature and warrants strict punishment." The students' faces turned pale. As freshmen, they were desperate to avoid any form of disciplinary action. At that moment, Ning Chen added, "Unless you reveal the mastermind behind this, leniency may be considered." I'll speak. A timid girl from a rural background, lacking any influential connections, hesitantly raised her hand. Ignoring the threatening glare from Guan Xiaoman, she stammered, It was Guan Xiaoman who offered us 1,000 each to tarnish Xu Wanwan's reputation." Gasps filled the classroom upon hearing this revelation. "Wan Min, what nonsense are you spouting? That never happened." Guan Xiaoman retorted defiantly. I have the chat records and the transfer information," the girl named Wan Min whispered. "Wan Min, you traitor," Guan Xiaoman exclaimed, her language laced with fury. Without engaging in further argument, Wan Min pulled out her phone and presented the evidence. She then turned to Li Jiyan with a frightened expression, pleading, "Director Li, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Could you please not give me a punishment?" Before Li Jiyan could respond, Ning Chen, with an expression of grave seriousness, interjected, "No, that is not acceptable. Disciplinary action is imperative, allowing them to learn a valuable lesson. Spreading rumors must come with consequences." The four individuals, Wan Min and her companions, were infuriated to the point of nearly cursing. "Is there no sense of honor in your actions?" Xu Wanwan, equally astonished, gazed at Ning Chen, her kind heart still believing he might show mercy to the four. What a splendid display! Her two close friends, Jiang Ying and Su Rongli, were instantly filled with newfound admiration for Ning Chen. "Ning Chen, Xu Wanwan, you wretched couple. Just wait for us." Guan Xiaoman, realizing her predicament, uttered a harsh remark before attempting to flee, only to be met with a chorus of insults and accusations. Despite her attractive appearance, Guan Xiaoman harbored a malicious heart. How vile! How utterly disgusting! Fortunately, with Ning Chen's assistance today, Xu Wanwan might have truly contemplated a drastic action. Indeed, Ning Chen, who usually remained quiet, revealed an unexpected cunning. How splendid it would be to have such a boyfriend. As Guan Xiaoman absorbed this, her anger mounted, prompting her to quicken her pace, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Upon exiting the classroom and descending the stairs, she stumbled and tumbled down, accompanied by a piercing scream. Li Jiyan, hearing the commotion, was momentarily stunned before rushing over. What on earth happened here? Call for an ambulance, quickly. A throng of students hurried over to witness the spectacle, hurling insults and declaring it deserved. It goes without saying that this was undoubtedly the work of Ning Chen. With merely a flicker of genuine energy, an ordinary individual becomes his marionette. Xu Wanwan dashed outside, witnessing Guan Xiaoman, bloodied and pale, her face a mask of shock. "Oh my goodness. What? Are you actually feeling sympathy for her?" Ning Chen cast her a sidelong glance. A kind-hearted person is often taken advantage of. If you do not learn to be resolute with your disposition, the trials of society will be arduous. "Oh then, I shall strive." Xu Wanwan clenched her small fist, her eyes radiating determination. Yet, this fierce demeanor lasted merely 2 seconds before she could not suppress a glance of concern towards Guan Xiaoman. Observing this, Ning Chen let out a soft sigh. "Since there are no classes this afternoon, shall we dine at your home?" "Oh, all right." Xu Wanwan finally diverted her gaze. Trailing behind Ning Chen, who had his hands tucked into his pockets as they exited the school gates. Ning Chen, thank you," she murmured as they approached the shop. "No need for thanks. I simply detest such people," Ning Chen replied with indifference. "Nevertheless, I truly appreciate your help," Xu Wanwan added. "When is your milk tea stall opening? I presume I can indulge without charge?" Ning Chen jested. "Of course." Xu Wanwan's lips curled into a bright, radiant smile. "That's your promise." Ning Chen chuckled. At that moment, Xu Wanwan felt an ominous premonition. This fellow had an astonishingly large appetite. Upon arriving at the small restaurant, Li Mei warmly welcomed Ning Chen as always. Having heard about the events in the classroom that morning, her heart swelled with gratitude for Ning Chen. Standing behind the cash register, her gaze upon him was one of utmost satisfaction, akin to a mother-in-law admiring her golden son-in-law. Ning Chen chose to remain indifferent, engrossed in his novel while nibbling on snacks. At that moment, a drunken man stumbled into the store. In his hazy state, he noticed Li Mei regarding Ning Chen with an expression brimming with contentment. Enraged, he shot several furious glances at Ning Chen. Approaching the cash register, he barked in a harsh tone, "Give me some money. What are you doing back here?" Li Mei's expression shifted dramatically as she involuntarily cast a few glances at Ning Chen. This unkempt man was her husband, Su Haichao, a hopeless gambler. Despite his inebriation, Su Haichao's keen eyes caught sight of his wife's lingering gaze on Ning Chen, igniting his fury. With a crash, he transformed into a whirlwind of chaos, smashing objects on the cash register. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Mei exclaimed, both furious and helpless as she glared at Su Haichao. "What are you doing?" Su Wanwan heard the commotion and rushed from the kitchen, positioning herself protectively in front of her mother. The hostile demeanor of the mother and daughter only fueled Su Haichao's rage further. He kicked over a table and shouted at the patrons, "What are you staring at? Get the hell out." Several customers hastily left their money behind and exited, unwilling to provoke a madman. "Are you deaf?" Su Haichao noticed a university student still seated and angrily approached him. That individual was, of course, Ning Chen. "Su Haichao, are you out of your mind?" Li Mei hurriedly rushed over, positioning herself in front of Ning Chen's desk. "What on earth do you intend to do?" He, Li Mei, do you perhaps harbor feelings for this young man?" Su Haichao, you. Upon hearing this, Li Mei was so infuriated that she felt dizzy, barely able to stand. "Goodness." Su Wanwan quickly came to support her, her beautiful eyes instantly brimming with tears. "You little brat, why don't you get lost?" Su Haichao shouted at Ning Chen. What he did not anticipate was that this youthful university student would rise and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Slap. Su Haichao was sent flying, crashing heavily against the cold drink cabinet. Ning Chen had never tolerated such behavior. He stepped forward and kicked the disheartened man, leaving him sprawled on the ground, retching violently. Following that, Ning Chen delivered another kick, sending Su Haichao tumbling into a pile of beer bottles, finally incapacitated. After dealing with him, Ning Chen returned to his seat and resumed his lunch. Li Mei and Su Wanwan stood frozen in place for a while. After a moment, Li Mei, unable to bear it any longer, helped Su Haichao up from the ground, her eyes filled with disappointment throughout the process. "My dear, please help me. I swear this will be the last time." Su Haichao, having been subdued, no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of his wife and daughter. He knelt on the ground, refusing to rise, his hands tightly gripping Li Mei's apron, his eyes brimming with tears as he implored, 50,000, my dear wife. Grant me just 50,000 more to catch my breath. The debtors are waiting outside. If I cannot produce the money today, they will sever my hand." Li Mei, weeping, shook her head, placing her hand upon her husband's head, and replied, "Let them cut it off. If it leads you to quit gambling, I would accept even that." Li Mei. Su Haichao forcefully pried her hand away and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "They say a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. How can you be so heartless? Would you rather see me lose a hand than part with some money? It is merely 50,000. Perhaps it was his last words that struck a chord with Li Mei. She wiped her tears away and slapped Su Haichao across the face, scolding him fiercely. "Merely 50,000? Do you think it is so easy to earn? I toil from dawn till dusk, enduring hardships for half a year to make that much. And you squander it all in a single night. Su Haichao, the greatest regret of my life is marrying you." Her voice, nearly breaking, echoed through the small restaurant. Su Wanwan, shedding tears, felt a tumult of emotions within her. She felt both embarrassed and filled with loathing for her gambling father, yet simultaneously, she found him pitiable. Once upon a time, Su Haichao was a good father, holding a respectable job, until he succumbed to the allure of gambling. Ning Chen, with an expression devoid of emotion, observed the scene, feeling little resonance. Having lived for 2 millennia, what had he not witnessed? He found it rather perplexing that after Bai Zhao's demise, Wang Yinhua, out of respect for him, should have absolved the Su family of their debts. "Su Haichao, you scoundrel, how much longer must I endure this?" Just as the family was engulfed in their sorrow, a group of unruly thugs sauntered into the small eatery. Leading them was a man clad in a black leather jacket, sporting a buzz cut, with an expression of intimidation etched across his face. "Xiao Wei, grant me just one more day. My wife has money, she truly does." Su Haichao implored desperately as he approached the buzzcut thug. "I'll speak with her tonight. She will surely assist me. Get lost." Xiao Wei, the buzzcut thug, kicked Su Haichao aside and berated him. "Do you think our Si-Hai gang runs a charity? How many days have we already extended you? Don't you have any sense of urgency?" Li Mei, witnessing this scene, swiftly turned to shield Su Wanwan. The mother and daughter silently shed tears. "How about this?" Xiao Wei's tone shifted as he scrutinized the pair with a heated gaze, a grin spreading across his face. "Let your wife or daughter keep me company, and I shall grant you an additional 7 days. What do you say?" He had long heard of the beauty of Su Haichao's wife and daughter, and upon seeing them today, he was indeed not disappointed. Though Li Mei was older and burdened with toil, her charm still lingered, and her figure remained commendable. As for Su Wanwan, she was renowned as the belle of the medical department at Qingda University. Her beauty was indisputable. Xiao Wei stared at them intently, nearly drooling. This is unacceptable, brother Xiao Wei. Su Haichao crawled out from beneath the table like a dog, clutching Shi Wei's thigh, pleading, "Do not harm my wife and daughter. I will acquiesce to all your demands. Could I possibly enjoy a quiet meal?" At that moment, Ning Chen could no longer contain himself and reluctantly inquired. The small diner fell into an immediate hush. Shi Wei and his gang turned to gaze at the youthful, innocent-faced young man with astonishment. Have today's university students become so audacious? Is this even your place to speak? Get lost, or we will end you. One of the thugs behind Shi Wei, clad in a tank top, cursed loudly. Ning Chen, uninterested in physical confrontation, directly dialed Wang Yinhua's number. "Hello? Please bring some people to Li Mei's restaurant. Yes, there are a few unruly individuals. Assist me in dealing with them." Upon hearing this, Shi Wei and his cohorts burst into laughter. "Kid, you sure know how to boast." Shi Wei lit a cigarette. Smirking at Ning Chen, "Which part of the world do you hail from? Have you never heard of Shi Wei from the Sihai gang?" Ning Chen paid him no heed. "Shi Wei is talking to you. Are you deaf?" A green-haired thug approached, ready to strike. Shi Wei laughed and restrained him. Let him call for help. "I'm curious to see how much power he truly wields. A student's backup is likely to consist of more students, haha." The four thugs exchanged knowing laughs. Observing this scene, Su Haichao was filled with suspicion. Although this university student was strong and skilled in combat, ultimately, a student is still just a student. How could he dare to confront those entrenched in the underworld? The Ming Diamond Club is not far from the Li Mei Hotel, where over 30 armed ruffians, under the personal leadership of Wang Yinhua, swiftly arrived. With a clatter, brothers Chen Zilong and Chen Zibao rushed to the forefront, each wielding a large knife. They flung aside the curtain and charged inside, followed by a dense throng of men. "What the hell? Brother Shi Wei." A few ruffians from the 4C's gang, seated at a table smoking, were taken aback as this intimidating group stormed in, causing them to drop 3 cigarettes in shock. "Stay calm." Shi Wei, maintaining his composure, kept his cigarette clenched between his lips, leaping down from the table with poise and adjusting his attire. Before he could utter a word, Chen Zibao lunged forward with a knife. With a sharp crack, the blade struck directly onto his shoulder. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the establishment, reminiscent of a dying pig. Su Wanwan was petrified, letting out a shriek. Li Mei and Su Haichao quickly covered their daughter's eyes, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them. Shi Wei's subordinates were equally paralyzed with fear. Chen Ge, Wang Yinhua, accompanied by a group of underlings, approached and bowed in unison towards Ning Chen. At that moment, Su Haichao felt a sense of cerebral suffocation. Ning Chen nodded slightly, indicating for them to be taken to the back for processing. "Yes." Wang Yinhua acknowledged, leading them to the back street. "Move. Get up. How dare you provoke Brother Chen? You must be tired of living." Shi Wei and his companions were swiftly escorted away. Occasionally, a chilling scream emanated from the kitchen, rendering Su Haichao momentarily speechless. "Wife, who on earth is he?" Su Haichao swallowed hard. "He is Wanwan's classmate, named Ning Chen," Li Mei replied. Su Haichao was taken aback. "Is he really a student? If only Wanwan could find such a boyfriend, I would die content," Li Mei sighed. At that moment, Su Haichao hesitated but ultimately resolved to approach and apologize. "Brother Chen, I truly did not recognize your stature earlier. Please do not take offense." Ning Chen dismissed the insipid individual with indifference. After finishing his meal, he casually wiped his mouth with a napkin and departed. Su Haichao watched Ning Chen leave, exhaling a breath of relief. As for Shi Wei and the other ruffians from the Sihai gang, Wang Yinhua ultimately refrained from resorting to violence. After all, this was not the old society. One could not simply take a life. Before long, news of Shi Wei's downfall reached the ears of the Sihai gang's leader. A single phone call summoned Wang Yinhua, along with brothers Chen Zilong and Chen Zibao. "How intriguing. I'm most curious to discover the true identity of this individual," chuckled Hu Sihai, a greasy middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, as he reveled in the unfolding drama from a hidden bar in the West District. Chapter 56, The Delivery Assassin. Upon returning to the Rose Garden Villa, it was already past 7. As night fell, a gentle breeze caressed the willows, creating a picturesque scene. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings in the living room, the television playing in the background without their attention. After suffering 4 consecutive defeats, both friends found their spirits dampened. Suddenly, Ning Chen entered through the door. Jiang Tang, as if she had found a savior, rushed over, exclaiming, "Big guy, you're back. Shall we team up?" Xu Shuyan also cast a hopeful glance in his direction. Although Ning Chen was rather unpleasant, his gaming skills were undeniable. He had led them to victory in numerous matches previously. "No way, you two are too much of a liability," Ning Chen replied bluntly, infuriating Xu Shuyan to the point where she nearly hurled a pillow at him. "Oh, come on, big guy, just play a few rounds with us," Jiang Tang protested, tugging at Ning Chen's sleeve while adorably pouting. "Fine," Ning Chen relented, thinking to himself that playing with two novices would merely add a bit of challenge. Winning too easily was rather dull. Initially upset by the accusation of being a liability, Xu Shuyan's mood began to brighten as they racked up consecutive victories. She even contemplated ordering KFC, specifically asking Ning Chen if he wanted any. He did not refuse, considering it a reward for his assistance. Before long, a voice called out from outside, "Hello, KFC delivery." Jiang Tang paused in surprise. "Can deliveries really come in now?" Xu Shuyan shook her head, uncertain. The Rose Garden in Green City was an upscale community, and delivery personnel were typically not permitted entry. Typically, one would retrieve it themselves or call the property management for delivery. "Hello, this is KFC delivery. Please come out to collect your order." The delivery person's voice echoed once more. Ning Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a faint hint of menace. He realized trouble was approaching. As the game concluded, he rose and said, "I'll go get it. You all wait here." "Wow, why is Brother Dolly so diligent?" Jiang Tang complimented with a smile. Xu Shuyan also cast an astonished glance at Ning Chen. Upon opening the door, he found a delivery person clad in a blue uniform standing outside, head bowed, obscuring his features. The moment he handed over the 2 buckets of chicken, his right hand suddenly morphed into a claw, lunging towards Ning Chen's neck with lightning speed. In the darkness, a pair of menacing eyes gleamed ominously. With a swift motion, Ning Chen effortlessly seized the assailant's claw and, in a moment of shock, gently twisted it. A sharp crack echoed as the delivery person's hand broke on the spot. Before he could utter a scream, Ning Chen, swift and precise, struck a pressure point on his chest, rendering him voiceless. "Brother Dolly, haven't you brought it yet? I'm starving." Jiang Tang's voice rang from the living room. The two friends were engrossed in discussing their recent achievements, oblivious to the harrowing assassination unfolding outside. Ning Chen tossed the 2 buckets onto the living room sofa and returned, saying, "You all eat first. I'm stepping out for a smoke." "Does Ning Chen usually smoke?" Xu Shuyan blinked her exquisite eyes in curiosity. "In the household, the scent of smoke has never lingered. Perhaps Big Brother Dolly is concerned for your well-being, unwilling to subject you to second-hand smoke." Seeking refuge in the yard for his clandestine indulgences, Jiang Tang, with her delicate fingers, pointed at her crimson lips. "You were talking nonsense," Xu Shuyan chided playfully. "Hiki." Jiang Tang's heart swelled with joy at the evident improvement in their relationship. Meanwhile, Ning Chen stealthily approached the backyard, grasping the delivery man who had been immobilized by acupoint pressure. Upon learning that the latter was merely a hired hand, oblivious to the identity of his employer, Ning Chen lost interest in further inquiries. He retrieved a shovel from the storage room and commenced digging. The assassin's face was etched with despair, his inner turmoil reaching a breaking point. Oh heavens! How could a B-grade assassin from Bloodblade Tavern, a practitioner of internal martial arts, find himself on the brink of being buried alive? Help! Help! Oh dear Jesus, God, Buddha, Holy Mary, whoever you may be, please save me. A few minutes later, the shovel was returned to the storage room. Continuing this way is not a viable solution. What if, during my absence, an assassin breaks in? Ning Chen pondered as he stood by the gravesite in the yard, compacting the soil with his foot. Though I harbor no fondness for Xu Shuyan, she is, after all, Aunt Chao's daughter, and there is also Xiao Tang. Aha! Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the corner of the yard where the doghouse stood. A pair of glowing green eyes observed him curiously. Black Dragon! This German shepherd had already witnessed such occurrences twice. Fortunately, it is a dog and cannot speak, otherwise. Upon hearing this news, the young lady Xu Shuyan would likely be terrified to death. The Black Dragon gazed at Ning Chen with a hint of trepidation, uncertain of his intentions. In the following days, Ning Chen discreetly mixed some mysterious red pills into the dog food, feeding them to the Black Dragon. After consuming these pills, the Black Dragon became unbearably restless, as if the pills possessed some magical power that exponentially amplified its physical strength. Soon, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were astonished to discover that the usually docile Black Dragon had begun to wreak havoc. Initially, it merely tore the sofa and gnawed at the tree bark, but soon escalated to demolishing the television and puncturing the refrigerator, even digging a large hole in the concrete wall. The two friends were understandably alarmed, and just as they hesitated over whether to send the Black Dragon away, Ning Chen stepped forward. Strangely, in Ning Chen's presence, the black dragon lost all its ferocity, wagging its tail and licking his feet. It wouldn't dare to breathe heavily, let alone cause destruction. Seeing someone capable of subduing the black dragon, Xu Shuyan decided to relinquish her concerns. Ning Chen continued to administer the red pills to the black dragon. Although spiritual herbs were scarce on Earth, Wang Yinhua had managed to smuggle 18 types of fierce beast's blood and, combined with some precious traditional herbs, produce these low-grade blood-feeding pills. In due course, elevating the black dragon's physical prowess to the qi refining stage should not pose a problem, Ning Chen mused. The qi refining stage, synonymous with martial arts masters, seemed to have only one such master in the entirety of Qizhou. This was the means of the ancient beings in the nascent soul stage. Without the slightest exertion of spiritual power, one could cause a mere dog to ascend to the qi refinement stage. If such news were to spread, it would undoubtedly terrify countless martial artists to their core. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Wang Yinhua, having practiced the ancient strengthening technique, have experienced a remarkable surge in physical prowess. The Sihai gang has been relentlessly beaten back in the underground skirmishes. What has possessed this group from the Shuiwei gang? Have they all taken performance-enhancing substances? At the Meili Bar, the largest establishment in the southern part of the West District, which also serves as the stronghold for the Sihai gang, White Zhao's faction has now been transformed by Wang Yinhua into the Shuiwei gang. Within a private room, a high-ranking member of the Sihai gang, bearing the marks of a panda eye, addressed their leader, Hu Sihai, "Boss, in just 2 months, we have had 10 brothers hospitalized, with daily medical expenses soaring into the tens of thousands." Hu Sihai, equally troubled, exhaled a cloud of smoke and replied, "Shan Pao, what on earth is happening? How have those useless members of the Shuiwei gang suddenly become so formidable? One of them can chase down 5 of us." "Indeed, boss," the man known as Shan Pao, clutching his bruised face, continued, "Chen Zibao and Chen Zilong took down over a dozen opponents single-handedly. I suspect they've been injected with super soldier serum, transforming en masse into American captains. Have you been watching too many Marvel films?" Hu Sihai shot him a sidelong glance, falling into a contemplative silence. "Should we resort to firearms?" Hu Sihai grappled with his inner conflict. Among those who navigate the underworld, an unwritten rule exists. Firearms are strictly prohibited during confrontations. If the Four Seas gang sets this precedent, they are likely to face relentless pursuit from both the underworld and the legitimate world. However, if this continues, the territory of the Four Seas gang will be entirely seized by the Shuiwei gang. At that moment, Shan Pao received a phone call, and his expression instantly transformed into one of elation. "Boss, we've located the mastermind behind the Shuiwei gang." "Really?" Hu Sihai seemed to glimpse a path to resolution, abruptly rising from the sofa and discarding his cigarette. "Boss, we spent 100,000 to bribe a member of the Shuiwei gang, and he has sent over the information on their behind-the-scenes leader." Shan Pao hurriedly handed the phone to Hu Sihai, filled with hope. Hu Sihai glanced at the screen and nearly choked in disbelief. "Qingzhou University, Clinical Medicine Class 2, Ning Chen? Shan Pao, are you out of your mind? We spent 100,000 and got played." Hu Sihai hurled the phone at Shan Pao's face, his anger boiling over. Shan Pao seemed to be prepared for this reaction and quickly explained, "Boss, please don't be angry just yet. I inquired around, and Zhang Yang was previously beaten by this kid, with Wang Yinhua present at the time. This university student must be formidable. Why don't we capture him first and interrogate him?" After pondering for a moment, Hu Sihai replied, "All right, Shan Pao, you go and bring this kid back. I will personally inquire about the relationship between him and Wang Yinhua." "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, Su Wanwan's milk tea stall has been thriving lately. As this is a project supported by the school, it enjoys a prime location at the entrance of the campus commercial street. Many people flock to Su Wanwan's stall, eager to witness the beauty of this renowned flower of the medical department. "Xuan, let us also procure a cup. For I have heard that there exists a charming tea vendor here, renowned for her beauty." Jiang Tang, arm in arm with Xu Shuyan, traversed the bustling commercial street. "Certainly." Xu Shuyan replied with a smile as she proceeded to join the queue. Before long, it was their turn, and a delightful, melodious voice rang out. "Good afternoon, ladies. Would you like to drink?" Su Wanwan's face, adorned with a vibrant smile, bore the marks of fatigue yet radiated fulfillment. Her porcelain-like forehead glistened with perspiration, strands of hair clinging to it, yet this did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. "Wow, she is indeed stunning," Jiang Tang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Hello. We would like 2 cups of grape milk cap," Xu Shuyan replied courteously. "All right, coming right up." Xu Wanwan had already recognized these two girls as the ones who had surrounded Ning Chen during the sports meet. In terms of both temperament and background, she felt they were worlds apart. However, Jiang Tang and Xu Shuyan held an entirely different perspective. They whispered amongst themselves, showering compliments upon Xu Wanwan, rightly considering her the belle of the medical department. Soon, the 2 cups of milk tea were prepared, and the girls settled the bill before bidding farewell. Suddenly, Jiang Tang spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Shuyan, look, isn't that Dolly Gu? Where? Xu Shuyan turned to follow the sound, and indeed, she spotted a tall young man who was not in line, casually strolling to the tea stall with a bag of chips in hand. How can he not queue? Such a lack of manners, Xu Shuyan remarked, her tone laced with irritation. Continuing on, they observed Xu Wanwan graciously offering a cup of milk tea. Engaging in cheerful conversation with Ning Chen. Ning Chen reciprocated with laughter, even assisting in tidying up after 2 sophomore students who attempted to tease Xu Wanwan. Were they acquainted? Xu Shuyan was slightly taken aback. For reasons unknown, seeing Ning Chen conversing with the beautiful girl stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 partners, Jiang Ying and Su Rongli, hurried over, prompting Xu Wanwan to remove her work uniform and depart alongside Ning Chen from the commercial street. Oh my, Shuyan, they are going out for a meal together, Jiang Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Dolly Gu is romantically involved with the flower of the Su family? Why should I care? Xu Shuyan retorted, turning on her heel to walk in the opposite direction, her exquisite face flushed with indignation. She herself could not fathom why she felt such anger. Perhaps it was due to someone else's blindness to the obvious. How was business at the milk tea shop? Ning Chen inquired casually as they walked out of the school gates. Quite well, actually. Last month, we made over 10,000 in profit. After splitting with Rongli and Ying, each of us will take home around 5,000, Xu Wanwan replied, her smile radiant. Ning Chen rarely initiated questions, which only heightened her delight. Oh, she mused. In truth, Ning Chen was merely making small talk. Ning Chen, you seem to have a penchant for these potato chips. Are they truly that delectable? Xu Wanwan inquired, her curiosity piqued by the chip bag in Ning Chen's hand. They're passable, Ning Chen sighed. In reality, he was on the verge of feeling nauseated from overeating them. However, there was little to be done, for the essence of the poisonous mushroom slices was undeniable, albeit in minuscule quantities. Just as I stepped out of the school gates, I was suddenly followed by a dozen figures from behind. Once again, Ning Chen shook his head in resignation and said, Wanwan, I just remembered something urgent. You should head back first. I will join you shortly. All right, Xu Wanwan replied obediently, leaving without further questions. I watched her depart safely before being swiftly surrounded by the group. Brother Shan Pao, that girl has fled. One of the ruffians alerted. Do not concern yourself with her. Our boss is interested in this lad. The leader, a young man of imposing stature with a scar across his forehead, approached menacingly. Are you Ning Chen? Shan Pao inquired, his height of nearly 2 meters exuding an overwhelming presence. What do you want? Ning Chen replied coolly, lifting his gaze. Our boss would like to invite you for a drink. Do us the honor, Ning Chen. Shan Pao grinned widely. Very well, lead the way, Ning Chen responded succinctly. You're not even going to ask who our boss is? Shan Pao was taken aback. Is that necessary? Are we going or not? Ning Chen replied impatiently. Xiao Yi, bring the car over, Shan Pao commanded with a stern expression. Moments later, several van-like vehicles roared past, whisking Ning Chen away. Shan Pao occupied the passenger seat, frequently glancing at Ning Chen through the rearview mirror. No matter how one looked at it, he appeared to be an ordinary university student. Yet, aren't students supposed to fear ruffians? 40 minutes later, Shan Pao, accompanied by Ning Chen and a dozen of his underlings, stepped into the charm bar. As they passed a certain booth, they noticed a wealthy young heir seated there. His name was Qin Fen, one of the 7 young masters of Binhai. 2 months prior, he had been sent by the Yi family to search for an elusive entity. Damn it, they only provided me with a sketch. How am I supposed to find him? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi Gu Lu, you're in for it. Boss, the person has been brought in the luxurious VIP room. Shan Pao pushed Ning Chen inside, followed closely by a group of curious underlings, all of whom scrutinized him with great interest. Several elegantly adorned princesses also cast astonished glances in Ning Chen's direction. Ning Chen, please, have a seat. Hu Sihai was surprisingly courteous, instructing a princess to pour wine for Ning Chen. You sought me out. What is the matter? Ning Chen nonchalantly settled onto the sofa, carelessly placing his unfinished potato chips on the coffee table. You must be thirsty after the journey. Come, let us drink first, and then we can discuss matters. Xu Shuyan urged with a smile. Spit it out if you have something to say. Ning Chen replied impatiently. This outburst startled the princess pouring the wine, causing her hands to tremble. What audacity! This college student dared to speak to the leader of the Sihai gang in such a manner? Shan Pao was also ready to explode, but Xu Shuyan restrained him. With 2 fingers, he gently nudged the wine glass towards Ning Chen. Brother Chen, with so many underlings and ladies present, please show some grace. Very well. Ning Chen seized the wine glass and splashed it onto Xu Shuyan's face. Ah! A few sweet-faced princesses screamed, their faces turning pale with fright. You are courting death. The members of the 4 C's gang were equally furious. Xu Shuyan wiped the alcohol from his face, bursting into laughter. Ha! Truly worthy of being the mastermind behind the Watermoon gang, you possess remarkable courage. He finally ceased his insistence on making Ning Chen drink, settling back onto the sofa while instructing a subordinate to light a cigarette for him. Spotting a bag of potato chips on the coffee table, he casually picked it up and began to munch on it. Wait! Ning Chen immediately lost his composure. Those were his special mushroom chips. Nevertheless, seeing Xu Shuyan enjoy them so much, he hesitated to intervene. Brother Chen, let us have a discussion, Xu Shuyan said between bites. The constant skirmishes between the 4 C's gang and the Watermoon gang will only lead to mutual destruction, allowing other factions to take advantage of our vulnerabilities. I am not the leader of the Watermoon gang. You should be seeking out Wang Yinhua, Ning Chen replied, shaking his head. Do not jest with me, Brother Chen. Wang Yinhua is merely a woman. What qualifications does she possess to manage such a large organization as the Watermoon gang? Xu Shuyan dismissed Ning Chen's words outright. I propose that we merge our 2 gangs. I am older, so I will reluctantly take the position of the main leader, and you can be the deputy leader. What do you think? As he spoke, he glanced down at the packaging of the chips, pondering what brand they were, as their delightful flavor and subtle medicinal aroma were simply irresistible. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from his lower abdomen. With a pained expression, Xu Shuyan donned a mask of anguish, clutching his abdomen as he leaned wearily against the sofa. Boss, what troubles you? Shan Pao hurried over. It's poisoned. Xu Shuyan pointed at the bag of chips in his hand, his face turning a ghastly shade reminiscent of a liver. What? Shan Pao paused, then snatched the chip bag, glaring fiercely at Ning Chen. You, Ning, you wretched fiend, how dare you resort to poison? While snacks may be consumed indiscriminately, words must carry weight. Ning Chen calmly took the bag and, before the astonished assembly, began to devour its contents. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, the notion of poisoning chips seemed far-fetched. The toxic ingredient, the ghost hand mushroom, could lethally incapacitate a bull within mere minutes. The human liver's detoxifying capabilities paled in comparison to such potent venom. Xu Shuyan, unable to endure until the ambulance arrived, succumbed. Foam spilling from his lips as he breathed his last. Boss! Shan Pao, cradling Xu Shuyan's lifeless form, wept and shouted, Kill him! Kill him! The spacious private room erupted with cries of vengeance. It became evident that today's gathering was a treacherous banquet. Members of the Sihai gang had already armed themselves, each wielding a machete, recklessly charging at Ning Chen. A mere swarm of ants. Ning Chen scoffed. With a single hand, he grasped the so-called weapon, rendering it as malleable as clay. With a swift motion of his arm, adversaries were sent flying as if they were mere playthings. Before long, the ground was strewn with members of the 4 C's gang, their lamentations intertwining in a cacophony of despair. Meanwhile, Ning Chen remained seated on the sofa, utterly unmoved. The high-ranking members of the gang, including Shan Pao, were left in a state of shock. The accompanying princesses, believing they were caught in a dream or a film, could scarcely comprehend the scene unfolding before them. He is a martial artist, one of the gang leaders shouted. And what of a martial artist? I will still kill you. Shan Pao bellowed, drawing a sleek black Browning pistol from his waist. Die. With a resounding bang, he pulled the trigger, aiming for Ning Chen's temple. However, in that fleeting moment, Ning Chen also moved, deftly flicking his fingers towards his temple, effortlessly capturing the bullet between them. Throughout the entire encounter, Ning Chen did not even cast a sidelong glance. Instead, he calmly poured himself a drink and took a sip. My goodness! The onlookers gasped in horror, their minds racing to a cinematic character. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate truth. The supreme assassin, the fire cloud evil god. You. Are you human or a demon? Shan Pao, still clutching his gun, wore an expression of disbelief. Ning Chen offered no response. Instead, he flicked his finger, sending the bullet back at double its original speed. With a soft pop, it pierced Shan Pao's forehead, creating a gaping wound. The second-in-command of the Four Seas gang, known as Shan Pao, fell straight to the ground. A chorus of piercing screams erupted from the princesses. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open, and a throng of individuals surged in. Upon observing the expressions of Wang Yinhua and the Chen brothers, Ning Chen felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, it was not others present, or he would have been compelled to expend spiritual energy to cast a memory-erasing spell. After all, such matters were not something he wished to disseminate, as it could invite considerable trouble. Brother Chen, are you all right? Ah, what is this? Wang Yinhua burst in with great urgency, only to be taken aback by the chaotic scene before her. Members of the Shuai gang, including Chun Zibao and Chen Zilong, stood in stunned silence. This is no longer my concern. You may handle it. I shall take my leave, Ning Chen declared, rising with an air of nonchalance as he departed. Huh? Who's Sihai? Chen Shanpao? Upon spotting the leaders of the Sihai gang, Wang Yinhua immediately instructed someone to assess the situation. Sister Yinhua, both of them have no breath left, came the trembling voice of a subordinate. Wang Yinhua's mind momentarily faltered as she sank onto the sofa. The Sihai gang is no more? Oh heavens! Chapter 59. Uncle Su Jiangwo. On this seemingly ordinary night, one of the major gangs in Xiqing, the Sihai gang, was eradicated. The Shuai gang secretly took over the assets of the Sihai gang. By the time other gangs realized what had transpired and sought to claim a portion of the spoils, it was already too late. Brother Chen, half of Xiqing is now our territory. Today, we have taken over numerous establishments, and in the future, just from collecting fees, we can secure an income of several million each month. Wang Yinhua excitedly called. With the acquisition of new territory, the aim is to conduct legitimate business and refrain from exploiting ordinary people. It would be best to avoid collecting protection fees altogether. After a brief conversation, Ning Chen suddenly posed a question. Do you have 150 million? 150 million? Brother Chen, what do you need such a large sum for? As soon as Wang Yinhua uttered these words, she realized her mistake. Who was she to question how the boss spent his money? Quickly, she apologized. I'm sorry. Brother Chen, I spoke out of turn. Ning Chen merely acknowledged her with a sound. After some contemplation, Wang Yinhua replied, at the very least, it would take 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years. Ning Chen felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he refrained from saying more, not wanting them to engage in reckless behavior. He then added, forget it for now, just produce more psychedelic mushroom slices. I'm running low. And I'm almost out of beast blood as well. All right. Wang Yinhua nodded vigorously, holding the microphone with both hands. In the classroom, Ning Chen suddenly noticed Su Wanwan, who was attentively listening in the front row. He remarked, by the way, there's a fellow named Su Haichao who owes a considerable sum of usury. Let it go. Let it go? All right. Wang Yinhua dared not inquire further. If he ever dares to ask you for money again, help me teach him a lesson, Ning Chen added. Understood, Brother Chen, no problem. Wang Yinhua readily replied. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yinhua lay on her chair, unable to sleep throughout the night, as an absurd thought suddenly surged within her, clinging to Brother Chen's coattails. Perhaps she could become the underground queen of Qingzhou someday. However, what on earth could Brother Chen need 150 million for? On the other hand, Ning Chen paid no mind to such trivial matters. After class, Su Wanwan picked up a cup of new milk tea from her desk, intending to let Ning Chen sample the flavor first. Just then, a haughty girl with a high ponytail strode past her. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. This senior exuded an impressive aura. It was Wen Qinglan, a fourth-year student rumored to come from a family of martial artists. What could she possibly want with Ning Chen? A curious voice from Jiangying broke the silence. Amidst the astonished gazes of many students, Wen Qinglan walked directly up to Ning Chen. What do you want? Ning Chen glanced at her sideways. As Wen Qinglan looked at him, an intense sense of unreality washed over her. Here stood an apparently ordinary college student, who, just 3 months prior, had caused a commotion at the headquarters of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, yet faced no repercussions whatsoever. Vice President Liang Yongji, seemingly resigned to his fate, ceased to send individuals to trouble Ning Chen. The once mighty Municipal Martial Arts Association had been reduced to such humiliation, resembling a tale spun from the threads of fantasy. I shall take my leave, Ning Chen declared as he rose. Wait, I have something to discuss. When Qinglan interjected hastily, having personally witnessed Ning Chen's ferocity, she felt her own aura diminish in his presence. Next week is my grandfather's 80th birthday. I would like to invite you to the Intercontinental Hotel as a guest. No gifts are necessary. Your presence alone will suffice, she articulated. Are there delicious dishes? Ning Chen inquired. If there are delightful treats, I shall attend, he added. Absolutely. When Qinglan nodded eagerly. Very well, Ning Chen replied before taking his leave. As he passed by Su Wanwan, he took the cup of new milk tea, inserted a straw, and took a sip. The blueberry flavor was surprisingly delightful. He drank while making his way out of the classroom. When Qinglan's cool gaze immediately fell upon Su Wanwan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Why are there so many beautiful girls around Ning Chen? Su Wanwan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Upon arriving at the school gate, Xiao Jing's Audi A8 was parked by the roadside. Ning Chen opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing him, Jiang Tang greeted him warmly, while Xu Shuyan turned her delicate face away, adopting a sulky expression. Ning Chen was perplexed, unaware of how he had managed to irritate this young lady once again. However, he reassured himself that enduring this moment would soon lead to relief. Xiaoqing, we're dining at Aunt Chow's today. I believe you have yet to visit, Xiao Jing remarked as she drove. Indeed, Ning Chen nodded. The Rose Garden Villa was merely a property acquired by Su Jingshan for the convenience of his daughter's education. The couple rarely resided there, as they had their own apartment. What would you like to eat? Aunt Xiao inquired. I desire Australian lobster, wagyu beef, king crab, abalone, sea urchin, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Ning Chen unabashedly listed the dishes. A moment of silence enveloped the car. He truly does not regard himself as an outsider. Xu Shuyan muttered under her breath. Xiao Jing chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart, and promptly called the housekeeper to prepare the meal. Before long, the car meandered through the streets, arriving at the Wulian Mansion in the city center. The Wulian Mansion is one of the most opulent residential complexes in Qizhou, adjacent to the picturesque West Lake on one side and the Grand Canal on the other, with even the smallest units fetching prices of 50 to 60 million. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing resided in a spacious 500-square-meter flat, which, contrary to expectations of extravagance, exuded a warm sense of homeliness. The couple's everyday life remained rather unpretentious. At noon, as Ning Chen dined with the Su family, the doorbell suddenly rang. Darling, did you invite guests? Xiao Jing asked. No, I did not, Su Jingshan replied, puzzled. The butler, Fanny, proceeded to answer the door. A portly, middle-aged man with a receding hairline strode in. Upon catching the enticing aroma of the meal wafting through the air, he laughed heartily. Jingshan, are you dining? It seems I have arrived just in time. What brings you here? Su Jingshan approached him, though a flicker of displeasure crossed his brow. He is Shuyan's uncle, named Su Jiangwo. At the dining table, Jiang Tang remarked to Ning Chen. However, the two families do not share a good relationship and seldom interact, so I wonder what prompted this unexpected visit today. Perhaps they are here merely for a meal. Ning Chen, chewing on a black gold abalone, thoughtfully replied, what a ridiculous notion. Xu Shuyan shot him an irritated glance and stated, my uncle's family is involved in real estate and is wealthier than ours. They must have some urgent matter to discuss. Disinterested, Ning Chen continued to focus on his meal. All you do is eat. Xu Shuyan retorted with a disdainful look. Are you out of your mind? What I consume is none of your concern. Ning Chen shot back resentfully, pondering what had provoked this young lady's disdain towards him. She had not spared him a pleasant expression all morning. Could it be that she suffers from intermittent dissociative identity disorder? Xu Shuyan slammed her hand on the table, initially intending to retort, but considering her need for this individual to assist her in scoring points, she decided to hold her tongue for the time being. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the apartment door was forcefully slammed shut. Su Jiangwo, visibly furious, stormed out. Chapter 60. The Power of the Black Dragon. Father, why have you quarreled with uncle again? Xu Shuyan inquired as Su Jingshan returned to his seat. It's nothing, let us eat, Su Jingshan replied, striving to restore his pallid complexion to normalcy. Father, I am no longer a child. Please tell me what is going on. It is vital for our family to coexist harmoniously, Xu Shuyan pressed on. A family? Humph, do I regard him as family, while he reciprocates that sentiment? Su Jingshan scoffed. Then continued, next week marks the octogenarian birthday of Old Master One. He has reserved the Teo Weiyuan Hotel to host a grand banquet for the distinguished families of Qizhou. Grandfather Shuyan has requested me to represent the Su family in extending our congratulations to Old Master One. Today, Su Jiangwo came solely for that title of representation. He claimed he would spend $1 billion to acquire that position. Humph, although my business may not rival his, I certainly do not lack such trifling funds. Xiao Jing shook her head. How shameless. Xu Shuyan furrowed her brows. Why does uncle behave this way? Is a title of representation truly that significant? Of course, Su Jingshan asserted resolutely. The Wen family ranks among the top 5 clans in Qishou, on par with our Su family. Who would dare to offend them on such an occasion? Even the Martial Association will send representatives to offer their congratulations. Su Jiangwo has long sought to establish his presence in such grand events and would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Xu Shuyan pouted, how tedious. It's akin to the entertainment industry fighting for rankings. Su Jingshan shook his head. You wouldn't understand. Enough of this. Let us eat. At that moment, Ning Chen suddenly interjected. The elderly gentleman you mentioned, is he named Wenyu? Yes. Why? Su Jingshan inquired. It's nothing, Ning Chen replied, saying little more. He was not well acquainted with the influential circles of Qingzhou. He was surprised by the considerable respect commanded by the old man one. You're not even going. So why are you prying? Xu Shuyan retorted. Who says I'm not going? Ning Chen shot back. You can forget about it. Xu Shuyan countered. All right, let us eat. Su Jingshan interjected, exasperated by the bickering duo. He indeed had no intention of bringing Ning Chen to the birthday banquet of the elder one. Just imagine. With Ning Chen's background, what speculation would arise if he were to appear at the Su family's table? Shuyan's boyfriend? Her future son-in-law? Although Ning Chen was undoubtedly remarkable, Su Jingshan fundamentally felt that, given his family's circumstances, he was unworthy of his precious daughter. With no classes in the afternoon, after their meal, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang decided to visit the Qingzhou Plaza. Jiang Tang had initially wanted to invite Ning Chen along to serve as a personal assistant, but her request was met with a heartless refusal. Upon returning to the Rose Garden community, Ning Chen noticed 2 suspicious figures covertly surveilling the villa with binoculars. Target spotted. Maintain cover. The 2 assassins, upon noticing Ning Chen, swiftly concealed themselves within the greenery. Moments later, as Ning Chen took his dog, the Black Dragon, for a walk, the 2 assassins hurriedly followed suit. Near the Rose Garden of Greentown lies a vast expanse of undeveloped wasteland, overgrown with weeds that reach waist height. Ning Chen intends to assess the combat prowess of the Black Dragon here. Black Dragon, with 2 little followers behind you, go forth and eliminate them. Ning Chen removed the collar from the Black Dragon, caressing the fur atop its head, before gesturing towards the intruders lurking nearby. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Dragon responded with a proud head held high, its piercing gaze fixed on the 2 assassins concealed in the grass. Old Yen, why do I feel like it has spotted us? One of them whispered doubtfully. Damn it, we've been exposed. Run. The other exclaimed, turning to flee. These 2 C-class assassins, dispatched by the organization to keep watch, never anticipated that a mere dog could sprint with such swiftness. Having consumed nearly 100 blood-enhancing pills, the Black Dragon's physical capabilities rivaled those of an inner-strength martial artist. Across the wasteland, it set forth like a streak of black lightning, swiftly pouncing on the 2 assassins, sinking its sharp teeth into their throats. As their bodies convulsed, they looked on in terror at Ning Chen, who approached leisurely. No. Please, no, one assassin gasped, struggling to crawl away. The Black Dragon lifted a paw and struck down upon his thigh, producing a sickening crack as the bone shattered. The assassin let out a piercing scream. What kind of dog is this? The other assassin thought, his mind engulfed in dread as he faced his demise. Ning Chen had no intention of leaving any survivors. He commanded the Black Dragon to dig a grave, burying the 2 right where they fell. They were clearly expendable, lacking any value for interrogation. He hoped that this assassin organization would not fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, on a day when his mood soured, he might very well uproot them entirely. After burying the bodies as was his routine, Ning Chen took a leisurely stroll before returning to the Rose Garden Villa with the Black Dragon. To his surprise, he found an individual lurking at the entrance, peering curiously into the house. What are you doing? Ning Chen approached and reprimanded. Oh, it's you. The sneaky figure, instantly recognizing Ning Chen, broke into a broad smile on his chubby face. What brings you here? It turned out he was Xu Shuyan's uncle, Su Jiangwo. I live here. Do you have business with me? Ning Chen replied while holding on to the Black Dragon. You live here? Su Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the villa as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Cohabiting. Son-in-law. The 2 words leapt into Su Jiangwo's mind, and his smile widened even further. What was your name again? Never mind, young man. I have a lucrative proposition I wish to discuss with you. Would you be interested? What scale of business are we talking about? Ning Chen inquired. Over 10 billion. I might consider it, he stated. 10 billion. Su Jiangwo immediately questioned Ning Chen's sanity. He chuckled awkwardly. Young man, Don't aim too high. If you could assist me with a small favor, I would offer you 100,000. What do you say? Are you trying to insult me? Ning Chen stepped forward and forcefully shoved him aside. Step aside. The black dragon barked ferociously. Woof, woof, woof. 200,000. Su Jiangwo took a few steps back and gestured a 2 with his hand. Ning Chen produced a key and unlocked the villa's gate, disregarding him entirely. Just as he was about to close it, Su Jiangwo, in a moment of recklessness, wedged his foot into the gap. Your foot. Ning Chen's expression turned icy. Do not force my hand. Su Jiangwo, undeterred by the warning, grinned and said, Little brother, are you free tonight? My uncle invites you to dine at Teo Weiyuan and then to Mingzhuan Club for a massage. The ladies there are quite enchanting. If you catch my drift. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Chen exerted force and slammed the gate shut. A resounding crack echoed as Su Jiangwo's left foot was fractured, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After withdrawing his foot, Ning Chen leisurely led the black dragon inside. You little brat, just wait. If I don't make you pay, I won't bear the surname Su. Su Jiangwo clutched his swollen foot, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Meanwhile, Ning Chen had already brought the black dragon into the courtyard and fed it a blood pellet. Chapter 61. How is your mother's health? This elixir possesses a hint of ferocity. Even a small rabbit, with prolonged consumption, could exhibit the ferocity of a wolf or a tiger. It is exceedingly challenging for ordinary individuals to tame beasts that have consumed blood-feeding pills. However, Ning Chen has mastered a technique known as beast control, ensuring that even the formidable black dragon would not dare to disobey him, regardless of its potential to slay a master in a single bite. Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang did not return until 9 o'clock after their revelry. Brother Dolly, Shuyan has bought you a limited edition pair of AJ sneakers. Come and try them on, Jiang Tang exclaimed, cradling a beautifully packaged shoebox as she knocked on Ning Chen's door. Immediately, Xu Shuyan's voice echoed from the living room. Tang, you're being ridiculous. You are the one who bought them, not me. It was still your money. Jiang Tang teased, sticking out her little tongue. I merely covered the payment casually, Xu Shuyan replied, a touch of pride in her tone. Unwilling to admit that she had purchased the shoes for Ning Chen, despite the fact that she indeed footed the bill, Ning Chen accepted the shoebox and unveiled a pair of gray and blue AJ sneakers. How much do I owe you? I can transfer the money. After trying them on in the living room, he was pleasantly surprised to find them a perfect fit and then turned to Xu Shuyan. Coincidentally, she was lounging on the sofa, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. From Ning Chen's perspective, her alluring curves were unmistakably revealed. Xu Shuyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily grabbed a cushion to cover her thighs and shot Ning Chen a fierce glare. What are you staring at? I'm not looking, Ning Chen replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. I merely intended to transfer the money for the shoes. Alas, Brother Dolly. Shuyan receives a monthly allowance of over 100,000. She hardly requires your meager contribution. Jiang Tang interjected, pulling Ning Chen aside with a playful smile. Indeed, guiding us to the pinnacle of glory is far more rewarding than anything else, Xu Shuyan remarked, pouting slightly. Yet, Ning Chen shook his head. I shall provide the funds. For both of you are rather unskilled. Leading you to greatness would surely exhaust me. Go perish. A pillow, imbued with the fragrant essence of Xu Shuyan, soared towards him. The following morning, Ning Chen attended class wearing his new sneakers. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard the vice class leader, Li Xianming, boasting loudly. This pair of sneakers is a collaboration between AJ and Slam Dunk, with only 500 pairs limited nationwide. It is no exaggeration to say that in the entire Qizhou, fewer than 5 pairs like mine exist. Li Xianming lounged in the front row, legs crossed, showcasing his brand new red and black sneakers. A throng of male students gathered around him, including Fang Xiaoping and Zhang Dachuan. Brotherly, with only 500 pairs available nationwide, that must be quite expensive, right? A tall, slender boy, Dai Jinxiang, fixated on Li Xuanming's shoes, nearly drooling in excitement. A fervent basketball enthusiast, he often trailed behind Li Xianming. Well, of course. Li Xianming bounced on his feet, exuding confidence. This pair is a limited edition signed by Rukawa, costing around 40 to 50,000. I had to plead with my father for several days before he agreed to purchase them for me. I assure you, you won't find a second pair like this in the entire Qing University. And so, he continued his boastful tirade. As Ning Chen passed by the crowd, Zhang Dachuan's gaze swept downward, and he noticed that Ning Chen was wearing a pair of sneakers identical to those of Li Xianming, striking red soles adorned with prominent black swooshes. Ning Chen, those shoes on your feet, Zhang Dachuan exclaimed, pointing excitedly, instantly capturing the attention of all the male classmates. Wow! Another pair of collaboration sneakers featuring Rukawa keyed? Fang Xiaopeng chimed in, gazing enviously at Ning Chen's footwear. Who would have thought you were a hidden second-generation rich kid? Purchasing a newly released collaboration pair. Ning Chen casually remarked, I didn't buy them. They were a gift. Fake shoes, obviously. Li Xianming interrupted, casting a glance at Ning Chen's feet and confidently asserting, there are no more than 10 pairs of my Rukawa keyed collaboration sneakers in the entire Qingzhou. And I know every owner. Ning Chen, how comfortable are those counterfeit shoes? Did you buy them for just a few hundred? Li Xianming deliberately mocked him. Whether they are comfortable or not is none of your business. Ning Chen shot back with a sidelong glance. If you utter another word, do you believe I won't slap you? He was indifferent to the authenticity of the shoes. As long as they were wearable, that sufficed. You're flustered, aren't you? Huh, flustered. Li Xianming pointed at Ning Chen, chuckling with his friends nearby. However, Ning Chen, in a fit of anger, indeed delivered a resounding slap. The sound resonated throughout the classroom. Li Xianming covered his face, momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Ning Chen. He had not anticipated that Ning Chen would act so decisively, without a hint of hesitation. In this 21st century, within a society governed by the rule of law, how can such individuals still exist? Ning Chen, I swear I will make you pay. Li Xianming, being a boy, could not simply endure the assault. He retaliated fiercely, swinging his fist towards Ning Chen. With a loud slap, he received another harsh blow. I will fight you to the end. Another slap echoed. Ning Chen, you will not have a good death. Yet another slap followed. Stop, please stop. Li Xianming collapsed amidst the desks, books scattered everywhere, his left cheek swollen and throbbing painfully. You can show off in front of them, but dare to do so in front of me, and I will teach you a lesson. Ning Chen shot him a disdainful glare before turning to leave. Individuals like Li Xianming simply deserve a good beating. If not dealt with properly, they will only escalate their misbehavior. Such violence. The students of clinical class 2 were left pale with shock at this scene. Even the class monitor, Zhang Xinran, dared not intervene. Shortly after, the pathology teacher entered the classroom, noticing an unusual silence. Upon inquiry, he learned that Ning Chen had beaten Li Xianming. This was unacceptable. He immediately escorted both individuals to the office of the department head, Lu Wei. Fighting. Lu Wei, seated behind his desk, removed his glasses and scrutinized Ning Chen and Li Xianming with a peculiar expression, then said, Teacher, you may return to your class. I will handle this matter. Understood. Director Lu. The pathology teacher, Yu Ping, turned and left. Director Lu, he hit me. He struck me in front of the entire class. Li Xianming covered his face, beginning to lament. Director Lu, you must take charge of this matter. All right. Subsequently, Lu Wei engaged in the diplomatic art of Tai Chi, skillfully transforming a significant issue into a trivial one. In the end, he compelled Ning Chen to apologize to Li Xianming and offer a small compensation. Director Lu, how could you do this? Li Xianming's eyes widened in disbelief. Not long ago, there had been a brawl between two male students in the humanities department, both of whom faced expulsion. Listen, Ning Chen, you will apologize to Li Xianming and pay him 5,000 yuan, and we will consider this matter settled. Lu Wei waved his hand dismissively, clearly unimpressed. 5,000. Li Xianming was nearly driven to madness. His parents owned a company. Could they possibly lack such a trifling sum? Fine. I will give you 10,000, including the next time, Ning Chen declared, pulling out his phone to prepare for a transfer. Ning Chen, your mother. As Li Xianming was about to unleash a tirade, Ning Chen raised his hand, causing him to hastily amend his words. How is your mother doing? Chapter 62. The crisis at the milk tea stall. Ning Chen finally lowered his hand. All right. I have matters to attend to. You may leave first. Lu Wei feigned authority, admonishing, students should maintain harmony. Do not engage in fighting again. Understood? Ning Chen simply acknowledged and stepped outside. Li Xianming, not being foolish, recognized that the department head was favoring Ning Chen, so he decided to exit and devise a plan. Once outside, Ning Chen promptly pocketed his phone and headed straight for the classroom. Ning Chen, wait a moment. Li Xianming called out to him. Is your skin itching again? Ning Chen turned around. Li Xianming shrank back slightly. Aren't you supposed to transfer me 10,000 yuan? I see you desire a significant punishment. Ning Chen raised his hand, threateningly, scaring Li Xianming twice. Scram. Fine, you are ruthless. Li Xianming gritted his teeth, turning away, filled with a sense of grievance and anger. Meanwhile, Lu Wei dialed a number, informing Wen Yu about Ning Chen's actions. Old principal, if this continues, he might create a substantial incident. You should consider transferring this young man. Lu Wei lamented, on the verge of tears. His hesitation to deal with Ning Chen stemmed from a prior conversation with the old principal. Sighing on the other end of the line, when you replied, Director Lu, Ning Chen's background is beyond your comprehension. Perhaps even I cannot provoke him. It would be best for us to tread carefully in our dealings with this individual. Lu Wei shuddered at the thought. How terrifying. Fortunately, he did not impose any punishment on Ning Chen earlier. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. On the day of my 80th birthday, I shall invite him over and have a proper discussion, urging him to exercise restraint within the school environment. This was the only consolation that you could offer Lu Wei. Meanwhile, Ning Chen returned to the classroom unscathed, leaving the students of Clinical Class 2 in a state of astonishment. Even teacher Yu Ping was bewildered. After class, Yu Ping hurried to the department office to inquire about the situation, only to be met with a stern warning from Lu Wei. Teacher Yu, do not delve any further into this matter. The depths of the situation are profound, and it is beyond your grasp. Having concluded a day filled with tedious lessons, Ning Chen donned his headphones, listening to music as he strolled towards the campus commercial street. The business at the milk tea stall had been thriving. Su Wanwan, Jiang Ying, and Su Rongli were meticulous in their ingredients, keeping the profit margin on each cup of milk tea remarkably low, thereby relying on high sales volume. Hence, everyone loved to purchase from them. As a foodie, Ning Chen would grab a few cups daily. Su Wanwan never charged him a penny. As he traversed the commercial street, Ning Chen inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. Guan Xiaoman. This maliciously minded heiress from Clinical Class 1 was accompanied by two unsavory young men as they ventured into a small grove. Ning Chen did not intentionally eavesdrop. However, as he passed by, the sound of their conversation reached his ears. As a formidable cultivator in the nascent soul stage, if he so wished, his spiritual sense could encompass the entirety of Huagua, allowing him to overhear conversations from any corner. Have you brought the things? The voice belonged to Guan Xiaoman. Rest assured, everything is ready. The little fellow is quite lively. As promised, 3,000. Not a penny less. The voices of the two young men carried a hint of streetwise bravado, unmistakably indicating they were not students. Deal. A malevolent glint flickered in Guan Xiaoman's eyes. As long as she could bring down Su Wanwan's encounter at the milk tea stall, she would gladly pay not just 3,000, but even 30,000. She was determined to vent her anger. Another scheme targeting Wanwan. Ning Chen shook his head. Soon, the two young men emerged from the thicket and joined the queue at the milk tea stall. Wow, quite a crowd. One of them, sporting a buzz cut, surveyed the scene with a grin. Look at that female attendant. She's truly stunning, far more attractive than those internet celebrities. The other, adorned with tattoos, pointed at Su Wanwan. What's wrong? Can't bear to part with her. The buzz-cut youth chuckled. What's there to miss? She is not my girl. The tattooed youth scoffed. Before long, they each procured a cup of milk tea and settled at a stone table nearby on the commercial street. Mere minutes passed before the buzz-cut youth let out a loud exclamation. What the hell? The tattooed youth stood up. What's wrong? A cockroach. There's a cockroach in the milk tea. It's absolutely disgusting. The buzz-cut youth pointed at his drink, bending over in a simulated retch. His voice was loud enough to catch the attention of nearby students, who turned to look. There, atop a half-consumed cup of honey lemon water, floated a small, dark insect. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a cockroach. Still alive. Ugh. The tattooed man instinctively felt nauseated, preparing to discard the milk tea in his hand. The crew-cut fellow quickly intervened. Wait, how? This is evidence. We cannot throw it away. We must confront them. Yes, let us seek them out. Compensation is imperative. The two, fuming with indignation, arrived at the encounter milk tea stand and forcefully slammed 2 cups of milk tea onto the counter. With a resounding crash, liquid splattered everywhere. Su Wanwan, who was in the midst of placing her order, was taken aback. Is this how you sell milk tea? The crew-cut man, hands on hips, glared menacingly. I apologize, dear students. May I inquire what the issue is? Jiang Ying and Su Rongli approached. See for yourselves. The crew-cut man pointed at his cup of lemon honey water. What the cockroach? The two boys, who had just ordered, were horrified to see a small cockroach swimming on its back in the milk tea cup, its 6 legs thrashing in the yellow-green lemon water, their faces turning pale. I'm sorry, could I get a refund? I don't want to buy it anymore, one of the boys stammered. Neither do I, that's so disgusting. The other echoed. The line behind them stirred restlessly. Some regular patrons of the encounter milk tea stand turned ashen. Jiang Ying and Su Rongli, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, hurried to reassure the customers, while Su Wanwan picked up the cup of milk tea, scrutinizing it closely, and hesitantly inquired, You must have placed the bug in there yourself, right? What did you say? The crew-cut man slammed his palm on the control panel, his eyes wide with fury. Which of your eyes saw me enter? He exclaimed. Am I so idle that I would come here to frame you? But our raw materials are all freshly purchased fruits from yesterday. How could there be worms? Su Wanwan argued defensively. Li Mei, who runs a barbecue restaurant, has always refrained from using gutter oil or sourcing expired meat, conducting her business with utmost integrity, albeit with modest profits. Influenced by her mother's teachings, Su Wanwan also places honesty and trustworthiness at the forefront of her business practices. You ask me? Who the hell should I ask? The crew-cut man shouted at Su Wanwan. The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively, stating, Enough with the nonsense. Pay up. Chapter 63. Such an unusual affliction? The crew-cut boy feigned a look of utter disgust, insisting that compensation was essential, at least 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Our daily revenue barely reaches that amount. Su Wanwan thought, as she observed the skeptical, disdainful, and nauseated gazes of her patrons, her heart swelling with both anger and anxiety. Each cup of milk tea was crafted with meticulous care. Her hair was neatly styled. A mask adorned her face, and not a single strand of hair or droplet of saliva could have possibly tainted the drink. How could a cockroach possibly appear? Foolishness. Whoever suggested you should be compensated? This is blatantly absurd. From a distance, Guan Man, who had been observing the scene, nearly lost her composure. Indeed. As soon as the topic of compensation arose, several customers exchanged dubious glances. Could it be that you placed the bug in there yourself? A girl murmured. Yes. I come here every day for milk tea. The hygiene here is impeccable. The more they scrutinized, the more it seemed like a scheme to extort money. Two boys nodded in agreement. Get lost. Clearly, it wasn't you who found a cockroach in your drink. The crew-cut boy retorted angrily, then turned back to Su Wanwan, shouting for her to apologize and provide compensation, or else the matter would not be resolved. Beware. We might inform your teacher and have your shabby milk tea stall shut down. The tattooed man threatened loudly. Just as Su Wanwan was at a loss for what to do, her savior appeared. Excuse me, I would like a cup of lemon honey water. Came the voice of Ning Chen. Su Wanwan immediately cast a grateful gaze in his direction. Zhang Ying and Su Rongli were also quite pleased. Placing an order at such a moment undoubtedly signified the utmost trust and support bestowed upon them. The two young men were incensed. Hey, there's a cockroach in their milk tea. Are you still going to drink it? Don't you fear for your life? The buzzcut youth retorted to Ning Chen with irritation. The cockroach was placed in there by your own hands. What does it have to do with them? Ning Chen shot him a glance. What did you say? The expressions of the two young men darkened. Ning Chen signaled Su Wanwan with his eyes, indicating that she should prepare the milk tea while he handled the situation. You better clarify this. How do you know that we put the bug in there? The buzzcut youth stepped forward, seizing Ning Chen by the collar. The tattooed man further threatened, if you don't explain this matter clearly, it won't end well. Ning Chen, unusually, refrained from retaliating immediately. Instead, he smirked mockingly. You can't possibly be students from our school, can you? Who? Who said we aren't? The buzzcut youth replied defiantly. Then which department are you from? Ning Chen inquired once more. Which department? They were indeed not students from Qingda University, but rather ruffians hired by Guan Man from outside the campus. Due to their youthful appearances, no one suspected them. The buzzcut youth, who had yet to graduate from middle school and had never attended university, was at a loss regarding the concept of academic departments, and his face flushed with embarrassment. The tattooed man quickly interjected, What does it matter which department we belong to? The issue at hand is the cockroach in the milk tea. Are you conducting a census? The buzzcut youth regained his composure and continued to grip Ning Chen's collar. Right? You think you can change the subject, huh? Certainly. Let us engage in a thorough discussion regarding this matter. Ning Chen initially pushed the buzzcut individual, sending him sprawling to the ground, and subsequently retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. How dare you push me? I will end you, exclaimed the buzzcut individual as he rose from the ground, only to witness Ning Chen opening a recently recorded video. The filming location was the stone table at the entrance of the commercial street, and the protagonists were he and the tattooed man. Dozens of eyes turned towards them, and Su Wanwan ceased her focus on the milk tea, fixated intently on the screen of the phone. The video revealed the buzzcut man and the tattooed individual, one standing on a stool while the other smoked, glancing around and occasionally pointing at passing girls, a mischievous grin dancing on their lips, devoid of any semblance to university students. Approximately 4 to 5 seconds into the footage, the buzzcut man extracted a large wad of tissue from his pocket, cautiously unfolding it to pour something inside. Though the details were not captured clearly, even a fool could deduce it was a cockroach. These two were clearly attempting to extort money. In an instant, the collective gaze of dozens turned with fury upon the buzzcut man and the tattooed individual. What had transpired? Ning Chen, why is it him again? This scoundrel. What is he up to? Nearby, Guan Xiaoman's expression was exceedingly grim. She sensed that this endeavor might once again culminate in failure. At that moment, a commotion erupted beside the milk tea stand. The two delinquents, realizing their scheme had been exposed, attempted to seize the phone, only to be thwarted by a group of young men, their faces flushed with anger. Su Wanwan, Jiang Ying, and Su Rongli all exhaled in relief, casting grateful glances towards Ning Chen. Were it not for Ning Chen, the reputation of the milk tea stand would undoubtedly have suffered a significant blow. Who would have thought that the two of you harbored such peculiar tastes, relishing lemon water with a hint of cockroach flavor? With a smile, Ning Chen tucked away his phone and clasped his fists in a gesture of admiration towards them. Kid, when did you even film that? Delete the video immediately, or I'll make you regret it. The two ruffians revealed their menacing demeanor. However, Ning Chen abruptly inquired, you were sent by Guan Xiaoman, weren't you? How did you know? The buzzcut boy was momentarily taken aback, hastily covering his mouth. Upon hearing such a question, they instinctively should have asked who Guan Xiaoman was. But as soon as that half-sentence escaped, those students nearby who were aware of the animosity between Su Wan'an and Guan Xiaoman immediately reacted. Another trouble caused by Guan Xiaoman? That woman is truly wicked. Why does she persistently target Wan'an? Is she insane? Jiang Ying and Su Rongli were infuriated. Su Wan'an, too, furrowed her brow, biting her cherry lips, feeling a deep sense of melancholy and helplessness. Who is Guan Xiaoman? We don't even know her. Yet, the tattooed man reacted swiftly, attempting to mitigate the situation. But Ning Chen wasted no time, delivering a punch that landed squarely in his abdomen, causing him to double over like a shrimp and kneel on the ground. The buzzcut boy was left utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that a university student could be so fierce, ready to strike at a moment's notice. How? Damn it! The buzzcut boy cursed loudly, just as he was about to retaliate for his brother, when Ning Chen delivered a swift kick that sent him flying several meters, plummeting into the artificial lake with a resounding splash. The nearby students, captivated by the spectacle, watched in astonishment. Guan Xiaoman was equally bewildered. How did this escalate into a fight? I can't swim. Help, help, cried the crew-cut boy, a notorious non-swimmer. Some attempted to intervene, but were halted by Ning Chen. He crouched by the shore, extending his hand to retrieve the boy, then seized his hair with a firm grip, demanding, who sent you to extort money? Was it Guan Xiaoman from Class 1? What Guan Xiaoman? I don't know her. The boy whimpered, clutching Ning Chen's hand. Without hesitation, Ning Chen plunged his head into the lake. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence, witnessing a scene reminiscent of a cinematic interrogation unfold in reality. After 4 or 5 seconds, Ning Chen finally lifted him to the surface for air, inquiring once more, is it Guan Xiaoman? Why yes, it's her. The boy's words were cut short as Ning Chen submerged him again. I already told you. It's Guan Xiaoman. It's her. Why are you still drowning me? He bellowed beneath the water, bubbles escaping his lips. Ning Chen, stop it. Su Wanwan rushed over, fearing the situation would spiral out of control. Only then did Ning Chen hoist the boy up and casually toss him onto the grass. The tattooed man, witnessing the scene, was left utterly terrified. Was this boy some kind of strongman, effortlessly lifting a living person from the lake? In no time, the crew-cut boy confessed, revealing that it was indeed Guan Xiaoman behind the scheme. How repulsive this woman is. In pursuit of a meager entrepreneurial fund, she has persistently clashed with Xu Shuyan, displaying utter malice. Truly, she is a most despicable individual. The incident at the milk tea stand swiftly circulated throughout the school. QQ groups, WeChat groups, moments on social media, and even a short video on Douyin unexpectedly gained some popularity, capturing the attention of the department heads. Upon hearing Ning Chen's name once more, Department Head Lu Wei felt an impending headache. Oh dear, you have barely settled down and yet have caused another ruckus. In a certain office within the department, Lu Wei's expression was grim. Is this really my fault, Director Lu? Ning Chen, reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed, expressed her dissatisfaction. It was clearly Guan Xiaoman who colluded with external parties to frame Su Wanwan. I merely acted to uphold justice. Lu Wei found himself at a loss for words. The framing was their affair. What did it have to do with her? How can you say that it has nothing to do with me? She retorted, with righteous indignation. Ning Chen rapped her knuckles on the table. If the milk tea stand were to disappear, where would I go to enjoy free milk tea? You plan to bring it to me every day, right? Lu Wei could only remain silent. Just then, a female teacher knocked and entered. Director Lu. Guan Xiaoman's father has arrived. Lu Wei furrowed his brow slightly. Xia, please bring them in. This female teacher, Xia Jing, was the counselor for Class 1 of Clinical Studies. After stepping out, she promptly returned with Guan Xiaoman and a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline. The middle-aged man, exuding an air of confidence, donned a full ensemble of luxury brands, a stark contrast to the demeanor of ordinary parents. Director Lu, what on earth is happening? Xiaoman claims she has been bullied. He inquired as he entered. Following closely behind him was Guan Xiaoman, who pointed at Ning Chen and cried out, Dad. It's him. He bullied me. Mr. Guan, please. Have a glass of water first, Lu Wei offered, personally pouring a drink. Guan Xiaoman's father, Guan Weiman, disregarded the gesture, rolling up his sleeves and striding toward Ning Chen. So it is you who has bullied Xiaoman. Indeed, it is I, Ning Chen acknowledged with a nod. I am a busy man with a thriving business and no time for the petty grievances of a child like you. Apologize to my daughter immediately and rectify this situation as necessary. Do you understand? Guan Weiman reprimanded. Most students, faced with such an imposing parental presence, would feel intimidated. However, Ning Chen found the situation amusing. He replied nonchalantly, Indeed, one can see the reflection of a parent in their child, without discerning the facts. You demand an apology from me. What did you say? Guan Weiman pointed angrily at Ning Chen. Do you believe I can summon my lawyer within 3 minutes to ruin you financially? By the way, where are your parents? I would like to see what kind of people raised someone as ill-mannered as you. The atmosphere grew tense as Lu Wei recognized the gravity of Guan Weiman's words. The fact that even the esteemed principal wished to avoid confrontation indicated the formidable background at play. Mr. Guan, you. As Lu Wei began to speak, Ning Chen took immediate action. A loud crack echoed through the air, leaving the clinical class counselor, Xia Jing, utterly dumbfounded. Did he really just strike? After 5 years in her role, she had never witnessed such an outrageous incident. Dad, Guan Xiaoman cried out, rushing over in haste. Meanwhile, Guan Weiman, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his left cheek, struggled to rise from the ground, swinging his fist as he charged forward. You little brat. You'll pay for this. Observing the furious approach of Guan Weiman, Ning Chen disdainfully flicked his ear and with a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling, gasping for breath. Director Lu, what are you doing? Call the police, hurry. This kid is revolting. I can't. Lu Wei stammered, fearful of being caught in a dilemma. If you dare to hit my father, I'll fight you. At this moment, Guan Xiaoman finally realized the gravity of the situation and rushed towards Ning Chen, intent on confronting him. However, Ning Chen had never held any fondness for her, and he had no intention of indulging her now. In that instant, Lu Wei hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Guan Xiaoman to prevent her from getting involved in the conflict. Xia Jing, the counselor, was paralyzed with shock, collapsing onto the sofa, her face a mask of terror. Is this really a student? I'm not one for idle chatter, Ning Chen remarked, calm and composed. At the milk tea stall, I will protect them. If you dare to trouble Xu Shuyan and her friends again, you should be well aware of the consequences. He left after uttering those words, pushing the door behind him. Guan Weiman watched with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with both fury and trepidation. Yet, upon seeing his beloved daughter still present, he recognized that provoking Ning Chen further at this moment could lead to an uncontrollable situation. Thus, his emotions ultimately crystallized into a desire for vengeance. Mr. Guan. At that moment, Lu Wei approached him with a grave expression and said, I trust you have discerned that Ning Chen is not someone to be trifled with. I advise you to exercise restraint. Guan Weiman spat the foul substance from his mouth into the trash bin and inquired, Who exactly is he? I am uncertain. Lu Wei replied, shaking his head. In any case, this young man wields considerable influence. Qing University will not expel him or even impose any sanctions. I suggest you arrange for Guan Xiaoman to transfer schools. It would be in everyone's best interest. Guan Weiman's fist clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. After a lengthy pause, he nodded. Very well, let her transfer. Hey, do you think Ning Chen might be forced to withdraw from school? Below the administrative building, 3 girls anxiously awaited. I heard that Guan Xiaoman's father is quite successful in the building materials business, earning tens of millions a year. Last year, He contributed significantly to the construction of the new gymnasium. Jiang Ying expressed her concerns. This incident has escalated quite dramatically. Their essay video on Douyin with hundreds of thousands of likes, and Guan Xiaoman is being mercilessly criticized by netizens. Su Rongley added, however, such turmoil is not beneficial for us students. I have heard that a senior once exposed the management issues of our school on Weibo, but once the commotion died down, she was dismissed under some pretext. What? Dismissed? Su Wanwan felt a chill run through her heart. Although she was aware of Ning Chen's formidable abilities, she believed the school would not take such matters into consideration. If Ning Chen were to be expelled, what would happen then? Chapter 65, 300,000. As the conversation unfolded, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. Ning Chen asks, "What are you three doing here?" Su Wanwan quickly looked up and rushed over. Ning Chen, how are you? What did Director Liu say? Ning Chen appeared bewildered. What do you mean? What did he say? Jiang Ying followed closely. Didn't Guan Xiaoman's father come to the school? She turned to Ning Chen. Has your father arrived yet? No sooner had she spoken than a group of medical staff in white coats burst into the administrative building, soon emerging with two injured individuals. It was indeed Guan Weiman and his daughter, Guan Xiaoman. Guan Weiman, gravely injured, was carried out on a stretcher. The three girls, with wide eyes filled with fear, stared at Ning Chen. Guan Xiaoman's left cheek was swollen, and as she passed by Ning Chen, she shot him a glare filled with venom, one that could kill, and directed the same disdain at Su Wanwan. Feeling a tinge of fear, Su Wanwan instinctively hid behind Ning Chen. Still not convinced? Ning Chen shot a glare at Guan Xiaoman, then kicked the stretcher carrying Guan Weiman, sending the injured man tumbling down the stairs. Ning Chen, you bastard! Guan Xiaoman screamed, rushing after her father. This scene was witnessed by Li Xianming, who was hidden behind the railing on the second floor. Just as I thought. Ning Chen, that scoundrel, is so arrogant, relying on his connections at school. Just wait, I will expose you. You will taste the bitterness of online harassment. After leaving the administrative building, Jiang Ying and Su Rongley discreetly withdrew, granting Su Wanwan and Ning Chen the privacy of their own company. Ning Chen, though I have expressed my gratitude numerous times, I feel compelled to reiterate, thank you. As Su Wanwan walked alongside Ning Chen, she found herself unable to contain her tears. She could hardly fathom the extent to which she would have been cornered by Guan Xiaoman had it not been for Ning Chen's assistance. I am not aiding you. I merely wish to continue enjoying free milk tea in the future. Ning Chen remained aloof, not even casting a glance at the enchanting flower of their department beside him. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then develop a greater variety of milk tea flavors. Otherwise, should I tire of them, I shall cease to assist you. Su Wanwan was initially taken aback, then lowered her gaze with a soft smile, gently nodding. This boy is remarkably obstinate. The two strolled along the picturesque artificial lake, and as they neared the school gate, Su Wanwan suddenly mustered her courage. Ning Chen, what? Ning Chen turned impatiently. Would you be my girlfriend? Despite rehearsing this in her mind countless times, when the moment arrived, Su Wanwan stumbled over her words. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly corrected herself. No, I mean, I could be your. Don't be ridiculous. Ning Chen coldly rebuffed her. Su Wanwan fell silent. Are you simply uninterested in dating? It's all right. I can wait until you feel ready. No, it's just that I don't find you attractive. Ning Chen's rejection was even more blunt this time. Su Wanwan suddenly found herself questioning her existence. Throughout her life, she had been complimented on her beauty wherever she went. These were not mere platitudes. From middle school to university, she had turned down countless suitors, certainly numbering in the hundreds. Yet, for the very first time, someone had called her ugly. For reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted to the campus belle of Qizhou University, a girl named Xu Shuyan. Ning Chen, do you like Xu Shuyan? Su Wanwan asked softly. What? Ning Chen was taken aback, a multitude of question marks appearing above his head. However, in order to dissuade Su Wanwan's hopes, he reluctantly replied, yes, I do prefer the type of Xu Shuyan. I see. Su Wanwan lifted her innocent, sweet face and forced a radiant smile. It's all right, we can still be friends. I will continue to bring you milk tea every day until you win Xu Shuyan's heart. In the hospital, Guan Weiman awoke in a daze, every inch of his body in excruciating pain. Ning Chen, if I don't make you pay for this, I won't bear the name Guan. He gritted his teeth against the agony and reached for his phone on the bedside table, dialing a number. Hello, Brother Bao. I need 300,000 to break someone's leg. On the other end of the line, at the rooftop of the Diamond Club, Chun Zibao was practicing shirtless. Ever since he began training in the ancient strength technique and combined it with the use of body refining powder, he felt his strength surging, improving by leaps and bounds. His prowess had grown more than tenfold compared to 3 months ago. Receiving Guan Weiman's call, he couldn't help but chuckle. What strength do I possess to entertain such trivial matters? Boss Guan, who has dared to provoke you? I have been preoccupied with my cultivation and lack the time for this. Simply provide me with a name and a photograph, and I shall delegate the task to my subordinates, Chen Zibao stated nonchalantly. Understood, Brother Bao. Guan Weiman nodded earnestly. He had heard that the Shuiwei gang, under the leadership of Sister Yinhua, had recently claimed a significant portion of the underground realm in the Xiqing district. Brother Bao, this situation is rather absurd and somewhat embarrassing, Guan Weiman admitted, feeling a twinge of shame. A student managed to overpower me. Chen Zibao furrowed his brow. A student? Really? Guan Weiman confirmed. Not just any student. He likely has some connections. At Qizhou University, he wields considerable influence, to the extent that even the department head refrains from crossing him. Otherwise, I would not have been compelled to part with 300,000. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Zibao's mind drifted to a particular individual. He continued to inquire. What is the name of this formidable student? Ning Chen. Guan Weiman replied promptly. Silence enveloped the line. Brother Bao? Hello. Are you still there? Guan Weiman, bewildered, pulled the phone away to check the screen, puzzled by the lack of issues with the signal. Meanwhile, Chen Zibao was drenched in cold sweat. His first instinct was to hang up and block the foolish Guan Weiman. However, upon reflection, he realized this might present an excellent opportunity to establish his merit. He promptly addressed Guan Weiman, saying, Hello, Boss Guan, the signal here is poor. The student you mentioned earlier is named Ning Chen, correct? Guan Weiman replied, Yes, indeed. His name is Ning Chen, from the 2nd clinical class of the medical department. Chen Zibao nodded. All right, I will arrange for someone to go over immediately. Please transfer the deposit first. Guan Weiman was elated, exclaiming, Great. Thank you, Brother Bao. After hanging up, Chen Zibao quickly dressed and went downstairs to inform Wang Yinhua of the situation. Wang Yinhua then relayed the information to Ning Chen. 300,000 to buy my leg. Ning Chen chuckled. Since he is so ruthless, I shall not hold back either. Let us call the police. Call the police? Wang Yinhua thought she had misheard. Indeed. Hiring someone to inflict harm is a despicable act. It must be dealt with severely. Ning Chen stated matter-of-factly, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Yes. Wang Yinhua was both amused and exasperated. Make sure to gather all the evidence and hire the best lawyer. Let us ensure he serves a lengthy sentence. Ning Chen added, then hung up the phone and leisurely walked into the Rose Garden Villa. Chapter 66. Lin Jiaoyang. Is that not the esteemed Knight Ning? As Ning Chen entered the living room, having just slipped into his slippers, a sarcastic voice reached his ears. Xu Shuyan, clad in a fluffy Hello Kitty pajamas, was seated on the sofa, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. What a nuisance. Ning Chen pouted, making his way to the coffee table to pour himself a glass of water. He felt no sense of restraint in this household anymore. Brother Dolly, we've heard about today's events. How heroic of you to save the damsel in distress. Jiang Tang approached him with a mischievous grin, her small feet racing toward him. Now, confess, are you courting the belle of the medical department? Su Wanwan? Ning Chen shook his head. You're overthinking it. Jiang Tang pointed a delicate finger at his nose. Huh, dare to deny it. Last time, both Shuyan and I saw you dining with Su Wanwan. Is sharing a meal tantamount to romance? Ning Chen responded incredulously. We have dined together numerous times. Does that mean you two are my girlfriends? Ugh, no way. Xu Shuyan exclaimed, as if struck by ill fortune. Ning Chen, if you continue to spout nonsense, I shall inform Mummy that you're taking advantage of both me and Xiao Tang. Hardly interested in taking advantage of you, Ning Chen scoffed, turning on his heel and heading straight to his bedroom. Humph, always so high and mighty. Xiao Tang, do you think he is genuine or merely putting on a facade? Xu Shuyan cast a glance at Ning Chen's bedroom door. With her and Xiao Tang's striking beauty, they inevitably attract attention wherever they go. However, within the confines of their home, even clad in shorts, Ning Chen scarcely spares them a glance. At times, Xu Shuyan finds herself questioning whether Ning Chen is truly a man. I believe, Jiang Tang chuckled, that Brother Dolly is merely putting on an act. In the bedroom, Ning Chen overheard their private conversation, a faint, resigned smile playing at the corners of his lips. To this ancient entity, having lived for 2 millennia, Xu Shuyan, Jiang Tang, and Su Wanwan were nothing but mere children, failing to ignite any interest. On a Sunday morning, he was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Wenyu. Hello. What is it? He mumbled, still groggy. Ning Xiaoyu, you seem to have forgotten something important. Today marks my 80th birthday, and you promised Qinglan you would attend. When you replied, unfazed, his tone cheerful. Oh, the 80th birthday, right. I remember now. Ning Chen acknowledged before hanging up and drifting back to sleep. He had spent the previous night gaming with Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang until the early hours. When he finally rose at noon, he discovered the house eerily quiet, with neither Xu Shuyan nor Jiang Tang in sight. Typically, at this hour, they would still be lost in slumber. Brother Dolly, Shuyan and I have stepped out for a bit. There are meals in the fridge. Please heat them up yourself. Read a message from Jiang Tang sent around 8 in the morning. Upon seeing it, Ning Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. Living here for 4 years seemed rather pleasant after all. In the afternoon, the Peach Blossom Source Grand Hotel was a spectacle of luxury, with an array of opulent vehicles and a plethora of esteemed guests. Today marked the 80th birthday of the venerable patriarch of the Wen family, a significant event that drew the Cr. de la Cr. of Qingzhou's high society. Naturally, the Su family was no exception. Su Jingshan attended the celebration with his beloved wife, Xiao Jing, and their cherished daughter, Xu Shuyan, elegantly dressed and mingling amidst the influential figures of Qingzhou. Alas, with such a bounty of delectable offerings, one could only imagine how delighted Brother Dolly would have been. As Jiang Tang strolled past tables laden with untouched delicacies, he plucked a grape and savored its sweetness, reflecting on the scene before him. Exquisite desserts, premium wines, and imported fruits were artfully arranged like masterpieces. Yet the majority of the guests were preoccupied with social climbing and power plays, barely sampling the culinary delights, perhaps only indulging in a couple of sushi pieces to stave off hunger. On another note, maintaining fresh breath while eating is a crucial aspect of social etiquette. Shuyan, allow me to introduce you to Lin Jiaoyang. Su Jingshan presented his daughter to a dashing young man. Lin Jiaoyang, tall and impeccably dressed in an expensive bespoke suit, stood around 6 feet tall with striking features that made him appear as though he had stepped out of a novel. Even Xu Shuyan felt a flicker of admiration upon seeing him. While it may not have been love at first sight, she certainly felt a spark of attraction. Hello. Xu Shuyan greeted politely. You must be the daughter of Xu Shu, Lin Jiaoyang remarked, his gaze affirming the rumors of her beauty. With a boldness that surprised her, he reached for Xu Shuyan's hand, seemingly intending to kiss the back of her hand. What are you doing? Xu Shuyan quickly stepped back, her eyes warily fixed on Lin Jiaoyang. Beside her, Zhao Jing subtly furrowed her brow. I apologize, Miss Su, Lin Jiaoyang said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. I just returned from Ingwa and am still not accustomed to the social etiquette here. I sincerely apologize for my rashness. It's all right, Xu Shuyan replied, shaking her head. Since he had already expressed regret, she felt it courteous to ease the situation. However, Su Jingshan seemed unfazed and instead held Lin Jiaoyang in high esteem. Shuyan, you should add Lin Jiaoyang on WeChat. It would be beneficial for you to keep in touch. His father and I were high school classmates. Don't let his youth fool you. He has already amassed a fortune worth several billion, all through his own efforts without relying on family. Several billion? Self-made? Both Xu Shuyan and Xiao Jing were taken aback. This Lin Jiaoyang appeared to be merely 24 or 25. How could he possibly be so accomplished? I believe my uncle is overstating, Lin Jiaoyang said with a self-deprecating tone. I was merely fortunate to make some money in the virtual currency market. If the market turns unfavorable, I might suffer considerable losses. One cannot compare oneself to an industrious entrepreneur like Uncle Su, he added humbly. Haha. Such humility from a young man. Su Jingshan chuckled appreciatively. Yet, Xiao Jing recalled a news story from some time ago, mentioning a student from Ingwa who had established a virtual currency company, exploiting domestic investors and absconding with billions, leaving countless families devastated. Could this young man before her be the same individual? Jingshan, please come here for a moment. Xiao Jing pulled her husband away. Before leaving, Su Jingshan asked Xu Shuyan and Lin Jiaoyang to add each other on WeChat, then inquired, what is the matter, my dear? Jingshan, I ask you, do you wish to match Shuyan with this Lin Jiaoyang? Xiao Jing questioned. Indeed, what's wrong with that? Su Jingshan replied nonchalantly. Jiaoyang is quite the catch in Qizhou right now. Many are eyeing the billions he possesses. I happen to know his father. You are pushing our daughter into a pit of fire. Xiao Jing abruptly interrupted him, her voice laced with anger. You have invested in cryptocurrencies. I refuse to believe you are oblivious to the crypto scene. This young man is involved in insider trading and is suspected of money laundering, driving countless individuals to despair. Are you not aware? That is quite normal, Su Jingshan waved dismissively. The uncertainties surrounding cryptocurrencies are manifold. During those bearish years, weren't there crowds on the rooftops? Chapter 67. The invitation from the Wen family on the other side. Lin Jiaoyang and Xu Shuyan exchanged WeChat contacts and shared a knowing smile. I heard Miss Xu is still attending university? Lin Jiaoyang casually inquired. Yes, at Qizhou University, Xu Shuyan replied, her lips parting delicately. What about you? I studied abroad. But I shall refrain from mentioning the name of my university. Lin Jiaoyang intentionally omitted the less prestigious institution he attended. He then sighed. Home is truly better. If given another choice, I doubt I would choose England again. Xu Shuyan blinked her beautiful eyes in curiosity. Why is that? In his heart, Lin Jiaoyang wished to express. Because Qingdao University has someone as lovely as you. However, he was acutely aware that such corny flattery would be unappealing. With a slight smile, he replied, no particular reason. In a foreign land, I long for the taste of local Qizhou cuisine, but I can only find steak and burgers, which is becoming rather tiresome. Haha. I didn't expect you to be so down-to-earth. Xu Shuyan laughed, her smile radiant. Lin Jiaoyang found himself momentarily entranced, silently reflecting. I never anticipated that there would be such a stunning girl in Qizhou. This trip back home is truly delightful. Regardless, I must win her over. Would you like something to eat? Xu Shuyan noticed Lin Jiaoyang's distraction and deftly shifted the conversation. I can go get it for you. Sure, thank you. Lin Jiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. Just as Xu Shuyan turned away, he found his gaze uncontrollably drawn to her figure, swallowing hard. Just as Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing approached, the latter keenly detected the fervor in the eyes of the talented young man, her brows slightly furrowing. Soon after, Lin Jiaoyang bumped into a few friends and greeted Xu Shuyan before departing. Finally free, Xu Shuyan joined Jiang Tang. Little Tang, let me tell you. I just met an incredibly affluent and handsome guy. Xu Shuyan's impression of Lin Jiaoyang was splendid, her cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. Her father and his father were classmates. She felt that sweet romance might soon be in her grasp. Jiang Tang, holding Xu Shuyan's phone, browsed through Lin Jiaoyang's social media. Only visible for 3 days? Jiang Tang mused, her brow knitting in concern. She knew that some cad would limit their social media visibility to 3 days when trying to allure a new admirer, simultaneously adding an air of mystery to themselves. Shuyan, you've just met him, don't rush things. With your beauty, finding a boyfriend shouldn't be a challenge, Jiang Tang remarked playfully. Besides, you have a strong protector at home, so exercise a bit of restraint. Him? Xu Shuyan's expression of anticipation swiftly morphed into disdain. Come on. He and Lin Jiaoyang are worlds apart. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. Jiang Tang placed her hands on her hips, asserting, I think that strong brother is quite admirable. At least he can protect us when danger arises. Oh, little Tang, are you defending Ning Chen? Xu Shuyan teased with a mischievous smile. Come clean. Do you have feelings for him? Where could it be? I was merely making a comparison. Jiang Tang did not acknowledge it and quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Shuyan, can we pack some of the items here? I wish to take them back for Deliga. So concerned about him, yet she claims to have no interest. Xu Shuyan shot Jiang Tang a disapproving glance. Although Ning Chen had saved their family, she still harbored a certain disdain for this small-town youth, believing her best friend deserved better than him. However, if the two truly ended up together, she would undoubtedly extend her blessings. At that moment, Xu Shuyan's gaze drifted, and she spotted a familiar figure in the buffet area. This figure was voraciously devouring a plate of desserts, starkly contrasting with the social elites engaged in polite conversation around them. Ning Chen? Xu Shuyan's body stiffened in surprise as she absent-mindedly tapped Jiang Tang's shoulder. Tang, did I see incorrectly? What is Ning Chen doing here? What? Jiang Tang turned to look, her face lighting up with excitement. It really is Li Gu. Over here. Over here. She enthusiastically waved her hand, drawing considerable attention, which made Xu Shuyan feel a tinge of embarrassment. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing also cast bewildered glances, clearly surprised at Ning Chen's presence in such a setting. Tang. Ning Chen looked up to greet them, his mouth still smeared with cream. Li Gu. How did you end up here? Jiang Tang bounced over to Ning Chen, resembling an adorable little bunny. The Wen family invited me, candidly informed her. You're boasting. Xu Shuyan approached, her arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Chen. How could the Wen family possibly invite you? Why wouldn't they invite me? Ning Chen replied nonchalantly, licking the cream from the corner of his mouth. I suppose I can consider myself a friend of old Master Wen, albeit barely. Xu Shuyan could hardly muster the energy to retort. The Wen family had once been a formidable force, commanding influence like a tempest. though they had waned in recent years. They still held significant sway in Qizhou. The Jishu Yaoyuan Group, under their auspices, remained a prominent enterprise among the nation's top 500. How could a mere youth hailing from a county town possibly befriend Old Master One? That claim seemed exceedingly far-fetched. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Jiang Tang burst into laughter, finding Ning Chen's assertions rather implausible. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a profound sense of security whenever she laid eyes on him. "Miss Su, is this your friend?" Suddenly, Lin Jiaoyang's voice echoed from behind. "Ah, Mr. Lin? Friend? No, not quite. He is the son of my mother's close friend," Xu Shuyan stammered, taken aback by Lin Jiaoyang's unexpected arrival. "Oh." Lin Jiaoyang nodded, extending his hand toward Ning Chen. "Hello, I am Lin Jiaoyang." He had been engrossed in conversation with several new acquaintances, but upon noticing a male approaching Xu Shuyan, a sense of urgency compelled him to stride over. What vexed him was that Ning Chen did not immediately extend his hand. Instead, he first indulged in a piece of cake, then languidly reached out, his expression replete with impatience. Ning Chen, such arrogance. One might wonder from which illustrious family he hails, thought Lin Jiaoyang. Could you not exhibit a modicum of courtesy? Xu Shuyan could not help but cast a disapproving glance at Ning Chen. However, Ning Chen paid her no mind and continued to savor the delicacies before him. When Old Man Wen had ushered him in, he had specifically mentioned that the offerings were available for unrestricted consumption. Brother Ning appears quite famished. "Did you not have a meal before arriving?" Lin Jiaoyang remarked, observing Ning Chen devour his food with fervor. "I ate, but not to satisfaction," Ning Chen replied politely. "I see." Lin Jiaoyang pondered the extent of Ning Chen's background, daring to act so unreservedly in such a setting. Suddenly, a few new acquaintances he had just met approached. One of them, upon spotting Ning Chen, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Ning Chen, what on earth are you doing here?" "Jihao, do you know him?" Lin Jiaoyang inquired, recognizing that the newcomer was none other than Chen Jihao, the young master of the Chen family, with whom Ning Chen had previously had some altercations. Chapter 68. Mr. Ning is a distinguished guest of the Wen family. Oh no. A jolt of alarm coursed through Xu Shuyan's heart. Security. Security. Chen Jihao directly summoned the nearby security personnel, pointing at Ning Chen. "There's a rustic intruder here. Hurry and expel him." The bewildered security guards exchanged glances and swiftly approached. Rustic intruder? Lin Jiaoyang looked at Xu Shuyan in confusion. Xu Shuyan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shot a glare at Ning Chen before exclaiming, "Chen Jihao, what are you doing?" "What do you mean? What am I doing? Is it acceptable for a petty individual like this to freely attend Old Master Wen's birthday banquet?" Chen Jihao scoffed. "So, it turns out he has no background." Lin Jiaoyang realized this and felt a wave of revulsion, as if he had swallowed a fly, immediately stepping aside several paces in his shiny leather shoes. Soon, the security guards arrived, surrounding Ning Chen, who was still indulging in the feast. "Sir, may I ask if you have an invitation?" One of the guards inquired with a furrowed brow. "None." Ning Chen shook his head. "Then may I ask how you entered?" The guard pressed further. "Humph. I slipped in quietly. How else would I have come in?" Chen Jihao mocked. "Old Master Wen brought me in," Ning Chen replied. The guards were momentarily at a loss for words. Representatives from prominent families such as the Su, Chun, and Lin families had entered without a sight of Old Master Wen, and this young lad was boasting without even a hint of credibility. "Throw him out," commanded the head of security, as two guards grabbed Ning Chen by the shoulders. Chen Jihao wore a smug smile at the corners of his mouth. "Stop it." Just then, Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing rushed over. Xiao Jing, visibly infuriated, pushed aside two security guards, exclaiming, "What are you doing? He is my godson." "Ah, this." The head of security, recognizing Xiao Jing, quickly apologized. "My apologies, miss. Xiao, we were unaware." "Xiao Chun, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me?" Xiao Jing's expression turned slightly awkward. It's not that I intentionally didn't bring you along, Annie. It's all right, Aunt Xiao," Ning Chen replied with a smile, unfazed. "All right, Xiao Chun. Since you are here, stay put, enjoy some food, and refrain from wandering about," Su Jingshan admonished with a frown. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash resonated throughout the hotel lobby. Hundreds of guests, impeccably dressed in suits and evening gowns, turned their heads in unison. Chen Jihao was sent flying like a rag doll, landing several meters away and crashing into multiple tables. The food arranged on those tables splattered all over him, drenching him like a drowned rat. On the ground lay two blood-stained teeth. Lin Jiaoyang, Xu Shuyan, and others were left utterly stunned. No one had anticipated that Ning Chen would dare to strike someone in such a setting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Jingshan erupted in fury. Ning Chen, what are you doing? Just giving him a slap, Ning Chen replied nonchalantly, withdrawing his hand. You. Su Jingshan was so enraged that he rolled his eyes, nearly losing his balance. Dad! Xu Shuyan exclaimed, aware of her father's heart condition, as she rushed to support him. She then scolded, Ning Chen, are you out of your mind? Ning Chen ignored her. He was contemplating whether to stay for more food or to leave when he was approached by Chen Jiahua's father, a corpulent middle-aged tycoon. Old Chen, your son has been attacked. You should hurry. What? Chen Jibiao gasped, hastening over. His beloved son, Chen Jihua, lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, blood streaming from his nose, mouth, and ears, with 2 front teeth missing and his consciousness fading. What on earth happened? A wealthy young man, preoccupied with flirting, cast a surprised glance at Chen Jibiao. Qin Xiao, it seems that Chen Jihua has been assaulted. A flamboyantly dressed socialite expressed her astonishment. I can't believe someone would dare to strike here. Suddenly, Qin Fen noticed Ning Chen's face, realizing the striking resemblance to the portrait he had seen. Could it be him? Excited, Qin Fen swiftly took a photo and sent it to the esteemed Yi family heir, who was far away in Binhai. At that moment, Sun Jibiao, having finished calling for emergency assistance, raised his fist, intent on striking Ning Chen. You little brat. How dare you harm my son, Chen Jibiao? I will make you pay. Stop. A melodious voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. He has only been gone for 5 minutes, and already he has caused trouble. No wonder Grandpa asked me to keep an eye on him. When Qinlong glanced at the prostrate Chen Jihua, sighing in resignation, Miss Wen, Chen Jibrao gritted his teeth, pointing at Ning Chen, exclaiming, This little brat indiscriminately attacked my son. The Wen family must provide me with an explanation. His furious voice reverberated through the hall on the first floor. Everyone assumed that Ning Chen was destined for misfortune. However, when Qinlong cast a glance at Ning Chen and replied, Explanation? What explanation? Mr. Ning is a distinguished guest of the Wen family. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as if time had stopped. The guests believed they had misheard. A distinguished guest of the Wen family? This young man? What? Chen Jibiao was taken aback, staring blankly at Ning Chen. Then, at Wen Qinglong. Miss Wen you must be mistaken. This young man. Wen Qinglong wore a serious expression and said, Director Chen, please mind your address. Chen Jibiao swallowed hard, realizing why this young man dared to act so recklessly. It turned out he had a significant background. The guests were enlightened, though the Su family remained in a state of bewilderment. Shuyan, did I hear incorrectly? Jiang Tang asked dumbfoundedly. Miss Wen said that Brother Dali is a distinguished guest of the Wen family? I'm not sure either. What is going on? Xu Shuyan suddenly felt as if she no longer recognized Ning Chen. Reflecting on his earlier words felt akin to slapping herself across the face. Xiao Chen, what on earth is happening? Came Xiao Jing's inquiry. Xu Shuyan wished to lean in closer to listen, her curiosity about Ning Chen's relationship with the Wen family overwhelming her. It is of little consequence. I possess some medical knowledge and have treated old man Wen in the past. Whenever he is well, he invites me for meals, and through this, we have become friends. Ning Chen spoke with an air of fabrication. Ah, I see. Xiao Jing nodded in understanding. During the recent incident involving poisonous mushrooms at the Intercontinental Hotel, Ning Chen had previously hinted at his medical expertise. However, the Su family was taken aback to discover that he had actually befriended old Master Wen, which was quite absurd. Ahem, Xiao Chen, even so, you must refrain from resorting to violence. Today marks the 80th birthday of the old master. Su Jingshan's tone softened considerably. Oh. Ning Chen idly cleaned his ears. Observing Ning Chen's demeanor, Su Jingshan felt a tad awkward and chose to remain silent. Brother Dali, you are truly impressive. Jiang Tang gazed at Ning Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ning Chen smiled indulgently and affectionately ruffled her hair. Xu Shuyan watched this scene, feeling an inexplicable pang of heartache and sorrow. Chapter 69. He is not a good person at this moment. The respectful voice of Wen Qinlong emerged, announcing that the banquet was about to commence and that a VIP seat had been reserved for Mr. Ning. Ning Chen acknowledged with a grunt. As he passed by Xu Shuyan, he suddenly spoke up, advising her to heed his words for the sake of Aunt Xiao. Stay away from Lin Jiaoyan. He is not a good person. With that, Ning Chen strode away. Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by Ning Chen's words. How perplexing. Xu Shuyan felt a mix of confusion and indignation, thinking, so he considers himself a good person? That violent maniac only knows how to resolve issues with brute force. After departing, Wen Qinlong could not help but turn back to inquire, Lin Jiaoyang, He is the son of Lin Quan, correct? Ning Chen nodded. Most likely. Having grown accustomed to such responses, when Xinlan pressed on, how do you know he is not a good person? Ning Chen succinctly replied, murderous intent. When Xinlan was taken aback, murderous intent? Are you saying that Lin Jiaoyang has killed someone? Ning Chen replied nonchalantly, not just someone. He has killed many. When Xinlan's expression was one of skepticism, is that true? How could I not discern it? Ning Chen chuckled, with your meager skills. How could you possess any discernment? You. When Xinlan clenched her delicate fist in indignation. Meanwhile, the guests gradually moved towards the banquet hall on the second floor. Lin Jiaoyang also recounted the earlier incident to his father, Lin Quan. Oh, in Qizhou, there exists a remarkable young talent, intriguing indeed. Lin Quan, a man in his 50s, has aged remarkably well, appearing to be in his early 40s. He is clad in a sharply tailored suit, complemented by slender-framed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Not far behind the Lin father and son, Qin Fen's phone rang. It was a call from the young master of the Yi family. Hello, young Master Yi. Qin Fen pressed the answer button, only to be nearly overwhelmed by a boisterous shout. It was him. Qin Fen, it's indeed him. Where are you right now? I'm coming over immediately. The voice of Yi Gula reverberated with palpable excitement. At the Taohua Yuan Hotel in Qizhou. Just as Qin Fen finished speaking, Yi Gula shouted again, Taohua Yuan Hotel? Splendid. Keep an eye on him. I'm on my way. The call abruptly ended, leaving Qin Fen somewhat bewildered. Who exactly was this person? Why was the young master of the Yi family so fervently agitated? In the banquet hall on the second floor, when you had arranged for Ning Chen to sit beside him, the Xu family, the Lin family, and numerous other prominent families filled the table, totaling nearly 30 individuals. When you took the microphone, casually exchanging pleasantries before the banquet commenced, a succession of exquisite dishes was presented, accompanied by renowned liquors such as Mao Tai and Wulianya, which were abundant throughout the venue. Hearing that Ning, the young brother, was proficient in medicine, one could not help but wonder from which illustrious medical lineage he hailed. Was it from the Sun family of Benhai, the Tang family of Suzhou, or the Lan family of Jinling? Seizing the opportunity during the toast, the head of the Lin family, Lin Quan, raised his glass and addressed Ning Chen, while the curious gazes of over 20 affluent elites were directed towards him. Medical skills? When you and when Xinlan were both somewhat puzzled. Isn't Ning Chen a practitioner of internal martial arts? How could he also possess medical expertise? Ning Chen chose to remain silent, uninterested in engaging with them, and continued to use his chopsticks to pick at the dishes. The atmosphere was rife with awkwardness. The Lin family was also a prominent clan in Qizhou. Yet this young man displayed such blatant disrespect. Oh, so arrogant. Little brother, you must hail from one of the 7 noble houses, or perhaps a prestigious family in the capital. Surely, we are unworthy to share a table with you, remarked a stout woman with wine-red hair, her tone laced with mockery. Among the wealthy and influential present, none were unaware of the 7 noble houses. They represented the 7 most powerful families in the South, each boasting a history of over 1,000 years and formidable heritage, with the Yi family of Benhai standing at the forefront. As for the noble families of the capital, they belonged to an entirely different realm of existence. Then why don't you hurry up and leave? Ning Chen retorted sharply. What did you say? The stout woman erupted in anger, slamming her palm on the table. Old one, did you invite such a brash young man to ruin everyone's enjoyment? Ms. Xia, Xiao Jing interjected with a stern expression. You were the one who started with your sarcastic remarks. My godson has done nothing to offend you. Mr. Xiao, what you say is quite ironic. I was merely making a jest. How has that become sarcasm? The stout woman, Xia Hong, was engaged in the medical device business and had numerous collaborations with the Wen family. Her long-standing friendship with Chen Zhibio allowed her to speak with such disdain. Young brother Ning has indeed gone too far. Naturally, Lin Quan, who had just been humiliated, chose to side with Xia Hong. He adjusted his glasses upon the bridge of his nose and said with displeasure, We are all here to celebrate old man Wen's birthday. Young brother, resorting to violence and insults is utterly inappropriate. If you continue with this nonsense, I shall have no choice but to deal with both of you. Do you believe that? Ning Chen, holding his chopsticks, cast a glance at Lin Quan and Xia Hong. The 2 entrepreneurs were so incensed that they nearly erupted in anger. Enough. Let us all refrain from further remarks and focus on our meal. When you finally interjected, only then did Xia Hong and Lin Quan reluctantly take their seats. Yet, Xia Hong was not to be silenced. She glanced at Lin Jiaoyang, seated across from her, and remarked with a smile, Isn't this the young master of the Lin family? Oh my, he is truly a remarkable figure. You flatter me, Miss Xia. Lin Jiaoyang responded with a grin. Truly, the son of a prominent family exudes such politeness. Unlike certain individuals, Xiaohong quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Chen. Young Master Lin, I have heard that you amassed a fortune of several billion at such a young age. My goodness, it renders us seasoned veterans quite embarrassed. Oh no, it is merely luck, Lin Jiaoyang replied, waving his hands dismissively. When it came to discussing his son, Lin Quan was filled with pride. However, he humbly stated, Jiaoyang merely capitalized on opportunities. It does not reflect any true skill. You are far too modest, Mr. Lin. Several entrepreneurs chimed in with laughter. Ah, Mr. Lin, I see that your son and Miss Su's daughter are indeed a match made in heaven, Xiaohong exclaimed, as if unveiling a delightful secret, pointing at Lin Jiaoyang and Xu Shuyan. Look at them. They are truly a golden boy and a jade girl. Miss Xia, please refrain from making such comments. Lin Jiaoyang responded with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Jiaoyang noticed that Xu Shuyan's face had turned crimson and quickly waved his hand, asserting that today was their first meeting. What does that matter? We can gradually get to know each other, he added. Xiaohong, feeling the urge to play matchmaker, incessantly facilitated their interaction. Lin Quan and Su Jingshan exchanged knowing smiles. However, Xiao Jing was unwilling to permit her daughter to become a mere pawn in a marriage of convenience and sought to end the topic. She picked up a bag from under her feet and, with a smile, asked the waiter to present it to Wen Yu. Mr. Wen, this is a piece of bloodstone I had someone procure from Lingnan some time ago. Today, I present it to you as a birthday gift, wishing you prosperity as vast as the Eastern Sea. The attention of the guests was immediately captured by her gesture. Xu Shuyan, feeling shy from Xiaohong's prodding, breathed a sigh of relief as her mother successfully shifted the conversation. Yet, Lin Jiaoyang was still captivated. He believed Xu Shuyan was already within his grasp. As the gift-giving segment commenced, the 30-odd guests at the table began to present their carefully prepared gifts. Mr. Wen, I hear you enjoy tea. So I present you with this century-old Da Hong Pao tea brick as a birthday offering. Mr. Wen, I understand you have an appreciation for calligraphy. This piece by Lu Chunlin has been in my collection for many years, and today I gift it to you. Mr. Wen, Wen Yu's smile broadened, and he nodded appreciatively. Wen Qinglan assisted in receiving the gifts. The Wen family was affluent and not in need of such trivial offerings. Hence, Wen Qinglan's expression remained rather neutral. At that moment, Lin Jiaoyang rose to his feet and lifted a gift box from beneath him. Mr. Wen, having just returned to the country, I did not have time to prepare a proper gift. This ginseng is a century-old treasure from the Changbai Mountains, which I acquired for over 8 million. As a distinguished figure in the pharmaceutical industry, I seek your esteemed opinion on its authenticity. The table erupted in astonishment. 8 million for a piece of Changbai ginseng? This sum is nearly equivalent to a luxury riverside residence in Qingzhou. A gesture even entrepreneurs like Xiaohong and Su Jingshan would hesitate to make. Shuyan, he is incredibly wealthy. Jiang Tang exclaimed in awe. Indeed, I have heard he possesses a fortune of several billion. 8 million must be a mere trifle for him, Xu Shuyan replied. What I mean is, he is foolishly extravagant. Jiang Tang chuckled behind her hand. At this moment, when you instructed someone to unwrap the gift box, revealing a spindle-shaped ginseng with remarkably long roots that captivated the attention of all the guests at the table, Ning Chen cast a glance, detecting a faint aura emanating from it. Although it was genuine, the aura's potency was rather insufficient to aid his injuries, leaving him indifferent. It is indeed authentic. Old Wen commented, donning his reading glasses and scrutinizing it for a while. He then raised his gaze to Lin Jiaoyang, saying, Young Master Lin, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Yet this ginseng is far too precious for me to accept without compensation. How about this, Qinglan? Please transfer the payment to young Master Lin later. Before Wen Qinglan could respond, Lin Jiaoyang boldly declined. Old One, there is truly no need. It is but a small token of goodwill. To be candid, I am returning to the country to venture into the pharmaceutical industry, and I will require your guidance in the future. When you remained contemplative, Lin Quan expressed with a hint of emotion, Old One, I have mentioned to Jiaoyang about you, and upon learning that the century-old ginseng could be beneficial for that ailment, he spared no expense to acquire it. In any case, this is the heartfelt intention of the younger generation. I hope you will graciously accept it. Upon hearing the mention of General Wan, the guests around the table exchanged peculiar glances. A trace of sorrow flickered in Wen Qinglan's beautiful eyes as she lowered her head deeply. Very well. Jiaoyang has shown his thoughtfulness. Finally, Wen Yu ceased to decline and accepted this precious birthday gift. Meanwhile, Ning Chen gleaned some insights about the one family from the conversation between Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang. Xiao Tang, were you not aware of this matter? Old Wen's son, Wen Hua, was in a car accident 4 years ago and has since remained in a vegetative state. The stock price of Jishur Pharmaceutical plummeted, and the Wen family has seen a decline year after year. Xu Shuyan spoke of this matter with palpable sentiment. So that is the case. Ning Chen's heart awakened to understanding. No wonder after knowing Old Wen for so long, he had never once mentioned his son. Just then, the irksome voice of Xia Hong pierced through the atmosphere. Hey, you lad named Ning, what birthday gift have you brought for Old One? At her words, everyone turned their attention to Ning Chen. Surely, he did not arrive empty-handed. Xia Hong feigned surprise and remarked, as fellow juniors. Young Master Lin presented a century-old ginseng worth 8 million, and you come empty-handed? That hardly seems appropriate. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, with Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing displaying glum expressions. Lin Jiaoyang chuckled softly, but chose to remain silent as he took his seat. All right, Director Xia. Wen Yu's expression darkened. It was I who instructed Ning Xiaoyu not to prepare anything, merely to attend. Oh dear, Wen Lao. Who exactly is this lad to you that you guard him so fiercely? Xia Hong remarked with displeasure. Who says I haven't prepared a gift for the celebration? At this moment, Ning Chen, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin and spoke nonchalantly. The gaze of the crowd swiftly converged upon him. Lin Jiaoyang also observed Ning Chen with keen interest, eager to see what gift this young man would present and whether it could rival his own in value. As he spoke, Ning Chen extracted a crumpled piece of white paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and casually handed it to Wen Yu. The crowd was enveloped in confusion. What on earth? A mere piece of paper as a gift? Could it possibly contain the winning numbers for the next lottery? Wen Yu took the wrinkled paper, glanced at it quickly, and inquired with puzzlement, Dragon Gallbladder Essence Pill? What is this? It's a prescription, Ning Chen replied, his tone laced with mild reproach. Aren't you in the medical field? How could you not recognize it? Indeed, it was a prescription. Wen Yu managed a wry smile. Xia Hong's derisive voice immediately followed. This is utterly ridiculous, trying to pass off a prescription as a gift. You understand nothing, Ning Chen retorted with a cold laugh. The value of this prescription far exceeds that of his pitiful ginseng. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiaoyang's lips twitched in irritation, and he felt an urge to curse. Yet, his good upbringing compelled him to maintain a courteous smile. Brother Ning, your pretense is rather excessive, isn't it? It's merely a prescription. Even if it is a long-lost ancient remedy, how much could it possibly be worth? Ning Chen replied with unwavering confidence, it is a priceless treasure, beyond your imagination. Lin Jiaoyang chuckled derisively. Oh, what a grand boast. The guests, including Su Jingshan, were rendered speechless. If it truly is a priceless treasure, would you be willing to part with it? However, when you understood that Ning Chen likely had a master of remarkable prowess, thus, he resolved to seek assistance the following day to attempt the creation of this long Danxing Jingwan. This prescription, originating from the southern celestial realm, had been modified by Ning Chen, resulting in a significant reduction of its efficacy. Nevertheless, the necessary ingredients could easily be sourced on Earth. Should Wen Yu possess the vision, he could amass untold wealth through this remedy in the future. This also served as a test for Ning Chen towards the Wen family. In the face of the guest mockery, Ning Chen chose to remain unperturbed. Lin Jiaoyang began to regard Ning Chen as a mere jester, even questioning Wen Yu's judgment in inviting such a fool to the birthday celebration, thus disrupting the guest enjoyment. Meanwhile, outside the Peach Blossom Source Grand Hotel, night had descended. Several vans came to a halt. A dozen thugs, armed with steel rods, sat in the vehicles, poised for action. Brother Chen, when shall we strike? Inquired a bald man, flicking his cigarette but out the window. No rush. They are currently celebrating Old Master Wen's birthday. We'll wait until that little brat emerges. Qin Jibia replied from the driver's seat, his face brimming with ferocity. Bang. He slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Damn it. How dare you strike the son of Qin Jibiao? You must be oblivious to the path I once traversed. Adeo shortly. Don the hood and beat that lad to a pulp. If he dies, it shall be on my account. The bald man grinned widely. Understood, Brother Chen. Chapter 79. Because I adore Ning Chen. Yes. I understand. I shall never set foot in Qingzhou University again. Wu Hui was so frightened that he nearly lost control. If the enforcers inquire about these 3 rascals, do you know what to say? Ning Chen gestured towards the trio of thugs. It was them, intoxicated and accidentally striking themselves with a hammer. Wu Hui stammered. Once he finished speaking, the weight on his back lifted. When Wu Hui looked up again, Ning Chen had vanished without a trace. Craving a cup of milk tea proved to be quite a challenge. As Ning Chen strolled along the food street, he reflected on the misfortunes of Xu Wanwan, the young girl who ran a milk tea stall. It seemed she was perpetually plagued by pests or malicious inspections. Had it not been for his protection, her milk tea business would surely have faltered. Meanwhile, Xu Shuyan finally managed to procure a cup of encounter milk tea. Taking a sip, she found it quite delightful, with commendable ingredients. Xu, classmate. Just as she was about to leave, a timid voice called out from behind. Oh, it's you, Su's beauty. Xu Shuyan recognized Xu Wanwan. No, I am not any kind of beauty. Xu Wanwan blushed and quickly waved her hands. Too bashful to claim such a title in front of Xu Shuyan. Haha, you are simply adorable. I have wanted to meet you for quite some time. Xu Shuyan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Is there something you wish to discuss? I have a little matter to address. Xu Wanwan glanced at Jiang Tang. Tang is my dearest friend. Please feel free to speak candidly. Xu Shuyan encouraged. Oh. Xu Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage. I wish to inquire your opinion on Ning Chen. Ning Chen? Xu Shuyan's brows furrowed. Why bring up that violent man? Ah? Xu Wanwan was taken aback. Has Ning Chen been bullying you in class? Xu Shuyan suddenly adopted a serious expression. You must tell me, and I shall help you seek vengeance. No, not at all. Xu Wanwan hastily shook her head. Are you certain there is nothing amiss? Xu Shuyan scrutinized her with the intensity of a detective. Ning Chen, that perverse and brooding brute, may seem innocent, but he is quite lascivious at heart. Xu, given your exquisite beauty, you must be cautious. Lascivious? How could that possibly be? Xu Wanwan exclaimed in disbelief, feeling that such a term was utterly unfitting for Ning Chen. He is not nearly as dreadful as you portray. Shuyan, you may as well disparage him relentlessly. Jiang Tang chimed in with a laugh. I speak only the truth, Xu Shuyan retorted with a huff. Does this mean, Xu, that you harbor a strong dislike for Ning Chen? Xu Wanwan inquired once more. Indubitably, Xu Shuyan replied without a second thought. From the very first day I met him, I have held no fondness for him. Upon hearing the words do not like, an uncontrollable joy flickered in Xu Wanwan's eyes. You seem quite pleased? Jiang Tang asked. Her curiosity piqued. Yes, for I have a fondness for Ning Chen, Xu Wanwan candidly confessed. Thus, hearing that Xu harbors no affection for him brings me great delight. Ah? Both women were momentarily stunned. Xu Shuyan was about to advise Xu Wanwan against straying down the wrong path when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Student Xu, I am quite curious as to why you specifically came to inquire about this matter, she asked. It's because Ning Chen likes you. Xu Wanwan blinked her bright, doe-like eyes. Are you not aware? Xu Shuyan's delicate face was filled with astonishment. Jiang Tang's cherry lips formed a perfect ta shape as well. After conversing for a while longer, Xu Wanwan returned to her work. Hee, Shuyan, no wonder Dali Gu often engages in banter with you, causing you distress. It turns out he has feelings for you. Jiang Tang nudged Xu Shuyan playfully and chuckled. As the saying goes, to hit is to show affection, to scold is to love. Humph, who wants his affection? Xu Shuyan crossed her arms and replied somewhat uncomfortably, in any case, it is impossible between us. Jiang Tang laughed. I find Dali Gu quite charming. Being with him always brings a sense of security. Xu Shuyan cast a glance at her friend. With you so fond of him, why not pursue him? Jiang Tang covered her face with her small hands. A girl chasing a boy is like a veil between them. It feels rather embarrassing to take the initiative. Do you truly like him? Xu Shuyan rolled her eyes. I think he pales in comparison to Lin Jiaoyang. Not to mention there is almost no basis for comparison. It's not that exaggerated. Jiang Tang pouted and then added, by the way, Shuyan, both Dali Gu and I feel that Lin Jiaoyang has some issues. You should be cautious in your relationship with him and ensure you are not deceived. Rest assured. Xu Shuyan lifted her elegant neck and proclaimed with pride. Though Lin Jiaoyang is exceptional, I, Xu Shuyan, am equally remarkable. Until I thoroughly assess his circumstances, I shan't allow him to touch me. Hee, that's splendid. Jiang Tang replied with a playful smile. From now on, while I'm with Brother Dali, you shall be with Lin Jiaoyang. But you have a formidable competitor. Xu Shuyan remarked with a teasing glance at Xu Wanwan's retreating figure, her brows arching in amusement. I shall strive diligently, Jiang Tang declared, clenching her fist with determination. Upon observing her best friend's demeanor, Xu Shuyan recognized her genuine affection for Ning Chen. Yet, recalling the connection between Ning Chen and Lin Jiaoyang, a wave of frustration washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Jiaoyang. Jiaoyang, let us go out and have some fun tonight. Meanwhile, oblivious to all of this, Ning Chen was indulging in spicy hot pot. Yi Gulu called, asking boss, "Are you free tonight?" Ning Chen replied, "What's up?" Yi Gulu chuckled, "A friend of mine has opened a bar at Qingzhou building. Come join me. There are plenty of beautiful women." Ning Chen responded, "I have no interest in such establishments." Understanding he could not persuade Ning Chen, Yi Gulu sighed, "All right then. It seems I shall enjoy the company of all those lovely ladies alone." Ning Chen remained unfazed, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly be swayed by mere frivolities? A few hours later, at the OT bar in Qizhou building, the pulsating music reverberated through the air. At the edge of the dance floor, Yi Guluo, adorned with traces of lipstick, gazed at Ning Chen in bewilderment. "Boss, didn't you say that you never frequent bars? Why should it concern you whether I come or not?" Ning Chen retorted, exasperated. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter this fellow in one of the numerous bars in Qizhou. "Hey, Xiaoneng, I've arrived. Where are you?" He retrieved his phone and placed a call to Jiang Tang. The cacophony of the bar engulfed him. Under normal circumstances, he would never set foot in such a place. Yet, the relentless persuasion of Jiang Tang, a captivating little imp, compelled him to attend. He held a certain fondness for this girl, whose personality bore a striking resemblance to that of his junior sister, hence his presence here. "Ah, Dolly Gu, why are you here so early? It's only 8 o'clock. Jiang Tang exclaimed in surprise. "Did we not agree to meet at 9? Ning Chen hung up in frustration. After finishing dinner with nothing else to do, he had simply taken a cab over, not anticipating that these two girls would be so slow. "Hey, boss, are we waiting for someone?" Yi Guluo approached, holding 2 cocktails. "Care for a drink?" Several of the most affluent second-generation heirs from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai trailed behind him, their curiosity piqued by Ning Chen's identity. How curious it was that the esteemed heir of the Yi family referred to this university student as his boss. Who exactly was this individual? Chapter 80, The Bounty. Ning Chen graciously accepted the drink from Yi Gulu and downed it in one go. Yi Gulu, filled with joy, turned to introduce the affluent individuals behind him. "Boss, these are my friends. This is Qin Fun, the young master of the Qin family from Binhai, whom you met at the last birthday banquet of the Wen family. This is Huang Wenbin. His family is the richest in Jiangning, owning a bank. And this is Ma Qianqian. Her family possesses over 100 mines in Africa." As Yugula introduced each of them, the rich heirs approached to toast him. However, Ning Chen refrained from drinking, perceiving no distinction between these worldly elites and an ordinary household. Suddenly, Ning Chen noticed 2 menacing gazes emanating from the corner of the bar's second floor. Initially, he presumed they were aimed at him, only to realize they were directed towards Yigulu. "At 12 o'clock, there are 2 assassins watching you." Ning Chen's voice resonated in Yigulu's mind, conveyed through a secretive martial arts technique. "What the hell? Boss, I think I might be drunk. Why do I feel like you're speaking to me?" Yigulu shook his head. "No, that can't be right. I am a martial artist with inner strength. I can drink endlessly without getting inebriated." "Fool, it is indeed me who is speaking," Ning Chen reprimanded. "What the hell?" Yi Gulu was even more astonished. But he quickly regained his composure and whispered, "What is going on, boss? Where did these assassins come from?" "You ask me? How would I know?" Ning Chen continued. "A friendly reminder, the prowess of these 2 assassins surpasses yours. Damn, they must be sent by the Yasukuni Samurai Association." Yi Gulu gritted his teeth. Subsequently, he concocted an excuse to send Qin Fun, Huang Wenbin, and the other affluent heirs away, then retrieved his phone to seek assistance from his family. The 2 assassins seemed to have sensed something amiss and slowly descended from the second floor, their eyes gleaming with menace. "Boss, please save me," Yi Gulu said anxiously. "Follow me," Ning Chen sighed. To encounter such an ordeal while merely seeking a drink at the bar, what a day. Soon, he led Yi Gulu to the rooftop of the Hangzhou building, with the 2 assassins close behind. They even locked the rooftop door. "Mr. Yi, it appears you have deliberately lured us here. However, as far as we are aware, there are no grandmasters safeguarding your side." A foreign man with brown hair and blue eyes stood in the wind, coldly scrutinizing Yi Gulu. Ning Chen exuded no aura of strength, rendering him completely overlooked. "Mr. Yi, do you realize that the death of Ichiro Tokugawa has caused a seismic upheaval worldwide? The Yasukuni Samurai Association has just issued a bounty, a reward of $10 million for your demise." Yi Gulu's gaze sharpened. The Yasukuni Samurai Association had indeed made their move. He had anticipated that the death of the sword saint from Sakura country would not transpire without turmoil. To this end, the family dispatched the master Ting Taizan to protect him, only to have him severely injured by Ning Chen. now lying on a sickbed. Sean, stop wasting your breath on him. A burly Nordic man, stripped of his clothing, revealed his muscular physique, hastened to end his life and claim the bounty. Very well. Fearing the elongation of this nightmarish affair, Sean swiftly drew his pistol from his waist and unleashed a barrage upon Yigolu. Bang, 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 bang. The silenced pistol discharged 5 rounds in succession. These were no ordinary bullets, but rather the fabled Reaper bullets, each valued at $8,000. Capable of penetrating even the inner strength of a martial arts master. Coupled with his prodigious marksmanship, Yigolu was seemingly doomed. Indeed, after evading 4 bullets, the last grazed his shoulder, blood splattering onto the ground. He half-knelt, clutching his profusely bleeding shoulder, gritting his teeth as he addressed Ning Chen. Boss, will you truly not intervene? What on earth is this fellow? Sean cast a glance at Ning Chen, still unable to discern anything particularly remarkable about him. To kill him with a Reaper bullet would be a sheer waste. Die. Sean flicked a cheap alloy throwing knife from his sleeve. Intending to send Ning Chen to meet his maker, Ning Chen had initially planned to observe the unfolding drama a while longer. However, this foreign assassin had directly targeted him. In the next moment, he pinched the knife between 2 fingers, his movement appearing languid yet swifter than lightning. What? Sean was struck with astonishment. He finally realized that Ning Chen was not an ordinary individual, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Ning Chen hurled the flying knife back, piercing directly through his throat. Sean's eyes widened in disbelief. He raised his hand, attempting to cover the gaping wound on his neck, yet it was all in vain. In the astonished gaze of the Nordic giant, he collapsed lifelessly. How could this be possible? The Nordic giant stood frozen in shock. Sean was an A-class assassin, and yet he was dispatched so effortlessly? It was utterly absurd. Flee. Without hesitation, he turned and leaped off the rooftop. The Qingzhou building towered nearly 400 meters high. Even a master would suffer severe internal injuries from such a fall. Thus, the Nordic giant clung to the protruding ledges, attempting to lessen the impact, akin to a scene from an action film. And yet, he still managed to escape. On the rooftop, Yigolu muttered in frustration. Rest assured, he won't get far, Ning Chen replied with a faint smile. Shortly thereafter, the Nordic giant landed with a crash, crushing a BMW beneath him. It was astonishing to have such a young master beside Yigolu. Sean had been unable to even resist, being killed outright. It was terrifying. I must leave Qizhou at once. Just as this thought crossed his mind, suddenly boom. A tremendous roar reverberated nearby. The Nordic giant was hurled away. There stood Ning Chen on the ground, with a deep crater beneath his feet, the stone slabs cracked like a spider's web radiating outward. On the rooftop of the Leaf Solitary Tower, the mouth of the onlookers formed an astonished ta shape, scarcely believing their eyes. Could it be true? The leader had leaped directly from the towering heights of the Qingzhou building, a staggering 400 meters. Was this the manifestation of the martial king's prowess? It was utterly terrifying. The burly Nordic man was so shocked that he seemed on the verge of madness, scrambling to flee. With a deft flick of his toes, Ning Chen propelled a shard of stone that pierced through the back of the Nordic giant's skull. Thud. The giant collapsed, lifeless, blood pooling around him. Fortunately, this was the rear alley of the building, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, few souls wandered by. 2 janitors, taking out the trash, were rendered unconscious by Ning Chen's formidable psychic force. Soon after, the Yi family arrived to dispose of the bodies of the 2 A-grade assassins. Ding ding. Ding. At that moment, a phone call came in. It was Jiang Tang. She had arrived at the OT bar and inquired about Ning Chen's whereabouts. Although Ning Chen had initially planned to indulge in some leisure, he found himself summoned back to the bar by Jiang Tang. Brother Dali. Jiang Tang, adorned beautifully, waved excitedly upon spotting Ning Chen. You're here early. Did any charming ladies ask for your WeChat? She teased, leaning closer. I'm not particularly handsome. Why would anyone ask for my WeChat? Ning Chen replied, shaking his head. Who says that? I think you're quite decent, Jiang Tang asserted earnestly, as they exchanged banter. They made their way to the private room reserved by Xu Shuyan. Chapter 81. A gesture of reconciliation as Ning Chen pushed open the door to the private room. He beheld a striking couple engaged in conversation on the sofa, Xu Shuyan and Lin Jiayang. The moment Lin Jiayang caught sight of him, his expression soured. Shuyan, why is he here? It's nothing. We are all friends, Xu Shuyan gently reassured Lin Jiayang before rising to approach him. As she closed the door, she leaned in to whisper to Ning Chen, don't start a quarrel. Otherwise, I shall ignore you from now on. Ning Chen was left bewildered, pondering how her attention or lack thereof was of any consequence to him. He opened the door once more, preparing to leave, when Jiang Tang suddenly seized him with a fervent grip. "Big brother, you can't leave." "What for?" Ning Chen frowned in displeasure. Jiang Tang had not mentioned Lin Xiaoyang as presence when she summoned him. I want to hear you sing." Jiang Tang pouted, clinging to his leg. With no means to extricate himself from her grasp, Ning Chen resigned himself to sitting down. However, singing was out of the question, something he would never do in this lifetime. In contrast, Lin Xiaoyang showcased his vocal talents, performing several songs with remarkable skill, evidently having received formal training. His renditions garnered enthusiastic applause from the two women. Jiang Tang even gestured for Ning Chen to join in the applause. It dawned on Ning Chen that the two sisters had orchestrated this gathering, presumably in the hopes of mending fences between him and Lin Xiaoyang, fostering a friendship. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a group of young men and women entered, leaving Xu Shuyan momentarily speechless. She only invited Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoyang tonight, without calling anyone else. Could it be that she mistakenly entered the wrong private room? "Chen Jihao, what are you doing here?" Soon, Xu Shuyan spotted a familiar face and immediately frowned as she stood up. Besides Chen Jihao, there were 6 or 7 young men and women, all renowned second-generation rich kids, with whom Xu Shuyan had little interaction. "Shuyan, I invited a few friends to join us for some fun. Is that all right?" Lin Xiaoyang said with a smile as he rose. "You brought them?" Xu Shuyan's brows knitted together, clearly displeased. "You could have informed me in advance." "My apologies. I'll take care of the bill later," Lin Xiaoyang replied with an apologetic smile. "It's not about the money." Xu Shuyan's gaze flickered, subtly gesturing towards Chen Jihao with her peripheral vision. Just a few days prior, Chen Jihao had been beaten by Ning Chen. What good could come from their gathering? She even suspected that Lin Xiaoyang might be doing this on purpose. "I'm perplexed too, Jihao. I didn't call you here, so what brings you?" Lin Xiaoyang feigned confusion. Was this not intentional? Xu Shuyan looked at Lin Xiaoyang, her tightly furrowed brows relaxing slightly. Ning Chen observed the two of them acting and smiled silently. "Hey, Lin, I happened to be out with a few friends tonight and ran into Li," Chen Jihao said, clad in a leather jacket. His dyed yellow hair contrasting with the bruising on his left cheek and the absence of 2 front teeth, giving him a rather comical appearance. He patted the shoulder of a young man beside him, who wore a skull necklace. Xu Shuyan recognized this Li, originally named Li Zhe. His father held significant power in a financial institution in Qingzhou's Linjiang district, with numerous enterprises vying for his favor, receiving gifts worth hundreds of millions annually. "It was I who invited Jihao." Li Zhe, cigarette in mouth, grinned and said, "Lin Xiao, I must admonish you. How can you leave Jihao behind when gathering the brothers for a night out?" "Li Xiao, Jihao, I truly did not intend to," Lin Xiaoyang replied, casting a glance at Ning Chen, who was seated on the sofa. Most of the affluent second-generation attendees had participated in Wen Yu's 80th birthday celebration and were aware of the animosity between Ning Chen and Chen Jihao. Although Li Zhe had not attended that day, he had heard of Ning Chen's actions. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he chuckled. "So, you are Ning Xiao? Impressive. You even dared to confront Jihao. May I inquire about your family's occupation?" Ning Chen chose to ignore him. Li Zhe burst into laughter. "All right, you have character. I admire that." The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Jiang Tang glanced at Xu Shuyan, who also seemed uncertain about how to proceed. Should Lin Xiaoyang dismiss his friends? That seemed rather inappropriate. "How about this, Ning Chen and Jihao? Today I shall treat you both. Let us shake hands and put aside past grievances, shall we?" At this moment, Lin Xiaoyang poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Ning Chen and the other to Chen Jihao. With sincere tone, he urged, "We will all be mingling in Qingzhou's upper social circles from now on. Isn't it rather pointless to maintain such a standoff? Right?" Shuyan shouting. Xu Shuyan nodded gently. "Indeed, I also hope for everyone to be on amicable terms." Jiang Tang remained silent, merely gazing at Ning Chen. Initially, Ning Chen did not respond. Xu Shuyan nudged him twice with her elbow, prompting him to smile faintly. An amicable handshake was acceptable, but he insisted that an apology be rendered first. "What?" The wealthy heirs were taken aback. Ning Chen demanded an apology from Chen Jihao? "Ning, you must be mistaken," remarked Li Zhe, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. "You struck Jihao, so it is you who should apologize." Ning Chen spoke candidly, asserting that Chen Jihao was unworthy of such a courtesy. Chen Jihao seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze. "Ning Chen, Jihao," Lin Xiaoyang interjected, admonishing him with several meaningful glances, seemingly urging him to refrain from impulsive actions. "You arrogant fool. You are truly insufferable." Chen Jihao was nearly beside himself with fury. But since Lin Xiao has devised a plan, after tonight, this insolent fool shall be ostracized from the elite circles of Qingzhou. I suppose I shall endure a little longer and see what clever stratagem Lin Xiao has in store. At that moment, Xu Shuyan also exchanged several glances with Ning Chen, all of which he chose to disregard. Very well. Chen Jihao gritted his teeth, seizing the drink from Lin Xiaoyang's hand and downing it in one gulp. Ning Xiao, I apologize. I should not have referred to you as a country bumpkin. Is that satisfactory? Country bumpkin? Li Zhe and a few attractive girls frowned upon hearing this remark. Ning Chen observed Chen Jihao, recognizing the insincerity behind his words, and thus chose not to partake in the drink, merely offering a non-committal hum in response. What is wrong with this person? Indeed, he has acknowledged his fault, yet he is utterly ungrateful. Such a lack of emotional intelligence. Several wealthy heirs cast disdainful glances at Ning Chen. However, Lin Jiayang took it upon himself to mediate the situation, declaring, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us all sit down and sing. I shall fetch some drinks. Let us revel tonight. All expenses will be on my tab. His words were met with a chorus of cheers, screams, and whistles within the private room. What a generous fellow, Lin. Xu Shuyan observed Ning Chen, who seemed out of place among the revelers, and let out a resigned sigh. Shortly thereafter, an array of exquisite beverages, fruit platters, and snacks were brought in. Some indulged in games while others sang, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Jiaoyang and Xu Shuyan sat together, occasionally whispering to one another and exchanging playful banter, resembling a pair of affectionately entwined lovers. Li Zhe and Chen Jihao joined in the merriment, teasing, Brother Dolly, are you feeling a bit down? After a while, Jiang Tang withdrew from the games and settled beside Ning Chen. He was engrossed in his phone and turned to her curiously. Why do you say that? In truth, both Jiang Tang and Xu Shuyan were privy to certain matters. Jiang Tang glanced at Xu Shuyan and Lin Jiaoyang, feeling a pang of discomfort. Ning Chen had no inkling that Su Wanwan had sought out Xu Shuyan earlier that day, revealing the flimsy excuses he had concocted to decline her advances. He scratched his head, perplexed. What is going on? Xiaoang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Jiang Tang opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from being explicit, suggesting instead, you might as well give up. Don't hang your hopes on a single tree. After uttering those words, she blushed and lowered her gaze to sip a glass of wine. It was perplexing. Ning Chen turned to open honor of kings. The thoughts of a girl are truly inscrutable without the aid of mind reading. Ning Xiao, why not join us for a couple of rounds of tabletop games? Just then, Lin Jiayang approached, sincerely inviting Ning Chen to join the festivities. However, Li Zhe, Chen Jihao, and others wore expressions of displeasure. Ning Chen was too reserved, too out of sync with the group. Having someone like him join the games was rather disappointing. Yet, Xu Shuyan felt quite pleased. She genuinely hoped that Ning Chen could bond with them. After all, they were all friends. I am not interested. Ning Chen did not even spare him a glance, outright declining the invitation. Instantly, the atmosphere in the private room grew awkward. Chapter 82. An apology to Xiao Tang. Sitting alone can be exceedingly dull. Come, let us engage in a few rounds. If you are unfamiliar, I would be glad to instruct you. Lin Jiaoyang continued to extend his invitation. Ning Chen, however, chose to disregard him entirely. A wealthy young woman, who harbored a fondness for Lin Jiaoyang, could no longer bear the situation and interjected, Lin Xiao. Since she is unwilling to engage, why don't we simply entertain ourselves? Indeed, she may very well have significant business matters to attend to. Let us not disturb her. Li Zhe added with a hint of mockery. Yet, it was evident to all that Ning Chen was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. Very well. Lin Jiayang feigned disappointment and turned to leave. Xu Shuyan shot Ning Chen a glare, filled with frustration, pondering whether he was truly there to socialize. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the floor was strewn with empty bottles. This group of affluent offspring possessed remarkable drinking capacities and remained far from inebriated. Their conversation drifted towards tales of bravado and eventually landed on the topic of the celebration for Wen Yu's 80th birthday. Seizing the moment while Xu Shuyan excused herself to the restroom, Lin Jiaoyang once again sought to engage Ning Chen, initiating with, Ning Xiao. I have heard that your medical skills are exceptional, having greatly assisted old Master Wen. Are you not a distinguished guest of the Wen family? Would you be willing to share how you acquired your medical expertise? Ning Chen remained unresponsive. His presence there was motivated partly by Jiang Tang and partly by curiosity regarding the antics Lin Jiaoyang and Chen Jihao might conjure. A distinguished guest of the Wen family. How impressive. Li Zhe feigned astonishment. The Wen family? Humph, They have long since declined. The stock price of Xu Shuyan plummeted years ago. The affluent young lady previously engaged in conversation spoke again. Yo-yo, do not speak carelessly. The Wen family was once the foremost clan in Qizhou. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, Li Zhe cautioned. Huh. A valiant man does not dwell on past glories. The Wen family is no longer formidable, retorted the girl named Yo-yo, her tone rife with disdain. At that moment, Ning Chen unexpectedly interjected, no matter how diminished the Wen family may be. When the elder one celebrates his 80th birthday, all prominent figures of Qizhou will gather. What do you amount to, daring to belittle the Wen family? His words rendered the room silent, as no one anticipated that the usually reserved Ning Chen would rise in defense of the Wen family. Lin Jiaoyang secretly chuckled. This is the spark that ignites the fire. What did you say? Yo-yo, spoiled and temperamental since childhood, slammed her hand on the table and stood up. What do you mean by what do I amount to? Who do you think you are, coming from the countryside? All right, Yo-yo dear, he is just that sort of person. Do not take him seriously. Jiang Tang hurriedly interjected to placate her. Why should I not take him seriously? Yo-yo was infuriated. If it were Lin Jiaoyang or Li Zhe speaking to her, she might tolerate it, for their backgrounds were far more formidable. But a mere country bumpkin had no right to mock her. The Wen family will soon reclaim its position as the premier clan in Qingzhou, Ning Chen declared suddenly. And when that time comes, you shall be confronted by your own words. Once again, the room fell silent. Moments later, Yo-yo's furious retort erupted. Ning, are you out of your mind? The Wen family has fallen into such disarray, yet you believe they can reclaim their status as the foremost family in Qingzhou? I dare say you are lost in a reverie. Jiang Tang found this intolerable. Hey, mind your words, she retorted. You, in a fit of anger, seized a glass of wine and splashed it towards Jiang Tang. This is none of your concern. Just leave. Jiang Tang instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. Fortunately, Ning Chen intervened just in time, pulling her aside and redirecting the wine onto the sofa. For reasons unknown, witnessing Jiang Tang's distress ignited a flicker of fury within him, compelling him to stride toward Yu. Startled by his gaze, Yu instinctively recoiled a few steps. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Li Zhe stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yu. You aren't actually considering resorting to violence, are you? Ning Chen, I advise you not to provoke me, Li Zhe sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm. Oh please, who am I to challenge you? The esteemed guest of the Wen family. Striking anyone who displeases you. Why would I dare to provoke you? Li Zhe's mockery only fueled Ning Chen's ire. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift slap, sending Li Zhe sprawling 3 meters away, toppling the microphone in his wake, a few of his teeth scattering onto the coffee table and bouncing onto the carpet. The private room fell into an eerie silence. No one anticipated that Ning Chen would dare to strike Li Zhe. After all, Li Zhe's father was a powerful banker with extensive connections throughout Qingzhou. How could he be so audacious? Lin Xiao, you ought to intervene. Chen Jihao suddenly called out to Lin Jiaoyang. In truth, it was Lin Jiaoyang who had summoned him that very evening. He initially hesitated to approach, intimidated by Ning Chen's formidable prowess. However, Lin Jiaoyang assured him of his martial skills and promised to protect him, which emboldened him to step forward. At that moment, Lin Jiaoyang's expression was one of utter fury. Ning Chen, are you seeking death by assaulting my friend in my presence? He declared, his frustration palpable as he struck the wall of the private room with a powerful fist. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as the wallpaper tore, and the cement wall was breached, debris scattering everywhere. Oh my goodness, exclaimed Yu and the other girls, taken aback. They had not anticipated that the seemingly cultured Lin Jiaoyang possessed such incredible strength, capable of smashing a hole through a cement wall with a single blow. From the moment Ning Chen laid eyes on Lin Jiaoyang, he recognized his martial arts background and thus remained unfazed, even dismissive of him. Apologized to Xiao Tang, he commanded coldly, stepping towards Yu. Startled by his gaze, she quickly cast a pleading look at Lin Jiaoyang. Ning Chen, how dare you disregard me? Lin Jiaoyang could no longer contain his anger. He lunged forward, swinging his fist towards Ning Chen's occiput. What appeared to be a simple strike was, in fact, viciously calculated. The occiput houses the cerebellum, adjacent to the brainstem, the crucial center of human life. Damage to this area could result in death or, at the very least, a vegetative state. Be careful, Brother Doli, screamed Jiang Tang in alarm. In an instant, a sharp crack resounded through the space as Lin Jiaoyang's left cheek was struck by a shadowy figure, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing into a KTV monitor. which exploded in a shower of sparks. Apologize. Ning Chen did not cast a glance at Lin Xiaoyang. Instead, he glared fiercely at Yu. How audacious to launch a surprise attack on him at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. What had just transpired? How had Lin Xiaoyang been propelled backward, shattering the display screen? Chen Jihao was utterly speechless. Wasn't it said that he had trained in martial arts and could easily subdue Ning Chen? I'm so sorry. Yu, terrified, rushed to Jiang Tang, bowing repeatedly in apology. I should not have splashed you with wine. I truly regret it. I was wrong. Brother Dali, we must leave at once. Jiang Tang, upon witnessing Lin Xiaoyang lying on the ground, spitting up blood, realized the gravity of the situation and that they needed to depart urgently. Just as she grasped Ning Chen's hand, the door to the private room was flung open. Xu Shuyan entered, holding a fruit platter, her radiant smile fading into disbelief. Jiaoyang? Jiaoyang, are you all right? Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyang on the floor, bloodied, Xu Shuyan was so startled that she dropped the fruit platter and hurried over to assess the situation. Lin Xiaoyang could barely speak, coughing up blood before he managed to lift a trembling finger, pointing towards Ning Chen. The implication was clear. Infuriated, Xu Shuyan rose and rushed towards Ning Chen, intent on slapping him. With a swift motion, Ning Chen seized her wrist, pushing her back onto the sofa. Ning Chen, you scoundrel! Why do you have such a penchant for violence? Why? Xu Shuyan charged at Ning Chen again, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked petals. Jiang Tang attempted to clarify that it was Lin Xiaoyang who initiated the altercation, yet her words fell on deaf ears. Ning Chen once again forcefully pushed her onto the sofa and coldly remarked, "Were it not for Aunt Xiao, I would have dealt with you as well. Go ahead. Strike me if you dare." Xu Shuyan retorted, her tear-streaked face drawing closer to Ning Chen. "Dali go, please don't." Jiang Tang interjected, desperately attempting to separate the two. Ultimately, Ning Chen refrained from resorting to violence and turned to leave. "Ning Chen, I see through you. You are nothing more than a violent lunatic," Xu Shuyan exclaimed, wiping her tears as she spoke. "I orchestrated this gathering to mend the rift between you and Jiaoyang, to integrate you into our circle. I genuinely consider you a friend. Yet, in my absence, you took it upon yourself to assault Jiaoyang." Her anger intensified with every word. "Disregarding all else, I demand that you pack your belongings and leave my home at once. I never wish to see you again. I will never come to like someone like you." Ning Chen was utterly perplexed by her outburst. "Your feelings towards me are of no consequence," he replied dismissively. Finding no reason to engage further, he shoved his hands into his pockets and exited the private room. It seemed that the plan still held merit. "Dali go," Jiang Tang exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her feet. However, instead of pursuing him, she turned to Xu Shuyan and explained, "Shuyan, you have misjudged Dali go. It was indeed Lin Xiaoyang who struck first." "How is that possible?" Xu Shuyan replied, unconvinced. "Lin Xiaoyang, so refined and graceful, appears utterly unfit for combat." "Jiang Tang, are you fabricating stories with your eyes wide open? It was clearly Ning Chen who struck first. Look at the marks he left on me," Li Zhe exclaimed, bringing his face closer, still bearing 5 red welts that had yet to fade. "Ugh, it hurts terribly. I swear, I will make him pay for this." "Xiaotang, I understand you harbor feelings for Ning Chen, but you mustn't lose your sense of right and wrong," Xu Shuyan lamented. "Listen to me. Refrain from associating with him in the future. He is genuinely frightening." "Oh, Shuyan, I was referring to the altercation between Dali Go and Lin Xiaoyang. It was Lin Xiaoyang who initiated it," Jiang Tang attempted to clarify. Yet, Xu Shuyan was beyond listening. In her eyes, Ning Chen was nothing short of a lunatic. Success. It was worth it. Heh. Lin Xiaoyang reclined on the sofa, the corners of his bloodied mouth curling upwards slightly. He had long since uncovered that Ning Chen, Xu Shuyan, and Jiang Tang resided in the same villa. Could he tolerate his prospective girlfriend cohabiting with another man? Absolutely not. They must be driven apart. An enmity must be sown between them. The only surprise was that Ning Chen turned out to be a practitioner of internal martial arts. This young man possesses an intriguing background, Lin Xiaoyang pondered. Meanwhile, after leaving the private room, Ning Chen arrived at the Hall S lounge and ordered a drink at random. Upon finishing, he retrieved his phone and called Yi Gulu. "Hello, boss. Rest assured, the bodies have been taken care of," Yi Gulu responded in a hushed tone. "Are you still at the OT bar?" Ning Chen inquired. "Yes, indeed," Yi Gulu replied. "I'm at the scattered tables. Come over." Once Ning Chen hung up, Yi Gulu hastily made his way there, accompanied by Qin Fen. "Boss," Yi Gulu shouted excitedly as he approached. Boss. Qin Fen echoed, following suit. Ning Chen nodded and then addressed Yi Guluo. I can impart a martial art to you. Would you be interested? Yi Guluo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Martial art? What kind? Yes. Ning Chen assessed him briefly. Your current strength is at the second stage of body tempering, what you call internal energy. If you practice this martial art of mine, I guarantee you will break through to the master level within 2 years. What? Yi Guluo's eyes nearly bulged out. Within 2 years? Break through to the master level? Boss, you must be joking. Ning Chen snorted derisively. Do I seem to have the luxury of time? Yi Guluo shook his head vigorously. 100 million. Ning Chen raised a finger casually. Additionally, assist me in dealing with 3 individuals. All right, no problem. In the face of Qin Fen's astonishment, Yi Guluo readily agreed without hesitation. Hey, Yi. Young Master Yi. Qin Fen whispered from behind. Be careful not to be deceived. Yi Guluo ignored him. After obtaining Ning Chen's bank card details, he promptly arranged for the transfer of 100 million in cash. All set, he declared. It will definitely be credited by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yi Guluo smiled and inquired, by the way, boss, what are the backgrounds of those who have provoked you? There is one named Chen Jihao, another named Li Zhe, and a third called Yu Yu. They are all affluent young heirs from Qingzhou. You may look into the specifics yourself, but do not be overly ruthless. Merely ensure their families face bankruptcy, Ning Chen replied. Understood. Yi Guluo chuckled as he dialed another number. Hello, young master. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Secretary Yu, is my father available? Yi Guluo asked. The head of the family is currently engaged in negotiations with the representatives of the Rothschild family. Please let me know if you have any instructions, the man replied. All right then, please arrange for 3 individuals. Yi Guluo listed the names and added, ensure their families go bankrupt, accruing debts so vast that they could never repay them in 10 lifetimes. Certainly, young master. The man did not question the reasons and promptly agreed. Is it just 3? Are there no others? Yi Guluo hung up the phone, his smile broadening. In the Jiangnan region, as long as they are not from the 7 great families, the Yi family can ensure their demise. There is one more. Ning Chen smiled slightly, but I think I shall keep him for my own amusement. Qin Fen, listening from behind, trembled at the thought. The Qin family should be wary of provoking this formidable figure. All right, haha. Yi Guluo's face was alight with glee as he rubbed his hands together. Boss, about that martial art. What's the rush? Come to class on Wednesday, and I shall teach you, Ning Chen replied before departing. Yi Guluo accompanied him to the car. Qin Fen inquired, Yi Xiao, it's a transaction worth 100 million. Do you truly place such trust in him? Yi Guluo cast a sidelong glance at him. What do you understand? Do not mention 100 million. Even if it were 1 billion, I would not bat an eye. Qin Fen remained silent, his curiosity about Ning Chen's true identity deepening. Chapter 84. The Flying Spirit Bone Forging Fist. As Ning Chen departed, an ambulance arrived at the bar, whisking away Lin Jiayang. Xu Shuyan's eyes were swollen from tears, her heart filled with profound resentment towards Ning Chen. Xiaotang, no matter what, I must drive Ning Chen away. From this day forth, this home will be mine without him, and his without me. Upon returning to the Rose Garden Villa, Xu Shuyan forcefully kicked open the door to Ning Chen's bedroom, only to find it empty. He has some sense to leave on his own. Xu Shuyan scoffed. Brother Dolly, are you really just going to leave like this? Jiang Tang lamented as she gazed at the vacant room, feeling an emptiness within herself. The following day, she secretly sought out Ning Chen in clinical class 2, concealing her intentions from Xu Shuyan. Su Wanwan informed her that Ning Chen had not attended class, which sent Jiang Tang into a panic. With no replies to her WeChat messages and his phone unanswered, she feared that Ning Chen might be in a dark place and could act impulsively. In a moment of desperation, she confided in Xiao Jing. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Jing nearly lost her composure and stormed to the villa to berate Xu Shuyan fiercely. Just as she was about to call the police, Ning Chen finally answered his phone. Hello? It's Xiao? Xiao Chen, are you all right? Where are you right now? Xiao Jing inquired with concern. I'm at a hotel, Ning Chen replied. What are you doing at a hotel? Xiao Jing was puzzled. Sleeping, Ning Chen answered. In truth, he was engaged in the refinement of his martial arts techniques. Beyond imparting the boxing skills to Yi Guluo, he was also working on other spells, secret arts, and martial disciplines, even divine abilities. These assets would undoubtedly hold substantial value within the realm of cultivation on Earth. Upon hearing that Ning Chen was unharmed, Xiao Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief and advised, Xiao Chen, and Xiao is aware of what transpired the night before last. You should return promptly and stay here. No one can drive you away, as Aunt Xiao has stated. Just as she finished speaking, a dissatisfied voice from the other end of the line, belonging to Xu Shuyan, interrupted. If he dares to move back in, I'll move out. It's either him or me. Go ahead, move out. Xiao Jing turned to admonish her daughter. You rebellious girl. You've grown wings. Let me tell you that Lin Zhaoyang is not a good person. His dealings in virtual currency have ruined countless lives. You are forbidden from associating with him in the future. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Ning Chen, weary of the mother-daughter quarrel, had unknowingly hung up the phone. He then checked his bank account balance on his phone. A staggering total of 65 million in cash. For an ordinary person, possessing such a sum would likely be exhilarating. Yet to Ning Chen, it was merely a sequence of numbers. He dialed a real estate agent. Hello, Manager Zhang. I have my eye on a property and would appreciate your assistance in negotiating the price. On Wednesday morning, Yigula spotted Ning Chen entering the classroom, carrying breakfast. He rushed over, exclaiming, Boss, fresh crab roe dumplings. Eat them while they're hot. Ning Chen acknowledged with a grunt, accepting the food and settling into his seat to indulge. After finishing, Yigula took the initiative to dispose of the trash, grinning as he approached. Boss, when do you plan to teach me your martial arts? Ning Chen remarked, I sent it to you on WeChat. WeChat? Yigulu, bewildered, pulled out his phone and indeed found a pinned chat with an unread message, a document. The file was titled, Fei Ling Duan Gu Quan. Yigulu's immediate reaction was that Ning Chen was playing a prank on him. Boss, you could at least have prepared a line-bound ancient book, filled with profound incantations, and illustrated with diagrams of meridians and acupoints. Who sends a document like this? Yigulu expressed his exasperation. Isn't this akin to burning paper at a grave to fool a ghost? In truth, Ning Chen felt quite helpless. Previously, when imparting skills and techniques, he would merely touch the forehead, and the knowledge would be directly infused. However, now, burdened with severe injuries, his spiritual energy was dwindling with each use, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this rudimentary method. I recorded a video, follow it and learn. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Ning Chen instructed. All right. Yigulu felt somewhat tricked. Yet, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he chuckled, Boss, since you've already taught me the martial arts, should I not address you as master from now on? Drinking early in the morning, are we? Ning Chen shot him a glance. At your mere body refinement stage, you wish to be my disciple? You must at least reach the chi refinement stage. Yigulu was puzzled. Chi refinement stage? Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's what mortals refer to as a Grandmaster. Mortal. Yigulu scoffed, thinking to himself that his boss was rather pretentious, acting as though he were a celestial being. In this class, Yigulu simply skipped out, leaving one to wonder where he had gone to delve into the study of the flying spirit bone-forging fist. After class, the class monitor, Zhang Xinran, approached Ning Chen. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, Ning Chen, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? Ning Chen inquired. Zhang Xinran, a refined and affluent young lady, possessed a demeanor more demure than that of Yu, owing to her superior upbringing, which made Ning Chen more inclined to engage with her. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Zhang Xinran whispered, Do you have Yigulu's WeChat? I would like to have it. Ning Chen took out his phone, replying, All right. I will give it to you. Really? Zhang Xinran's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Ning Chen. You are truly kind. The two exchanged WeChat information, and Ning Chen forwarded Yigulu's contact. However, days passed without Yigulu accepting the request, leaving the class monitor disheartened and even questioning whether Ning Chen was playing a prank on her. During these days, Ning Chen did not return to the Rose Garden, opting instead to reside at Jiushi Manor. Upon hearing that Ning Chen had nowhere to stay, Old Man Wen promptly prepared the largest bedroom in the manor for him, inviting him to treat it as his own home. Moreover, the Wen family lavishly entertained him daily with exquisite delicacies, amounting to tens of thousands in culinary expenses each day. Under the meticulous planning of Old Man Wen, the Longdan Shengjing pill passed the scrutiny of the Drug Administration and was officially launched into the market. Unlike Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine does not require lengthy and costly clinical trials. It merely needs to reference ancient classic prescriptions to be made available for sale. The efficacy of the Longdan Shengjing pill is astonishing, and it is anticipated that it will soon stir a tempest within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. On that day, Ning Chen and Wen Qinglan strolled home together after school, engaged in a light-hearted conversation along the Manor Avenue. Meanwhile, when you stood on the terrace of the 6th floor, observing the scene with a smile, remarking, How wonderful it would be if Mr. Ning were my granddaughter's husband. Father, You are overthinking. Wen Hua replied with a bitter smile. Mr. Ning is someone who wouldn't dare offend the Yi family. How could our Wen family dare to aspire to such an alliance? If this were years ago, I would have accepted it even if Qing Lan were to marry him as a concubine. Indeed, as one grows older, one tends to indulge in dreams. When you chuckled, shaking his head. Shortly thereafter, he received a phone call, and his expression shifted dramatically. What? The goods have been stolen? How could this happen? Wen Hua furrowed his brow and stepped forward, asking, Father, what has happened? When you remained silent for a moment before quickly locating Ning Chen and succinctly relaying the situation, are you saying that the Millennium spiritual herb you procured in Ling'an has been stolen? Ning Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 85. The crisis of the Su family group, not only our Wen family, but also the Sun family of Binhai, the Tang family of Suzhou, the Lan family of Jinling, and several other prominent medical clans have lost this batch of medicinal materials entirely. Wen Yu was in a state of agitation. Grandfather, what on earth is happening? Who possesses such audacity? When Qinlan inquired anxiously while serving tea. Sigh, it must be those desperate rogues from the Black Martial Arts Alliance. Who else would dare to harm members of the Martial Arts Association? Wen Yu lamented repeatedly. This time, I spent a fortune acquiring 2 millennium-old herbs from an old friend in Ling'an, intending to gift them to Mr. Ning. But alas, what kind of millennium-old herbs? Ning Chen asked. I am not entirely sure. They are rare in the secular world, akin to the phoenix brain mushroom. When you replied, do you have any photographs? Ning Chen pressed further. No. When you shook his head, Ning Chen fell into contemplation. Should he take action to investigate? If these were the materials needed to concoct the spirit-replenishing pill, he must acquire them at all costs. Though the prospect seemed bleak, it was worth a try. After all, medicinal materials do not come seeking their owners. Besides, the losses suffered by the Sun, Tang, and Lan families were substantial. Wen Yu was infuriated by the actions of those beasts from the Black Martial Arts Alliance. Father, wasn't he the leader of the Black Martial Arts, Ghostly Woe, captured by the 6 great captains and imprisoned in the martial prison? This organization has long since disbanded. How could they possibly resurface now? Wen Hua furrowed his brow. I can only speculate. Who knows who is responsible? When you shook his head, Ning Chen refrained from inquiring further about the Black Martial Arts Alliance. What concerns him is that many families in Jiangnan have had their medicinal herbs stolen. Might there be some among them that he requires? Old man Wen, Ning Chen slowly spoke. Should there be any news regarding this matter, notify me at once. For I intend to investigate personally. Very well. Later, unable to endure Aunt Qiao's incessant chatter, Ning Chen made a trip to the Rose Garden Villa, taking the opportunity to feed Heilung some blood pellets. Ever since it began consuming these pills, ordinary dog food has failed to satiate its hunger. Xiaochen, come, eat this. It is personally prepared by Aunt Qiao. At the dining table, Qiao Jing continuously served dishes to Ning Chen, treating him almost like her own son. While Xu Shuyan felt rather neglected. Who truly is the biological child here? Xu Shuyan pouted, tapping her bowl with her chopsticks, casting an unhappy glare at Ning Chen. Xiao Chen, Shuyan has been spoiled by Aunt Qiao and has a bit of a temper, as her older brother. You ought to indulge her a little. Qiao Jing attempted to mend the relationship between Ning Chen and Xu Shuyan. Ning Chen politely acquiesced. Before long, Xu Jingshan arrived, entering in a flurry, seemingly in a hurry. Darling, what brings you here? Qiao Jing looked at him in surprise. Wasn't it said that there was a meeting at the company that would last late? I went to help Uncle Su fetch some bowls. Jiang Tang, ever considerate, stood up. To her surprise, Xu Jingshan waved his hand and smiled. No need, Xiao Tang. I've already eaten. Shuyan, step outside for a moment. Oh. Xu Shuyan set down her chopsticks and followed Xu Jingshan into the courtyard. Daddy, what is it? Xu Shuyan sat on the swing, gently swaying back and forth. Little did she know that 10 meters beneath her feet lay 2 assassins. Shuyan, there is something I find difficult to express. Xu Jingshan sat in a wicker chair, his hands clasped, a troubled expression etched across his face. Father, has something happened? Xu Shuyan halted her swinging. There has been a slight issue with the group's financial chain, and I plan to sell this house. Xu Jingshan spoke with great difficulty. Sell? Sell the house? Xu Shuyan was momentarily taken aback. Having lived in comfort for 18 years, she had never imagined her family would face an economic crisis, let alone reach the point of selling their assets. Father, what exactly is happening? Are we going bankrupt? She approached her father's knees, incredulity written all over her face. You needn't inquire too deeply into the specifics. Suffice it to say, our group urgently requires funds. Xu Jingshan took his daughter's hand, filled with self-reproach. I am sorry, Shuyan. It is my inadequacy. Father, it's all right. If worst comes to worst, I can always return to the dormitory, Xu Shuyan reassured him, uttering the words a dutiful child ought to say. She grasped Su Jingshan's hand tightly. But please, take care of your health. Money can always be earned again. Silly girl. It hasn't come to the point where you must move to the dormitory. Su Jingshan smiled gently to comfort her. I plan to purchase a small apartment in a nearby community for you to stay in for 2 years. Once the situation improves, I will buy this house back. Father, there's no need. Truly, it's unnecessary. I can manage in the dormitory and strengthen my bonds with my classmates. Xu Shuyan revealed a sweet smile and inquired. By the way, when are you moving? I should inform Xiaotang. Perhaps. In just a couple of days, Su Jingshan replied, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. So soon? Xu Shuyan paused, feeling an undeniable reluctance. She had grown accustomed to living here. Moving into the school dormitory would mean sharing a bathroom, a sink, and lacking a caretaker to prepare meals and tidy up. Moreover, she would have to endure the myriad sounds from her roommates at night. Could she truly adapt to such changes? Strangely enough, the seller had approached them proactively. Offering a lofty price of 120 million, Su Jingshan disclosed. That much. Xu Shuyan's expression brightened. So we would have made a profit of 20 million? That's fantastic. Indeed, which is why I came to discuss this with you personally, Su Jingshan reflected. It's all right. I will make an effort to adapt. Xu Shuyan clenched her small fist, striving to appear nonchalant. At that moment, Su Jingshan shifted the topic, somewhat awkwardly asking, by the way, Shuyan, how are things between you and Lin Jiayao? Lately? Nothing much, just a normal relationship, Xu Shuyan replied with a pout. Dad, you wouldn't be considering marrying me off to the Lin family for the sake of the company's financial chain, would you? I know Lin Jiayang has tens of billions. What nonsense! Su Jingshan furrowed his brow. I, Su Jingshan, would rather perish than sell my precious daughter. Hee, I knew you cared for me the most, Daddy. Shortly thereafter, Su Jingshan had another meeting and hurriedly left the villa. Xu Shuyan found Jiang Tang and shared the troubling news with her. How could this happen? Jiang Tang exclaimed, astonished. Is Uncle Su all right? I'm not quite sure of the specifics, Xu Shuyan replied, shaking her head, her gaze reflecting a flicker of determination. If this 120 million isn't sufficient, Xiaotang, I may have to take the initiative to pursue Lin Jiayang. Jiang Tang's expression darkened at this revelation. It was the first time she had ever heard such words from her best friend. Over the years, Xu Shuyan had shown no interest in any boy, let alone pursuing one. Meanwhile, Chao Jing escorted Ning Chen to the gate of the villa, where she relayed the same information. Strangely, Ning Chen appeared unfazed. After bidding farewell, he simply walked away. This child is truly inscrutable, Chao Jing mused, shaking her head. At the same time, in a high-rise commercial building. Within the office on the top floor, Chen Jibiao, the chairman of Baishur Building Materials Group, knelt before a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, repeatedly bowing his head. Secretary Yu, I implore you to spare me. I have never crossed you. Why are you blocking my funds? Why? Chen Jibiao is on the brink of collapse. The man before him hailed from the esteemed Yi family, the foremost among the 7 houses. Though merely a secretary, he wielded immense power, capable of bankrupting their small enterprise with a mere word. Secretary Yu, donning spectacles, exhibited a cold demeanor, as if accustomed to such scenes. He spoke blandly. I regret to inform you that this is not a personal vendetta against you. It is your son who has offended our young master. Your family's bankruptcy is not unwarranted. Chen Jibiao was taken aback, exclaiming, Jihao, has Jihao offended young Master Yi? Go back and inquire with your son. After Secretary Yu instructed the bodyguard to record a video, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Chen Jibiao hastily rose from the ground and hurriedly dialed Chen Jihao. Hello, Dad. You little rascal. If you do not return home within 10 minutes, I shall make you pay dearly. With that, Chen Jibiao ended the call. Meanwhile, in a bar, Chen Jihao sat in a booth, embracing 2 beautiful girls, utterly bewildered. A similar predicament unfolded at the homes of Li Zhe and Yu Yu, all without any forewarning. With a single decree from the Yi family, Li Zhe's father was unceremoniously removed from his position as branch manager. Yu Yu's father faced a catastrophic rupture in the company's financial chain, leading to the abrupt termination of all factory collaborations, leaving him with a head of gray hair overnight. Their parents were informed that they had offended the eldest son of the Binhai Yi family, despite nearly gasping for breath. The 3 of them could not comprehend how they had crossed paths with young Master Yi, as they were certain they had never even met him. As the semester drew to a close, the winter break approached swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, After completing his final exams, Ning Chen planned to return to his hometown. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I can manage on my own. I should arrive home around 7 in the evening. There's no need for you to wait for me. Please. Eat without me, he said cheerfully while sitting in his high-speed train seat, conversing with his mother, Chen Lan. Over the past 6 months, he had attempted to return home several times, only to be thwarted by his mother's insistence. Qizhou is situated over 400 kilometers from Dongyang County. Even by high-speed train, a return home consumes a significant portion of the day, and my parents are often preoccupied. Chen Lan is a formidable woman. She has served tables in restaurants, driven a taxi, and worked in wedding planning. Currently, she appears to be engaged in the garment business, earning around 200,000 a year, which is quite commendable in the county. In contrast, my father, Ning Chen, adopts a more laid-back approach. After experiencing business failures in his youth, he became somewhat despondent. Now, he manages a few plots of land, hires laborers for farming, and cultivates watermelons and cherry tomatoes, finding contentment in his simplicity. Xiao Chen, how are you settling in at Aunt Chao's? Chen Lan's voice, laced with warmth, emanated from the receiver. Xu Yan's child has always been pampered and may not be easy to get along with. Not bad. Aunt Xiao has been quite attentive to me, Ning Chen replied, refraining from voicing any complaints to his mother, knowing he would soon be parting ways with Xu Shuyan. Actually, Xiao Chen, both your aunt and I hope to establish a family connection, Chen Lan hinted with a smile. Absolutely not. Ning Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that given Xu Shuyan's temperament, he wouldn't consider her even if every other woman in the world were to vanish. Our family's circumstances are indeed a bit lacking. Let's set aside your relationship with Xu Yan for now. Focus on your studies first. How did you perform in your final exams? The mother and son engaged in a weekly phone call, during which Chen Lan inquired about various matters before ending the conversation. Ning Chen donned his headphones, preparing to immerse himself in a game when, unexpectedly, another call came through. It was Wen Yu. Hello, old Wen. Ning Chen answered with a hint of impatience. Mr. Ning, we have made progress. The urgency in Wen Yu's voice was palpable. Ning Chen's eyes brightened. I asked an old acquaintance from the Martial Arts Association to investigate, and it turns out the individuals who abducted this batch of spiritual herbs are located within our Jiangnan province. When you continued, where exactly? Ning Chen inquired. In Dongyang County. When you replied, adding, moreover, I have obtained a list of the spiritual herbs. Would you like to peruse it, Mr. Ning? Certainly. Please have Qing Lan send it to me via WeChat, Ning Chen responded. Over the past few months, he had been attending school with Wen Qing Lan, and their relationship had softened considerably. Mr. Ning, are you not in Qizhou? When you noticed the sound of a high-speed train announcement in the background. Indeed. With the winter break upon us, I have returned home for the new year, Ning Chen replied. Mr. Ning, why didn't you inform me? I could have arranged for someone to escort you back, Wen Yu said with a wry smile. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly send over the list of spiritual herbs. Ning Chen interjected, ending the call. A few minutes later, when Qing Lan sent the list of the missing spiritual herbs, Ning Chen opened it on his phone and briefly scanned the contents. Goodness, over 30 varieties of spiritual herbs. This is quite a significant affair. Ginseng, huangjing fruit, purple poppy. His gaze moved line by line until it suddenly fixated on an herb named Duyi. Ginseng, huangjing fruit, purple poppy. These rare spiritual herbs are all found in the realm of South Heaven. Yet, he had never heard of this Duyi. Contemplating a certain possibility, he began to inquire with Wen Qing Lan. Mr. Ning, this Guyuya is a medicinal herb purchased at a great expense by the Sun family of Benhai, reportedly discovered deep within a mine. Its texture resembles a rather thick, milky white liquid. Upon uncovering this information, Wen Qing Lan called Ning Chen a mine, a viscous liquid. Ning Chen's spirit was jolted. An image of a medicinal herb known as DRU suddenly flashed in his mind. As the saying goes, heaven has celestial dew, while the earth possesses DRU. DRU is a miraculous liquid that emerges from the fermentation of underground spiritual veins over many years. Furthermore, it is an essential ingredient in the concoction of divine replenishing elixirs. Although it cannot be definitively determined that this Guyuya is indeed DRU, I must give it a try. Ning Chen's gaze turned solemn. According to Old Man Wen, the spiritual medicine bandit had fled to his hometown of Dongyang under the pursuit of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association headquarters. Could this be fate? Chapter 103. Pack up and leave. Today, Xu Shuyan did not don her usual loungewear. Instead, she adorned herself in a chic Chanel-style dress with a notably short hemline. Her too slender, elegant legs were elegantly encased in white stockings, creating a visually captivating allure. Her long hair, reminiscent of seaweed, had been dyed a delicate shade of lavender, adding a touch of seductive charm to her exquisite features. Xu Shuyan felt quite pleased with her appearance. She had even spritzed on some perfume, wafting a refreshing fragrance as she descended the stairs, certain it would leave Ning Chen utterly enchanted. However, the reality starkly contrasted her expectations. "Who permitted you to enter my room?" Ning Chen, without casting a glance in her direction, strode toward the bedroom at the bottom of the stairs, confronting a couple who had just emerged. This pair, clearly having just engaged in intimate activities, appeared disheveled and taken aback by Ning Chen's sudden inquiry. One of them, a stunning girl with red nail polish and dyed red hair, turned to Xu Shuyan in astonishment. "Shuyan, isn't this your home? Why are there tenants here?" "Hein, he is not a tenant." Xu Shuyan, enduring the curious gazes of her classmates, hurried down the stairs and shot a fierce glare at Ning Chen as she passed him. "He is the son of my mother's close friend, temporarily staying at my home," she explained to the red-haired girl. This was a new acquaintance of hers, named Wu Hain, who was not only beautiful but also hailing from a well-off family. What an incredible stroke of luck. Wu Hain's boyfriend was named Shi Yunhui. After listening to Xu Shuyan's explanation, Shi Yunhui felt as if he had consumed 800 lemons, bitterness overwhelming him, as he glared at Ning Chen with a murderous gaze. Although Wu Hain was already quite beautiful, she paled in comparison to Xu Shuyan. His ultimate aim in pursuing Wu Hain was, in fact, to get closer to Xu Shuyan. "Get out." Ning Chen directed his gaze at Wu Hain and Shi Yunhui. Wu Hain rolled her eyes in exasperation. "This isn't your home. What right do you have to order us out?" "Idiot," Shi Yunhui retorted bluntly. Ning Chen had little patience for idle chatter. Just as he was about to take action, Jiang Tang embraced him from behind. "Big brother, don't act impulsively." "Ning Chen, are you out of your mind?" Xu Shuyan exclaimed in frustration, her eyes filled with disbelief. "I implore you to understand this. This is my home, my home." "Are you certain?" Ning Chen suddenly smiled. "From what I know, Uncle Su and Aunt Xiao have already sold this house." "What?" Wu Hain, Shi Yunhui, and the other classmates cast bewildered looks. This is a disaster. Jiang Tang thought to herself. These two are truly incompatible. They argue the moment they meet. "Mind your own business." Xu Shuyan was infuriated, pointing at the door and admonishing. "Ning Chen, you leave. I don't wish to see you." "It is you who should leave," Ning Chen replied, regaining his composure. "I initially didn't want to inform you, but you've made a mess of the house today, which displeases me. And I no longer wish to extend you any courtesy. Xu Shuyan, listen carefully. This property has been purchased by me. From this day forth, I am the master of this abode." Silence enveloped the living room. Xu Shuyan's classmates and friends exchanged bewildered glances. "Shuyan, what on earth is happening?" Wu Hain inquired again. "Hain, ignore him. He is simply deranged," Xu Shuyan remarked disdainfully at Ning Chen. Suddenly, Shi Yunhui burst into laughter, addressing Ning Chen. "You? Buying this house? Hilarious. Do you have any idea how exorbitant this place is? This property costs no less than 100 million. To be precise, it is 125 million. Ning Chen corrected him. "All right, my friend, stop pretending. Just by looking at your attire, it's clear you lack funds. Otherwise, you wouldn't be crashing at someone else's place, right?" Shi Yunhui waved his hand dismissively, though an undercurrent of jealousy coursed through him. "Dolly, what are you saying?" Jiang Tang remarked, caught between laughter and disbelief. Ning Chen hails from an ordinary, moderately affluent family in Dong'an County. How could he possibly afford a residence in Green City Rose Garden? Even a restroom here costs several million. How could he possibly know the exact price? At that moment, Xu Shuyan cast a surprised glance at Ning Chen, quickly realizing that he must have been informed by her mother. Mother shouldn't have disclosed such private matters to an outsider. Xu Shuyan fumed inwardly. Ning Chen, disinterested in engaging in banter with this group, promptly dialed the real estate agent. "Hello, Manager Zhang, please bring the contract over within the hour. I need to sign it." "Yes, I am right here." Shi Yunhui, who was eavesdropping nearby, was nearly in stitches. "Keep pretending. I bet the call didn't even go through. Let me see." As he spoke, he reached for the phone, intending to expose Ning Chen. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen, possessing considerable strength, pushed him back, causing him to collide with the wall with a loud thud, leaving him disoriented. "Yunhui." Wu Hain hurried to support her boyfriend. Without looking back, Ning Chen grabbed his travel bag and entered the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Just before the door closed, he faintly heard Xu Shuyan scolding. "In an hour, I'll have her pack her things and leave." Ning Chen shoved the travel bag under the bed, then sat on the floor to meditate and calm his mind. Xu Shuyan, sulking as she clung to Lu Bai, settled onto the sofa, inwardly vowing, Ning Chen, I will not bear the surname Su if you are not completely expelled from this house. 40 minutes later, Su Jingshan and Qiao Jing, accompanied by a suit-clad female real estate agent and several assistants, hurriedly arrived. Dear, slow down. Why are you rushing so much? Qiao Jing, struggling to keep up in her high heels, complained, Didn't the boss say we had an hour to arrive? There are still 20 minutes left. Arriving early leaves a good impression on the boss, Su Jingshan replied, moving briskly ahead while adding, My dear, let me tell you, 12.5 million. Paid in full. This boss is certainly not an ordinary individual. I must make his acquaintance shortly and perhaps even invite him to dinner. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang chuckled and remarked, Mr. Su, you are absolutely right. After all these years of selling houses, this is the first time I have encountered such a magnanimous buyer. The way he speaks, purchasing a house seems as effortless as buying vegetables, offering to pay in full right from the start. I told you so. Su Jingshan felt a surge of anticipation within. The Su Group is currently facing a precarious financial situation, and he cannot afford to overlook any opportunity to secure funding. With a sense of trepidation, Su Jingshan approached the standalone villa at number 1403. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with a disheartening sight, a group of people barbecuing. With paper towels, empty bottles, and fruit peels strewn carelessly about, he clasped his head with his hands, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Xu Shuyan, what on earth are you doing? For the first time in his life, Su Jingshan shouted at his daughter. Xu Shuyan hurriedly dashed out from the living room. Dad? Mom? What brings you here? Chapter 104. Is he boss Ning? Shuyan, what is the matter with you? I've been calling you, and you haven't answered. Qiao Jing approached. Mom, my phone is charging. Xu Shuyan explained. Enough of that. Shuyan, quickly ask your friend to leave. Manager Zhang, please call the buyer and request that he arrives as late as possible. Jingjing. You hasten to find a housekeeper to tidy up the place inside and out. Su Jingshan was in a frenzy, issuing commands in rapid succession. Dad, what on earth is going on? Xu Shuyan was utterly bewildered. Friends such as Jiang Tang, Wu Haiyin, and Shi Yunhui, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Some were still enjoying skewers, their mouths smeared with grease, completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. Oh, my child, how can I express my disappointment in you? Su Jingshan looked at his daughter with exasperation. The boss is about to arrive to inspect the property, and you've made such a mess here. How am I supposed to explain this? Alas. What? An inspection? Xu Shuyan felt a pang of dread. She recalled the phone call from Ning Chen, though she had scarcely given his words any weight. Dad, what should we do now? Xu Shuyan felt the urgency rising within her. What else can we do? Quickly. Gather up the trash? Oh, you child. Su Jingshan was at a loss for words in his frustration. Honey, you cannot blame Shuyan for this. After all, the boss didn't notify us in advance. Qiao Jing stood up for her daughter. Xu Shuyan felt a tinge of grievance, her eyes slightly reddening. Initially, Ning Chen had provoked her anger, followed by her father's reprimand, leaving her embarrassed in front of so many friends, and ultimately, she had to bid farewell to the villa she had resided in for half a year. Amidst the turmoil of these compounded emotions, she broke down in tears. Uncontrollable tears streamed down her face. Shuyan, what is wrong? Jiang Tang and Wu Haiyin hurried over, while the boys, including Shi Yunhui, gathered around to observe. My dear daughter, it is all my fault. I should not have scolded you. Su Jingshan quickly approached to apologize. Dad, I don't want to move. I beg you. I wish to continue living here. Xu Shuyan crouched on the grass, hugging her knees, her eyes swollen from crying. What? This? Su Jingshan was suddenly at a loss. He had not anticipated his daughter's deep attachment to this home. He exchanged a glance with Qiao Jing, both parents' expressions revealing their discomfort. At that moment, Manager Zhang was on the phone nearby. What? You have already arrived? Where are you? I do not see you. I am here. Ning Chen raised his phone and walked towards Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was taken aback, scrutinizing Ning Chen from head to toe. You are Mr. Ning? Yes, that is correct. Ning Chen nodded in front of everyone and added, Have you brought the contract? Yes, I have, sir. Manager Zhang hurriedly took the contract from the assistant and respectfully presented it to Ning Chen, internally marveling at his youth. Subsequently, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The people around, including the couple Su Jingshan and Qiao Jing, were all in a state of bewilderment, mouths agape and eyes wide as they gazed at Ning Chen. Manager Zhang was perplexed. This young Mr. Ning was indeed quite youthful, but was such astonishment truly warranted? Manager Zhang. At that moment, Xu Jingshan stepped forward, fixing an intense gaze upon Ning Chen. Are you certain that he is the Mr. Ning who purchased this property? Yes, indeed, Mr. Ning, Ning Chen affirmed confidently. Manager Zhang glanced at Ning Chen's identification card and, with certainty, replied. Xu Jingshan was rendered speechless, looking at Ning Chen with an expression of disbelief. Xiao Qinyu. My apologies, Uncle Su. I should have informed you beforehand, Ning Chen replied. Mr. Su, so you are acquainted? Manager Zhang asked, astonished as he observed their interaction. Xu Jingshan's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. As far as he knew, Ning Chen came from a rather modest background and had previously relied on their family for assistance. How could he possibly afford such a property? Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang were utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Chen, what on earth is happening? Where did you acquire such wealth? Xiao Jing inquired, her face reflecting sheer shock. I won the lottery. Ning Chen had already devised a response. You won the lottery? The crowd was momentarily stunned. How much did you win? Xu Jingshan's breath quickened, his eyes beginning to gleam. Over 100 million, Ning Chen casually stated a figure. A collective gasp filled the air. As the onlookers reacted in astonishment, Xu Shuyan's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Having just mocked Ning Chen, Shi Yunwei's expression was exceedingly grim. Over 100 million. Could this be a jest? My goodness. Wu Haiyin covered her crimson lips with her delicate hand, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, her enchanting gaze remained fixated on Ning Chen, as though she were gazing upon a glimmering piece of gold. Alas, what a waste, truly a waste. At this moment, Xu Jingshan interjected, currently, property prices in Qizhou are stagnant, and there will be no significant increase in the next decade. Investing in real estate would be a grave mistake. A fixed deposit in the bank yields 2 million in interest annually. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen chuckled softly and replied, But Uncle Su, I have heard. Isn't the Su group facing difficulties lately? Xu Jingshan's body stiffened in surprise. Ning Chen continued, In my childhood, Aunt Xiao often extended her assistance to my family. I, Ning Chen, am a person of gratitude, and I have a particular fondness for this apartment, which is why I made this decision. I hope Uncle Su will not decline. Xu Jingshan hesitated, his fists slowly clenching. How could he dare to refuse? Despite his ostentatious daily entrance and exit in luxury vehicles, the reality was that the group teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. To put it plainly, without 300 million arriving within a week, the Su family would be finished. All right, little Chen, your kindness is appreciated. On behalf of my family, thank you sincerely, Xu Jingshan said, stepping forward to firmly pat Ning Chen on the shoulder. His expression brimming with gratitude. Let us proceed to the living room to sign the contract. Ning Chen's face bore little expression. At the moment of turning, he stole a glance at Xu Shuyan from the corner of his eye. The girl's gaze was irrevocably fixed upon him. Ning Chen, what expression do you wear now? Is it one of derision, disdain, or pity? Xu Shuyan's delicate face bore a trace of self-mockery as she languidly sank onto the grass, murmuring to herself. Soon, the contract was finalized, the transaction effective, and the substantial sum of 120 million had been received. Xu Jingshan received a call from the finance department, and the furrow in his brow eased slightly, yet there remained a significant financial shortfall. Thus, he gritted his teeth and spoke, Xiao Chen, why not come over to Uncle Su's for dinner tonight? Let Aunt Xiao prepare some of her signature dishes. By the way, Uncle Su has something else he wishes to discuss with you. I'm out of money. Ning Chen was acutely aware that the other party intended to borrow from him. He shrugged and candidly stated the truth. Xu Jingshan was momentarily rendered speechless. This child is far too forthright. He offered a cough to regain composure and quickly shifted the subject. Xiao Chen, you've misunderstood. Uncle Su wishes to convey that your sister Shuyan has taken a great liking to this house. Would it be possible to reserve a room for her? He added, Of course, the house is ultimately yours. You may reside upstairs while Shuyan occupies the lower floor. Chapter 105. Does Xu Shuyan have a way to raise funds? Ning Chen immediately furrowed his brow. Allow Xu Shuyan to continue residing here? What a ludicrous notion. He had purchased this residence in its entirety, primarily for the spiritual vein deep beneath the ground, and secondly, to expel Xu Shuyan. He had truly reached his limit with this woman. Out of respect for Aunt Xiao's presence, he refrained from outright refusal and instead cast a glance towards Xu Shuyan, who stood in the corner of the living room. He hoped she would exhibit a modicum of awareness. Fortunately, Xu Shuyan interpreted his gaze correctly. She wiped her tears and resolutely declared, No need, Dad. I shall reside in the school dormitory from now on. You have never lived in a dormitory. How could you possibly adapt? Xu Jingshan admonished. Be obedient. I have made my decision. With that, Xu Shuyan hastily ascended the stairs, her footsteps echoing as she ran, eager to conceal her tears from Ning Chen. Shuyan, Jiang Tang swiftly pursued her. Alas, Aunt Xiao observed that the two children were utterly incompatible, letting out a resigned sigh. Upstairs, Xu Shuyan wept while packing her belongings. Not a single moment longer did she wish to remain in Ning Chen's home, seeing her best friend in such a state. Jiang Tang sorrowfully urged, Shuyan, just say a few kind words to Dili. He will surely agree to let you stay. He certainly will not. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Xu Shuyan cried, her tears flowing profusely like rain on a pear blossom. She fought to suppress her sorrow, yet her tears betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks as she wiped them away incessantly. Ding dong. At that moment, Jiang Tang's phone chimed. She pulled it out to discover a WeChat message from Ning Chen. Ning Chen, Xiao Tang, you may stay here. With a swift motion, Jiang Tang's adorable round face flushed crimson upon reading the message. She hastily turned off her phone and tucked it away in her pocket, then took a deep breath as she turned around. Was it a message from Ning Chen? He wants you to stay? Xu Shuyan's voice resonated from behind, laced with a sense of grievance and a hint of choking emotion. No. Jiang Tang turned around, repeatedly waving her hands, yet her face resembled a ripe apple. Every time you lie, your face turns red. Xu Shuyan knew her best friend all too well. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, it appears he has an interest in you, Xiao Tang. Why not? Consider staying? Shuyan, what are you saying? We are good sisters, having vowed to share both fortune and adversity. I will return to the dormitory with you, Jiang Tang asserted resolutely as she approached. Xiao Tang. Xu Shuyan's nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, and she began to cry once more. The two girls had an abundance of belongings, spending the entire day packing. Xu Jingshan and Xiao Jing, the couple, lent their assistance. During this time, Xiao Jing made a call to Chen Lan, learning that Ning Chen had not won the lottery but rather stumbled upon a rare ancient prescription in the antiques world, which he sold to a major pharmaceutical company in Qizhou. An ancient prescription? What kind of ancient prescription? Chen Lan, could you clarify? Xiao Jing suddenly recalled something. I'm not quite sure. It seems to be called long dan something pills. Chen Lan mumbled over the phone. Is that the medicinal source sold to the Wen family? Xiao Jing pressed for more details. Indeed, it is the Wen family. Chen Lan, reclining in a massage chair at the salon, remarked with a smile, last time, the eldest daughter of the Wen family even personally delivered a car to me. Jingjing, you have yet to see my family's Rolls Royce, have you? Next time, when Cha Mao and I visit Qizhou, I shall treat you. She admonished Xiao Jing over the phone. You hardly ever come to my home during the new year. Do you still consider me a close friend? In the past, she would have never dared to speak so boldly. However, now that her family has acquired wealth, her confidence has burgeoned, and her words carry a newfound assurance. I have been rather busy lately, but when you and Chang Mao come to Qingzhou, I will host. Xiao Jing hung up the phone, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and let out a soft sigh. It was not that she did not wish to visit. For the past 2 months, she had been devising ways to raise funds. Beside her, Xu Jingshan's eyes widened in realization. The ancient prescription. Could it be the one that Xiao Chun presented as a gift on Old Master Wen's 80th birthday? It must be. Xiao Jing nodded. Recalling that day's birthday banquet, Ning Chen had presented an ancient prescription as a gift to the elder one, only to be ridiculed by everyone at the table. Conversely, Lin Jiaoyang's gift of an 8 million yuan wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain had garnered the title of the most expensive birthday gift. In hindsight, what does 8 million amount to in the presence of over 100 million? Why then did Xiao Chen choose to deceive? Xu Jingshan's expression grew complicated. If he did not wish to lend me money, he could have said so plainly. In a way, Xiao Chen's situation resembles winning the lottery, Xiao Jing explained. What incredible fortune! Xu Jingshan wore a smile tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. After a lifetime of toil, he found himself in the position of borrowing money from a younger generation. Alas, what a predicament! However, to speak candidly, Jingjing, I believe that Ning Chen must still possess some funds. Perhaps you could inquire with your close friend and see if her son might lend us a bit more. We can always account for interest. After all, we do intend to repay it. This, Xiao Jing's face revealed her hesitation. She found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Yet, for the sake of the Su family conglomerate, she felt compelled to speak up. Just then, after eavesdropping for quite some time, Xu Shuyan burst into the bedroom, her eyes glistening with tears as she exclaimed, Mom, don't borrow money. I have a way to raise the funds. You? The couple exchanged glances, their disbelief palpable. Xu Shuyan was merely a university student, a spendthrift. How could she possibly procure money, especially in such a short time? Could it be that their daughter was contemplating? Su Jingshan suddenly stood up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Shuyan, do not make hasty decisions. Your father is not yet in such dire straits. Dad, what are you imagining? Xu Shuyan blushed, realizing the misunderstanding. I was thinking of asking the Lin family for assistance. The Lin family? Su Jingshan paused, taken aback. Lin Jiaoyang? Yes. Xu Shuyan lifted her chin with pride. Lin Jiaoyang is pursuing me, as long as I agree to be his girlfriend. I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to lend me the money. This. Su Jingshan hesitated once more. Could this truly work? My dear daughter, please do not put yourself in a compromising position for your father. The funding gap for our group is still a staggering 100 million. Can Lin Jiaoyang genuinely lend us that amount? You are merely in a romantic relationship and not yet wed. Rest assured, father, Lin Jiaoyang holds a deep affection for me. He has professed a willingness to do anything for my sake. Xu Shuyan, who has never experienced love, believes she has encountered the fairy tale prince of her dreams. With her eyes shimmering with hope and a hint of pride, she remarked, I tested the waters last time. He said he could lend us money. He is quite affluent. With billions in idle funds at his disposal, lending us 100 million poses no challenge. At worst, I could become engaged to him now and marry him after graduation. Su Jingshan was overjoyed, embracing his daughter with tears of happiness, exclaiming, Really? My dear daughter, you are simply marvelous. However, Xiao Jing stood by, harboring silent concerns. The pace of her daughter's romance was alarmingly swift, intertwined with the taint of financial greed and a hint of vengeance against Ning Chen. Instinctively, she felt it was unreliable. Yet, her husband had exhausted all possible loans for the sake of their corporation, selling off private assets and mortgaging what could be mortgaged. This final 100 million had become the proverbial straw that could break the camel's back. Chapter 106. Master of the cherry blossom country, Xu Shuyan and Jiang Tang had an abundance of belongings, and it took them an entire afternoon to finish moving. Since the school dormitory did not permit dogs, she had no choice but to leave her beloved black dragon behind, sitting in the passenger seat of the small truck. Gazing at her cherished villa number 1403, Xu Shuyan fought back tears, her delicate fists clenched tightly, mentally cursing, Ning Chen, you scoundrel. Subsequently, she made a call to Lin Jiaoyang, briefly recounting the events of the day. No wonder the Wen family's Jishir Hall had been thriving lately. It was due to that ancient prescription, Long Dan Sheng Jingwan. Humph, this brat truly has struck gold. Lin Jiaoyang's tone was far from pleasant. Who could have anticipated that a mere prescription from that birthday banquet would possess such immense value, overshadowing his precious Changbai mountain ginseng? He purchased my villa solely to provoke me. The more Xu Shuyan thought about it, the angrier she became, her voice tinged with sorrow. Shuyan, don't cry. I will help you take revenge on him, Lin Jiaoyang assured her. No need, Xu Shuyan replied, shaking her head through her tears. Jiaoyang, if you can help my father through this crisis, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Lin Jiaoyang, however, was not as elated as Xu Shuyan had envisioned. With a serious demeanor, he stated, Shuyan, I do not wish for our relationship to be transactional. Since I am pursuing you, I will naturally assist your family through this hardship. Please refrain from saying such things in the future. Upon hearing this, Xu Shuyan was deeply moved, tears streaming down her face. Seated beside her, Jiang Tang felt that Lin Jiaoyang was exceedingly skilled in the art of flattery, as though he had encountered countless women. Shuyan, how significant is the funding gap? Lin Jiaoyang inquired. 1 billion. Just 1 billion will suffice. Xu Shuyan replied eagerly. 1 billion? No problem. Lin Jiaoyang responded readily. However, before Xu Shuyan could revel in her joy, Lin Jiaoyang continued. But, Shuyan, I currently do not have any funds on hand. Ah? Xu Shuyan was taken aback. How could that be? Didn't you mention last time that you earned over 3 billion from trading cryptocurrencies? Lin Jiaoyang explained. Indeed, but I certainly would not keep such a sum in cash. Even if deposited in a bank for interest, it would yield over 100,000 a day. Xu Shuyan nodded, acknowledging his point. After all, who would keep 3 billion in cash? It was undoubtedly better to invest it. Lin Jiaoyang added, however, since you are in need, I must assist you. Give me a week, and I will devise a way to recover 1 billion. No, 2 billion. Xu Shuyan felt a surge of gratitude in her heart. That's wonderful, Jiaoyang. Thank you. Lin Jiaoyang smiled. What are we to each other? After chatting for a while longer, they reluctantly ended the call. Ning Chen. To dare to bully my woman is to court death. Lin Jiayang sat on the plush sofa of a lavish apartment, swirling a glass of red wine in his left hand, his eyes glinting with menace. He dialed another number. Hello, Razor. How is the investigation progressing? His hometown is in Dong'an County. Excellent. And then, the conversation continued. Xu Shuyan conveyed the news to Su Jingshan, and the entire family rejoiced. Su Jingshan was taken aback to learn that Lin Jiayang was not only willing to lend money, but was prepared to part with a staggering 200 million. This substantial sum would undoubtedly suffice to help the group weather its difficulties. He loosened his tie and collapsed onto the sofa, the furrowed lines on his forehead finally easing. Lin Jiayang, with his esteemed lineage, impressive education, flourishing career, and striking appearance, epitomized the ideal son-in-law in Su Jingshan's eyes. Knowing his daughter had found such an exceptional man, he felt he could depart from this world with peace. Ning Chen summoned a few cleaners to tidy up the house, then donned his slippers and ventured out to buy groceries. With Xu Shuyan gone, he finally found solace. As he strolled along the street, his spirits lifted, and he even began to hum a tune. Before long, he arrived at the familiar Xiahe agricultural market, meandering through the various stalls. Suddenly, Ning Chen noticed a man and a woman amidst the bustling crowd. Their vitality was remarkably potent. While ordinary individuals flickered like small flames, they radiated like roaring infernos. Having attained the level of martial arts masters, each master occupied a corner of the market, their gazes sharp as blades, scanning the throng as if in search of something. Ning Chen chose to ignore them and continued with his grocery shopping. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yi Gulu. Boss, where are you? Yi Gulu's voice resonated. I've hit a bottleneck in my training and seek your guidance. I'm at the market buying groceries. Ning Chen responded. What? Yi Gulu appeared somewhat bewildered. With the identity and prowess of the boss, did he truly need to personally procure groceries? Perhaps the heights of success can feel isolating. Even the mighty occasionally wish to experience the mundane existence of ordinary folk. Contemplating this, Yi Gulu continued, Boss, send me your location on WeChat. I shall assist you with your bags. All right. Ning Chen ended the call and casually sent over a location. He thought to himself that he could easily play along with the young man for a while. Yi Gulu, currently at Qing University, swiftly drove over, scanning the crowd until he quickly spotted Ning Chen's figure. Boss. Yi Gulu waved his hand, weaving through the throng until he reached Ning Chen's side. Peak of internal energy? Ning Chen glanced at the young man and nodded. Not bad. You are close to breaking through to the refinement of qi. Yi Gulu, understanding that Ning Chen referred to the master of martial arts by refinement of qi, felt a surge of excitement. Boss, it's all thanks to your failing bone-forging fist. This technique is truly exquisite and remarkable. I am utterly enamored. Haha. Ning Chen offered a perfunctory smile. The failing bone-forging fist was merely one of the simplest techniques among the thousands of martial arts he had mastered. For Yi Gulu to grasp its essence and achieve a minor breakthrough in just 2 to 3 months was commendable, reflecting his considerable talent. Unfortunately, he lacked a spirit-testing monument to assess Yi Gulu's spiritual roots. Young Master Yi Gulu. At that moment, 2 enigmatic masters, who had been covertly observing from a corner of the market, suddenly fixated their gaze upon Yi Gulu. In their eyes, astonishment was vividly apparent. It was indeed the esteemed young master of the Yi family, Yi Gulu. How could he possibly be here? Should I take action? No. It is prudent to observe for now. After the previous incident, the Yi family must have assigned bodyguards to Yi Gulu. 2 enigmatic masters engaged in a clandestine conversation. Not in Mandarin, but in the language of the cherry blossoms. Clearly, these were 2 masters from the land of the cherry blossoms. After approximately 40 minutes of wandering, Ning Chen purchased a plethora of vegetables and escorted Yi Gulu back to the Rose Garden Villa. Boss, is this your residence? Yi Gulu inquired, glancing around without exhibiting much astonishment. The Rose Garden in Green City paled in comparison to their family's private estate. Yes, I just acquired it, Ning Chen replied, directing Yi Gulu to carry the groceries into the kitchen. What's south the price per square meter here? I might consider buying a place as well, Yi Gulu casually asked. Seems to be around 100,000 or so, Ning Chen answered. How affordable. I shall secure a unit tomorrow and become neighbors with the boss, Yi Gulu chuckled, primarily aiming to cultivate a closer relationship with Ning Chen for the sake of martial arts guidance. Let us hold off on being neighbors for now. Those 2 in the courtyard appear to be seeking you. They have been following us the entire way. Ning Chen pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Chapter 107. We come from the Yasukuni Samurai Association, what? Yugulyo turned his head to take a look. Indeed, two figures stood in the courtyard. One male and one female. The black dragon was barking furiously at them, its barks echoing incessantly. The man was tall and clad in a black trench coat. The collar pulled up to his nose, revealing a pair of piercing eyes akin to blades beneath his unkempt hair. The woman exuded a more alluring presence. Dressed in a midriff-bearing leather jacket, her sharp short hair accentuating her spirited demeanor. The aura of vitality and hostility radiating from them was palpable. Even from over 10 meters away, and through a thick floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Gulyuo could sense their animosity. After a bout of barking, the black dragon shrank back into its doghouse, intimidated by a fierce glare from the man in the trench coat, too frightened to even peek out. Masters, two of them. Yi Gulyuo fixated on the pair, a grave expression settling on his face. Boss, what is going on? Ning Chen shrugged, if you ask me. Who should I ask? Were it not for Ning Chen's presence, Yi Gulyuo would have long since made his escape. Yet, having witnessed Ning Chen vanquish the sword saint of Sakura country with a mere scallion, Yi Gulyuo felt emboldened. He stepped into the courtyard and addressed the two masters. Who are you? What do you want? The man in the trench coat and the short-haired woman exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise. Subsequently, the man, speaking in halting Mandarin, remarked with admiration, truly, as expected of the eldest son of the Yi family, possessing extraordinary courage, even in the face of two S-class masters. You maintain your composure. S-class is the international classification for cultivators, widely recognized across most regions, while only Huagua retains its own distinct traditions. I possess not an ounce of courage. Had it not been for the presence of our leader, I would have fled long ago. Yugula pondered silently, then inquired. Who exactly are you? We hail from the Jingwa Samurai Society. The man in the trench coat replied in a low voice. I am Haimajai, and I am Akiko Hga, the short-haired woman added coldly. It is you. Yugula gritted his teeth, as memories of the Jingwa Samurai Society's notorious deeds flooded his mind. This organization had long targeted practitioners from Huagua, with several masters having perished at their hands over the decades. It was during one of his missions that he had slain the heir of the Tokugawa family, which had drawn the personal wrath of the sword saint, Tokugawa Ikir. Young Master Yi, we have a few questions regarding Mr. Tokugawa's death. Would it be convenient for you to accompany us? Haimajai inquired with a smile. Tokugawa Ikir is dead, yet you dare come to Huagua to investigate? Are you not afraid for your lives? Yugula challenged. We have followed you closely and have not detected the presence of any formidable adversaries. If I am not mistaken. Young Master Yi, you are currently alone, are you not? Haimajai continued. Ning Chen leaned against the courtyard door, sipping tea, and found himself somewhat speechless upon hearing this remark. What does that imply? That I am not human? Yugula struggled to suppress a laugh. Young Master Yi. We have but one question. Haimajai's tone turned grave. Was Mr. Tokugawa truly slain by the hand of a chivalrous hero? Upon hearing this, Yugulu first smiled, then turned a glance at Ning Chen. What if I were to tell you that Tokugawa Ichiro was killed by him? Would you believe it? Blackwood Jai and Hanga Kyoko exchanged a fleeting look with Ning Chen before averting their gazes. Young Master Yi, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Blackwood Jai's tone turned icy. The death of Mr. Tokugawa has thoroughly alarmed the upper echelons of the Samurai Association. Even if it were the hand of a chivalrous leader, there would undoubtedly be a heavy price to pay. I have revealed the truth to you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Yugula shrugged nonchalantly, at a loss for words. In that case, we shall have to take you away. Hanga Kyoko, having lost her patience, stepped forward, her masterful aura surging forth as it bore down upon Yigulu. A master is, after all, a master. Their combat prowess far surpasses what mere internal energy can withstand. Yigulu nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet, how could he possibly kneel before the people of Sakura Nation? He braced himself on the ground, gritting his teeth as he turned his head with great effort, struggling to say, Be boss. They have made their move. So what if they have? Ning Chen seemed disinclined to intervene, casually sipping his tea as he spoke. They are looking for you, not me. Damn it. Yigula's heart sank, fearing he had been betrayed. Buzzing insects, Western Inner. Hanga Kyoko's figure flickered, darting behind Ning Chen at an astonishing speed, delivering a swift strike aimed at his neck. With a resounding thud, Hanga Kyoko's hand strike landed squarely upon Ning Chen's neck. Yet the latter's body remained utterly unperturbed, not even a ripple disturbing the tea within the cup. How could this be? Akiko Hga was momentarily taken aback. As an S-rank powerhouse, comparable to the masters of Huagua, A single chop from her should have been sufficient to sever the head of this ordinary, untrained young man from Huagua. Huh. Observing Akiko Hga's assault on Ning Chen, Yi Gulu breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that these two adversaries were doomed. During their last encounter at the market, Ning Chen had no intention of rescuing him. It was the reckless actions of Ichiro Tokugawa, who carelessly struck Ning Chen with 2 leeks, that prompted Ning to retaliate fatally. Indeed, after that blow, Ning Chen's expression darkened noticeably. You choose to ignore the path to paradise while forcefully intruding upon the gates of hell. Akiko, retreat now. The voice of Kuroki Zai echoed. Akiko Hga, being a rare S-rank warrior, possessed an innate pride. Frustrated by her failed attack, she furiously hurled 2 shurikens from her sleeve, aiming for Ning Chen's face. You bastard! She cursed vehemently. With a swift motion, Ning Chen raised his hand to deliver a powerful strike. A terrifying gust of wind accompanied the shurikens, striking Akiko Hga squarely in the face. With a blood-curdling scream, her visage was torn by her own shurikens, and then an overwhelming force surged forth, instantly shattering her spine. Crack, crack, crack. Akiko Hga's body spun in place for several revolutions, twisted into a grotesque shape, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, her eyes forever closed in eternal slumber. Within the confines of the courtyard, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Events transpired with astonishing rapidity, scarcely taking a second. Xingzi. Haikazai's jaw nearly struck the ground in disbelief. With a single strike, he had vanquished an S-rank powerhouse. How could this be? An S-rank warrior is said to withstand even artillery fire. On the battlefield, they can dismantle tanks with their bare hands and hurl stones at aircraft. Who are you? Haikazai regarded Ning Chen with the awe reserved for a monster, cold sweat instantly saturating his back. Recalling Yi Guluo's earlier words, his visage turned ashen. Could it be that the one who killed Mr. Tokugawa was this seemingly innocent young boy from Huagua? No. I must convey this information back and inform Mishue Hue. The emergence of such a prodigy in Huagua spells disaster for Sakura Nation. Depart. Haikazai raised his hand high, hurling 2 specially crafted smoke bombs to the ground. With a hiss, a kaleidoscope of vibrant smoke erupted, swiftly filling the courtyard. This was a super smoke bomb developed by the organization, each valued at $5 million. Containing a neurotoxin potent enough to immobilize a cadre of S-rank warriors' senses. As this thought flashed through Haikazai's mind, he pivoted to flee. However, to his astonishment, the surrounding colorful smoke began to dissipate at an alarming speed. No, it was not merely vanishing. It was being drawn away by some unseen force. Haikazai turned his head, terror flooding through him, and uttered in his native tongue, Nanny. Ning Chen strode into the courtyard, his chest held high, and with a single breath, he inhaled all the poisonous smoke into his lungs. Yi Guluo stood in astonishment. Just a small sip of this toxic fume had left him dizzy. Yet here was Ning Chen, daring to draw it in directly. Chapter 108. Parents in distress suddenly. Ning Chen opened his mouth and expelled a plume of colorful smoke that shot forth like an arrow. In midair, Heimu Zhai was pierced through the heart by the smoke and fell to the ground, lifeless. Yet another master had perished. This. Exhaling to kill. Yi Gulu's eyes widened in horror, as though he had witnessed the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. It was one thing for an S-class powerhouse, comparable to a master, to be slain by a massive blow. It was entirely another for one to be killed by mere breath. Yet, this undeniable reality lay before him. There was no room for disbelief. It was now unequivocally clear that his leader had attained the rank of martial king. Yi Gulu gazed at Ning Chen with eyes filled with admiration and longing. When would he himself become so formidable? Capable of slaughtering masters as easily as one might dispatch a mere dog? Hey Long, come here. At that moment, Ning Chen whistled towards the doghouse nestled in the corner of the courtyard. A German shepherd, missing an ear, emerged. After exchanging a few words, it dragged the 2 corpses to a secluded spot and began to frantically dig a pit, ultimately burying the remains of the 2 masters from Sakura country right there. Boss, what are you doing? Yi Gulu was nearly petrified. Day after day, so many extraordinary events unfolded. Could he not enjoy a moment of peace? Sighing, Ning Chen placed his hands behind his back and returned to the living room. Yi Gulu watched as Hei Long used its paws to compact the earth, shivering slightly, and hurried to catch up. Boss, are you really burying them in our own yard? Won't you be afraid to sleep at night? Yi Gulu chuckled awkwardly. Afraid? What is there to fear? With their meager skills, even if they transform into vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, or zombies, they pose little threat. at worst. I would simply have to eliminate them once more. Ning Chen spoke with an air of indifference. Impressive, indeed. Yi Guluo forced a bitter smile. Is this the confidence of the strong? Little did he know that Ning Chen's apparent nonchalance stemmed from his laziness, a reluctance to deal with the matter, finding it far more convenient to bury them on the spot. By the way, boss, about the samurai from the Jinghua. Yi Guluo intended to clarify the earlier incident, but Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively, instructing him not to speak of trivial matters, as he had no interest in them. Yi Guluo could only smile wryly. Ning Chen added, if you dare to spread word of today's events and bring trouble my way, I shall bury you as well. Later that evening, Yi Guluo managed to join for a meal, nearly swallowing his tongue in astonishment. He had never realized that Ning Chen possessed such exceptional culinary skills, capable of surpassing even the chefs of five-star establishments, outclassing even the esteemed chef of the Yi family. The presence of the two individuals buried in the yard did, however, leave Yi Guluo feeling somewhat uneasy. After dinner, Ning Chen, feeling rather bored, offered some guidance on Yi Guluo's cultivation practice. The young man displayed remarkable comprehension, grasping concepts with ease. It was no wonder he had achieved inner strength at such a young age, earning a reputation as a prodigy among his peers in the southern region. In the dead of night, as Ning Chen arose to prepare a late-night snack, he discovered Yi Guluo still practicing in the courtyard, and he couldn't help but nod approvingly. This young lad was indeed worthy of instruction. Suddenly, a phone on the table began to ring. Picking it up, Ning Chen saw it was Gu Hongkai calling. Hello, Uncle Gu, he answered. Mr. Ning, something terrible has happened. Gu Hongkai's voice trembled with fear. What is it? A foreboding sensation gripped Ning Chen. If it were not urgent, Gu Hongkai would not dare to call him at such a late hour. A killer has gone to Building 2, Room 406 of Fengxi Garden. Gu Hongkai stammered. Building 2, Room 406. That is my hometown. Before Ning Chen could respond, Gu Hongkai added, Rest assured, your parents are fine. They were merely startled. I will come right away. Ning Chen abruptly ended the call, his expression chillingly impassive. Boss, what is wrong? Yi Gulu noticed Ning Chen's unusual demeanor and hurried over from the yard. There's an urgent matter. I must step out. You stay here and practice. As Ning Chen spoke, he inexplicably levitated, and after a brief hesitation, surged forth at an astonishing speed into the night sky. Thud! Yi Gulu plopped down onto the ground, gazing up at the night sky, mouth agape. He can fly. What the heck? The boss can fly? Qinzhou is over 400 kilometers from Dongyang County, and even by car, it would take more than 3 hours at best. Fearing for his parents' safety, Ning Chen was determined to arrive as swiftly as possible, even at the expense of his spiritual energy. 5 minutes later, Fengxi Garden Community. A multitude of uniformed law enforcement officers, members of martial arts associations, and curious residents surrounded the scene, creating an impenetrable barrier. Multiple lines of caution tape were drawn. Ning Chen chose a discreet corner and swiftly made his way inside. Gu Hongkai was engaged in conversation with several officials, looking utterly flustered. Ning Mao and Chen Lan stood nearby, their eyes filled with sorrow and trepidation. Xiaochen? Ning Mao, upon seeing his son approach, momentarily thought he was hallucinating in the late hours. Son, what brings you back? Chen Lan hurried forward, drawing Gu Hongkai's attention as well. Mr. Ning? Gu Hongkai's expression was one of bewilderment. How could Mr. Ning possibly be in Dongyang? Had he not returned to Qizhou with Shiyao? Dad, Mom, are you all right? Ning Chen approached, his spiritual awareness surging forth to assess the well-being of his parents. Upon confirming their safety, he finally exhaled in relief. What on earth is happening? He turned his gaze towards Gu Hongkai. Gu Hongkai flinched at the intensity of his stare. The law enforcement officers and martial arts leaders behind him looked on in astonishment at Ning Chen. After all, Gu was the wealthiest individual in Dongyang. Who was this young boy to dare raise his voice at him? Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. I apologize, Mr. Ning. Gu Hongkai stepped forward, deeply bowing. It is my failure to protect your parents. This is entirely my fault. The high-ranking officials stood in stunned silence. At that moment, 3 individuals were being carried out on stretchers from the residential building. Chao Lei and Zhao Quan, the 2 bodyguards employed by the Gu family. There was another unfamiliar figure clad in black, accompanied by 2 armed law enforcement officers. Hiss. So much blood has been shed. Surely, one cannot survive such a fate? How could an assassin invade our neighborhood? I have resided in Fengxi Garden for a decade without encountering such bizarre occurrences. It must be the consequence of Ning Mao and his family, who suddenly amassed wealth overnight, flaunting their ill-gotten gains. Perhaps they are receiving their due retribution. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Ning Chen listened to Gu Hongkai's explanation while discreetly employing his spiritual awareness to scan the three individuals. Xiao Lei was gravely injured, yet still clinging to life. Zhao Quan's lifeline had been severed. He was already a corpse. The other figure in black appeared to be the assassin referred to by Gu Hongkai. This assassin was of a martial prowess surpassing that of both Xiao Lei and Zhao Quan, which explained the disparity in their fates, one dead, the other severely wounded. However, due to the ancient strengthening techniques imparted by Ning Chen, both men had recently experienced significant advancements in their skills, and in a desperate struggle, they managed to inflict serious injury upon him as well. Soon, the three bloodied individuals were transported away by an ambulance. Ning Chen reached into his pocket, retrieving 2 talismans, which he presented to Ning Changmao and Chen Lan. Father, Mother, please hold on to these. Chapter 109. The reverse scale of Ning Chen Xiao Chun. What is this? Ning Changmao and Chen Lan, bewildered, received the paper talisman, discovering it to be an ordinary yellow paper inscribed with crimson lines. Uncertain whether it was drawn with cinnabar or chicken blood. This is a protective charm I acquired at great expense. Mom and Dad, please wear it close to you. It will ensure your safety, Ning Chen stated earnestly. All right, Chen Lan nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chen is thoughtful. Ning Changmao also smiled. In truth, this was a talisman drawn by Ning Chen during his journey, using his own blood as a medium to inscribe 2 protective spells upon it. Should any danger arise, the talisman would automatically activate, capable of withstanding an assault from a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. He would also instantly sense the threat. What era is this? How can anyone still believe in such things? Some nearby leaders scoffed and shook their heads in disdain. Even Gu Hongkai paid little mind. His foremost concern was Ning Chen's perception of the Gu family, fearing he might lose trust in them. Uncle Gu, may I interrogate that assassin? Ning Chen suddenly made a request. What? Gu Hongkai was taken aback, then glanced at the 2 leaders beside him. Director Qin, executive son, this. Rest assured. Young brother, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you and your parents with an explanation. However, handing the murderer over to you for interrogation is rather far-fetched and simply cannot be done, Director Qin. A man in his 50s clad in uniform with graying temples and sharp eyes, replied with practiced ease. Another member of the Martial Arts Association, Sun Changwu, in his 40s, remarked, interrogating the suspects is the duty of our association and law enforcement personnel. Young brother, it would be prudent for you to return home and await further news. After saying this, Ning Chen turned and dialed a number. He even making a call. Director Qin exchanged a resigned glance with Sun Changwu and Gu Hongkai. Let him make the call. Sun Changwu waved his hand dismissively. If my parents were victims of an assassination, I would certainly leverage all connections to participate in the investigation. Humph. While that is only natural, it does not grant you the liberty to meddle in our affairs, Director Qin retorted coldly. Meanwhile, Ning Chen successfully reached the phone of Zheng Wenlong, the president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, relaying the details of the assassination and expressing his desire for the authority to interrogate the perpetrator. No problem, senior. Please grant me 5 minutes. Zheng Wenlong hung up, and within 3 minutes, several unmarked vehicles arrived at the entrance of Fengshi Garden. A group of individuals disembarked and hurried towards Building 2. President Feng, Sun Chanwu, engaged in conversation with Director Qin about the case, suddenly spotted his superior and rushed to greet him. Step aside. President Feng pushed him away without even a glance. Striding directly to Ning Chen, he respectfully addressed him, Are you Senior Ning? Indeed, Ning Chen nodded. At that moment, Ning Changmao and Chen Lan had already been escorted upstairs, and he no longer concealed his presence, exuding an overwhelming aura. I exchanged greetings with Xiao Sheng. The right to interrogate the murderer is now mine. Is there any question? He inquired. No questions, not a single one. Upon hearing Xiao Sheng's address, President Feng's face twitched involuntarily, though he maintained a forced smile and bowed deeply. Senior Ning, I shall dispatch someone to the hospital immediately to bring the murderer to our Dongyang Martial Arts Association headquarters for your interrogation. Ning Chen nodded in satisfaction and departed with the association's entourage, leaving Sun Changwu and Director Qin exchanging glances. Mr. Ning indeed possesses extensive connections. Even President Feng of the Dongyang Martial Arts Association personally came to escort him, treating him with utmost respect. Gu Hongkai wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind racing with speculations about Ning Chen's background. Ning Chen paid no heed to these minor figures. He was consumed with a desperate desire to uncover who was retaliating against him. How dare they employ an assassin to target his parents? This nearly struck a nerve. Since returning to Earth, it was the first time Ning Chen felt such wrath, such a desire to rend a person to pieces. Soon, the assassin received only the most rudimentary medical treatment at the hospital before being taken away by members of the association to the interrogation room at Dongyang Martial Arts Association headquarters. A shot of adrenaline pierced his heart, pulling him from unconsciousness. The assassin gasped sharply, his eyes wide open, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He struggled fiercely, only to realize he was bound to an iron chair, utterly immobilized. Behave yourself. President Feng stood beside him, raising his hand to deliver several resounding slaps while admonishing. You reckless wretch, do you even comprehend who you attempted to assassinate tonight? Speak the truth. Which organization do you belong to, and who is your financier? The assassin, fully aware of his impending doom, grinned and replied, In our profession, we adhere to a strict code of ethics. I shall never betray my benefactor. You will not extract a single word from me. Do as you will. Infuriated, President Feng kicked him to the ground, exclaiming, You insignificant lackey, will you speak or not? He followed up with a barrage of kicks, causing the assassin to spout blood and wail in agony. Yet, this assassin, clearly trained in the most brutal of disciplines, gritted his teeth and remained resolute, divulging not a syllable. Enough, Ning Chen interjected after observing the scene for a considerable time. President Feng halted, his countenance darkening. Senior Ning, grant me some time. I assure you I can pry the truth from him. Even if you manage to extract words, can you guarantee their authenticity? Ning Chen shot him a sidelong glance. Feng's face betrayed his discomfort, but he felt a tinge of disdain. The assassins of the underworld are tough as nails. What could you possibly do? Ning Chen chose not to engage further, advancing towards the assassin. Leaning against the wall, bloodied and battered, the assassin sneered, Do not harbor illusions. I will say nothing. Abandon your hopes. You need not speak. I shall find the truth myself. After uttering this perplexing remark, Ning Chen's hand swept forth, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Soul-searching technique. This marked his second invocation of this formidable technique, fueled by genuine fervor. He forcefully extracted the assassin's soul from the confines of its cerebral domain, rummaging through its essence. The assassin soon succumbed to convulsions, his eyes rolling back in a frenzy, limbs twitching uncontrollably, emitting incoherent sounds of distress. What is happening, Senior Ning? President Feng stood in stunned disbelief. Such extreme methods of coercion are rather unseemly, are they not? Perhaps this is merely an act of retribution. Such ruthlessness, especially at such a tender age. Several senior officials from the Dongyang Martial Association watched with trepidation. What is that? Suddenly, one pointed at the assassin's crown. Wisps of bluish smoke-like substance were being drawn out, coalescing in Ning Chen's palm. With each extraction, the assassin's body convulsed violently. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the star absorption technique from Jin Yang's novels. Yet, they were mistaken. What Ning Chen was absorbing was not power, but the very essence of the soul. Chapter 110, A Bloodbath Unleashed. This individual is no ordinary person. President Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After a while, Ning Chen finally ceased his actions, uttering 4 chilling words. Bloodblade Tavern. The assassin crumpled to the ground like a limp shrimp, his limbs contorted, twitching intermittently, exhaling his last breaths. Bloodblade Tavern? President Feng was taken aback by these 4 words. The assassin organization ranked 10th. Bloodblade Tavern. Senior Ning, how did you uncover this? You need not concern yourself with that. Ning Chen cast a glance at the now incapacitated assassin before turning to leave. Exiting the interrogation room, he once again dialed Zhang Wenlong's number in the dimly lit corridor. Senior, what is the update? Zhang Wenlong spoke in a hushed tone. It's Bloodblade Tavern. Ning Chen replied coldly. It is them. Zhang Wenlong furrowed his brow, questioning what had provoked them. No, it is they who have provoked me. Ning Chen's voice revealed no trace of human emotion. Xiao Zhang, I require your assistance. Senior. Zhang Wenlong's voice was tinged with emotion and caution. Bloodblade Tavern is an international assassin organization, with tens of thousands of members scattered across the globe. As a vice president of the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association, my influence is limited. Furthermore, regarding the previous incident with the medicinal materials, your identity remains sensitive. Should it be exposed, I too would face dire consequences. Ning Chen listened to him finish speaking before clarifying. You misunderstand. I do not wish for you to assist me in dealing with the Bloodblade Tavern. Zhang Wenlong was taken aback, pondering the implications of that statement. Ning Chen continued. In the coming days, there will be some unrest in Jiangnan province. Zhang Wenlong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Senior, what do you mean?" Ning Chen reassured him, "Do not worry. The trouble will involve individuals from the Bloodblade Tavern. I need you to disseminate this information widely. I want the underworld to know that there exists someone in Jiangnan province of Huagua whom they cannot provoke." With that, Ning Chen abruptly ended the call. Zhang Wenlong, left with the busy tone on the line, remained stunned for a moment before realizing the gravity of the situation. Senior Ning has truly ignited his wrath. In Qishou, at a cinema, Lin Jiayang said, "Apologies, Shuyan. I must take this call." He silenced his phone screen and addressed the beautiful woman beside him. "Go ahead," Xu Shuyan replied, tossing a piece of popcorn into her mouth, savoring the film. Lin Jiayang stepped into an unoccupied corner to answer the call. "Hello, Razor. Has the mission been accomplished?" "Young Master Lin, there has been an unexpected complication." The voice on the other end responded with regret. "What do you mean?" Lin Jiayang frowned. "The elderly couple has 2 peak sea-level bodyguards." Razor disclosed. "What? Where did they come from?" Lin Jiayang exclaimed in surprise. "I'm not certain, but the mission has failed, and it has already alerted the local martial arts association." Razor paused before adding, "Should we send another assassin?" "For now, let it be. There will be ample opportunities in the future. You should lay low at Binhai for the time being." Lin Jiayang irritably hung up the phone, his expression malevolent and fierce. "Ning, I never expected you to wield such influence, even securing bodyguards for your parents. However, while you remain in the light, I dwell in the shadows. It is merely a matter of time before I bring you to ruin." Simultaneously, Ning Chen welcomed his parents to reside at the headquarters of the Donyang Martial Association, where President Feng assured them of his utmost care. After spending the night with his parents, Ning Chen returned to Qishou early the next morning. Yi Guoyuo was still practicing in the Rose Garden Villa. Upon seeing Ning Chen's return, he rushed over, excitement radiating from him. "Boss, you can fly? How did you manage that? By the way, what did you do last night?" Ning Chen ignored him and ascended to the second floor, where he opened the safe and retrieved 5 spiritual herbs. Possessing an ancient divine ability, he could extract the spiritual energy from these herbs without the need for refinement, using them as a source of power. Huangjing fruit, Longxian grass, Ziji. So many spiritual herbs. Yi Guoyuo was astonished to see Ning Chen descend from the second floor, 5 herbs floating beside him. He trembled slightly, pointing at Ning Chen. "Boss. The batch of medicinal materials transported by the Jiangnan Martial Association. Did you steal them?" "Get lost." Ning Chen kicked him aside, impatiently cursing under his breath. He then formed a sword gesture, reciting a mantra, causing the 5 floating herbs to begin swirling around him at an ever-increasing speed. Waves of azure energy surged into Ning Chen's brow. Before long, 5 medicinal herbs vanished into thin air, and Ning Chen seemed to be reborn. His body emanating a faint green radiance, his gaze profound, and his aura reminiscent of a deity. "What is the boss doing?" Yi Guoyuo sat on the ground, utterly mesmerized. Although this spiritual energy would dissipate after 7 days, it was more than sufficient. "Let us begin." Ning Chen closed his eyes, his consciousness spreading like tides in all directions. Since this was free spiritual energy, he could wield it without restraint. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qishou city was enveloped by his awareness. This was merely the beginning, as the tidal wave of consciousness continued to extend outward. Lu City, Mingzhou He City, Hu City, Kuaiji, Jinju, and other prefecture-level cities. Even the coastal city adjacent to Jiangnan province, covering a vast expanse of 100,000 square kilometers and a population of 65 million, were ensnared beneath a colossal web of consciousness. Compared to the previous coverage of Dong'an County, this endeavor was significantly grander. Ning Chen's formidable awareness swept over countless individuals, young and old alike. Half an hour later, within the confines of Qinzhou City, one person caught Ning Chen's attention. This individual had a chip implanted in his brain. Equipped with an explosive device, and concealed beneath the pillow in his room was a firearm. Most crucially, the flame of his life was exceedingly dark, evidently stained with the blood of many. Ning Chen swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from the villa. "Boss." Yi Guoyuo wished to follow, but he could not match Ning Chen's pace. Moments later, in a top-floor suite of a 5-star hotel, a robust middle-aged man was engaged in his workout when he suddenly noticed an individual on the balcony. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the edge of the bed, retrieved a silenced pistol from beneath his pillow, and aimed it at Ning Chen, firing 3 shots in rapid succession. As Ning Chen stepped into the bedroom from the balcony, he waved his right hand, deflecting all the bullets effortlessly. This was inconceivable. The assassin stood in stunned silence. Die. Ning Chen uttered no further words, delivering a single, forceful punch. The adversary emitted a soft gasp before collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Ning Chen then employed his soul-searching technique to delve into the assassin's memories, only to discover that he was not a member of the Bloodblade Tavern. Shortly thereafter, a cleaner entered to tidy up, only to be met with a horrifying sight, resulting in a shrill scream. Meanwhile, Ning Chen had already located the second assassin, who was slumbering in the room and was swiftly dispatched by the sudden intrusion of Ning Chen. Yet again, he was not affiliated with the Bloodblade Tavern. Chapter 111. The true culprit behind the scenes. The third assassin leisurely fished in the countryside, only to inadvertently feed the fish with a floating corpse. The fourth indulged in a sauna at a hot spring resort, only for the staff to discover a lifeless guest upon their entrance. The fifth was engaged in a game of golf when the caddy returned with the ball, only to find the guest pierced through the chest by a golf club, utterly deceased. The sixth thus, throughout the course of a single day, Ning Chen dispatched 13 assassins. Among them was a member of the Bloodblade Tavern. Ning Chen conducted a thorough soul search, but the results were less than satisfactory. The confidentiality protocols of the Bloodblade Tavern were exceptionally stringent. A C-level assassin had worked for the organization for a decade, amassing millions in earnings, yet had never encountered a superior. Task acquisition and reporting were conducted solely through encrypted dark web communications. Left with no alternative, Ning Chen resolved to eliminate them one by one. That night, the Qingzhou Martial Arts Association received a plea for assistance from law enforcement. A grave incident had transpired in Qingzhou. 13 individuals were murdered overnight. Although Zheng Wenlong had anticipated Ning Chen's intervention, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Staring at the gruesome photographs laid before him, Zheng Wenlong fell into a deep silence. He could scarcely fathom how Elder Ning had managed to locate these assassins within the span of a single day, with each assassin's brain suffering extensive damage. The identities of these 13 assassins had yet to be fully ascertained, and the toll of death continued to rise. The following day, 18. The day after that, 20. On the fourth day, 21. Zheng Wenlong was in a state of utter panic, drenched in sweat as he incessantly contacted Ning Chen, urging him to cease his actions. Such behavior was tantamount to declaring war on all assassin organizations in the underworld. Even the martial king would have to weigh the consequences. Ning Chen, however, paid no heed, relentlessly eliminating assassins from an entire city day after day, tirelessly pursuing the members of the Bloodblade Tavern without rest for 24 hours. By the fifth day, the death toll began to plummet. Only 9 lives were claimed in a single day. This was not due to Ning Chen's waning power, rather. Some assassins had received secret intelligence and fled under the cover of night. It was terrifying. Who could it be? In just a few short days, such a massacre had occurred? Veteran C-level assassins like Viper, Gecko, and Magician had all perished. Even B-level assassins, and the A-level Tyrant, had been violently torn asunder, truly frightening. I must hastily escape this cursed place. Razor hurriedly wheeled his suitcase towards the Puxi airport, intending to spend some time abroad. Just as he alighted from the taxi, a hand gripped his shoulder. Before Razor could react, his body moved uncontrollably, following a stranger to a concealed location. Arriving at a restroom stall, the stranger's face contorted, transforming into Ning Chen's visage. It was you. Razor recognized Ning Chen at once, terror flooding his senses. Do you know me? Ning Chen felt he had finally found the right person. No, I don't know you. Let me go. Let me go. Razor began to struggle desperately. Yet his body was utterly beyond his control. Even the effort to scream for help eluded him. I hope you are the last. Ning Chen flicked his fingers, producing a soft sound as a strand of true energy pierced through the assassin's brow, sending this B-grade killer to meet the Buddha. The soul-searching technique was employed once more, with the dwindling spiritual power slowly depleting. This time, from the assassin's memories, he glimpsed a familiar face, Lin Xiaoyang. Ah, after a lengthy search, it turns out you were the one orchestrating events from the shadows. Let me see. You present yourself as a cryptocurrency aficionado, the youngest billionaire in Qingzhou. Yet your true identity is that of a business agent for the Bloodblade Tavern in the Jiangnan district. Just a second before his spiritual energy was entirely consumed, Ning Chen severed the soul-searching technique. The assassin collapsed headfirst into the toilet, splashing water everywhere. Upon discovering that Lin Jiaoyang was the true mastermind behind everything, Ning Chen felt no immediate urge for revenge. In the eyes of outsiders, he indeed appeared quite deranged, having killed over 100 assassins and incited the wrath of several formidable organizations. It could be said that half of the underworld was on a quest to uncover his identity, with even the headquarters of the Huagua Martial Arts Association investigating him. Yet Ning Chen himself felt little of this turmoil, hailing a rideshare and leisurely returning from the coast to Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaoyang received a warning from his superiors. Demon, things have been rather tumultuous in Jiangnan lately. There's a madman on a killing spree, and it's unclear what has provoked him. You'd best retreat to Southeast Asia to avoid the storm. The superior of the Bloodblade Tavern, codenamed Butcher, is one of the heads of the 5 major regions of Huagua, holding a position of great authority. Lin Jiaoyang, whose codename is Prodigy, is held in high regard by him. Butcher, that madman, who on earth is he? The 3 assassins I just recruited have all been eliminated by him. It infuriates me. Lin Jiaoyang exclaimed, venting his frustrations within the hotel suite. If I had known this person's identity, I would have gone after the $8 million bounty on the Dark Titan. Butcher coldly replied. Dark Titan? Lin Jiaoyang asked in confusion. The Dark Titan ranks 3rd on the Assassin Organization leaderboard, far surpassing the Bloodblade Tavern, and is said to be guarded by an SSS-level super powerhouse. How could that madman possibly be connected to the Dark Titan? A descendant of a high-ranking member of the Dark Titan came to Jiangnan for training and was killed. Butcher explained. That madman did it. Ha ha, is that so? The Dark Titan is much stronger than our Bloodblade Tavern. That madman will surely pay a price. We have quite a spectacle to witness, Lin Jiaoyang laughed. Stop reveling in the spectacle. You should leave Jiangnan at once. Be wary of that madman seeking you out. Butcher cautioned again. That shouldn't be the case. I am merely an agent, responsible for recruiting and managing assassins. Lin Jiaoyang chuckled awkwardly. In our line of work, never entertain a sense of false security, Butcher reiterated. Understood, boss. I will leave the country tonight. No, tomorrow night, Lin Jiaoyang replied. Butcher hung up. Damn it, what a hassle. Who is that fool stirring up trouble? Lin Jiaoyang struck the wall with his fist, murmuring to himself, it seems I have no choice. He then dialed Xu Shuyan's number. Hello, Shuyan, are you free tonight? Come to OT Bar for some fun. Oh, don't worry about the funding issue. I'll explain it once you're here. All right, I'll hang up now. That evening, Xu Shuyan arrived as promised, bringing along Jiang Tang. The 2 sisters were dressed elegantly. To ease their vigilance, Lin Jiaoyang invited other friends, and they indulged in revelry until the early hours of the morning, never once mentioning the matter of the $2 billion in funding. At 3:30 in the morning, Lin Jiaoyang and the friends Xu Shuyan had invited had all departed. In the spacious private room, only he, Xu Shuyan, and Jiang Tang remained. Jiang Tang, slightly inebriated, endured her discomfort to stay by her friend's side. Xu Shuyan, accustomed to social gatherings and possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, voiced her concern. Jiaoyang, my father truly cannot hold on much longer. When will the $2 billion you promised me arrive?